Recently dismissed by the new manager, Chen Xiaoyun stepped into a lottery shop and won a grand prize of 400,000. Tired of the drudgery of urban life, Chen Xiaoyun promptly returned to his hometown, a coastal fishing village in Nanguang Province. Fortuitously, he found a rare Shanhai Pearl by the seaside, prompting him to embrace a leisurely life filled with fishing, sea excursions, and raising chickens and ducks. Thus, the carefree fisherman set sail on a new journey. Chapter 1. Fired and winning 40,000. Chen Xiaoyun, if you fail this task once more, I suggest you find another job. The manager's furious voice echoed within the confines of the office. Outside, the employees sat in silence, too fearful to breathe. The new manager aimed to assert authority, and Chen Xiaoyun was the unfortunate target. As the saying goes, a new official brings 3 fires. The first blaze fell squarely upon Chen Xiaoyun. Over the course of a month, he faced repeated troubles, constantly being summoned by the manager. After years of hard work, he had finally ascended to the position of deputy project director, earning his place through dedication, if not merit. Yet this new manager had chosen him as the scapegoat, igniting a storm of anger within Chen Xiaoyun. The tasks assigned were beyond the capacity of a single individual. How many times had he been put in this position? 3? 5? Did they really believe he would remain passive? I can't do this. Do as you please. Chen Xiaoyun erupted in frustration. The overweight manager, taken aback by Chen's audacity, pointed a finger at him in outrage. Chen Xiaoyun, watch your tone. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you want to be fired? Indeed, I don't wish to continue. If you're looking to dismiss me, just say so directly instead of beating around the bush. Chen Xiaoyun realized the manager was deliberately provoking him, hoping to rid the office of anyone associated with the former project director, whom he had replaced. The commotion in the office left many employees anxious. With both the manager and the project director reassigned and no new director appointed, uncertainty hung in the air. Very well, Chen Xiaoyun. I am officially notifying you that you're fired. Leave immediately. The company does not retain insubordinate personnel. Pack your things and go. The manager's chubby face contorted with anger as he shouted. Rotten pig, I've long wanted to leave. Good riddance. Chen Xiaoyun turned and exited the manager's office, slamming the door behind him. As he emerged, colleagues gathered around him. Chen, are you really leaving? A young man inquired. Chen Xiaoyun managed a faint smile. If I can't stay, then I must go. You all take care. Chen, they called out, but he remained resolute. After hastily gathering his few belongings and bidding farewell to his co-workers, he departed from the company he had served for 5 to 6 years. Upon stepping outside, he felt a twinge of reluctance, yet knew the new manager was a crony intent on purging the staff to install his own loyalists. Clutching his file box, Chen Xiaoyun squinted against the glaring midday sun. Moving on, there's no point in lingering here, he thought as he strode forward without looking back. The manager's motives were clear, to either break him and make him his lapdog, or to oust him entirely for someone more compliant. Chen Xiaoyun had grown weary of subservience and refused to grovel. Wandering the streets, he did not rush to find another job. Since his grandfather's passing, he had left school before finishing high school to work. Years of low pay had left him drained, often working overtime to learn various skills. With no job now, it was the perfect opportunity for a well-deserved rest. Before long, he found himself at a lottery shop. Inside, people scratched tickets and purchased lottery numbers, each harboring their own dreams. I've had enough bad luck, perhaps a lottery ticket will change my fortunes, he mused, stepping inside. Hello, what can I get for you? The shopkeeper greeted him politely. Chen Xiaoyun's eyes landed on the good luck 10 scratch-off tickets. He'll take 10 of those, he said, sending 100 yuan through his phone. Each ticket cost 10 yuan, with a maximum prize of 400,000. Though he rarely gambled, believing it to be a scheme to exploit the hopeful, he thought, why not? Here you go. The shopkeeper handed him the 10 tickets. Chen Xiaoyun set his file box aside and began to scratch. The first ticket yielded nothing. The second ticket, still nothing. By the 9th ticket, his disappointment grew. Wow, your luck is astonishingly bad. 9 tickets, and not even 10 yuan, exclaimed an onlooker. It's fine, there's still one left. Chen Xiaoyun replied, remaining calm. He had come merely to vent his frustrations. Brother, you have a good mindset. The onlooker commended, giving him a thumbs up. With a smile, Chen Xiaoyun scratched the final ticket. The winning number appeared, 29. He swiftly revealed the corresponding prize amount. The onlooker gasped, 10,000, 40,000. You've won. The commotion drew the attention of other patrons. What? 40,000? They exclaimed, crowding around as Chen Xiaoyun stared in disbelief at the ticket in his hand. Holy cow, I really won. 40,000. Damn, that luck is unbelievable. Why isn't it me? Buddy, your luck is phenomenal. Envy radiated from the crowd, with some pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Boss, they'll take 20 good luck tens. Someone shouted. Make that 30. Another chimed in. 50. The frenzy led to the rapid sale of all tickets in the shop, with patrons eager to seize their own chance at fortune. After cashing in his winnings and paying taxes, over 300,000 was deposited into Chen Xiaoyun's account. Dazed, he exited the shop, contemplating whether this luck was a blessing or a curse. Is this the thrill they speak of? I understand now why so many dream of winning, he thought, briefly tempted to buy more tickets. However, reason prevailed. Despite winning, Chen Xiaoyun did not indulge in wild celebration. His emotions quickly stabilized. For many, 40,000 is a significant sum, but for him, it felt like a mere fraction of his total savings. With approximately 70,000 in his bank account, 30,000 accumulated from years of labor, and the recent winnings, she felt secure enough to withstand several years without employment. Upon returning to his rented apartment, he indulged himself by playing video games. Soon enough, his phone rang. It was Zhang Xiang, one of his few true friends. Hey, I heard you got fired? Zhang's voice came through. Indeed, I decided to quit, Chen replied. Stop bragging, Zhang teased. Are you mocking me? Get lost. Chen snapped, distracted by the game. Let's go for a drink, Zhang suggested. Sure. Chen agreed, focused on his gameplay. All right, same place. They'll wait for you. With that, Zhang hung up. Ugh, what a fool. How could he be so careless? Chen grumbled at the black screen, frustrated. Before long, the game concluded with a failure on his part, a result of his careless teammates. Lost all afternoon, what a joke. Foolish teammates. Shutting down his computer, Chen Xiaoyun rose and stepped outside. Chapter 2. Homecoming. Descending the stairs and hailing a cab, I arrived at the Meisher Yuan restaurant. Renowned for its exquisite cuisine, the establishment was bustling with patrons, particularly during the dinner hour. Fortunately, Zhang Xian had made a reservation. Otherwise, there would have been no available tables for Chen Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun, over here. Zhang Xian waved at Chen Xiaoyun, who approached him. Is it just the two of us? He inquired as he took a seat. Zhang Xian was one of his friends in this city, both having met while working on a construction site at the tender age of 17 or 18. Their camaraderie blossomed effortlessly, leading to a lasting friendship. Zhang Xian had since transitioned to a career in real estate sales. Qi Ming is still en route and will arrive shortly, Zhang Xian said, pouring a cup of tea for Chen Xiaoyun. Qi Ming was another friend they had met later on, a chef with whom they shared a strong bond. Why the sudden invitation for a gathering? Chen Xiaoyun asked as he accepted the tea. Zhang Xian studied him, searching for any signs of distress that might betray his true feelings about being laid off. Rumor has it you were let go, and I feared you might be taking it too hard, so I thought I'd invite you out for a drink, Zhang Xian said. Huh, what else there to be upset about? Chen Xiaoyun replied with a faint smile. The anger from being dismissed had long dissipated, overshadowed by the fortune he had just won. Having worked tirelessly for 8 years since he was 17, he had saved over 300,000 yuan. Winning the lottery had made that 8 years of labor seem trivial, and the disappointment of being laid off was quickly forgotten. After pouring your heart into a company for 6 years, only to be unceremoniously let go, who would be satisfied? Zhang Xian observed his friend closely, trying to discern whether Chen Xiaoyun was genuinely indifferent or merely concealing his feelings. What does it matter? A mere mid-level employee at a branch office can be easily discarded, Chen Xiaoyun said nonchalantly. Without a degree, the company hardly values you. If I had credentials, that overweight manager wouldn't have dared to fire me so casually. Ah, you arrived quite early, Xiaoyun. Qi Ming chimed in as he joined them. I've been waiting for ages. Why didn't you bring your girlfriend along? She couldn't take leave from work today. I'm off, or I wouldn't have made it either, Qi Ming replied, expressing the unfortunate reality of a worker's life, where taking time off is often a luxury. As the trio gathered, dishes began to arrive. Waiter, please bring 2 bottles of Feimao, Chen Xiaoyun called out, glancing at the drinks on the table. Hey, don't rip me off. 2 bottles of Feimao will nearly wipe out my monthly salary. Zhang Xian interjected hastily. 2 bottles of Fei Mao cost nearly 5,000 yuan. This meal is on me. Don't argue, Chen Xiaoyun insisted, waving his hand dismissively. Having won 400,000 yuan today, he felt justified in indulging a little. All right then, Zhang Xian conceded, recognizing Chen Xiaoyun's earnestness and thus refraining from further protest. The 2 bottles of Fei Mao arrived, and Chen Xiaoyun eagerly opened one. Let us savor it. In the past, I could only enjoy such luxuries when entertaining clients. Today, it's just the 3 of us, so let us drink to our heart's content. Zhang Xian took a sip, savoring the rich aroma. Indeed, you get what you pay for. This glass is worth several hundred yuan. It's not just alcohol we're drinking, it's money. What is the point in discussing such things? Come on, let us drink, Chen Xiaoyun urged, raising his glass. The 3 clinked their glasses together and began to eat and chat. Earning money these days is truly a challenge. That foolish boss not only refuses to raise our wages, but even wants to cut them. I've had enough, Qin Ming lamented after downing a glass. Exactly. In the past 2 years, the number of homebuyers has noticeably declined. Sometimes we only receive our basic salary. Sigh, Zhang Xian added, his expression mirroring their shared frustrations. All 3 of them lacked formal education, relegated to this line of work with little hope for advancement. The one who had managed to do slightly better, Chen Xiaoyun, had now experienced a layoff. Without diplomas, connections, or specialized skills, achieving success seemed nearly impossible. Isn't every laborer's job exhausting and filled with hardship? Chen Xiaoyun remarked. Let us not dwell on that. Let us enjoy the food and drink, he suggested, taking another sip of the expensive liquor which still felt fiery on his tongue. So, what are your plans for the future? Zhang Xian asked. What else can I do? After all these years of toil, I wish to take a proper break. Chen Xiaoyun replied, realizing he had long forgotten the last time he had truly rested. Then do take some time off. Zhang Xian encouraged. Indeed, since their acquaintance, they had never seen Chen Xiaoyun take a real break. They were aware of his background. His parents had passed away in an accident during his childhood, and he was raised by his grandfather. Following his grandfather's death, Chen Xiaoyun had not pursued further education, but had instead entered the workforce to support himself. After enjoying their meal and drinks, the 3 were pleasantly tipsy. Chen Xiaoyun settled the bill, and they bid farewell before each took a cab home. Upon returning to his rented apartment, Chen Xiaoyun lay down to sleep without even washing his feet. He slept soundly until morning, waking to find it was already past 10. What a delightful feeling. Chen Xiaoyun stretched, reveling in the comfort of a rare, leisurely morning without the pressures of an early commute or late-night projects. He had not dreamt of his grandfather in ages, yet last night he had. In his dream, his grandfather held his hand as they walked along the beach, the setting sun casting their elongated shadows. It had been 8 years since his last visit. Perhaps it was time to return home. With that thought, an overwhelming urge to reconnect with his roots surged within him. He pulled out his phone and promptly began booking a train ticket, ready to embark on his journey. His hometown was a charming coastal town in Nanguang Province, known for its stunning scenery and pleasant climate. Recalling the golden sands, azure waters, and melodious sea breezes, he felt a sense of determination. Without further hesitation, he called his landlord to inform her of his intent to vacate and return home that very day. The landlord simply requested he wait for her to inspect the apartment and return his deposit. Packing his belongings, he realized there was little to take, a few changes of clothes and a blanket, which he ultimately decided to leave behind. He had sold his electronics at a second-hand market. The landlord, a kind woman in her 50s, arrived and inspected the apartment, noting its cleanliness and lack of damage. Young man, are you leaving for good? You're not taking the blanket? She asked, genuinely concerned. Just going home for a while. I'll see what happens next. Chen Xiaoyun replied. The landlord, understanding the situation, returned his deposit without further questions. With a suitcase in hand and a backpack slung over his shoulder, Chen Xiaoyun departed from the city where he had toiled for 8 years. On the bus, he sent a message to Zhang Xian and Qi Ming to inform them of his return home. They exchanged farewell wishes without any pleas for him to stay. The high-speed train took him only to the county seat, arriving in Dongning County, a fictional place, where he was greeted by a familiar scent of home. To reach his hometown, he had to switch to a local bus. After disembarking, he found himself 2 or 3 kilometers from Qinjia village. Driver, please take me to Qinjia village, Chen Xiaoyun instructed as he hired a 3-wheeled vehicle. Qinjia village lay by the sea. Gazing at the familiar yet foreign landscape, Chen Xiaoyun hesitated, overwhelmed by nostalgia. It had been 8 years since he had last visited, and the village had undergone significant changes, now boasting paved roads and new to 3-story houses that showcased its transformation. As he dragged his suitcase along the concrete path, he noticed the village was quiet, with hardly anyone in sight at 5 in the afternoon. At the eastern edge of the village, a 2-story building stands resolutely, its walls weathered and worn. In the courtyard, a tall lychee tree rises, its fruit still small, merely the size of a fingernail. This is the home of Chen Xiaoyun, where his roots lie. Chapter 3. Jade Pearl. A Tulane cement road stretches from the front of the courtyard into the distance, following the coastline toward the next village. Contrary to Chen Xiaoyun's expectations, the spacious yard is not overgrown with weeds. Although the ground has not been paved with concrete, it is clean and level. The towering lychee tree provides a canopy, like an umbrella, casting shade over half the yard. As he gazes at the familiar entrance of his home, Chen Xiaoyun is engulfed in deep nostalgia, recalling childhood days spent beneath the tree, catching cicadas and listening to his grandfather's stories. Memories of the past vividly resurface. With an overwhelming sense of longing, Chen Xiaoyun steps forward and examines the lock on the door, only to find it unlocked. He pushes the door open and steps inside. The interior is also clean and dust-free, indicating that it is regularly maintained. Moreover, the electricity is still functioning, and there's been no power outage. The 2-story house consists of 4 rooms on the lower floor and 4 on the upper, arranged in a traditional style. The staircase is located within the house. The balcony faces the sea, offering a view of the waves relentlessly crashing against the shore. Standing on the balcony, he is met with a vast expanse of azure, where the distant sky meets the horizon. Chen Xiaoyun inspects each room, each space a repository of his childhood memories, a tapestry of experiences from his first 17 years. He sets down his suitcase and backpack and approaches his former bedroom. He glances into his grandfather's room, where the wooden bed has succumbed to the humid climate, rotting from lack of use. Who is in there? Is Xiaoyun back? Calls a voice, slightly aged, from the courtyard. Hearing the voice, Chen Xiaoyun steps out of the room and onto the balcony. He sees an elderly man, in his 60s, resembling a farmer, with hair now speckled with gray. The man is his second grandfather, the younger brother of his grandfather. Second grandfather, it's me, Xiaoyun. I'm back. Chen Xiaoyun calls out to the elder. Is it really you, Xiaoyun? Where have you been all these years? The elder, Chen Jiangwen, looks at the tall and handsome young man before him and recognizes a familiar resemblance to his late brother. I went out to earn a living, second grandfather. You didn't even inform us of your return. I thought there was an intruder when I saw the lights on. Chen Jiangwen scolds lightly, though his eyes glisten with tears. He had feared that the only descendant of his late brother had met with misfortune after 8 years of silence. Of course, second grandfather. Chen Xiaoyun replies, feeling a swell of emotion, realizing the bond of blood that still ties them together. Have you eaten? Come down quickly for dinner. Chen Jiangwen insists, his tone softening despite the reprimand. Chen Xiaoyun descends the stairs and accompanies his second grandfather to his home. Second grandmother. Upon entering, he greets an elderly woman. Who is this? Wang Huilan exclaims, astonished at the sight of the young man. Second grandmother, it's me, Xiaoyun. I've returned. He smiles warmly. Xiaoyun, it's you. Dear child, how wonderful that you're back. Come in and eat. Wang Huilan rushes to fetch an extra set of bowls and chopsticks. Where are Uncle Minsheng and Auntie? Chen Xiaoyun inquires. Uncle Minsheng and your aunt are running a fruit shop in the county and R&T home, Chen Jiangwen replies. At that moment, a young man in his 20s emerges from the house. Grandfather, who is this? Chen Xiaohu asks, recognizing yet feeling a distance from Chen Xiaoyun. This is your brother, Xiaoyun, the son of your great-uncle, Chen Jiangwen explains. Brother Xiaoyun, you're back. Chen Xiaohu exclaims in surprise, then joyfully. Xiaohu. Chen Xiaoyun smiles and nods at his younger cousin, who has grown from a snot-nosed child into a young man. Brother Xiaoyun, where have you been all these 8 years? Chen Xiaohu asks curiously. I just want to work in a big city in the neighboring province after my great-uncle passed away. Chen Xiaoyun responds succinctly. Sit down to eat. You've been gone for 8 years. I almost didn't recognize you. Wang Huilan chatters as she serves him food. Thank you, second grandmother. Chen Xiaoyun expresses his gratitude as he accepts the meal. After being apart for 8 years, he feels the warmth of family that does not treat him as a stranger, enveloping him in comfort. Where's Xiaolong? Chen Xiaoyun asks during dinner. Xiaolong is the older brother of Chen Xiaohu and the eldest grandson of his second grandfather. a diligent student at university. Mentioning Xiaolong brings a smile to Chen Xiaoyun's face. And what about Xiaohu? How is he managing at home? Chen Xiaoyun inquires. At the mention of Xiaohu, the younger man's expression shifts slightly. Xiaohu isn't keen on studying. After finishing high school, he just stays home, spending his days fishing and playing. Wang Huilan explains without any hint of blame. After all, familial bonds remain strong, and despite Xiaohu's lack of ambition, his second grandparents are not critical of him. I'm just trying to start a business locally, also to keep you company, so you aren't lonely, Chen Xiaohu sweetly remarks, eliciting laughter from his grandparents. Starting a business at home is indeed commendable. It allows one to spend time with the elderly. Chen Xiaoyun nods in agreement. Nowadays, it's not easy to find work outside. Second grandfather, you must have taken care of the house all these years? Chen Xiaoyun asks. Without someone to tend to it, the yard would surely be overgrown with weeds, and the house would be in disrepair after 7 or 8 years. That is the only inheritance left by my brother. I wouldn't let it fall into ruin. If you ever returned, you would still have a home, Chen Xiaoyun sighs. As they eat and chat, Chen Xiaoyun feels a long-lost warmth enveloping him. Perhaps it is his return that has brought joy to his second grandfather. As he finishes an extra bowl of rice. After dinner, it is already past 6, and the sun is nearing the horizon. The orange glow of sunset casts a golden shimmer upon the sea, sparkling like crushed gold dust. I need to buy a bed and some daily necessities in town. Chen Xiaoyun states, intending to stay for a while. Wait here, Brother Xiaoyun. Chen Xiaohu quickly brings out an electric tricycle. Let us go. All right. Chen Xiaoyun climbs onto the tricycle. The village is merely 2 to 3 kilometers from the town, a short distance. As they ride, the gentle sea breeze refreshes him, making Chen Xiaoyun feel relaxed and at ease. Brother Xiaoyun, why did you leave without a word? My father and grandfather searched for you for a long time and even reported to the police. They only felt reassured when the police said you were out of the province, Chen Xiaohu asks while driving. At that time, I was feeling low and didn't want to trouble second grandfather and Uncle Minsheng, so I thought I would leave home to forge my own path. Chen Xiaoyun replies calmly. Were you afraid of dragging the family down if you got into college, and couldn't afford tuition? Chen Xiaohu candidly suggests. Chen Xiaoyun remained silent, not responding. He had excellent grades, ranking among the top 10 in the county, and getting into a good university was certainly within reach. However, after his grandfather's passing, the family had no financial means to support him, and with Uncle Minsheng's family already supporting Xiaolong and Xiao, it would be impossible to add Chen Xiaoyun to their burden. In his youth, he had only thought of not wanting to be a burden to his relatives, which is why he had left in secret. Upon arriving in town, Chen Xiaohu leads Chen Xiaoyun in purchasing a new bed, a mat, toiletries, and a plethora of daily necessities. There's no way all this will fit on your tricycle. Chen Xiaoyun scratched his head. The bed shop would deliver the pots and pans. He could manage that on his own. Chen Xiaohu waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was no trouble. All right then, I'll buy an electric motorcycle for convenient travel. Chen Xiaoyun nodded in agreement. Good, I'll take you back first. After parting ways with Chen Xiaohu, Chen Xiaoyun headed to the store selling electric vehicles. He spent 3,000 yuan on a rather decent electric motorcycle. Riding at home, he had the items delivered as well. After over an hour of tidying up, the place finally resembled a home. I'm heading back now. I'll come find you tomorrow, Brother Xiaoyun. After spending half the day organizing, Chen Xiaohu was utterly exhausted. Upon returning home, Chen Xiaoyun stood on the balcony, gazing at the moonlight cascading silver rays across the ground and shimmering on the sea, feeling a profound sense of tranquility within. Finally, he was back. This was his true home. The sound of waves crashing against the shore 200 meters away prompted him to take a stroll along the beach. His home was only about 200 meters from the coastline. Descending the stairs, crossing the road, and walking a few dozen meters brought him to the shore, where he stepped down onto the sand. During heavy rains and strong winds, the waves could reach the embankment. On the beach, he felt the soft sand beneath his feet, with the sea occasionally splashing against him, soaking his feet before retreating like a playful child. This tranquility had eluded him for a long time. The beach was pristine, untouched by development, and the tourism industry in this coastal town was rather underdeveloped. The beach near Chenjikan rarely saw visitors. Just as Chen Xiaoyun was savoring this serene moment, he felt something hard beneath his feet. Looking down, he spotted a glowing jade bead. Bending down to pick up the pebble-sized bead, It glimmered faintly in the moonlight. "Is this a pearl?" Chen Xiaoyun exclaimed, his face lighting up. A stroll on the beach had yielded a treasure. Such a large pearl must be worth a considerable sum. He had heard pearls were valuable. Delighted by this unexpected windfall, he lost interest in wandering the beach and returned home immediately. Once home, however, the light on the jade bead disappeared under the lamp. It appeared to transform into an ordinary pearl. After studying it for a while, sleepiness overcame him. He placed the bead under his pillow and drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he found himself in a vast, white expanse, desperately running to escape this unknown realm. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. After what felt like an eternity, he stumbled upon a spring. Water bubbled from the spring, crystal clear and exuding a faint fragrance. Gasping for breath, Chen Xiaoyun knelt and drank deeply, not stopping until he was satisfied. Suddenly jolted awake, he glanced out the window to find daylight breaking. Checking his phone, he saw it was already 6:30. The sky by the sea brightened a bit earlier. He exhaled, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. Rubbing his head, he recalled the pearl he had found by the sea. But when he lifted his pillow, the jade bead had vanished. "What's going on? I distinctly placed it under my pillow. Was this some supernatural occurrence? Had he not really found a pearl last night?" In the next moment, Chen Xiaoyun felt disoriented, suddenly transported back to that vast, white space. What is happening? Have I returned to the dream? He was startled. As the mist dissipated, he found himself in a 1-acre space, with a spring bubbling in the center, exactly like the one he had sipped from in his dream. At that moment, he felt he was experiencing something fantastical. Simultaneously, a thatched cottage appeared before him. Chapter 4. Going fishing. Gathering his courage, Chen Xiaoyun approached the cottage. Inside, there was only a stone table with a book resting upon it. The book bore 3 ancient characters which he could not decipher. Reaching out, he touched the ancient tome, and in an instant, it transformed into countless golden beams of light, flooding into Chen Xiaoyun's mind, causing him to faint. When he awoke again, it was already 7 o'clock. A surge of memories flooded his consciousness. The jade bead he had picked up last night was called the Shanhai Pearl. It hadn't vanished, but had entered his mind. The spring in the pearl space was the legendary spiritual spring from Tales. The ancient book was titled Breathing Technique, a cultivation method of ancient alchemists. Chen Xiaoyun was left speechless, astonished that such fantastical events, usually confined to novels, were unfolding in his life. Focusing intently, he found himself in the space of the Shanhai Pearl. Observing the 1-acre expanse, he felt as if he were dreaming. Approaching the spiritual spring, he took a sip, and a wave of refreshment coursed through him, as if his energy channels had been unblocked. After exiting the space, he sat cross-legged on his bed and began to practice according to the breathing technique. Soon, his breathing altered, aligning with a certain rhythm, inhaling and exhaling. Following the instructions in the breathing technique, he completed a cycle, yet he noticed no physical changes, only a profound sense of well-being and vitality. These past few days had felt surreal. After being dismissed from his job, it felt like winning the lottery. Upon returning home, he stumbled upon the mystical Shanhai Pearl, transforming him into a protagonist of a novel, destined for greatness, invincible, striking down the local elder care center and kicking down the doors of the kindergarten. Surrounded by beauty and wealth, he was set to ascend to the pinnacle of life. Just as he reveled in his daydreams, a loud call shattered his fantasy. "Xiaoyun, are you up yet?" Chen Xiaohu's voice echoed from the yard. "I'm up," Chen Xiaoyun replied, getting out of bed, freshening up, and changing his clothes. "So early?" he asked, noticing Chen Xiaohu seated in the living room. "Early? By this time, I would usually be out fishing," Chen Xiaohu retorted. "Let's go. Didn't you say you wanted to visit granduncle and the others? We can go now and still have time to fish later." Chen Xiaohu, now a fishing enthusiast, hoped to drag his cousin into the hobby. This way, if their parents reprimanded him, he would have someone to share the blame with. "All right, let us go." Chen Xiaoyun nodded, skipping breakfast. He followed Chen Xiaohu downstairs. Their second uncle, Chen Jiangwen, was already waiting for them below. "Second uncle, are you coming too?" "Yes," he said. "Xiaohu told me you wanted to visit your grandfather's grave, so I'll accompany you." The 3 of them made their way to the mountains behind the village, where the cemetery of Chenjikin was located. Chen Xiaoyun's grandparents and parents were all laid to rest nearby. Second uncle Chen Jiangwen took out incense, candles, and paper money. Chen Xiaoyun received the incense and paper, saying, "Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Mama, come to see you." It had been 8 long years since Chen Xiaoyun last paid his respects. "Brother, Xiaoyun is back. You can rest easy now," second uncle Chen Jiangwen said, puffing on his pipe, as if relieved of a burden. After paying respects to his grandparents and parents, they returned to the village and went to second uncle's house for breakfast. The meal was simple, shrimp porridge accompanied by a few side dishes. After breakfast, it was already past 9, and the sun was blazing, making the idea of stepping outside unappealing. As summer approached, the southern coastal region was becoming quite hot. "Let's go, Brother Xiaoyun, time to fish," Chen Xiaohu exclaimed, riding his electric tricycle loaded with fishing rods, nets, live fish containers, oxygen pumps, and other fishing gear. With that setup, he resembled a true fishing aficionado. "Xiaoyun, if you're free, go have some fun with your brother and fish a bit," second uncle Chen Jiangwen suggested. "All right, let us go." Chen Xiaoyun nodded, eager to relax and enjoy himself. Fishing was a delightful way to forget worries and stress. To avoid getting sunburnt, Chen Xiaoyun changed into a long-sleeved shirt and commandeered the sun hat worn by Chen Xiaohu. He then hopped on his electric motorcycle, following Chen Xiaohu toward a nearby bay. Upon reaching their destination, Chen Xiaohu began to set up his fishing gear. "Brother Xiaoyun, this is my treasure spot, and no one knows about it. Today, I will help you catch a plethora of big fish," Chen Xiaohu proclaimed with unwavering confidence. "Ah, a plethora of fish. If I managed to catch one, I would consider a blessing," Chen Xiaoyun replied, lifting a 3.6-meter sea rod, baiting it with a sea cockroach, and casting it forcefully into the ocean, landing it more than 20 meters away. The challenge of sea fishing is significantly greater than that of river fishing. The vast expanse of the ocean provides fish with a wide range of movement. Baiting the area can be quite costly, with no guarantee of success. Before leaving home, he had frequently fished, so he was no stranger to the art. Yet, he had forgotten that was nearly 7 or 8 years ago. The coastal area appeared devoid of fellow anglers, indicating a rather secluded location. Before long, Chen Xiaohu had everything set up, including a live streaming rig, and he began broadcasting. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoyun's initial cast remained motionless, the float failing to register any movement. Intrigued by Chen Xiaohu's preparations, Chen Xiaoyun inquired, "What are you doing? Live streaming fishing?" "Brother Xiaoyun, this is my main endeavor, live streaming while fishing at the shore," Chen Xiaohu replied, brimming with pride. With the rise of the internet era, the live streaming industry had burgeoned. Countless individuals, inspired by those who had struck it rich through streaming, plunged headlong into the field, and Chen Xiaohu was among them. "Oh, how many followers do you have?" Chen Xiaoyun asked. Not many, just a few hundred," Chen Xiaohu admitted, his confidence waning. Chen Xiaoyun pressed further. "A few hundred? How many exactly?" 300 plus. "Oh, that's quite sparse," Chen Xiaoyun remarked. "With just over 300 followers, you might as well be competing with a dog for this livelihood. And how many are watching your stream?" Chen Xiaoyun inquired again. "About 10, I suppose," Chen Xiaohu replied, sounding deflated. After nearly a year in the industry, he had seen little progress. Initially, he was drawn to the prospect of making money from live streaming while fishing, witnessing others soar to success through generous donations. He had even declined his parents' invitations to assist with their fruit business in the county. "Ah, Air Force One is streaming again." A comment floated through the chat. Chen Xiaohu's streaming account was named Xiao Number 1, but due to his lack of success, viewers had mockingly dubbed him Air Force One. With only 6 viewers present, the situation was almost pitiable. "Air Force One, if you can't catch any fish, are you planning to collect clams instead?" Another comment taunted, causing Chen Xiaohu to feel exasperated. He couldn't fathom why, but ever since he began live streaming his fishing endeavors, he had rarely caught anything, earning him the derisive nickname. In the past, he had been able to catch various fish, but today he was determined to shake off the title of Air Force One. After gathering some sea cockroaches from the rocky shore, he resumed fishing. After what felt like an eternity, the float finally wiggled slightly, and Chen Xiaoyun swiftly raised his rod, successfully hooking a small stone fish. "This one barely fills the gap between my teeth," he exclaimed, shaking his head as he tossed the fish back. Half an hour passed swiftly, yet Chen Xiaohu's float remained still. The few bored viewers in the chat began to comment again. "Hello everyone, I'm just drifting in Changzhou." "Hello everyone, I'm heartbroken in Qishan." Each comment felt like a slap in the face to Chen Xiaohu. He had boasted about a bountiful catch, yet he was left with nothing but silence. An hour later, Chen Xiaoyun's patience was wearing thin. After catching just one small stone fish, there had been no further bites. At this rate, he feared he would be branded Air Force for the day. Truth be told, although the two brothers had grown up by the sea, they were not particularly adept at fishing. Their previous trips had relied heavily on luck. This will not do. I refuse to return empty-handed, Chen Xiaoyun thought, recalling a mystical spring he had read about in a novel. The spring was said to have miraculous properties, capable of enhancing fish catches and cultivating crops, leading to a life of abundance. He wondered if his own spring possessed such extraordinary powers. Chapter 5. The Bounty of Fish. Unable to contain his curiosity, Chen Xiaoyun was eager to try it out. Family, please send some love my way. I appreciate you, Chen Xiaohu weakly shouted. You can't catch any fish and still expect love? What a joke. A comment pierced through, striking Chen Xiaohu's heart. The number of viewers had dwindled to 3. How about you switch tactics and fish from the shore for smaller stone fish? This should be easier to catch. Another comment dripped with sarcasm. Chen Xiaoyun shook his head. Being a fishing streamer was far from a lucrative endeavor. He stepped behind Chen Xiaohu, took the container of sea cockroaches, and discreetly added a drop of spring water. Mixing it in, let us add a touch of magic. I refuse to believe I can't catch any fish today, he whispered to himself. After changing the bait, with the enhanced sea cockroach attached to the hook, Chen Xiaoyun cast at a modest distance of 10 meters, hoping to catch smaller fish first. Not long after, the float suddenly submerged, as if something had violently tugged at it. With keen eyes, Chen Xiaoyun swiftly raised his rod, feeling an intense pull. I've hooked something. What? You've hooked something? Chen Xiaohu exclaimed, noticing the rod bending into a dramatic arc. He quickly shifted the camera to Chen Xiaoyun's side. Oh, he really has hooked a fish. The 3 viewers in the live chat were equally astonished, having expected Air Force One to face yet another disappointing day. This feels substantial. It should be a good catch, Chen Xiaoyun thought as he reeled in the line. A minute later, a hefty black sea bream emerged from the water, weighing over 3 pounds. Brother, wait for me to net the fish, Chen Xiaohu called out, lifting the camera while wielding the net to capture the black bream. Family, we've got a fish. This one must weigh over 5 pounds. Chen Xiaohu shouted with exhilaration. You really believe that? If it weighs 5 pounds, I'll eat it myself. Upstairs. I heard your calculations all the way from the northwest. Chen Xiaohu dismissed the viewer's skepticism, considering it absurd that they would come to weigh the fish from behind screen. Not bad, not bad. Today, I'm finally not Air Force anymore. With the first fish caught, Chen Xiaohu's viewer count rose to around 10. Chen Xiaoyun rolled his eyes at his brother's exuberance. 5 pounds? Are all streamers this exaggerated nowadays? Brother, that fish is probably only around 3 to 4 pounds. Chen Xiaohu joyfully placed the fish into a live well, activating the oxygen supply to keep it fresh. He had invested a significant amount in acquiring the live well to ensure any fish caught remained lively. 3 to 4 pounds? That's the price for selling directly to seafood shops. They might offer a better price. If sold to a fishmonger, it would likely be around 5 to 6 pounds. Chen Xiaoyun paid little mind to his brother's claims. The moment of catching a fish was intoxicating, a feeling that was hard to resist. Continuing to bait with the sea cockroach, he cast further this time, reaching 20 meters out. It was challenging to catch larger fish near the shore, as they were highly cautious. Though rocky areas could conceal fish, they were primarily smaller ones. After 5 minutes of waiting, the float finally showed signs of movement. The moment it sank, Chen Xiaoyun swiftly raised his rod again, feeling the familiar thrill as he hooked another fish. Family, I've hooked a big one again, Chen Xiaohu shouted as he turned the camera towards Chen Xiaoyun. Everyone, we've hooked another big one. Unbeknownst to them, a viewer had playfully commented, turning the moment into a delightful jest. The grip of fortune was remarkably favorable, as mere minutes had passed before another fish was caught. Nearby, an unfortunate angler, unable to land a single catch, gazed longingly at the live stream, his eyes brimming with envy. The sea, abundant in resources, stands in stark contrast to our inland waters, where one often returns empty-handed during wild fishing excursions, let alone landing a trophy fish. The bow of the fishing rod bent with considerable force, suggesting yet another hefty catch. Streamer, where's the location? Indeed, fishing without sharing the location is akin to going to the restroom without toilet paper. As the catches kept coming, the viewer count in Chen Xiaohu's live stream surged to around 30, filling him with exhilaration. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoyun was swiftly reeling in, exerting tremendous effort against the thrashing fish. In a mere 3 to 4 minutes, the creature broke the surface. "Goodness, a giant grouper!" Chen Xiaohu exclaimed with delight, eagerly directing the camera towards the impressive fish. Just by its size, it must weigh at least 5 to 6 pounds. This was a wild green grouper, worth about 150 per pound in the market. A knowledgeable viewer chimed in. "Isn't that worth 700-800 for just one fish?" At that moment, a weary worker in the chat expressed his envy. "Having to toil all day for barely 200. While others fish for a day, I must work 3 to 4 days just to match that. Wake up, buddy. It's sheer luck for them to catch such a hefty fish. If you went, you might not even catch one in a month." The barrage of comments in the live stream intensified. Chen Xiaohu, as exuberant as a husky, placed the green grouper into the live fish box. "This is pure profit. Just this one fish could fetch 700 to 800. Observing the consecutive catches, Chen Xiaoyun silently acknowledged the undeniable efficacy of the spiritual spring water. Without hesitation, he rebaited his hook and cast again. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaohu lost interest in fishing and became Chen Xiaoyun's cameraman. The subsequent catches were smaller, weighing around a pound each, including black bream and yellowtail, yet still better than going home empty-handed. As the stream of successful catches continued, the viewer count surged, nearing 100. Suddenly, the fishing line snapped taut, the sound slicing through the air, jarring many viewers. "Everyone, we've hooked another big one." After landing a few smaller fish, another large one struck. The fish fought fiercely, pulling line with relentless vigor, as the reel screeched in protest. Chen Xiaoyun adjusted the drag, quickly retrieving line and resisting the fish's powerful surges. This rod, paired with heavy line, was well equipped to handle the challenge. After an arduous battle of 6 to 7 minutes, he finally brought the fish ashore. "Look, another large green grouper, nearly 10 pounds. Chen Xiaohu excitedly narrating the scene. "Hold on, this is the cameraman. The real angler is the one fishing," one viewer corrected. "This cameraman is incompetent. It took so long to find the angler." Another chimed in, "Cameraman, I'm a huge fan. Can I get this grouper shipped to me?" "Cameraman, if he dares to ask today, he'll dare to steal tomorrow. Call the police." The chat erupted in laughter, momentarily overshadowing the joy of the catch. Chen Xiaohu felt exhausted, wondering how he had been relegated to the role of cameraman. To be fair, the angler is somewhat handsome. "Is it a lady up there? Miss, can we connect on WeChat? Get lost, I'm a guy." Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoyun, brimming with enthusiasm, continued casting without paying heed to Chen Xiaohu's live stream antics. With the apparent advantage of luck, he kept reeling in fish seamlessly. The next 7 or 8 casts yielded 1 to 2 pound stone bass, which he did not discard. Though small, stone bass have tender meat and are delectable whether steamed or in soup. After successfully catching several stone bass, Chen Xiaoyun shook his head, deciding to cast further into deeper waters, launching the line a full 50 meters. Not long after, the bobber displayed signs of activity. Suddenly, it plunged and with keen focus. Chen Xiaoyun lifted his rod to set the hook. A powerful bend formed as the reel emitted a steady stream of line. "This fish isn't large," he remarked. Not large." Chen Xiaohu assumed they had hooked another big one. Indeed, the pull is not as fierce as the previous two. As Chen Xiaoyun reeled in, he nodded in affirmation. Moments later, a vibrant red fish surfaced. "Wait, it's a coral trout," Chen Xiaohu exclaimed in astonishment. The chat erupted with excitement. This coral trout should weigh over 5 pounds. Such a large wild coral trout is quite valuable. Anything over 5 pounds can sell for 700 to 800 per pound. You are underestimating it. Wild specimens above 5 pounds can fetch over 1,000. Brother, that is a coral trout. It's extremely expensive. Chen Xiaohu was elated. He had once seen someone catch such a rare fish and felt an overwhelming sense of envy. The fish's slender shape, deep red color, and sharp teeth pulsated with vitality, affirming the streamer's authenticity. There were indeed no fish hooks on the ocean floor. Excellent. After landing the fish, Chen Xiaoyun was thrilled to have caught a coral trout. Chen Xiaohu carefully placed it into the live fish box, which was nearing capacity. "If only we could catch a few more of these sizable coral trouts." Chen Xiaohu gazed at the beautifully crimson fish, pondering aloud. "Catch a few more? Just landing one is already remarkable luck. You think you can catch more?" Chen Xiaoyun felt his companion was a bit naive. Without the advantage of luck, he would likely have returned with only a few small stone bass. With the coral trout caught, Chen Xiaoyun's spirits soared as he baited his hook once more. The streamer's fortune seemed boundless, having not only caught numerous fish but also a prize coral trout. Is the streamer using cheats? Cameraman, someone dropped a pack of cigarettes on my car. Send an address, and I'll deliver it. Don't trust him, he's revealing our spot. Tomorrow the shore will be crowded. Everyone, give me some hearts. The streamer is my brother. If any fans on a fish, come find me. Chen Xiaoyun was overjoyed, casually embracing his role as cameraman, as his stream had never attracted so many viewers. With over 300 watching live, it was nearing his total follower count. Chen Xiaoyun remained focused on the bobber, donning a sun hat that obscured his face from the camera. After a few minutes, the bobber suddenly sank, and with sharp eyes, Chen Xiaoyun swiftly lifted the rod to hook the fish. A tremendous force surged through him. The thrill of hooking a fish was exhilarating. The reel screeched as line poured out, the fish diving deep into the ocean. Everyone, we've hooked another one. Chen Xiaoyun waved the live, streaming rod, exuberantly expressing the excitement, as if he were the one reeling in the fish. What luck! It's truly enviable. This must be a beginner's luck. I refuse to believe anyone can have such fortune. Does anyone know the location? Your sister-in-law is home alone. Asking the viewers is futile. You should inquire with the cameraman. Another big fish. I'd love to take a swing at that cameraman. At this moment, Chen Xiaoyun felt his blood boiling, pulling line with fervor as he battled the formidable fish. The exhilaration was unparalleled, captivating countless fishing enthusiasts who found themselves entranced by the thrill. After an intense struggle of more than 10 minutes, Chen Xiaoyun finally dragged the mighty fish ashore. Dear family, behold this magnificent tiger grouper, adorned in a splendid golden hue. A true gem among its kind. Its size, I estimate, exceeds 10 pounds. Chen Xiaoyun joyfully introduced, patting the net containing the fish. Ah, what a thrill! Chen Xiaoyun exhaled, feeling a slight strain in his arms after reeling in so many large catches. Brother, you are truly remarkable. Your luck is simply extraordinary. Chen Xiaoyun could not help but praise. It had been a long time since he experienced such a bountiful catch. Previously, he had only managed to reel in smaller fish like the stonefish and black bream, with the occasional 2-pounder on a good day. Is this streamer the son of Poseidon, continuously hooking such large fish? I'm utterly envious, exclaimed a viewer. My teeth are on edge. Chen Xiaoyun smiled lightly. It's nothing. With just a slight effort, I am invincible. Chen Xiaoyun was momentarily choked by his own saliva. How had he not noticed that his older cousin could be so boastful? The live stream fell into a brief silence before a barrage of comments erupted. This rascal is indeed full of himself. What should we do? It's quite distressing. Ah, me too. I can't help but want to hit him. A group of envious anglers, separated by the screen, wish they could kick Chen Xiaoyun into the sea. Streamer, your sister-in-law is home alone. Give me the address, and I'll come over immediately. Upstairs, stop drooling. How could you possibly hope to know such a treasure spot? Exactly. Unless you bring along 2 sisters. Ha ha. Big brother upstairs. The location is, hurry over. As more and more viewers joined the live stream, Chen Xiaoyun grinned foolishly. If daily broadcasts attracted such a crowd, he would surely become famous. As the sea cockroaches he had caught were nearly exhausted, Chen Xiaoyun seized a smaller stone fish, replaced it with a larger hook, and, turning his back to the camera, squatted down. He administered a drop of spiritual spring water to the stone fish, then hooked it and cast it into the water. The bait did not travel far, approximately 30 meters. Yet the stone fish, invigorated by the drop of spring water, swam energetically toward the depths. Chen Xiaoyun released the line, allowing it to drift further into the sea. He wished to see if this method could attract a colossal catch. Even if he failed, losing just a drop of spiritual spring water was inconsequential. Oh, the streamer aims to catch something gigantic. He is even using a fish as bait. If he manages to catch a giant, I will eat my hat on live stream. Upstairs, stop trying to mooch off free food. I adore this live stream. Everyone here is so talented and articulate. Brother, if there are no sea cockroaches, just ask me to catch some. Why waste a fish? Chen Xiaoyun queried, puzzled. I'm merely experimenting to see if there are any giants in this area. Chen Xiaoyun replied calmly. But can a single stone fish really attract a giant? Chen Xiaoyun questioned skeptically. Exactly, the photographer is right. Indeed, the photographer speaks the truth. The chat was flooded with agreement. Chen Xiaoyun ignored them. intent only on testing the remarkable effects of the spring water. The stone fish tug at the line, swimming towards deeper waters. Over 200 meters away, in the depths, a colossal creature chased after smaller fish. Suddenly, as if sensing something, it abandoned its pursuit and swam swiftly in another direction. Chen Xiaoyun patiently awaited, his gaze fixed on the bobber being pulled further away. It was as if the spring water had sharpened his vision. Even at 100 meters, he could see the bobber clearly. After a mere 10 minutes, the bobber vanished, and the fishing line abruptly tightened. Observing the bobber's disappearance, Chen Xiaoyun swiftly lifted the rod to set the hook, striking true. A tremendous force tugged at him, nearly dragging him into the sea. What the? Chen Xiaoyun couldn't help but curse. I've hooked a fish. Chen Xiaohu, who had been watching the chat, turned to see Chen Xiaoyun's rod bent perilously, almost breaking. The sound of the line slicing through the water was a melodious symphony. The reel emitted warning signals as 200 meters of line rapidly vanished. It's enormous, Chen Xiaoyun exclaimed, fearing the rod might snap or the line might break. Was he truly reeling in a giant? The viewers in the live stream could scarcely believe it. As they chatted, they were witnessing the capture of a colossal fish. It was a swift slap to the face of disbelief. Chen Xiaoyun furiously cranked the reel, determined not to let the fish escape. Streamer, hold on. Don't let the fish swim away. Chapter 7. A bountiful harvest. Chen Xiaohu appeared equally tense, fearing that Chen Xiaoyun might be dragged into the sea, or worse, lose the fish to a broken rod or line. It seemed likely that this fish was immense. Should it escape, he would be left feeling despondent. Unable to sleep that night, Chen Xiaoyun exerted every ounce of strength, frantically reeling in the line, unwilling to let the fish retreat into deeper waters. If it got entangled in the rocks, there would be no hope of landing it. The crank of the reel spun with such fervor that it left a blur, and fortunately, the line was sturdy. Otherwise, it would have snapped long ago under such strain. When Chen Xiaohu sold the fishing rod, it was not for a bargain. The rod and reel were still reliable. Had they been cheap, low-quality gear, they would have broken long ago upon encountering such a leviathan. Suddenly, a massive figure erupted from the surface of the sea over 100 meters away, a colossal sea bass. Its enormous head thrashing violently as it attempted to shake free the hook. Chen Xiaoyun gripped the rod tightly, determined to prevent the fish from escaping. The camera captured the moment the sea bass leapt from the water, sending a shower of droplets into the air. What the heck? Such a large fish? The viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement. Even at a distance, they could clearly see the splashes and the massive creature's form. That sea bass is truly remarkable. I'm at a loss for words. I am in awe of the streamer's luck. Oh, dream fish, why isn't it me reeling you in? At this moment, I can only shout, get off the hook. Me too. I want to see the expression on the streamer's face if the fish escapes. Me too. Me too. Together they cried, get off the hook. Get off the hook. The anglers in the live stream were filled with envy, their desires palpable. Chen Xiaohu, too, disregarded the comments, focusing the camera solely on the colossal creature. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity must not be squandered. Otherwise, he would have no place as a streamer. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoyun's expression was resolute as he braced against the rod, maintaining tension on the line to prevent it from slackening and risking a lost catch. The handle of the reel spun so rapidly it nearly sparked. The giant fish leaped from the water again, shaking its head fiercely. The immense power pulled against him, as if it sought to drag him into the depths. Yet, Chen Xiaoyun remained steadfast, his stance solid as if anchored to the rocks, immovable as a mountain. This fierce battle raged for nearly half an hour before the exhausted creature was finally dragged ashore by Chen Xiaoyun. The anglers in the live stream witnessed the entire spectacle, and Chen Xiaohu's audience count surged past 1,000. As the fish was pulled onto the shore, Chen Xiaoyun nearly collapsed from exhaustion. My goodness, this fish must be over a meter long. How massive! Chen Xiaohu exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement at the sight of the enormous sea bass. Dear family, have you ever seen such a large sea bass? I must ask, have you ever seen anything like this? Chen Xiaohu directed the camera toward the giant, his tone brimming with bravado. Is this sea bass for real? Could be edited? The video cannot be edited. Winking smile, alas. How could such a magnificent fish be caught by them? It is utterly disheartening. Indeed, witnessing their success in fishing is more painful than death itself. Photographer, your 3 sisters are at home. quickly send over the address. In the future, if you still refer to me as Air Force One, I must ask, who else is there? At this moment, Chen Xiaoyun resembles a conspicuous peacock, flaunting his catch ostentatiously. TCH, photographer, why the arrogance? Did you catch this fish? How boastful. Indeed, it was the streamer who caught it. What does it have to do with you? Show your true face. Exactly, show your true face. Chen Xiaoyun sat on the beach, observing Chen Xiaoyun's showboating, even lying down to compare lengths with the fish. After enough of his display, Chen Xiaoyun finally ended the live stream. Brother Xiaoyun, come take a few photos for me as a keepsake. Chen Xiaoyun handed his phone to Chen Xiaoyun. What a flamboyant show-off. Chen Xiaoyun accepted the phone, while Chen Xiaoyun lifted the fish, snapping several photos together. Upon comparison, it was estimated to be around 1.5 to 6 meters long. Such a large sea bass likely weighed around 40 to 50 pounds. Brother Xiaoyun, would you like to take a few pictures too? After the photos, Chen Xiaoyun inquired. Well, why not? It's rare to catch such a large fish. A memento is in order. Chen Xiaoyun handed his phone to Chen Xiaoyun. After capturing a few images, Chen Xiaoyun changed his profile picture on his social media account to one with the large sea bass. Gazing at the day's haul, Chen Xiaoyun couldn't help but break into a silly grin. Today truly was a bountiful catch. With so many fish, they could fetch a handsome sum. Brother Xiaoyun, what should we do? This fish is too large. It won't fit in the live fish box. If it dies, it won't be worth much. Chen Xiaoyun looked at the large sea bass, troubled. The live fish box was insufficient, and without ice, if it were to die, they would lose a significant amount of money. No worries. We can always keep it for ourselves, Chen Xiaoyun said nonchalantly. Although the sea bass was large, it was not particularly valuable. Moreover, with the spirit spring at hand, he was not concerned about the fish dying. Let us hurry and sell it. Dead fish are worth far less than live ones. Chen Xiaoyun swiftly gathered the rods and gear, stuffing the fish's head into the live fish box, ensuring it had water and oxygen to prolong its life. While Chen Xiaoyun was busy preparing, Chen Xiaoyun discreetly added a drop of spirit spring water to the live fish box, ensuring the fish would survive. After securing the large base, he said, "Let us head to Gulong Town. It's a tourist area and more developed. We can sell it for a better price there." Gulong Town, adjacent to the coastal town, was just over 10 kilometers from their fishing spot. Chen Xiaoyun nodded in agreement. "Let us go." Chen Xiaoyun rode an electric tricycle, while Chen Xiaoyun rode his electric bike towards Gulong Town. After about 40 minutes, they arrived at Gulong Town, where the streets were bustling with tourists. This seaside town was beautifully developed, featuring villas and tall buildings. Along the way, many people turned their heads to gaze at the enormous fish on Chen Xiaoyun's vehicle, drawing their curiosity. Chen Xiaoyun was quite pleased, wishing to show off the sea base around the town. Upon arriving at the Penghu Seafood Hotel, the staff recognized they were there to deliver fish and promptly called the manager. Penghu Seafood Hotel is the largest seafood establishment in Gulong Town's tourist area, often receiving deliveries of precious wild sea fish, which was quite common. The manager, a man in his 40s, greeted them with a smile. "Hello, gentlemen. I'm the manager. Lou, let me clarify. We only purchase high-quality seafood. Let us first examine your catch." "Absolutely." Chen Xiaoyun nodded. They unloaded the large sea bass, which remained lively thanks to the spirit spring water. The manager immediately noticed the impressive fish. Although large, it wasn't particularly rare. However, its liveliness made it valuable. Placing it in an aquarium would attract many customers. As Chen Xiaoyun and Chen Xiaoyun unloaded the live fish box, it revealed several more large fish. "Oh, quite a haul," the manager remarked, visibly pleased. There was one E-star grouper, one tiger grouper, and 2 large green groupers, all weighing over 5 pounds, along with a sizable black bream weighing over 3 pounds. Truly a good catch. The manager, however, had no interest in the smaller fish. "Quickly, bring over a large live fish box," he instructed. A fish of such size, whether sold or displayed in the aquarium, would be a profitable venture. "Gentlemen, this large sea bass is quite a rarity, alive no less. I can offer you 800 per pound. The East-Star grouper, weighing over 5 pounds. I'll give you 800 per pound as well. The 2 green groupers, 150 per pound, and the tiger grouper, with its splendid golden color, also 150 per pound. The black bream at 80 per pound. What do you say? Isn't the East-Star grouper over 5 pound supposed to fetch 1,000 per pound online?" Chen Xiaoyun couldn't help but ask. "Brother, That price is for what we sell it for at the hotel. You can't expect us to buy it at the retail price, Manager Lu explained. All right, we'll accept your offer. Chen Xiaoyun nodded, finding the price reasonable. Soon, the large sea bass, East Star grouper, Tiger grouper, 2 green groupers, and a black bream were weighed. The sea bass weighed 52 pounds, totaling 41.60. The East Star grouper at 5 pounds 3 ounces, 42.40. The Tiger grouper at 12 pounds, 1,800. The green groupers combined for 14 pounds, 2,100, and the black bream at 3 pounds 4 ounces, 272. After some rounding, the total came to 12,570. Chen Xiaoyun was stunned, having made over 12,000 from a morning of fishing. With such earnings, why even bother working? Chen Xiaoyun was equally taken aback. This haul equaled a white-collar worker's monthly salary. Previously, he had toiled for a lowly position in a company, earning less than 10,000. Why work at all? No need to double-check. I trust you, Manager Lu, Chen Xiaoyun stated. Excellent, brother. I'll transfer the funds to you right away. Manager Lu promptly initiated a transfer. Upon seeing the notification of 12,570 yuan, Chen Xiaoyun nodded in satisfaction. What are your names, brothers? If you have more catches like this in the future, feel free to call me directly. Manager Lu handed Chen Xiaoyun his business card. We are the Chen brothers. I am Chen Xiaoyun, and this is Chen Xiaoyun. Chen Xiaoyun accepted the card. Take care, you too. If you have more fine catches, do not hesitate to contact me, Manager Lu said with a smile. Their hotel, located in a tourist hotspot, was not lacking in wealthy clientele. Certainly, after leaving the seafood hotel, Chen Xiaoyun finally came to his senses. Brother Xiaoyun, we've struck it rich. If we continue to catch this much every day, we would truly soar. Chen Xiaoyun exclaimed, brimming with excitement. What are you thinking? Today was merely a stroke of luck. We can't expect such fortune every day, Chen Xiaoyun chuckled, chiding him. Nonetheless, today's catch was indeed substantial. Chen Xiaoyun transferred 6,200 yuan to Chen Xiaoyun, as brothers should share the spoils fairly. Why are you sending me so much money? You caught the fish. You don't need to give me so much, Chen Xiaoyun protested upon seeing the transfer notification. What do you mean? As your older brother, would I shortchange you? Enough of this. Just accept it, Chen Xiaoyun said sternly. Fine then. Chen Xiaoyun understood that Chen Xiaoyun was looking out for him. After all, he had always followed Chen Xiaoyun's lead since childhood. Chen Xiaoyun nodded with satisfaction. That's the spirit. Now let us head home. A few thousand yuan was not too burdensome for him, as he had over 700,000 in his bank account. What shall we do with the remaining fish? Perhaps we should sell them at the market, Chen Xiaoyun inquired. Chapter 8. Beachcombing, take these back home to eat. There's no need to sell them. Chen Xiaoyun replied. The few black sea bream and yellow sea bream, along with several small stone crabs, would hardly fetch a decent price. It was far better to keep them for their own consumption. Brother Xiaoyun, how long do you plan to stay this time? Chen Xiaoyun asked during their journey home. The road ran parallel to the coastline, and as Chen Xiaoyun rode his electric bike, he gazed at the vast sea. Seabirds soared high, the azure ocean met the sky, and the waves crashed upon the beach, creating an idyllic scene reminiscent of poetry. Perhaps a year or two. Maybe I won't leave it all and we'll just stay at home, Chen Xiaoyun replied. How about we go live stream, fishing, and beachcombing together, becoming fishermen? Chen Xiaoyun proposed. Previously, he had fished alone, as his grandparents had disapproved of him venturing out to sea, limiting him to the shore where he had only modest catches. With his older cousin Chen Xiaoyun by his side, perhaps his family would no longer oppose his pursuits. We'll see. Let's think it over, Chen Xiaoyun said, withholding an immediate response. Yet, he was aware that acquiring the mountain sea pearl would forever alter his life. The thought of fishing and living freely as a carefree fisherman was indeed appealing. Upon returning to Chen family village, it was already past noon. His grandparents were waiting for them to return for lunch. Grandpa and Grandma, we're back, Chen Xiaoyun shouted excitedly before even stepping inside, eager to share the day's bounty. We were beginning to think you wouldn't return for lunch, his grandmother chuckled, feigning annoyance. Apologies, we should have called to let you know to start eating, Chen Xiaoyun said regretfully, feeling it was inconsiderate to keep the elderly waiting. No worries, just come in for lunch, his grandmother waved them in. The lunch spread was sumptuous, stir-fried water spinach, braised pork ribs with carrots, poached chicken, and roasted goose, likely brought back by his grandfather from town. As they ate, Chen Xiaoyun boasted about their catch of the day. Make sure to eat plenty of the ribs, chicken, and goose, his grandmother said affectionately, watching over her grandsons. Upon hearing that they had made over 10,000 yuan from selling fish, both his grandmother and grandfather Chen Xiaoyun were taken aback. Xiaoyun, why did you transfer so much money to Xiaohu? You deserve more credit. Next time, don't send him so much, his grandfather remarked. He's my brother. I wouldn't shortchange him. It is what it is. Chen Xiaoyun waved his hand dismissively. You have a good heart. His grandfather replied, pleased. By the way, Grandpa, I plan to renovate the house. Is there anyone in the village who does that? Chen Xiaoyun asked. None. The young people have all gone to work elsewhere. If you wish to renovate, you'll have to find a crew in town or the county. His grandfather shook his head. The little fishing village had dwindled significantly, with many families relocating to towns or cities for better opportunities. What once was a village of over 60 households had now reduced to just over half, with most remaining residents being elderly. Very well, I'll head to town this afternoon to take a look. Chen Xiaoyun nodded. After lunch, the unsold fish were left at Chen Xiaohu's home. Chen Xiaoyun returned to his own house, where the midday heat was stifling. With summer approaching, he needed to install air conditioning, and there were other essentials like a refrigerator and washing machine. It wouldn't do to keep relying on his grandfather's hospitality. He needed to purchase cookware and appliances, as well as undertake renovations to update the old house. Settling onto a stool beneath the lychee tree, Chen Xiaoyun relaxed and played on his phone. Chen Xiaohu soon joined him with a reclining chair. Brother Xiaoyun, I think the tide will recede this afternoon. Shall we go beachcombing tonight? Chen Xiaohu suggested. Sure, I'm quite bored anyway, so a trip to the beach sounds good. Chen Xiaoyun agreed. Then it settled. Chen Xiaohu pulled out his phone and began sharing their morning's catch in a fishing group chat. Sea base grouper and large stone grouper. The moment the photos were posted, the chat erupted with excitement. Xiaohu number 1, Air Force number 1. Wow. Did you go to the market to buy fish? Such a huge haul. Xiaohu number 1. Indeed. I'm envious just looking at it. Starfish. Where did you fish? Please share the location. East Lake, Brother Air Force. You left 5 fish on my car. Send me your address, and I'll deliver them right away. Chen Xiaohu glanced at the chat, but chose to ignore it. Quietly closing the group. Brother Xiaoyun, I have a fishing friends group. It's all local people from our seaside. Would you like to join? Chen Xiaohu inquired. Sure, why not? Chen Xiaoyun nodded, as he planned to pursue a life of fishing, finding value in connecting with others in the group. All right, let me add you. Chen Xiaohu included Chen Xiaoyun in the fishing group, and he changed his nickname to Carefree Fisherman, though he paid little attention to the group chat. Come with me to town later to buy some furniture and supplies, Chen Xiaoyun stated casually. Okay, Chen Xiaohu nodded, and the two brothers continued to play on their phones until around 3 o'clock. Let us go. The sun isn't so harsh now. One rode a tricycle while the other hopped on an electric bike as they made their way to town. First, let us inquire about installing air conditioning. We need it before summer arrives, otherwise it will be unbearable inside, Chen Xiaoyun announced as they stopped. Yes, we do need it. Follow me. Chen Xiaohu led the way to an appliance store. What can I help you with today? We have refrigerators, washing machines, air conditioners, rice cookers, and induction cookers. The shopkeeper greeted them with a smile. I need to look at an air conditioner, refrigerator, washing machine, and rice cooker. But the air conditioner installation may take a while, Chen Xiaoyun replied, suddenly remembering he needed to renovate the house first. The air conditioning could only be installed after the renovations were complete. All right, follow me to have a look. After browsing and negotiating, Chen Xiaoyun purchased a refrigerator and freezer, along with a washing machine and rice cooker, spending over 2,000 yuan on each. Here is the payment. Please deliver the goods to Chen Family Village later, Chen Xiaoyun instructed after settling the bill. Absolutely, we guarantee timely delivery, the shopkeeper assured him. The earnings from selling fish evaporated quickly. The air conditioning was on hold until the renovations were completed, so he sought out a renovation company, but their prices were exorbitant, and no agreement was reached. After consulting with 2 service centers about electrical wiring, he ultimately decided on one. They also bought a gas stove, gas tank, cookware, and various staples, along with a dining set and a reclining chair. After spending lavishly, they returned home and arranged their new belongings, finally achieving a semblance of a home. Dinner was once again at his grandparents' house, as his own kitchen was not yet operational. Tonight's meal was equally delightful, featuring braised black sea bream, steamed yellow sea bream, stone crab soup, and leftover ribs and chicken from lunch. The soup made from a stone crab was particularly tasty, and the fish was tender. After dinner, Chen Xiaohu grabbed 2 headlamps and buckets, and the 2 brothers set out on their electric tricycle. They arrived at the beach, where a few others were also beachcombing, some fishermen, others there for leisure. Chen Xiaoyun and his brother were part of the latter group. The beach in front of Chen Xiaoyun's home yielded little in terms of fish, so they ventured to the sandy shores of the neighboring Xiaogang village, where rocky outcrops and abundant seaweed promised a fruitful catch of fish, shrimp, and crabs at low tide. Xiaoyun, let us meet by the car later, Chen Xiaohu said. Okay. The two parted ways, primarily because Chen Xiaohu was eager to start his live streaming session by the sea. After this morning's broadcast, coupled with the edited video of Chen Xiaoyun catching a large sea bass, which garnered nearly 100,000 views. Chen Xiaohu's followers had surged to over 1,000. This success heightened his enthusiasm for live streaming. On the other hand, Chen Xiaoyun preferred to stay out of the spotlight and did not accompany Chen Xiaohu. As the tide receded, the coastline revealed sandy beaches and submerged rocks, leaving behind crabs, fish, and shrimp that hadn't managed to escape with the retreating water, trapped in shallow pools. These pools were just deep enough to cover one's feet, teeming with aquatic plants, but predominantly filled with various shellfish. After walking a short distance, Chen Xiaoyun had already collected several white shells, which were not particularly large, just slightly bigger than a coin and colored white or grayish-white. Though not precious, they were plentiful and would make for a delightful stir-fry. Continuing forward, he discovered something beneath the sand. Upon digging it out, he was pleasantly surprised to find a sea snail about the size of half a fist. Excellent. Chen Xiaoyun placed the snail in his bucket and continued his search. The thrill of hunting for treasures in this untrammeled area, where few ventured, was immensely enjoyable. A few steps later, he spotted a red flower crab hiding among the aquatic plants. Despite its attempts to conceal itself, it could not escape Chen Xiaoyun's keen eye. With a swift motion, he captured the crab and placed it in his bucket. Shortly after, he found another large sea snail. However, after searching for several more meters without encountering any crabs or squids, he collected over 20 clams, white shells, and yellow clams. Small fish were also present, but most were merely the size of a thumb. After an hour of gathering various shellfish, Chen Xiaoyun lost interest and decided to return. The few crabs he found were small, yet suitable for consumption. He had collected enough clams, white shells, and yellow clams to prepare a generous dish. Upon his return, he saw Chen Xiaohu shouting excitedly, "Guys, look, there's an octopus here. And over there, a crab, though it's not very big." Chen Xiaoyun shook his head, thinking his cousin was becoming a bit obsessed with internet fame. Ignoring Chen Xiaohu, he walked over to the tricycle, placed his bounty on it, and sat down to quietly enjoy the sea breeze. After waiting for a while without any sign of Chen Xiaohu's return, Chen Xiaoyun took out his phone to play a game. This lifestyle was blissful. He had no worries about being late for work or the pressures of daily life. All his troubles seemed to vanish like the wind. About an hour later, Chen Xiaohu finally returned. Instead of asking about the live stream, Chen Xiaoyun inquired about his haul. "What did you manage to find?" "Just a few sea snails and some clams. The resources aren't what they used to be. Back in our childhood, crabs and squids were abundant. Now even clams and shells have been thoroughly harvested. How much better can the resources get?" Chen Xiaohu lamented. He reminisced about their childhood, recalling how plentiful the sea was. Once the tide receded, crabs, fish, and squids were so numerous that they were almost burdensome to collect. Now, even clams and shells have been relentlessly gathered, leaving little behind. It's normal for life standards to rise and people's culinary expectations to grow. Chen Xiaoyun nodded in agreement. He remembered his grandfather mentioning that large yellow croakers were once fed to pigs and chickens, whereas now they were prohibitively expensive for the average person. "Let us head back and buy some beer to enjoy with clams as a late-night snack." Chen Xiaoyun waved his hand, signaling Chen Xiaohu to get on the tricycle. They first arrived at the town, which, though not a tourist destination, was bustling with activity, only 2 to 3 kilometers from the coast. The streets were lined with barbecue stalls and seafood eateries, filled with patrons. Upon entering a supermarket, Chen Xiaoyun called out to the owner, "I'd like a case of beer, please." "What brand would you like?" the owner asked. "What options do you have?" Chen Xiaoyun inquired. "We have Luo Bao, Lei Hua, Qing Miao, and Wu Shu." "Then I'll take a case of Luo Bao." Chen Xiaoyun preferred this brand of beer. "Sure, Luo Bao is 70 per case." The owner brought out a case of Luo Bao and placed it on the tricycle. Chen Xiaoyun scanned the payment, and they set off back to Chunjia village, skipping a visit to his second uncle's house and heading straight to his own. As it was nearly 10 o'clock, the elderly couple was likely resting. Chen Xiaoyun took out a few bottles of beer and placed them in the freezer for quick chilling. All right, Xiaoyun. Chen Xiaohu nodded, carrying the beer inside. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoyun headed to the kitchen with his evening catch. He transformed the room on the left side of the first floor into a kitchen, setting up pots, bowls, and gas supplies. To prepare the clams and shellfish, he first boiled them in water to ensure they opened, discarding any that remained closed. He set the pot to boil, and as the water heated, he poured in nearly half a basin of clams, white shells, yellow clams, and sea snails. Once boiled, the live clams and shells opened, and he rinsed them in clean water to wash away any sand, discarding the ones that didn't open. Then he began sauteing garlic, ginger, and scallions, adding a generous amount of garlic. Can you handle spicy food? Chen Xiaoyun asked Chen Xiaohu. I can manage a little, but not too spicy, he replied. Chen Xiaoyun then added a spoonful of bean paste, which was not overly spicy, just right for the occasion. Although the southern Guangxi province typically shied away from chili, Chen Xiaoyun had learned to enjoy a mild spice during his years away from home. Once the aromatic flavors developed, he added the clams, yellow clams, and sea snails to the pot and stir-fried them for a minute. He then poured in a bottle of beer, adding a drop of spring water, and simmered it on low heat for a few minutes until the sauce thickened. The abundant garlic gave off a delectable aroma, making the dish visually enticing. Let us dig in. He transferred the dish to a bowl and carried it over to the table beneath a lychee tree. Perhaps due to the drop of spring water, the fragrance was particularly rich. It smells amazing, Chen Xiaohu exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he caught a whiff. He placed the beer on the table and, not bothering to check how hot it was, immediately grabbed a clam to eat. This is delicious, tender and fragrant, with a hint of garlic. How come this is so much better than what I used to have? Although slightly spicy, it was still acceptable, Chen Xiaohu commented. The level of spice from the bean paste was on the verge of too much for him, but as a true southern Guangxi native, being able to handle this level of heat was commendable. Chen Xiaoyun opened a beer and took a sip, remarking, it didn't chill long enough. It's not as refreshing. He then picked up a sea snail and sampled it. The flavor was exquisite and tender, distinctly different from what he had previously experienced. He speculated that it was indeed due to the drop of spring water. If that were the case, he could easily consider becoming a chef. Chen Xiaohu devoured the food voraciously, soon accumulating a mountain of empty shells before him. Xiaoyun, with your culinary skills, you could definitely open a seafood stall in a county or town and make a fortune, Chen Xiaohu praised him between bites. The sea breeze gently wafted, and with beer in hand, they relished the seafood, truly savoring the moment. This simple life was one to enjoy. Before long, the half basin of clams, yellow clams, and sea snails was devoured. The cold beer was finished as well, and the two brothers reclined in their chairs. The night sky was dotted with stars, clear and bright, without the sound of waves due to the low tide. Xiaoyun, are we going fishing again tomorrow? Chen Xiaohu asked, still buzzing from the morning's success of earning 6,000 yuan in just a few hours, a sum that equaled many people's monthly salary in the city. Yes, but I need to make a trip to the county first to contact a renovation company about refurbishing the house. Otherwise, we won't be able to install the air conditioning or internet. Chen Xiaoyun began to speak. It's all right, I will accompany you. After we return, we can go fishing. Chen Xiaohu nodded in agreement. Indeed, this old house is quite uncomfortable to live in without some renovation. Sure, the two brothers chatted under the tree, with Chen Xiaohu sharing his aspirations for the future. He wanted to buy a large yacht to fish in the open sea and become a prominent internet personality. Chen Xiaoyun looked at his younger brother, finding him adorably naive. Without a team for planning, lacking the flair of other streamers, and without fund for promotion, how could he expect to become famous? Countless small streamers dream of overnight success, yet how many truly achieve it? After a while of conversation and relaxation, they realized it was already past 11 o'clock. All right, it's getting late. Let's return and get some sleep. Tomorrow morning, accompany me to the county town. Chen Xiaoyun urged Chen Xiaohu to rest. Okay. Chen Xiaohu stood up and headed back. Chen Xiaoyun tidied up the table casually and then went upstairs to sleep. That night, he dreamt of nothing. The next morning, he woke up to see it was only 6 o'clock. Chen Xiaoyun sat cross-legged on his bed, took a sip of spiritual water, and began practicing his breathing technique. After practicing for a week, he felt light and relaxed with ample energy. However, he noticed no significant changes, which left him doubting the effectiveness of the technique. The results did not resemble those described in novels. one would expect at least a sense of energy. Not dwelling on it, he got up, showered, and by 7 o'clock he was ready. "Xiaoyun, are you up yet?" came Chen Xiaoyun's voice from the yard. "I'm up, just a moment," Chen Xiaoyun replied as he descended the stairs. The two rode an electric tricycle to the town. They parked the tricycle and found a breakfast stall, ordering a serving of gunpowder. To be honest, he hadn't had it in years, and it tasted exceptionally good. "Let's go. The bus is about to arrive." After breakfast, they made their way to the bus station, realizing that only a bus would take them to the county town. Chen Xiaoyun thought to himself that they needed to buy a vehicle soon. Otherwise, traveling far would be quite inconvenient. Upon boarding the bus, they arrived in the county town, which had changed significantly since his high school days, now boasting tall buildings and residential complexes that contributed to its bustling atmosphere. With the economic development over the years, the county town had flourished, and his uncle's family had moved there. "My uncle and aunt are here," Chen Xiaoyu remarked. Chen Xiaoyun's grandfather had 3 brothers, and this particular uncle was the younger brother. Relations between their families were strained due to the disputes instigated by his petty grandmother, who was always bickering over inheritance and land. "We should go see Uncle Minsheng and Aunt," Chen Xiaoyun suggested. "No, let us not. If we go, I'll definitely get an earful from my parents." Chen Xiaoyu quickly shook his head. "All right then." Seeing Chen Xiaoyu's fearful expression, Chen Xiaoyun shook his head. Indeed, he was not studying or looking for work, spending his days dreaming of streaming live fishing. To the older generation, this seemed like idleness, and it was a wonder they hadn't confronted him yet, especially with his brother Chen Xiaolong being a college student. Without comparison, there would be no dissatisfaction. Instead of visiting Uncle Minsheng, they decided to look for a renovation company. After searching online, they arrived at a place called Hungyi Decoration Company. "Hello, handsome boys. Do you need a house renovation?" A charming receptionist greeted them sweetly. Chen Xiaoyun nodded. "Yes, I want to renovate an old house." "Do you take on such work? What kind of old house do you need to renovate? Do you have pictures?" the lovely receptionist inquired. "I do," Chen Xiaoyun replied, pulling out his phone to show a photo he had taken earlier that morning. "Our company does take on such renovations. Let me call the manager down," she said, dialing the manager. Before long, a man in his 30s came down from the second floor. "Hello, boys. I'm Zhang Hao, the manager here." He introduced himself with a smile. "Nice to meet you, Manager Zhang," Chen Xiaoyun politely responded. After examining the photo, Zhang Hao said, "So, what are your requirements for the renovation, and what is your budget?" "My budget is within 20,000. Can we discuss the planning on site? If everything works out, I do prefer to choose your company," Chen Xiaoyun replied, not eager to visit multiple companies. Chen Xiaoyu, meanwhile, had taken a liking to the receptionist and was trying to get her WeChat. "That's fine. Did you come by car? If not, I could drive you there," Zhang Hao said, his eyes lighting up at the mention of a 20,000 budget. This price was comparable to a full renovation of a city apartment, while renovating an old house was less complicated. "We didn't drive," Chen Xiaoyun replied candidly. "All right, let us go." Zhang Hao grabbed the car keys. "Okay." Chen Xiaoyun nodded and called out to his brother. "Let us go, Xiaohu." "Coming. Bye, beautiful. I'll be in touch." Chen Xiaohu waved at the receptionist, grinning widely. Upon returning to the village, Zhang Hao's car parked in front of Chen Xiaoyun's home. Seeing the two return, their second grandfather, Chen Jiangwen, hurried over. He had maintained this house for 8 years and was finally seeing it renovated. He feared that if Chen Xiaoyun didn't return, the house might collapse one day, as such old houses required a certain level of liveliness to avoid deterioration. "You're back, boy," Chen Jiangwen said. "Yes, Grandpa. I've invited a renovation company from the city," Chen Xiaoyun nodded. "Grandpa," Chen Xiaohu called out to their grandfather. "Manager Zhang, I plan to combine the 2 middle rooms on the first floor to create a living room, convert the adjacent room into a kitchen, and use the room by the stairs for storage. I want to turn 1 room on the second floor into a bathroom and keep the remaining 3 rooms as bedrooms, with a fresh coat of paint on the exterior. I don't have many demands," Chen Xiaoyun outlined his plans. Zhang Hao noted down the requirements and took photos of each room. "Brother Chen, I'll go back and draft a few renovation plans and budgets for you to choose from. How does that sound?" Zhang Hao said, becoming more familiar and calling him Brother Chen. "That works. I hope you can provide the plans and budget promptly. If I'm satisfied, we can start immediately." Chen Xiaoyun replied with a nod. "Great. I'll get on it right away to ensure we can begin soon." They exchanged phone numbers, and Zhang Hao took his leave. "Wonderful. A renovation will prevent the house from collapsing," Chen Jiangwen expressed his happiness. The renovation implied that Chen Xiaoyun would no longer be venturing out, which put him at ease. He feared that the last descendant of the family would leave and never return. "Grandpa, whose lychee orchard is that behind our house?" Chen Xiaoyun asked, noticing a small lychee grove of about 10 acres with sparse trees, overgrown with weeds, and yielding a meager crop compared to the abundant lychee tree in their yard. "That orchard belongs to your uncle Chen Minhua. The land is his too. Growing lychees doesn't yield much profit. A few years ago, he made some money in business and stopped taking care of it," Chen Jianwen explained. Chen Xiaoyun nodded. "Is that so? Perhaps I could rent that small lychee orchard and raise some chickens." In the vicinity of the lychee orchard, merely a few dozen meters behind his residence, lies a modest fish pond, spanning approximately 5 to 6 acres, seemingly neglected. If that pond were to be leased as well, it could serve as an excellent habitat for ducks and geese, as well as a breeding ground for freshwater fish and shrimp, which would undoubtedly be beneficial. After all, he possesses the resources of mountains, seas, and divine springs, so the fear of losses in aquaculture is negligible. The back and forth of preparations had already consumed the morning, and by around 10 o'clock, Chen Xiaohu was eagerly urging Chen Xiaoyun to go fishing. Having squandered the entire morning, he was more than ready to cast his line. Unable to withstand Chen Xiaohu's incessant chatter, Chen Xiaoyun set off to the town to purchase 2 pounds of farmed shrimp at a reasonable price of just over 100 yuan. The shrimp were not particularly large, totaling over 50 pieces in the 2-pound package. This time, Chen Xiaoyun intended to use the shrimp as bait. They relocated to a different fishing area, avoiding the spot they had visited the previous day, and chose a coastal region with a few more reefs. It was not secluded, as 3 or 4 other anglers were already fishing there. After selecting a suitable fishing spot, Chen Xiaohu swiftly unloaded their gear. Chen Xiaoyun picked up the sea rod from the previous day and replaced the hook. The leader line and a segment of line showed signs of wear. Continuing to fish with them would risk breakage. With the hook replaced, Chen Xiaoyun baited it with a shrimp and cast out his first hopeful line. Having added a drop of divine spring water to the shrimp upon purchase, they were now lively and active. "Hey, young brother, you must be new to fishing. That area with more reefs may hide fish, but it's also prone to snagging. If you're fishing there, you'll need to use a lure," an older angler called out. Noticing Chen Xiaoyun's setup, "No worries, I'll be fishing mid-water, not at the bottom. The reef areas conceal larger fish," Chen Xiaoyun replied nonchalantly. The older angler, seeing he could not persuade him otherwise, chose to remain silent. A glance revealed that the older man was also using shrimp as bait, but he was fishing in a wider area with fewer reefs. Once everything was set up, Chen Xiaohu began a live stream right beside Chen Xiaoyun. After waiting a minute or two, the float began to show signs of activity. With a swift motion, he raised the rod and felt a significant weight. A large arc formed as he hooked the fish. "Did I really catch one already?" The older angler marveled at the rapid success. "Just cast it out for a minute or two, and you've already hooked a fish?" Questioned a viewer in the live stream. "Is this a newcomer?" "That's the streamer, the son of the sea god. This one is the photographer," someone quickly explained in the chat. Before long, the fish was dragged ashore, a sea bass weighing around 6 pounds. "Not bad, it's going to the cooler," Chen Xiaoyun exclaimed as he placed the catch into the live fish box, oxygenating it. Although this type of sea bass could only fetch about 40 yuan per pound. For Chen Xiaoyun, any catch was a success. "Fish on," Chen Xiaohu shouted excitedly. The older angler looked on in disbelief. Is this for real? Is he dreaming? That kid just cast a line a minute ago, and now he has got a fish? I've been waiting here for an hour, and I've only caught 2. The live stream chat erupted in excitement. "Wow, this photographer also caught a fish. Did I miss something? How is it possible that someone who never catches anything just hooks a fish right away? It's not scientific. These two must be cheating." The excitement continued as Chen Xiaohu dragged in another fish, a black sea bream weighing about 3 pounds. "Family, I've got another one." "Ha ha ha." Chen Xiaoyun shook his head, thinking, "This silly brother of mine is beyond saving," before casting out his second line, focusing intently on fishing. Before long, the float showed activity again. Chen Xiaoyun reacted swiftly, raising the rod and quickly reeling in. This time, he caught an eel measuring around 5 to 6 pounds and over 5 feet long. "Wow, did the streamer just catch a sea snake? Get rid of it. Sea snakes are highly venomous," shouted someone in the chat. "Hey, if you don't understand, don't speak. That's an eel. Look at its reddish hue. It's definitely a red eel," a nearby angler clarified, casting an envious glance at Chen Xiaoyun. "Eels can be ferocious, with sharp teeth," So Chen Xiaoyun carefully removed it, opting not to place it in the live fish box as it could bite the other fish. Instead, he used a fishing net to secure it. "Whoa, I've got another big one," Chen Xiaohu exclaimed once more. "Family, I've got another fish. Look at this big ark. It must weigh at least 7 or 8 pounds. However, upon bringing it ashore, it turned out to be just a red snapper weighing around 3 to 4 pounds. Chen Xiaoyun couldn't bear to look at his brother's exaggerated antics. The nearby angler scratched his head, glancing at his float that had been motionless for 20 minutes. "Aren't we all fishing in the same area?" Chen Xiaoyun cast again, catching 2 more red eels, each around 4 feet long. "Am I in an eel hotspot?" He mused, noting that the eels were less valuable than grouper or black bream. The live stream chat was buzzing with comments about the ongoing eel catches. After landing 6 red eels, Chen Xiaoyun had to change hooks several times due to the eel's sharp teeth damaging the line. Casting once more, he aimed a bit farther, knowing the eels likely congregated there, that he couldn't overfish. With a swift motion, he felt another strong tug, making the nearby angler envious and mutter about losing fish. Chen Xiaoyun successfully reeled in a large grouper weighing about 8 pounds, placing it in the live fish box. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaohu was also catching fish, but they were consistently smaller, around 3 to 4 pounds each. It was evident that even with the same bait, Chen Xiaohu was not as fortunate as Chen Xiaoyun. The viewers of the live stream were entertained by the apparent bounty of fish being caught, while Chen Xiaohu's popularity soared, attracting over 1,000 live viewers. "Look at this. The photographer is pulling in fish as if he is stocking up. This is fantastic," exclaimed one viewer. "Wow, is the sea teeming with resources?" Chen Xiaohu, basking in the admiration, grinned widely, relishing this moment of envy from others, a feeling he rarely experienced. The older angler beside them was visibly envious, realizing that just the 9 red eels Chen Xiaoyun had caught could be worth over 2,000 yuan. He hadn't seen such a good haul in a week. As other anglers approached, he merely nodded politely, feeling somewhat out of place despite their warm greetings. "Family, hit that little red star. Your support is my greatest motivation," Chen Xiaohu shouted passionately, igniting further enthusiasm among the viewers. While others were drawn to Chen Xiaohu's energy, they gravitated toward Chen Xiaoyun. "Brother, do you smoke?" asked a man in his 30s, offering a cigarette. "Thank you, but I don't smoke," Chen Xiaoyun politely declined. Though he used to smoke under pressure or during social gatherings, it was never something he enjoyed. "Your luck seems remarkable." When I arrived, "I only caught a few small fish weighing less than a pound," an angler remarked. "Well, I've always considered myself fortunate," Chen Xiaoyun replied with a smile. "Luck is an elusive thing. Sometimes, one person can fish the same spot and catch nothing, while another arrives and hooks a big one." Li Weibao nodded in agreement. With a deft cast, Chen Xiaoyun directed his line toward the expansive waters ahead, launching it over 50 meters in hopes of landing a substantial catch. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaohu was reeling in fish one after another, thoroughly enjoying the experience. Though the fish were not particularly large, their sheer abundance was gratifying. After a prolonged wait of several minutes, the bobber finally dipped beneath the surface. "Brother Chen, we got a bite," Li Weibao exclaimed with excitement. Yet, Chen Xiaoyun was quicker, responding to the bobber's descent by swiftly raising his rod to hook the fish. A powerful bend formed in his rod as the fish surged away. Pulling hard on the line, Chen Xiaoyun had already tightened the drag, holding firm as he quickly reeled it in. The fish, while forceful, was not particularly large, and soon it was on the shore. "Ah, brother, a spotted grouper. Quite impressive. Your luck is truly unmatched," Li Weibao remarked, filled with envy. The spotted grouper is a rare catch. In 1,000 anglers, perhaps only one might reel one in. Such quality groupers are seldom seen in markets, as most are farmed. This one weighed approximately 7 pounds. Although it was not of the highest quality, its rarity suggested it could fetch over 200 per pound. Another angler interjected, "That fish is worth about half a month's salary for the average person." "Brother, are you selling that fish?" "How about 2,000? Li Weibao inquired. Chen Xiaoyun glanced at him, noting the expensive attire and gear he possessed, indicating a person of means. It was no surprise he offered 2,000 without hesitation. "Sure, if you want it, I'll sell it to you," Chen Xiaoyun agreed, recognizing that selling at market or to a seafood restaurant might yield less. Li Weibao took out his phone. "Let me add your WeChat and transfer the money." Chen Xiaoyun nodded, retrieving his phone and opening the QR code. After the transfer of 2,000, he handed over the fish, which Li Weibao placed in a live fish box with oxygen to keep it fresh. The other anglers looked on with envy. How could they not be envious of a $2,000 fish? Brother Chen, are you part of the coastal fishing group? Li Weibao casually asked. Yes, I am. Chen Xiaoyun confirmed. That's great. If you ever want to go deep-sea fishing, let us go together, Li Weibao suggested, clearly enjoying the conversation despite Chen Xiaoyun's somewhat reserved demeanor. Li Weibao came from a family that owned a sizable shipbuilding business in the city, managed by his father and brother, allowing him the freedom to enjoy life through fishing and travel. Sure, if the opportunity arises, Chen Xiaoyun replied. As coastal waters were becoming depleted, especially near the shore, deep-sea fishing promised far richer rewards. Not long after, Chen Xiaoyun caught another grouper weighing around 6 to 7 pounds, which piqued Li Weibao's interest. He switched to another rod, saying, Brother Chen, could you spare some bait? I want to cast a few lines too. The shrimp are in that small bucket. Help yourself. Chen Xiaoyun was generous with the bait. Li Weibao baited his hook and cast out. Within 5 minutes, his bobber suddenly sank, signaling a strong bite. His heart raced with excitement as he swiftly raised his rod, feeling the tremendous pull of the fish. I got one. I've hooked a fish too, he shouted, mirroring the enthusiasm of Chen Xiaoyu. Li Weibao quickly reeled in his line, the smoothness of the rod and line evident as he fought the fish for about 10 minutes before finally bringing it ashore. Wow, what a magnificent black grouper. This one must weigh 7 or 8 pounds. Quite rare. Another angler commented enviously. Li Weibao relished the admiration he received, reminiscent of the pride he felt when deep-sea fishing. In coastal areas, catching large fish is a rarity. Typically, anything over 2 or 3 pounds is considered substantial. Chen Xiaoyun, however, consistently caught fish weighing 7 or 8 pounds, making him an exceptional angler. Delighted, Li Weibao snapped a photo to share in the fishing group, drawing more envious comments from fellow anglers. After placing the large black grouper into his live fish box, he turned to Chen Xiaoyun. Brother Chen, thank you. I'll head back now, but I'll invite you next time we go deep-sea fishing. No need for formalities, just call me. Chen Xiaoyun replied with a nod. With that, Li Weibao departed with his catch, while Chen Xiaoyun and his companions soon exhausted their supply of shrimp. Despite their success, they had not caught any particularly large or valuable fish today. The chances of landing a prized fish like the starry grouper they caught yesterday were slim in these shallow coastal waters. All right, it's time to head back. Chen Xiaoyun called out. Everyone, we had a good haul today. Let me show you what we caught. Chen Xiaohu also began to reel in. Wow. While today's catch isn't as big or valuable as yesterday's, we got quite a few, commented one viewer in the live stream. Indeed, with such an impressive haul, it feels like they're stocking up. Another added. As a resident angler near the coast, I can only express my envy. Today's live stream was thoroughly enjoyable. After showcasing their catch, Chen Xiaohu ended the stream and began packing up the gear. The day's success had him elated. Their haul included 6 sea bass, 8 black groupers, around 10 assorted groupers, and 7 red grouper, though none exceeded 3 to 4 pounds. They had not caught any yellow croakers, suggesting a lack of activity in that area. The red eel was placed in the live fish box, and Chen Xiaoyun discreetly added a drop of spring water to ensure the fish remained alive. With so many fish, Chen Xiaohu's live fish box was nearly full. They made their way to the town's seafood restaurant to inquire about selling their catch. Upon inspecting their haul, the restaurant owner nodded in acceptance. Chen Xiaoyun kept 1 red eel and 1 each of the grouper and black grouper, selling the rest. The black grouper totaled 21 pounds at 70 per pound, amounting to 1,470 yuan. The sea bass weighed 18 pounds at 40 per pound, totaling 720 yuan. The assorted groupers weighed 32 pounds at 120 per pound, yielding 3,840 yuan. The red grouper was 24 pounds at 45 per pound, totaling 1,080 yuan. And the red eel, of good quality, was 29 pounds at 60 per pound, bringing in 1,740 yuan. In total, they earned 8,850 yuan. After settling the account, the owner transferred the money to Chen Xiaoyun. Please feel free to bring fish anytime, the seafood restaurant owner said cheerfully after the transfer. However, Chen Xiaoyun noted that the prices offered were not as favorable as those from the larger hotel in the neighboring town of Gulan. He decided he would sell directly at the seafood market in the future rather than returning to this establishment. All right, after leaving the seafood restaurant, Chen Xiaohu couldn't help but express his frustration. That guy's a ripoff. If you hadn't stopped me, I wouldn't have sold to him at all. Let it go. We just won't sell to him again, Chen Xiaoyun replied, not wanting to venture to Gulong Town to sell fish today. Adding in a spotted grouper, they had earned a total of 10,850 yuan. Although not as much as yesterday, it was still quite substantial. Chen Xiaoyun transferred 5,000 yuan to Chen Xiaohu, saying, let us go buy some abalone and oysters at the market for a barbecue tonight. With the 5,000 received, Chen Xiaohu was overjoyed. Having been with his cousin Chen Xiaoyun for just 2 days, he had already earned over 10,000, feeling as if he were in a dream. Chapter 12. Aspiring to be a gardener and fishery owner in the past, his earnings from live streaming and fishing barely amounted to 100 yuan a day, just enough to make ends meet. Now, however, he earns in a single day what others make in an entire month, a fact that brings him immense joy. Upon arriving at the town's vegetable market, which also sells seafood, he purchased 5 pounds of abalone and 5 pounds of oysters. The seafood available in the market is primarily sourced from local coastal fishermen, making it both affordable and accessible. He also acquired some condiments, a barbecue grill, and pair with charcoal. Chen Xiaoyun and Chen Xiaohu then returned to their village. On their way home, they encountered a resident from Chenjikan, who could be considered their uncle. Uncle Minfu, where are you headed? Chen Xiaohu greeted him. Recognizing the voice, Chen Xiaoyun recalled a faint memory of Chen Minfu, a relative from a previous generation, who was quite close to their family. Xiao, where are you two off to? Chen Minfu inquired. We just returned from the town, having bought some seafood to enjoy. Chen Xiaohu replied. Oh, is this your friend? Chen Minfu asked, looking at Chen Xiaoyun. This is my cousin, Xiaoyun. Chen Xiaohu introduced him. Xiaoyun, it's been several years. I hardly recognized you. Chen Minfu exclaimed in surprise. Uncle Minfu. Chen Xiaoyun greeted warmly. Goodness, it's been 7 or 8 years. You've grown so much. Chen Minfu remarked with a hint of nostalgia. We'll head back now, Uncle Minfu. Chen Xiaohu waved goodbye. All right, do visit my home when you have the time. Chen Minfu nodded in response. By the time they arrived home, it was nearly 5 o'clock. Chen Xiaohu began to clean the grouper and black bream, while Chen Xiaoyun stored the abalone, oysters, and red eel in the refrigerator. These were for the evening's barbecue, as his great-uncle and great-aunt refrained from consuming such foods, being of an age where they needed to avoid anything that might trigger discomfort. Dinner consisted of steamed grouper, braised black bream, and stir-fried water spinach, accompanied by a fish head and tofu soup. The dishes were not only visually appealing, but also aromatic and flavorful, particularly the steamed grouper and braised black bream, which would easily cost 500 to 600 yuan in a seafood restaurant. Both grouper and black bream are exquisite varieties of fish, favored for their tender and delicious meat. Xiaoyun, Xiaohu, make sure to eat plenty, his great-aunt said kindly, her eyes glimmering with warmth. As the elderly cherish the presence of their grandchildren, they find greater happiness in their company. Great-uncle, the fish pond and lychee orchard behind my house belong to Uncle Minhua, right? Chen Xiaoyun ventured to ask during dinner. Yes, they are indeed Uncle Minhua's. Are you considering taking them over? Great-uncle Chen Jiangwen inquired, looking at Chen Xiaoyun. Yes, I intend to rent them first, raise some chickens, ducks, and geese for personal consumption and sale. I plan to stay home for a while and find something to do, Chen Xiaoyun affirmed with a nod. That sounds feasible. Renting shouldn't cost much for a year. Tomorrow, I will help you call Uncle Minhua to inquire, Great-uncle Chen Jiangwen agreed. In recent years, many families in the village have relocated, and the youth have sought work elsewhere. Coupled with the diminishing profitability of fishing, numerous families have shifted to other occupations. Once, the majority of families in the village were fishermen, venturing out to sea. However, with the depletion of coastal fishery resources, many now find it barely enough to cover fuel costs for a fishing trip. This has led many fishermen to change professions. Currently, in Chenjikan, out of 50 to 60 households, perhaps only around 40 remain, Great-uncle Chen Jiangwen lamented. Thus, aquaculture has emerged, with many fishermen transitioning to farming. Concurrently, the tourism industry has rapidly developed. Yet unfortunately, the coastal town is not a tourist hub, and the surrounding fishing villages do not thrive in tourism. This has compelled numerous villagers to seek employment elsewhere, leaving behind a community dominated by the elderly and children. Chen Xiaoyun observed that many fields in the village had fallen into disarray. The land behind his house lay in neglect, overgrown with weeds. Engaging in conversation while accompanying the elders for dinner, Chen Xiaoyun returned home after the meal. Upon reaching home, He took a refreshing shower and stored the remaining beer in the refrigerator before lounging beneath the lychee tree in a reclining chair to enjoy the cool evening air. With April nearing May, the weather had begun to heat up, yet around 6 o'clock, the sea breeze, carrying a hint of saltiness, provided a refreshing respite. Upon checking his phone, he noticed Chen Xiaoyun sharing his fishing haul in the coastal fishing group, eliciting envy from fellow fishing enthusiasts. After browsing for a while, Chen Xiaoyun switched to a different app. The young women on screen were fair-skinned and beautiful, with long legs and sweet voices, captivating the audience. Before he realized it, 2 hours had passed. Around 8 o'clock, Chen Xiaoyun arrived. "Xiaoyun, are you coming? Go wash the abalone and oysters," he instructed Chen Xiaoyun. "All right," Chen Xiaoyun replied, casting a glance at his cousin, who was engrossed in watching a beautiful live stream. After scrolling through his phone for a bit, Chen Xiaoyun joined in to help. Upon entering the house, he heard Chen Xiaoyun already live streaming. "Folks, look at this magnificent abalone. Isn't it luscious?" Chen Xiaoyun held an abalone up to the camera, teasingly caressing it. "Photographer, I suspect you might be exaggerating, but I have no evidence. Is this content accessible without spending money?" "Well, photographer, you become bold, daring to host a color-themed live stream. Tonight, we will be live streaming barbecued abalone, oysters, and red eel. Join us for a culinary adventure," Chen Xiaoyun exclaimed, setting down the abalone and refraining from further antics, aware that continuing could lead to the closure of his lively stream. Chen Xiaoyun took out a 4-pound red eel, cleaned it, chopped it into 7 to 8 centimeter segments, scored the flesh, and placed it in a bowl for marination with spices. He then grated some ginger, peeled plenty of garlic, mixed them into a paste, and added a bit of non-spicy red pepper, oyster sauce, soy sauce, and salt, which he sautéed until fragrant. For the grilled oysters and abalone, these accompaniments were essential to enhance the flavor. Otherwise, the oysters would retain an unpleasant fishy taste. After an hour, Chen Xiaoyun finally finished washing the abalone and oysters. "Ah, everyone, I feel like my waist isn't even mine anymore," Chen Xiaoyun groaned, stretching and twisting. The photographer is truly a trooper. The photographer is exhausted. The chat room filled with lively comments. Despite not live-streaming fishing, Chen Xiaoyun's viewership had soared over 1,000, a stark contrast to the days when only a handful tuned in. He carried the freshly cleaned abalone and oysters to the courtyard, where Chen Xiaoyun had already ignited the charcoal, set up the grill, and placed a grilling mat on top, greased to prevent sticking while grilling the red eel. He placed more than 10 oysters and abalones on the grill, topping them with a spoonful of the fragrant garlic paste. He also added 4 to 5 segments of red eel, brushing them with oil. Soon, the red eel segments turned golden and began to sizzle, and the aroma of the abalone and oysters wafted through the air, making viewers in the chat room salivate. Opening a chill beer, Chen Xiaoyun devoured an abalone and an oyster in quick succession, savoring their freshness and flavor, exceeding all he had tasted at the stalls in town. The juiciness and tenderness were utterly delightful. Chen Xiaoyun feasted heartily, singing praises. "Photographer, doesn't the abalone appear? I suspect it's overflowing with juices, likely salty. Come on, everyone, don't be too outrageous." Chen Xiaoyun glanced at the comments, hastily interjecting. These lively viewers certainly knew how to stir up excitement. Chen Xiaoyun enjoyed the barbecue and beer, feeling immensely relaxed. During his previous workdays, life had been filled with stress and busyness, leaving little time for such leisurely moments. This was the life he had longed for. These two are truly indulging. What kind of poison are they serving up tonight? Will anyone be able to sleep peacefully? I long to join them, feasting on oysters and abalone, sipping beer. Such a life is truly delightful. How I envy them. Yet alas, I must return to work tomorrow. That young man appears quite handsome. One of the female viewers, upon seeing Chen Xiaoyun's visage, brightened with admiration. "Hey upstairs, don't be infatuated. I am even more handsome." "Ha! Such arrogance. They live the life I yearn for, yet I am ensnared by the demands of reality." Ah, feeling the sea breeze, listening to the waves, indulging in barbecue delights with a cold beer. Dear streamers, you are quite excessive. 5 kilograms of oysters, 5 kilograms of abalone, and 4 kilograms of large red eel. Most of it was consumed by Chen Xiaoyun. His appetite has inexplicably grown significantly. Chen Xiaoyun had his fill after a few bites. Despite his desire, he had to restrain himself. After tidying up, Chen Xiaoyun ended the live stream and returned home. After a brief engagement with his phone, watching some borderline videos for digestion. Chen Xiaoyun finally succumbed to sleep, lulled by the sound of the waves. Chapter 13. Red Grouper. The next morning, he awoke punctually at 6. As per usual, he sipped from the spring water and commenced his breathing exercises. After a complete cycle of this practice, Chen Xiaoyun felt rejuvenated, as if his body had become considerably lighter. Beyond that, he sensed no other changes. At precisely 7, Chen Xiaohu returned from the town with shrimp bait and breakfast, descending to the ground floor. The sun shone brightly once more, heralding another splendid day. The endless azure sea stretched beneath a cloudless sky, while seabirds soared freely above. "Brother Xiaoyun, let's go fishing at the pier," Chen Xiaohu cheerfully proposed. "All right, just let me finish my breakfast." Chen Xiaoyun had also developed a fondness for fishing. It not only alleviated stress, but also promised substantial earnings. This leisurely existence is wonderfully liberating. The coastal town boasts a pier, although it is located in another village. Qinwan Village. It is a deep-water bay capable of accommodating boats. The nearby fishing boats from various villages primarily dock there. Due to its pier, Qinwan Village is quite large and bustling, resembling a small town. After savoring the breakfast brought by Chen Xiao, the two embarked on their electric tricycles, making their way along the coastal road towards Qinwan Village. The concrete path in front of their home connects the seaside town with the fishing village. Upon reaching the harbor, they were greeted by numerous fishing boats of all sizes. The pier was teeming with people, tourists and fishmongers alike, though the latter predominated, mostly waiting for fishing vessels to return and purchase the seafood caught by fishermen. "Brother Xiaoyun, once we amass wealth, we should buy a fishing boat, venture out to sea for fishing. Surely the catch would far exceed what we could reel in from the shore," Chen Xiaohu speculated with hopeful eyes. "Let us ponder such aspirations when wealth is ours. For now, focus on maneuvering your tricycle," Chen Xiaoyun replied nonchalantly. Acquiring a fishing boat, one suitable for deep-sea excursions, would cost over 500,000 for a smaller vessel. The larger wooden boats, if one wished to venture far, would require millions. Upon arriving at the pier, Chen Xiaoyun sought a less crowded spot to fish. The area near the pier had become quite popular among anglers, likely due to its depth and abundance of food, attracting numerous fish. After selecting their territory, the two cast their lines. Chen Xiaohu also initiated a live stream. Truly a diligent little bee, never forgetting to broadcast. The water here was deep, with gentle waves, so there was no need to cast too far. Chen Xiaoyun cast his line approximately 10 meters out, baited with a drop of spring water. Though diluted, the shrimp soaked in the spring water proved remarkably effective for fishing. Fish on. Within 2 minutes of dropping his line, Chen Xiaoyun had a catch, a red grouper weighing over 3 pounds. The flesh of the red grouper is tender and rich in nutrients, making it highly sought after. In the market, wild red grouper can fetch 500 to 600 per pound. "Wow, red grouper! Are there red groupers here?" An onlooker nearby expressed astonishment at Chen Xiaoyun's catch. Red groupers are typically deep-sea fish, making them rare catches from the shore. Others were drawn to the spectacle. Over 3 pounds, splendid color and appearance. If sold to a seafood restaurant, it could reach 500 to 600 per pound, another angler remarked. "Brother, you are indeed fortunate. Catching red grouper here is a rarity." "Hee, I suppose luck is on my side," Chen Xiaoyun chuckled, placing the fish in his live well before casting again. "Hey, I've got one too," Chen Xiaohu exclaimed joyfully, reeling in a large yellow croaker, also weighing around 3 pounds. Fish on. Not long after, Chen Xiaoyun had another bite from the same spot. In no time, a second red grouper surfaced, and a kind angler quickly assisted in netting the fish. Another red grouper. Could be a whole school lurking below? Here, the water wasn't deep enough for the red grouper to require venting. They could thrive in a live well. Once again, Chen Xiaoyun reeled in a red grouper over 3 pounds. "Brother, your luck seems to be off the charts," the assisting fisherman enviously remarked. "Looks like today is indeed fortunate," Chen Xiaoyun smiled. Just as he landed another fish, Chen Xiaohu too was reeling in catches. "Folks, we've hooked another," Chen Xiaohu shouted jubilantly, showcasing a golden pomfret weighing about a pound. Although the name is appealing, golden pomfret is less expensive and not as delectable as silver pomfret. On his third cast, Chen Xiaoyun caught yet another red grouper, drawing the attention of nearby anglers who were tempted to cast their nets. His fortune today was remarkable. 3 red groupers alone were worth over 5,000. On his fourth cast, he hooked a mackerel weighing over 6 pounds, much to the relief of surrounding fishermen, who would have felt disheartened had he continued to catch red groupers. Mackerel is not particularly valuable, averaging 3 to 4 per pound. As Chen Xiaoyun continued to reel in fish, more anglers and tourists gathered around. For the next 5 casts, Chen Xiaoyun caught only mackerel, but they were substantial, all over 6 pounds. In contrast, Chen Xiaoyun was catching either black pomfret or yellow croaker, each weighing around 1 to 2 pounds but consistently landing fish, boosting the popularity of his live stream, which gradually surpassed 2,000 viewers. With another cast, Chen Xiaoyun unexpectedly hooked a large octopus, and then on the next, a 2-pound blue crab. The surprises of wild fishing are endless. One can never predict what the next catch will be. Soon after, he landed yet another red grouper weighing around 5 pounds, causing quite a stir. "Brother, are you perhaps the illegitimate child of the Dragon King?" a jealous angler exclaimed. "This is incredible. Every cast is a guaranteed catch." Another angler lamented, "It's truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. Brother, how about selling me those red groupers?" I'm the purchasing manager at the Hongfeng Grand Hotel in the county. A slightly plump man squeezed through the crowd. "What price can you offer?" Chen Xiaoyun pondered for a moment before responding. Zhu Gufeng's face brightened. The red groupers lately had been particularly impressive. Even large fishing vessels venturing into deep waters rarely caught red groupers these days. Otherwise, the prices wouldn't be so high. Scarcity drives value, and increasingly expensive fish are harder to come by, making them ever more desirable to the affluent. "How about 650 per pound?" Zhu Gufeng proposed. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoyun considered it reasonable, comparable to what the previous angler had offered, and nodded in agreement. "Deal." Zhu Gufeng hurriedly retrieved the electronic scale from the van to weigh the fish. 4 red-spotted fish weighed a total of 15 pounds, amounting to 9,750 yuan. 9,750 yuan? I'll transfer you 10,000. In the future, if you catch any valuable fish, remember to call me, and I'll come to collect. Zhu Gufeng readily sent Chen Xiaoyun the amount. Great. Chen Xiaoyun nodded in satisfaction, and the two exchanged contact information. In the future, there would be no need to deliver the precious fish to the seafood shop themselves. Selling those 4 fish for 10,000 yuan made the onlookers envious, their eyes turning green with jealousy. The same scene unfolded in Chen Xiaoyun's livestream, where he could not miss such a splendid moment. Damn, 4 fish for 10,000 yuan. I'll be jealous for an entire year. Truly, the wealthy abound while I remain poor. Watching this makes me want to fish for a living by the sea. The atmosphere in Chen Xiaoyun's livestream was filled with envy. Noticing the growing crowd, Chen Xiaoyun decided to stop fishing and head home. Chapter 14. Watering the lychee tree with Spirit Spring Water. Little brother, are you selling these catches? A fishmonger inquired, eyeing the live fish in Chen Xiaoyun's box. Yes, if the price is right, I'll sell, Chen Xiaoyun replied with a nod. 6 mackerel, each weighing over 6 pounds, could fetch a handsome sum. There were buyers, so there was no need for them to run around. Adding to the fish caught by Chen Xiaoyun, they estimated they could earn 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. It won't be too low. Mackerel goes for 40 yuan a pound, while these blackbacks and yellow croakers will be priced at 60 yuan a pound based on market value. The fish caught by Chen Xiaoyun were small, weighing 1 to 2 pounds, making the price reasonable. Ultimately, the mackerel weighed 38 pounds, totaling 1,520 yuan, while Chen Xiaoyun's fish amounted to 23 pounds, worth 1,380 yuan. A large octopus was priced at 50 yuan, and a big crab at 200 yuan. In total, they earned 150 yuan, and the fishmonger scanned the code to transfer the payment. After clearing their catches, Chen Xiaoyun ended the live stream, and the two headed home. As soon as they left, numerous anglers rushed to occupy their previous spot. Unfortunately, they lacked Chen Xiaoyun's luck and the Spirit Spring water-soaked bait. This morning, their fish sales totaled 150 yuan, surpassing their earnings from the previous days. However, the bulk of the income came from those 4 red-spotted fish. Without them, their earnings today would certainly have been lower than in the past 2 days. Chen Xiaoyun transferred 500 yuan to Chen Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun, if we could earn this daily, we'd make 120,000 to 200,000 a month. Then, my parents wouldn't complain anymore, Chen Xiaoyun exclaimed, brimming with excitement. If we had such gains every day. Think again, the rainy season is approaching, and it's impossible to fish daily. Let us go to town to buy groceries, and then head home for a meal. Chen Xiaoyun said, observing the youthful exuberance of Chen Xiao, who was only 20 years old, with all his emotions clearly displayed on his face. The two arrived in town, purchasing several pounds of meat, ribs, and a large fish head. They also bought some vegetables, a roasted duck, and a roasted goose, along with 2 cases of beer, before returning to Chenjikin. On the way back, Chen Xiaoyun received a call from Zhang Hao of the renovation company, who informed him that the plan was ready and would be delivered in the afternoon for Chen Xiaoyun to review. Upon returning home, it was almost mealtime, and lunch was once again prepared at his great-uncle's house. "Grandma, I'll cook today. You can take a break. You're such a good child, so considerate. All right, let me taste your culinary skills," Grandma smiled. Chen Xiaoyun took over the kitchen, allowing Grandma to rest. For lunch, he prepared garlic lettuce, a fish head, and tofu soup, stir-fried bell peppers with meat, along with roasted duck and goose. The meal was quite sumptuous, with the fish head tofu soup looking milky and glistening, and the local specialties of roasted duck and goose never failing to delight. "The dishes are ready. Let us eat," Chen Xiaoyun called out. "Brother, your cooking is quite impressive. This tofu is tender, and the fish soup is delicious. I wonder how my future sister-in-law will enjoy it," Chen Xiaohu praised while sipping the fish soup. "As if I needed your compliment. You can't stop eating even while I'm talking." Chen Xiaoyun shot him a glare. With a drop of spirit spring water in the fish head tofu soup, if it didn't taste good, it would be an affront to the spring. Chen Xiaohu quickly lowered his head to eat. His cousin's gaze was too intimidating. "Indeed, it's excellent," rivaling the chefs in town, praised great-uncle Chen Jiangwen. "Xiaoyun, have you met any lovely girls outside?" Grandma asked with a grin. At that moment, he truly wished to punch Chen Xiaohu. The elderly often concern themselves with marriage, and though it was better left unsaid, Chen Xiaohu's remark sparked Grandma's matchmaking enthusiasm. Chen Xiaohu, focusing on his meal, dared not meet Chen Xiaoyun's murderous glare. "Not yet. Grandma, no rush," Chen Xiaoyun replied, mustering courage. "No rush. When we were your age, your father and uncle were already of marriageable age." Great-uncle Chen Jiangwen chimed in. "In our time, marriage was based on mutual affection. Otherwise, it's hard to stay together." Chen Xiaoyun could only find excuses to dissuade his great-uncle and great-aunt from their matchmaking intentions. "You're not young anymore. If your parents or grandparents were still around, they would have urged you to settle down long ago. You are the eldest in our family. I'm still waiting for you to give me great-grandchildren. Yes, yes. Find someone you like and get married." Chen Xiaoyun could only chuckle bitterly. Truly, the pressure of marriage was overwhelming. He was only 25. While in a few years he would be considered a leftover man, he wished to enjoy life a bit longer before stepping into the realm of marriage. "Be more attentive. If you don't find someone, I'll have your great-aunt introduce you to her relatives." Great-uncle Chen Jiangwen clearly hoped for Chen Xiaoyun to marry and have children soon. "Uh-huh." Chen Xiaoyun could only nod in response. Over the years, though he had encountered girls who made his heart flutter, his own circumstances had made him hesitant to pursue them actively. "By the way, I called Uncle Minhua. He said he would return this afternoon to discuss renting the lychee orchard and fish pond with you." Great-uncle continued. "Great. It would be perfect if we could finalize the arrangements this afternoon." Chen Xiaoyun hoped to quickly secure the rental of the lychee orchard and fish pond behind the house. That way, he could buy chicks, ducklings, and goslings to raise. After lunch, Chen Xiaoyun returned home. His yard also needed cement flooring. Otherwise, it would turn into a muddy mess whenever it rained. This old lychee tree bore quite a few fruits this year. He set up a lounge chair beneath the tree, gazing at the branches laden with lychees. Perhaps watering it with a bit of spirit spring water would yield a different quality of fruit. Without hesitation, Chen Xiaoyun fetched a hoe, dug a circle around the tree to prevent water from spilling everywhere, filled a bucket with water, and added a couple of drops of spirit spring water for dilution, watering the roots. He wanted to see if this spring could enable the old lychee tree to produce exquisite lychees. "Xiaoyun, are you watering the tree?" Chen Xiaohu approached, observing his cousin's actions and thinking it was quite unnecessary. "Yes, we're by the sea. Are you worried about insufficient rain?" He couldn't comprehend why Chen Xiaoyun felt the need to water the old lychee tree. This year, the fruit is plentiful. Watering it a bit more ensures it has enough moisture. Chen Xiaoyun casually found an excuse. In previous years, there were plenty of fruits as well. Yet no one tended to it. It still bore large, sweet fruits. "Why aren't you at home with great-grandpa and the others? What brings you here?" Grandpa and Grandma went visiting in the village. "They're probably chatting under the big banyan tree at the square now," Chen Xiao replied. Chen Xiaoyun realized he hadn't explored the village at all since returning 3 days ago. Shortly after 2 o'clock, the manager of the renovation company, Zhang Hao, arrived at Chen Xiaoyun's home. "Brother Chen, I brought the plan for you." Zhang Hao greeted the two brothers, who were relaxing under the lychee tree. "Come, sit." Upon seeing Zhang Hao's arrival, Chen Xiaoyun stood up to fetch a stool. "Thank you for providing the meticulously crafted project proposal, complete with realistic visual representations." Zhang Hao presented the proposal to Chen Xiaoyun, who took it with earnestness and began to peruse its contents. The company had proposed 3 renovation schemes. The first was a simple interior and exterior refresh with a coat of paint, a style akin to that of most houses within the village, which did not particularly appeal to Chen Xiaoyun. The second option was a quaint villa-style design, which was somewhat agreeable. The third option was a vintage aesthetic, exuding a profound sense of charm. The cost of this scheme was comparable to that of the second, hovering around 180 to 90,000. Manager Zhang, having reviewed the options, "I believe I shall select the third one. The price is reasonable. Can we commence construction tomorrow?" Chen Xiaoyun stated with clarity and decisiveness. "Certainly, our renovation team can begin work tomorrow," Zhang Hao responded, his face lighting up with joy. "Very well, let us finalize this. Please prepare the contract," Chen Xiaoyun instructed directly. "Of course, I'll fetch the contract." Zhang Hao promptly rose to retrieve it from his vehicle. After signing the contract and making a partial advance payment, they were set to begin the renovations the following day. Zhang Hao was pleasantly surprised at how swiftly the contract was concluded and returned home in high spirits. Shortly after 4 o'clock, his great-uncle arrived with a middle-aged man. "Xiaoyun, this is your Uncle Minhua. Do you remember him?" The elder pointed to the man. Upon seeing the visitor, a wave of familiarity washed over Chen Xiaoyun. "How could I forget Uncle Minhua?" he exclaimed. "Minhua," Chen Xiaohu chimed in greeting. "Xiaoyun, you've changed quite a bit. If we passed each other on the street, I might not recognize you," Uncle Minhua remarked with a smile. "Please have a seat," Chen Xiaoyun said, standing to bring out chairs. "Xiaohu, why don't you lend a hand to your parents? Every time I meet with them, they lament about you," Uncle Minhua chuckled. "Uncle Minhua, I just want to explore and make my own way while I'm still young," Chen Xiaohu replied, grinning. "Your Uncle Minhua rushed back from the city as soon as he heard you wanted to rent the lychee orchard and fish pond," Great Uncle Chen Jiangwen explained to Chen Xiaoyun. He then turned to Uncle Minhua and said, "Minhua, you must look after him a bit. Second uncle, we share the same ancestry. We haven't diverged into 5 branches yet. So how could I possibly take advantage of my own nephew?" Uncle Minhua quickly retorted. His father and Chen Xiaoyun's grandfather, along with great uncle, were cousins. Uncle Minhua's grandfather and Chen Xiaoyun's ancestor were brothers. If he were to wrong Chen Xiaoyun, he would surely face scorn and ridicule in the village. "Uncle Minhua, please charge me a fair rate. I wouldn't want you to suffer a loss," Chen Xiaoyun interjected. Uncle Minhua laughed. "You think I would let you suffer? This orchard and pond were merely investments from my fishing days, and with years of neglect, they have become a liability. I would be pleased to hand them over to you." Chen Xiaoyun nodded, recognizing the wisdom in this arrangement. Leaving them to remain idle would only incur losses. "The lychee orchard belongs to my family, so there is no rental fee, but the fish pond and the barren land behind your house are what I'm renting. I had planned to raise fish, ducks, and eels there," Uncle Minhua explained. The barren land had also been rented by Uncle Minhua for 30 years, with 23 years remaining, requiring annual rental payments, which had become a source of grievance for his wife. "How much do you intend to charge for the sublease?" Chen Xiaoyun inquired. "Let us settle at 30,000. Thereafter, you can handle the annual rent yourself. The pond and the 20-plus acres of barren land will amount to 5,000, which is quite a bargain. For the lychee orchard, just 2,000 a year will suffice." Uncle Minhua offered a reasonable price. Chen Xiaoyun nodded, smiling. "Thank you for your generosity, Uncle Minhua." The terms were quickly agreed upon, and they signed the sublease contract without any familial disputes. After transferring the funds, the orchard, pond, and barren land officially became Chen Xiaoyun's. Uncle Minhua stayed for a brief spell before taking his leave back to the city. Great Uncle Chen Jiangwen invited him to dinner, but he declined, citing his busy schedule, although he made the trip out of respect for Chen Xiaoyun. "Great Uncle, what does Uncle Minhua do in the city that keeps him so busy?" Chen Xiaoyun asked curiously. "Your Uncle Minhua runs a processing factory in the city. It's quite profitable, and he has managed to buy a house there, even bringing your Uncle Jiandong to the city," Great Uncle Chen Jiangwen replied. "That makes sense," Chen Xiaoyun acknowledged. "If anyone else were to rent this 10-plus acres of lychee orchard, 5 to 6 acres of fish pond, and 20-plus acres of barren land. The transfer fee would certainly exceed 50,000. Great Uncle Chen Xiaoyun continued, if you plan to raise chickens, ducks, and geese, you'll need to build a fence and construct several shelters. However, these tasks can easily be handled by the villagers. You'll just need to procure some materials. I understand, Great Uncle. I will ensure the villagers are compensated fairly for their work, Chen Xiaoyun confirmed. Shall we start construction tomorrow? Great Uncle Chen Xiaoyun inquired. Yes, indeed. Xiaoyun, why do you want to raise chickens and ducks? These are indeed very lucrative and require considerable management, Chen Xiaoyun questioned, perplexed. Why not? We can eat what we raise, Chen Xiaoyun replied, casting a glance at him. How can you possibly manage that on such a large scale? Chen Xiaoyun responded, bewildered. Dinner was casual, as the hot weather made it difficult to eat much. After the meal, Chen Xiaoyun accompanied Chen Xiaoyun back to his side. When are we going to catch some field frogs? I need to inform my followers. I plan to go live later tonight, Chen Xiaoyun expressed, eager. Why the hurry? Let us rest for a bit and head out at 8, Chen Xiaoyun replied, reclining comfortably in a chair while browsing through his phone. Behind their home, the barren land was abundant with frogs, filling the night with their calls. Field frogs, as they referred to them, belong to the same family as common frogs and bullfrogs, showcasing a variety of colors, including black, brown, gray, and shades of grayish blue. Named for their habitat, these field frogs are similar to bullfrogs but lack their size. Stir-fried field frogs and frog soup are considered rare delicacies that Chen Xiaoyun and his friends often indulged in during their childhood. Now that he had rented that barren land, the fish, shrimp, and eels were his to harvest. At 8 o'clock, the two armed themselves with flashlights and nets, making their way to the back fields. The land was interspersed with water, resembling a small marshland. Xiaoyun, over here. There's a big eel, Chen Xiaoyun shouted during the live stream. Everyone, look at this enormous eel, probably weighing half a pound. I was so focused on streaming fishing that I forgot about the eels in this field, Chen Xiaoyun exclaimed, directing his phone camera towards the waterway. In the water, amidst the tangled vegetation, lay an eel of considerable size, poised to hunt small fish and shrimp. Then go catch it, Chen Xiaoyun remarked, bemused. You grew up catching fish and shrimp, yet you hesitate to catch an eel? I was just worried it might escape. Chen Xiaoyun defended himself. If it escapes, it simply wasn't meant to be caught, Chen Xiaoyun replied nonchalantly. Before him, a sizable frog, nearly the size of half a fist, perched on the ridge, illuminated by his flashlight, rendered motionless. With a swift, precise grasp, he captured the hefty creature in his hand. By the time the plump frog realized its predicament and attempted to flee, it had already fallen into his clutches. Chen Xiaoyun was astonished at the sheer size of these frogs. Such dimensions were only seen in their childhood. A few years prior, a ban was imposed on the use of electric fishing, with penalties starting at 5 years for offenders, coupled with a reward for whistleblowers beginning at 5,000 yuan, leading to a significant decline in such activities. The once cultivated fields had become overgrown, many now left fallow, with reduced use of fertilizers and pesticides. Most of the village's youth had migrated elsewhere, leaving the elderly disinterested in such pursuits. Chen Xiaoyun, having caught a large eel, remarked as he placed the frog and eel into a net bag. His streaming audience buzzed with excitement. Wow, such a large eel and frog. It brings back memories of my childhood, catching eels and frogs in the fields. Indeed, it evoked nostalgia, reminiscent of their youth spent in the fields, capturing eels, shrimps, and frogs. The crackdown on electric fishing had indeed contributed to the ecological recovery in many areas. Last year, upon returning to his hometown, he too had caught eels and loaches, all impressively large. Watching the host and the cameraman catch eels and frogs was exhilarating. He felt an urge to join them. Look, everyone, this frog is quite hefty, Chen Xiaoyun announced, directing the camera towards a frog estimated to weigh around 3 to 4 tails. This area of wasteland not only harbored eels and frogs, but also snakes, with Chen Xiaoyun spotting several. Chen Xiaoyun skillfully avoided filming the snakes, aware that their appearance could unsettle some viewers and risk complaints that might lead to a ban. Quick, photographer, there's a large frog ahead. In the ditch, there's a big eel. That looks like a snake to me, he cautioned. You seem intent on endangering the cameraman. That is a snake, and it bites. A longing to join them in their fishing escapades filled him. Chen Xiaoyun's stream attracted nearly 2,000 viewers, each step revealing frogs nestled along the ridges and ditches. Some even huddled together. In no time, They had caught over 20 sizable frogs, each weighing around 3 taels, dismissing the smaller ones. They also collected over a dozen eels, each weighing 2 to 3 taels. Such a bountiful haul in such a short time indicated a flourishing ecosystem in the wasteland. Chen Xiaoyun noticed numerous snails in the ditches and planned to return another day to harvest some for cooking. It appeared these ditches had been deliberately excavated, spanning 50 centimeters in width, crisscrossing the landscape, likely a remnant of Uncle Minhua's aspirations to cultivate eels. "Let us head back. This is enough for a meal," Chen Xiaoyun called out as they concluded their foraging. Chapter 16. Renovating the old house and constructing a chicken coop family. We're heading back now. Later, I'll stream the cooking of fried frogs, braised eel, and eel soup that will leave you craving more, Chen Xiaohu boasted about their evening's catch. Many in the stream preferred such content, finding joy in the nostalgic act of catching eels and frogs, reminiscing about their carefree childhoods in the countryside after years of working in the city. In just half an hour, they had gathered such an impressive amount of eels and frogs, surpassing Chen Xiaoyun's expectations. It seemed that with the increase in migration, the neglect of farmlands, and the decline of electric fishing, the ecosystem had significantly rebounded. "Family, my brother has rented this wasteland. He plans to raise eels, crayfish, frogs, loaches, and soft-shelled turtles, all in a free-range manner. For those wishing to visit, I'll treat you to these delicacies," he whispered. "Let me share a secret. Our wild eels are pure golden yellow, known for their health benefits." Chen Xiaoyun shook his head at his brother's ostentation. "What's the photographer saying? I can't understand. Please clarify. I graduated middle school, and I'm not really getting it. Is there a teacher around to explain? Is this the bus for kindergarten? If so, I'm getting on." The photographers seemed to be discussing something novel, leaving the audience curious. A group of inexperienced viewers transformed into inquisitive children, eagerly asking questions. Upon returning, they began to clean the frogs and eels. "Family, I'll be cleaning the frogs and eels now. The content is too graphic, so I won't stream it," Chen Xiaohu announced. "The remaining footage will be edited into a short video and shared tomorrow." With that, he ended the stream. "You handle the frogs, I'll take care of the eels," Chen Xiaoyun instructed. Cleaning eels is somewhat more challenging, but frogs tend to excrete a foul-smelling liquid that Chen Xiaoyun could not tolerate. "All right, brother," Chen Xiaohu cheerfully agreed, not giving it much thought. With over 10 eels weighing about 4 pounds, Chen Xiaoyun quickly cleaned them, showing no signs of clumsiness despite the years since his last cleaning. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaohu managed to clean and prepare the frogs, filling a small bowl. Chen Xiaoyun began chopping scallions, ginger, and garlic, cutting the eels and frogs into segments. Chen Xiaohu started recording a food video, knowing it would attract viewers. After cutting the eels and frogs, they drained the water, frying them at high temperatures to eliminate any parasites. Once drained, they sauteed ginger and garlic, adding chili bean paste and oyster sauce for aroma. Then tossed in the drained eels and frogs, stir-frying over high heat. Due to his laziness, Chen Xiaoyun decided to cook everything in one pot without preparing separate dishes. The sizzling sound of hot oil filled the air, and the enticing aroma wafted towards Chen Xiaohu, who couldn't help but swallow. After 3 minutes of vigorous frying, they garnished with scallions and plated a generous portion. As they brought it to the table, Chen Xiaohu set up his phone to continue filming, eagerly starting to eat. Chen Xiaoyun opened a chilled beer, indulging in the eels and frogs. Such delicacies were rare for many. With economic development requiring increased production, frogs, eels, and bullfrogs are now predominantly farmed. Wild varieties like these could only be savored in rural areas. He snapped a few photos, posting them to his WeChat moments. Eels are believed to nourish the body, enhancing vitality and health, though the truth of such claims remains uncertain. The wild eel meat was tender, delicately textured, and flavorful, unlike the inferior quality of farm varieties. Frog meat was equally succulent, and rural folk knew that frog soup was particularly delicious. The substantial portion of stir-fried eels and frog meat was quickly devoured by the two. "Delicious. Brother Xiaoyun, your culinary skills are unmatched. Let us do this again soon," Chen Xiaohu exclaimed, reminiscent of their childhood days spent catching eels and frogs together. The following morning, Chen Xiaoyun woke up at 6 o'clock. After sipping some spring water, he began practicing breathing exercises. Despite only practicing for a few days, he felt a remarkable increase in strength. His energy levels remained high, free from fatigue, and his skin appeared noticeably brighter. Years of excessive drinking had left him with a beer belly and some health issues, but lately he noticed the belly gradually diminishing, and he felt considerably healthier. After completing his breathing exercises, Chen Xiaoyun showered, realizing he couldn't go fishing today as the renovation crew was coming to his home. He also needed to head to town to purchase building materials for constructing a fence and a chicken coop. Opening his phone, he noticed many likes on the photos he posted on WeChat the previous night. Some friends left messages, yet Chen Xiaoyun hardly responded, only acknowledging good friends like Zhang Xian and Qin Ming. After breakfast, the renovation crew promptly arrived, moving all household items to his great-uncle's home temporarily. Brother Chen, this renovation team is among the best in the industry. I've expedited their return to renovate your home. It will be completed in no more than half a month. Zhang Hao personally assured him. Please, Zhang, do ensure the project progresses swiftly, Chen Xiaoyun nodded. Once the belongings were relocated, the renovation team began to clear the aging interior and exterior walls. Xiaoyun, you return home, yet fail to visit, remarked a man in his 50s, standing beside great-uncle Chen Jiangwen. I just returned a few days ago, Chen Xiaoyun replied with an awkward smile. Young Master Jinbing is now the village chief. He has already approved your chicken coop plans, said great-uncle Chen Jiangwen. Chen Xiaoyun quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, village chief. If only more young people chose to remain in the village, Jinbing lamented. He felt joy at the news of Chen Xiaoyun's return and intentions to start a business in the village. Gulme, let us accompany you to the town to purchase building materials, lest you be at a disadvantage, great-uncle Chen Jiangwen suggested. All right. Upon arriving in town, they encountered a vendor selling cement, sand, and stones. Brother Jiangwen, it's been a while. What do you need? The owner greeted them, clearly familiar with great-uncle. We need some sand, stones, cement, bricks, cement pillars, and wire mesh, great-uncle Chen Jiangwen replied. How much do you require? We are old friends. I'll give you a fair price, the vendor smiled. We need to construct about 20 chicken coops, each 50 square meters. The cement pillars and wire mesh should have small openings to enclose a forest area for raising chickens. Great-uncle slowly elaborated. For 20 chicken coops of 50 square meters, we will need around 20 truckloads of bricks and 10 tons of cement. If it's insufficient, we can return for more, the vendor calculated. Chen Xiaoyun merely needed to pay. He quietly observed the negotiations, as great-uncle was more familiar with the material prices. After paying a deposit of 20,000, the first batch of materials began to be delivered. They then proceeded to the market to purchase half a pig, alongside various vegetables, chicken, duck, and fish, as meals would need to be provided for those helping. Upon returning to the village, they hired an excavator to clear an area beside the fish pond, adjacent to the lychee orchard, to begin digging the foundation. Once the foundation was prepared, Chen Xiaoyun instructed the operator to clear weeds and create a dirt path from the cement road to the fish pond, facilitating direct access for transporting materials. By afternoon, the cement and sand materials arrived, and work commenced on constructing the chicken and duck coops. Great-uncle Chen Jiangwen enlisted over 10 villagers to assist, all of whom were in their 40s to 60s and were relatives of Chen Xiaoyun. Thank you, uncles and grandfathers, for your help, Chen Xiaoyun said, handing each a pack of fine cigarettes. Young man, we're glad to assist. We will build it sturdily, they replied, pleased by Chen Xiaoyun's respectful demeanor and his offer of payment. After a day of labor, they completed the foundation, aided by the excavator. Given that they were building chicken coops rather than houses, the quality requirements were less stringent. Chen Xiaoyun opted for a brick and tile structure, ensuring it was sturdy against summer typhoons. The brick walls would rise 2 meters high, with the upper meter enclosed by wire mesh for ventilation while deterring wildcats and eagles. For dinner, his grandmother invited several elderly villagers to assist in cooking, resulting in 2 large tables of dishes that were satisfactory, yet not extravagant. Stir-fried pork, mushroom stew with chicken, ribs, steamed freshwater base, stir-fried water spinach, lettuce, and beer duck. Look how much you've grown, Xiaoyun. You made quite a bit of money over the years, haven't you? Have you found a girlfriend? The elders inquired around the dinner table. Chen Xiaoyun could only respond to their questions, given their elder status. After dinner, everyone relaxed in great-uncle's yard, chatting in the cool evening air. There are hardly any young people left in the village. They all run away, one elder sighed. His grandchildren and children sought jobs elsewhere, intending to bring him to the city for a comfortable life. Yet he remained attached to his homeland. The elders reminisced about the past and cherished memories of better days. At that moment, Chen Xiaoyu urged Chen Xiaoyun to watch a video he had filmed the previous night. Brother Xiaoyun, look, my cooking video has over 8,000 likes and millions of views. And this video of you catching a large sea bass is nearing 1 million views. Chen Xiaoyu beamed, having gained over 3,000 followers in recent days. Not bad. Chen Xiaoyun nodded in approval. Why don't you start making videos too? Just upload for fun. If they become popular, you might earn some income, Chen Xiaoyu suggested, sensing his cousin's good fortune. Perhaps. Chen Xiaoyun considered. Let me share these 2 videos on my account. You have none there. Chen Xiaoyu urged. All right, I'll do that. Chen Xiaoyun opened his account, changing the name to Leisure Fisherman, then shared the 2 videos, one of last night's cooking and another of his fishing exploits. After sharing, he left it to fate, treating it as a casual endeavor. Before bed, Chen Xiaoyun checked the drainage situation of the fish pond. Approximately 1/3 of the water had been drained, and it seemed the pond would soon be empty. The accumulated silt was indeed excessive, preventing much water retention. To safeguard the materials and equipment, Chen Xiaoyun set up a simple tent beneath the lychee tree in the yard, planning to sleep there. The following morning, he woke at 6, first drinking from the spring water for his exercises, persisting regardless of the outcomes. After 7, the renovation crew arrived to commence their work. Chen Xiaoyun headed to Great Uncle's home for breakfast of pork and rice noodles. After everyone finished breakfast, they began constructing the chicken coop. Brother Xiaoyun, it seems that the water in the fish pond will likely be drained by noon, said Chen Xiaoyu, observing that 2/3 of the pond's water had receded. Tiny freshwater shrimp, about the size of a pinky finger, were already visible along the shore, and occasionally fish could be seen jumping out of the water. Let us set aside the fish for now and help pass the bricks. Later, we can catch some shrimp to fry, Chen Xiaoyu suggested, assisting with mixing the cement and sand. With many hands at work, half of the chicken coop was completed by morning. Around 10 o'clock, the sun became quite intense, prompting Chen Xiaoyun to call for the elderly workers to stop and rest until the afternoon. If they suffer from heat exhaustion, I would be at fault, he thought. Go fetch a bucket. Let us catch some shrimp for lunch, he called to Chen Xiaoyu. The pond was teeming with small wild river shrimp, many of which were motionless by the water's edge. Chen Xiaoyu dashed back to retrieve a net and a bucket. As the water in the pond had nearly receded, a few large fish could be seen swimming. Get the net, Chen Xiaoyun exclaimed, taking hold of the fishing net and heading towards the shrimp. Chen Xiaoyu had already started a live stream. Family, this is the fish pond rented by my brother. We're draining the water to clear the silt. And now that it's nearly done, we're going to catch some wild river shrimp to take home. Hundreds of viewers tuned in to the live stream. With one scoop, they caught a dozen small shrimp. Pass me the bucket, Chen Xiaoyun shouted. Chen Xiaoyu handed him the bucket and joined him in the water. Look, everyone, there are so many of these wild river shrimp, all about the size of my pinky. When fried to a golden crisp, they are delicious. Even the neighbors' children are drooling over them. Indeed, this is a wild pond, a viewer commented, noting the abundance of river shrimp and wild tilapia. Wow, this tilapia is huge. I'm going to catch it for a spicy braised tilapia for lunch, Chen Xiaoyu exclaimed, spotting a large tilapia swimming by. Unfortunately, the tilapia was vigorous and made a sudden dash, swimming right under Chen Xiaoyun's feet. With a swift motion, Chen Xiaoyun scooped it up with the net. What a catch! This wild tilapia weighs nearly 2 pounds. Just look at its scales. Chen Xiaoyu hurried over to capture the moment on camera. The streamer is doing a poor job. Can't even catch a single fish, a viewer joked. It was true. These wild river shrimp were quite delectable when fried. Back in my childhood, we also had a fish pond in the village. Each time the pond was drained, we would catch small fish and shrimp. I long for those days. Brother Xiaoyun, let us catch some of these wild, miscellaneous fish to fry, he suggested, eyeing the many small fish resembling wheat fish swimming in the water. The largest are no longer than a middle finger, densely packed on the surface. These fish have tender meat and become crispy and flavorful when fried. All right, let us gather some. Chen Xiaoyun nodded in agreement. Before long, Chen Xiaoyun had filled half a bucket with wild river shrimp and miscellaneous fish. He also caught a 2-pound tilapia before finally leaving the water. There seemed to be quite a few tilapia. We could sell them in town, Chen Xiaoyu remarked. After lunch, let us inquire about contacting the fish buyer to come collect them. Tilapia isn't very valuable, so there's no need to waste time selling them, Chen Xiaoyun replied nonchalantly. After all, there might be hundreds or even 1,000 pounds in there. They estimated that if sold wholesale, they would fetch only about 5 to 6 yuan per pound. Chen Xiaoyun also noticed some big-head carp and plenty of other small fish, as well as numerous snails, given that it was an unmanaged wild pond for several years. Having so many fish was impressive. Now, the water in the pond was only knee-deep and couldn't be drained any further. When the fish buyers arrive this afternoon, we can borrow a drag net to scoop everything up, he planned. For lunch, they prepared 3 dishes: braised tilapia, fried wild river shrimp, and fried small fish. The tilapia had few bones, tender meat, and was quite affordable, making it popular among many. The wild tilapia, in particular, was exceptional. When braised, it absorbed the flavors beautifully and was incredibly delicious. Indeed, these wild river shrimp are delightful when fried, Chen Xiaoyun boasted. During the meal, Chen Xiaoyun inquired if anyone in the village knew a fish buyer. Uncle Air, does anyone know a fish buyer in town? He asked. Uncle Minhuai also raises fish. He might know, Uncle Chun Jiangwen replied. Are you planning to sell the fish from the pond? Uncle Minhuai questioned. Chen Xiaoyun looked at him. He was a man in his 40s with somewhat tan skin. Uncle Minhuai, there is some tilapia and big-head carp in the pond, and I'd like to sell them after we clear the silt and refill the pond, he explained. All right, I'll call the fish buyer. By the way, if you need a fishing net, you can borrow one from my house, Uncle Minhuai offered. Thank you, Uncle Minhuai. After finishing lunch, Uncle Air and some villagers gathered under the trees to enjoy tea and relax. Chen Xiaoyun and Chen Xiaohu went to Uncle Minhuai's house to collect a fishing net and headed to the pond. Due to the shallow water and hot weather, many fish had begun to surface. If the sun continued to beat down, many would perish. Fortunately, it wasn't too long before the fish buyer arrived. Are you the one selling fish? The buyer asked as he parked his truck by the pond. Yes, we're clearing the pond and digging it out again, Chen Xiaoyun replied, relieved to see the buyer. With this scorching sun, if he hadn't come, many fish would have flipped belly up. Now that the fish buyer is here, we can finally start fishing, Chen Xiaohu announced, holding up his phone. Xiaohu, get ready with the dragnet, Chen Xiaoyun instructed. Coming. He responded. Family, the live stream of dragnet fishing officially begins. Soon, Uncle Minhuai and a few others joined to help pull the net. With the water not too deep, they dragged the net to the end, and aside from some small fish and those buried in the silt, they caught most of the fish. The haul consisted mainly of palm-sized tilapia, along with over 20 big-head carp, each weighing over 10 pounds. I can't believe this pond, abandoned for so many years, still contains so many fish, Uncle Minhuai exclaimed. Some of these tilapia weigh 2 to 3 pounds, and they are entirely wild, having never been fed. Indeed, the breeding capabilities of tilapia are astonishing. I also spotted a few large black fish, likely weighing 7 to 8 pounds, even 10 pounds, he added. Look, everyone, this pond, left unused for 4 to 5 years, still holds a wealth of fish. Chen Xiaohu continued to stream live. Next, they began to sort the fish into buckets based on size, weigh them, and load them into the fish buyer's truck for transfer to an oxygenated tank. Wow, look at this black fish. It's so huge, Chen Xiaohu exclaimed, lifting a black fish. I'm tempted to take a shot at it. Does nobody in your village fish with lures? A viewer commented. They're by the sea. They wouldn't go fishing in the ocean. The buyer interjected. Are you selling the blackfish? He asked. This wild blackfish is quite sought after in the market. No, I'm keeping it for myself. Chen Xiaoyun shook his head, refusing to sell the blackfish. With 7 or 8 large blackfish, each over 6 pounds. He thought it would be a shame to sell such beautiful fish. He wasn't in dire need of the money. Chen Xiaoyun headed home to fetch a large bucket to store the blackfish, also catching 2 large big-head carp for soup that evening. He reserved some tilapia as well, intending to share it with the villagers, as it was low in bones and safe for the elderly and children to enjoy. Dear friends, look at all these apple snails. I plan to scoop some up and sell them in town, Chen Xiaohu remarked, holding his phone to capture the dense cluster of snails underwater. After catching over 20 fish, including several hefty silver carp and a substantial amount of tilapia, Chen Xiaoyun received payment from the fish vendor. Tilapia is 5 yuan per pound, and silver carp is 6 yuan per pound, totaling 6,150 yuan, the vendor informed him. Once the fish were caught, only a few miscellaneous fish, river shrimp, and apple snails remained in the pond. Chen Xiaoyun then summoned an excavator operator to breach the pond's dam, allowing the water to drain completely. After 10 days of drying, they could clean out the silt. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaohu, with a large bucket in hand, broadcasted live as he scooped up snails, while Chen Xiaoyun collected river shrimp, mindful that any shrimp left behind would perish once the water receded. Suddenly, Chen Xiaohu exclaimed, "I think I stepped on something." Concerned, Chen Xiaoyun asked what was amiss. "I believe it's a soft-shelled turtle," came the reply. "Be careful. They can be quite fierce and difficult to shake off." Searching in the murky water, Chen Xiaohu managed to pull out a large turtle. "Xiaoyun, look at this magnificent turtle," he shouted, showcasing it proudly. The turtle appeared to weigh about 3 pounds. "Such a sizable turtle will make a delightful stew with chicken and lamb kidneys," a cheeky viewer commented in the live chat. "Be careful, photographer. With such a long neck, you might get bitten." The wild turtle could fetch several hundred yuan. Chen Xiaoyun returned to fetch another bucket to contain the turtle, which nearly filled the bottom of the bucket. "Indeed, turtle stew is highly nutritious." He chuckled. "There must be more. This cannot be the only one," Chen Xiaohu remarked. "We'll check once the water is gone. Turtles tend to hide in the mud." Chen Xiaoyun was particularly keen on searching for turtles since they were typically elusive unless accidentally stepped on. Yet not long after, he too stumbled upon something resembling a turtle. "I think I found another one," he announced. "Really?" Chen Xiaohu inquired. Chen Xiaoyun carefully sifted through the mud and soon emerged with another large turtle, much larger than the first. The viewers in the live stream gasped in astonishment at the size of the creature. "What incredible haul! The host is indeed fortunate," exclaimed one viewer. "Sell it to me for 10,000 yuan, and forget I asked." With the bucket now inadequate for the massive turtle, Chen Xiaoyun shifted it to a large basin. "I found another turtle," Chen Xiaohu exclaimed moments later, pulling up a smaller one, about the size of a fist and weighing roughly half a kilogram. After 2 hours of diligent effort, Chen Xiaohu had collected several buckets of apple snails, while Chen Xiaoyun managed to capture 2 to 3 buckets of river shrimp. They had nearly exhausted the supply of snails and shrimp in the pond, with only a few miscellaneous fish remaining. Too weary to continue, they decided to let the rest flow into the nearby ditch. "I can't manage any more," Chen Xiaohu panted. "After spending 2 to 3 hours under this scorching sun, I nearly succumbed to heat stroke. We cannot possibly consume all these snails," he exclaimed, proudly displaying the 4 to 5 buckets filled to the brim. "I'll distribute some of these shrimp to the villagers. There's no way to keep them all alive," Chen Xiaoyun suggested. "All right, I'll accompany you to deliver them." Chapter 19. The first sea fishing expedition after sharing the river shrimp and tilapia with the villagers, word spread of Chen Xiaoyun's return. In the afternoon, several children from the village, eager to catch small fish and shrimp from the pond, rushed over after school. Chen Xiaoyun paid them no mind, recalling that he too had done the same in his youth. The afternoon was spent helping to build a wall, leaving Chen Xiaoyun utterly exhausted. Dinner featured a delightful array of dishes, including spicy fish head tofu soup, and ginseng stewed black fish, particularly favored by men for its restorative properties. As dinner concluded, the uncles enjoyed drinks and conversation, while Chen Xiaohu suggested going to the beach, but Chen Xiaoyun declined, feeling too worn out from the day's labors. "We can go for clams and cockles another day," he reasoned. After distributing the 2 to 3 buckets of river shrimp, only half a bucket remained, which he cleaned and stored in the fridge for upcoming meals. River shrimp do not survive long when kept in a basin. The apple snails were housed in large containers to expel sand, and after a couple of days, they would be blanched and refrigerated for later cooking. Exhausted from the day's activities, Chen Xiaoyun retired to bed early. While browsing his phone, he noticed that 2 of his videos had gone viral, each garnering over 30,000 likes and several thousand comments, leading his follower count to surpass 3,000. "This is utterly astonishing," he thought. "I merely shared 2 videos, and my followers are nearly outpacing Chen Xiaohu's." As he scrolled through the comments, some praised his culinary skills, while others inquired about his fishing spots, and some pointed out that he was merely sharing others' content. He chose not to engage. Just then, a WeChat message popped up from Li Weibao, the brother who had sold him the sesame fish. "Chun, tomorrow we're heading out to sea for fishing. Would you care to join us?" he inquired. Chen Xiaoyun responded, "Are we paying for tickets to fish?" In coastal areas, there are individuals who rent boats for fishing trips, with costs varying widely. Li Weibao quickly replied, "It's all friends. I'll be taking my own fishing boat, no ticket needed." Although Chen Xiaoyun lived by the sea, he had never fished offshore. After consideration, he agreed, "Sure, where and when do we meet?" "At the Qinyuan village dock. We set sail at 7. "All right, I'll be there on time." After confirming the plan with Li Weibao, he informed Chen Xiaohu to prepare for an early start the next day. The following morning, Chen Xiaoyun awoke at 6, foregoing his breathing exercises. Chen Xiaohu, knowing they were going fishing, was even more excited and had risen before him. By 6:10, as Chen Xiaoyun finished his morning routine, Chen Xiaohu was already outside, ready with the fishing gear on his electric tricycle. "Xiaoyun, are you up yet? Let us get going. What is the rush so early in the morning?" Chen Xiaoyun replied, amused. "We don't want to keep brotherly waiting." Chen Xiaohu grinned sheepishly. "Let us proceed. I shall first inform Uncle Air that he needs to oversee the household project today," Chen Xiaoyun stated. "No need for that. I spoke with grandfather before I left, and he assured me that he would keep an eye on things." Chen Xiaohu immediately replied, "You've already mentioned it? Very well then, let us set off. First, we should purchase a few pounds of shrimp and some breakfast in town." Chen Xiaoyun climbed onto the tricycle. Since they were heading out to sea, there was no need to take 2 electric scooters. Upon arriving at the market in town, they spent over 200 yuan on 5 pounds of fresh shrimp to use as bait. The lively shrimp were placed into a bucket, and an oxygen pump was used to ensure their vitality. Chen Xiaoyun, with a playful gesture, added a couple of drops of spring water, hoping to attract larger fish during their fishing expedition. After securing breakfast, they drove the electric tricycle towards the dock at Qinwan Village. "Li Ge, are we waiting for anyone else?" A young man aboard a JY-700 fishing vessel glanced at the time, noting it was past 6 o'clock, and inquired of Li Weibao. "We are expecting 2 friends. They should arrive shortly," Li Weibao replied. Once Chen Xiaoyun and his brother reached the dock, they parked the tricycle, loaded the fishing gear, and called Li Weibao. Moments later, Li Weibao answered the phone. "Hello, Li Ge. We have arrived at the dock at Qinwan Village. Which is your boat?" "The fishing vessel. A white one, named Golden Shark. Do you see it?" Chen Xiaoyun scanned the area and soon spotted the white boat with Golden Shark emblazoned in large letters. "I see it. We are coming over." After hanging up, the 2 brothers made their way to the fishing vessel. "Over here, Brother Chen." Li Weibao waved from the deck of the fishing boat. "Wow, what a magnificent fishing boat!" Chen Xiaohu exclaimed. The JY-700 is a Class 2 fishing vessel, measuring 21 meters in length and 5.4 meters in width, capable of reaching speeds of up to 25 knots. With a fuel tank of 7,000 liters, it can venture 200 miles offshore to fish. This is indeed a luxurious fishing boat, valued at no less than 3 to 4 million yuan. Chen Xiaohu's eyes sparkled. He had always dreamed of owning such a vessel. Upon boarding, Li Weibao embraced Chen Xiaoyun. "These are the friends I mentioned. Their fishing skills and luck are commendable." Li Weibao began introducing the brothers to those aboard, while also introducing the crew to Chen Xiaoyun. The fishing boat housed 6 individuals, 5 men and 1 woman. The captain, Jin Yuan, was a middle-aged man in his 50s, while the other 4 were Li Weibao's friends, Qian Xn, Zhang Ronghui, and Chu Xiao. The woman was Zhang Ronghui's girlfriend, whom Li Weibao chose not to introduce. "Greetings, I am Chen Xiaoyun. I look forward to your guidance," Chen Xiaoyun politely greeted. "All right, everyone is here, let us depart," Zhang Ronghui stated, clearly uninterested in the Chen brothers, before moving to the other side with his girlfriend. "Do not take offense. Zhang's demeanor is simply his nature," Li Weibao assured. Chen Xiaoyun waved off the concern. "It's fine, Li Ge. I understand. Let us set sail." Li Weibao nodded and instructed the captain to start the journey. From the moment they boarded, Chen Xiaohu's eyes were fixed on the fishing vessel, glimmering with excitement. "Is this boat yours, Li Ge?" Chen Xiaoyun asked as they conversed. "Yes, I bought it for leisure. I take it out to fish when I am bored," Li Weibao replied nonchalantly. Suspicions about Li Weibao's wealth were confirmed. Little did they know that this vessel was built at his family's shipyard. As the fishing boat sliced through the waves into the deep sea, the refreshing sea breeze and the sight of soaring seabirds against the cobalt sky filled Chen Xiaoyun with wonder. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaohu had already begun a live stream, seizing the opportunity to broadcast their fishing adventure. After traveling nearly 200 miles offshore, the boat finally anchored. "We will fish in this area. If we manage to catch a tuna today, I shall be satisfied," Li Weibao said with a smile. "We will definitely catch a tuna," Qian Xian chimed in, displaying a friendly demeanor that resonated well with Chen Xiaoyun. "My father's birthday is tomorrow, and I want to catch a tuna to celebrate," Li Weibao added. "Enough talk. Let us begin fishing," Chu Xiao exclaimed. Zhang Ronghui and his girlfriend remained on the second deck, engrossed in their own world, unbothered by the others. And Li Weibao paid them no mind. As Chen Xiaoyun prepared his gear, Li Weibao paused. "Brother Chen, is this the equipment you brought for fishing? That simply will not do. Your gear is only suitable for shore fishing." We have never gone deep-sea fishing before, Chen Xiaoyun sheepishly admitted. Their gear was indeed lacking. Here, take these 2 fishing rods. I have plenty of equipment, Li Weibao offered, producing 2 quality rods made by Shimano, suitable for electric reels. Thank you. Chen Xiaoyun and Chen Xiaohu gratefully accepted the equipment. No need for thanks. They have fixed the fishing rods to the boat's electrical posts, ready to begin. Family, today marks the official start of our deep-sea fishing adventure. Let us see what magnificent fish we can catch. Chen Xiaohu fixed his phone onto the live streaming stand. He placed a live bait shrimp at his feet, and when Chen Xiaoyun hooked a large, lively shrimp, they commenced fishing. Brother Chen, is this bait you brought? Li Weibo inquirat. Yes, Li Ge. Feel free to use it if you wish, Chen Xiaoyun nodded. Not only did he not charge for the boat fare, but he also invited Li Weibao to use the exceptional bait as a gesture of gratitude. Then I shall not hold back, Li Weibao chuckled, well aware of the effectiveness of Chen Xiaoyun's shrimp bait. Before long, Chen Xiaoyun hooked the first fish of the day. Caught one already? Chen Xiaoyun and Chu Xiao rushed over upon hearing the shout. Everyone look, my brother has caught a fish. This is what we call efficiency. Chen Xiaohu proudly declared to the camera. The electric reel whirred as a vibrant red fish broke the surface. A red-spotted grouper, weighing over 5 pounds. What a fine specimen. Gian Sin Mat Vai. Red-spotted groupers weighing 3 to 5 pounds are known for their tender, delicate meat, while those exceeding 5 pounds tend to be less desirable. After bringing the fish aboard, they did not place it in the freezer, as deep-sea fish typically do not survive the pressure change when brought to the surface. Looks like we have lunch sorted. We will feast on this at noon, Chen Xiaoyun announced. Excellent. We shall have a delightful meal. Chen Xiaoyun and Chu Zhao's gazes towards Chen Xiaoyun shifted, now filled with admiration. This red-spotted grouper could fetch over 2,000 yuan at market, and Chen Xiaoyun's decision to use it for their meal showcased his generosity. I have hooked a fish too. Chen Xiaohu shouted from the other side. Goodness, you two are incredibly fast, Chu Xiao remarked, slightly annoyed. Just as one side caught a fish, the other was already reeling one in. What are you talking about? Ye. We are not slow, Chen Xiaohu retorted. I misspoke. You are simply quick. Chu Xiao slapped his forehead. Let us see what you've caught. Chen Xiaoyun leaned in closer. Moments later, a fish emerged from the water, a 4-pound eastern starry grouper. Wow, you two have incredible luck. One catches a red-spotted grouper, and the other an eastern starry grouper, both prized species. Chu Xiao could not help but give him a thumbs up. We'll be adding another dish for lunch, eastern starry grouper sashimi. Chen Xiaohu chimed in, elated as this marked his first catch of an eastern starry grouper. What a treat for the wealthy, with eastern starry grouper and red-spotted grouper. How fortunate, someone in the live stream remarked. At this moment, the viewer count in Chen Xiaohu's stream was rapidly approaching 3,000. Enough talking. I too shall go fishing now. Chen Xiaoyun and Chu Xiao returned to their respective spots to fish. Seeing others catch fish stirred excitement in their hearts. Shortly after, Li Weibao and Chen Xiaoyun retrieved live shrimp from their buckets and soon found themselves reeling in fish as well. Hey, it's a big one. It must weigh quite a bit, Li Weibao exclaimed joyfully. Observing Li Weibao's success, Chen Xiaohu grabbed his phone and moved to another side to broadcast the catch live. Rather than using an electric reel for a quicker haul, Li Weibao opted to engage in a spirited battle with the fish himself. While utilizing an electric reel would hasten the process, it would diminish the thrill of the struggle. After a vigorous contest lasting over 20 minutes, he finally brought the fish to the surface. Oh, it's a grouper. It must weigh around 50 to 60 pounds. Li Weibao shouted in excitement. The grouper, also known as the golden grouper, can grow to astonishing weights of 3 to 400 pounds. Once the fish was netted, Li Weibao took a few pictures, as did Chen Xiaoyun and Chu Xiao, before releasing the grouper back into the sea. A grouper weighing 50 to 60 pounds isn't considered particularly large. Had it exceeded 100 pounds, they would have kept it. In Chen Xiaohu's livestream, many viewers were avid anglers from inland areas who had seldom encountered such large groupers, and their excitement was palpable as they expressed their delight. Meanwhile, on Chen Xiaoyun's side, he had caught 2 red groupers, each weighing around 5 pounds, as if he had stumbled upon a school of them. He placed these fish in a live fish tank and discreetly added a drop of a special elixir to ensure their survival, as live red groupers hold significantly greater value than their deceased counterparts. Hey, Chen, did you just catch 2 red groupers? Why are you putting them in a live fish tank? If they won't survive, you might as well just put them in the ice storage. Chen Xiaoyun remarked upon seeing the fish in the tank. No worries, I've punctured their swim bladders. They should be fine. Chen Xiaoyun replied nonchalantly. Fish caught from deep waters have a good chance of survival when their swim bladders are punctured. Before long, Chen Xiaoyun hooked a large eastern star grouper, weighing over 10 pounds, eliciting envy from Chen Xiaoyun and Chu Xiao. Is there a school of eastern star groupers and red groupers down there? How are we catching them one after another? Chu Xiao wonder alao. Chen Xiaoyun was unsure if it was mere luck or if the fish were attracted by the elixir-enhanced bait. With the next cast, he reeled in another eastern star grouper weighing around 6 pounds. Meanwhile, Li Weibao also caught an 8-pound green grouper, leaving only Chen Xiaoyun and Chu Xiao without a catch. Their bait consisted of small, dead octopuses. Could it be that the dead, foul-smelling octopuses are deterring the fish? Should we try using live shrimp instead? We can grab some ourselves, suggested Chen Xiaoyun. Just a few shrimp shouldn't be a problem. Let's not be shy. The two switched to live shrimp bait and cast their lines again. Just 2 or 3 minutes later, they finally had a fish on the line. We caught one too, they exclaimed, exhilarated at finally landing a fish. Their luck proved fruitful as they caught red groupers, albeit smaller ones weighing around 3 pounds. It seems there truly is a school of red groupers beneath us, Li Weibao remarked, also having reeled in a red grouper. The fish detection radar indicated an abundance of fish at the seabed, prompting their decision to fish in this area. To their surprise, it turned out to be a school of red groupers. After catching 5 eastern star groupers, Chen Xiaoyun landed an additional 11 red groupers, all weighing 4 to 5 pounds each, leading him to feel a bit desensitized to the thrill. He then set up the electric reel while still holding the fishing rod, as at least he could still enjoy the joy of battling the fish after hooking one. He baited a plump shrimp and cast it into the sea, the heavy weight propelling the bait swiftly downward. At the seabed, amidst the corals, a group of red groupers and some eastern star groupers were hunting small fish. Suddenly, a yellow figure burst forth from the coral. It was a large fish glistening with golden hues, darting swiftly as it preyed on the smaller fish, heading directly towards the bait that Chen Xiaoyun had cast. As it neared the shrimp bait, the golden fish seemed to catch a scent and lunge at the bait, snapping it up in a swift motion. Chen Xiaoyun, caught off guard, quickly realized he had hooked a fish and immediately set the hook, reeling in with haste. The large fish thrashed violently in the water, causing him to rediscover the joy of fishing without the electric reel. Family, look, my brother has hooked a big one. Chen Xiaohu directed the camera towards Chen Xiaoyun. Li Weibao and Chen Xiaoyun were also catching fish, and with a live shrimp bait. Everyone was reeling in fish one after another, leaving the viewers in the live stream in awe, even when encountering a school of fish. The rate at which they are catching fish is simply extraordinary. Casting their lines again, they were met with bites just 2 or 3 minutes later. This is far easier than fishing in a black pit. Deep-sea fishing is inherently appealing, but the continuous catches by Chen Xiaoyun and his companions elevated the excitement in Chen Xiaohu's live stream, with viewership skyrocketing to 5,000. Although this number pales in comparison to the hundreds of thousands that major streamers attract, it was commendable compared to others with only a few dozen viewers. As Chen Xiaoyun continued to reel in fish, battling the ferocity of the deep-sea catch, it took him over 10 minutes to finally bring the fish to the surface. Upon its emergence, the crowd erupted in excitement. Wow, a large yellow croaker. Those raised by the sea generally recognize a yellow croaker, and Li Weibao, Chen Xiaoyun, and others had certainly tasted its delicacies. They gathered around, eyes wide with excitement, as they beheld this sizable yellow croaker, which likely exceeded 10 pounds. The live stream was ablaze with enthusiasm. After all, yellow croakers are notoriously expensive. Witnessing one being caught live was a remarkable experience. Chen Xiaoyun himself was astonished by the catch. I'll net the fish. Li Weibao quickly fetched a landing net to secure the yellow croaker. After weighing it, they found it to be 15 pounds and 3 ounces. Family, have you ever seen a yellow croaker? Have you ever seen one this big? Haha, we caught it. Chen Xiaohu exclaimed, exhilarated. 15 pounds, 3 ounces. That's rare. A yellow croaker of this size could fetch over 10,000 per pound. One fish could equal the down payment on a car or a house. What lucky catch. The live stream's chat exploded with excitement. Brother Chen, your luck is truly enviable, Chen Xiaoyun remarked, feeling a twinge of envy at Chen Xiaoyun's fortune. It wasn't merely about the fish's worth. It was the rarity of catching such a large yellow croaker that left many fishermen disappointed after countless attempts at sea. Indeed, we've been out fishing so many times without ever encountering a yellow croaker, Chu Xiao added. Haha, it's all about luck. Chen Xiaoyun chuckled, feeling particularly fortunate that day. Brother Chen, may I make an unreasonable request? Could I purchase this yellow croaker from you? Of course, I will pay a generous price, Li Weibao said to Chen Xiaoyun. Tomorrow is his father's birthday, and this fish would make a splendid centerpiece for the celebration. Sure, if Brotherly wants it, I'll sell it to you. Chen Xiaoyun nodded in agreement. Li Weibao had mentioned that tomorrow was his father's birthday, making the yellow croaker a fitting gift. Thank you, Brother Chen. I'll give you 250,000. You won't be a loss, Li Weibao replied joyfully. That's a bit high. This fish is worth about 200,000 at most. Chen Xiaoyun waved his hand dismissively. No worries, Brother Chen. To me, this fish is worth that price. Li Weibao said nonchalantly. Please don't refuse, Brother Chen. If it weren't for Brother Li's father's birthday tomorrow, I would have made a competitive offer myself. Chen Xiaoyun added with a smile. All right then. With that, Chen Xiaoyun ceased to contest with Li Weibao over the price, realizing that these individuals were likely affluent and wouldn't mind the money. After puncturing the fish's swim bladder, Chen Xiaoyun quietly administered a drop of the special elixir to the yellow croaker before placing it in the live fish tank. Thus, it should ensure the survival of this fish. After all, a living yellow croaker holds greater value. Indeed, Li Weibao smiled and immediately transferred 250,000 yuan to Chen Xiaoyun via WeChat. Even if we fail to catch a tuna today, this yellow croaker will suffice for the celebration. I was right. This Li fellow is a rich second-generation heir, and over 200,000 is merely pocket change for him. Such an amount is no more than what others might spend on a few bottles of wine at a bar. Ah, how enviable! The fishing boat they chartered is worth several million, which is evident to anyone who sees it. Those who witnessed this spectacle expressed their envy for the life of a wealthy heir. After catching the yellow croaker, everyone took a break as it was already noon. The captain had prepared a meal. Time for lunch. After eating, we can rest a bit before continuing the battle. Let's eat. After fishing for so long, I'm starving, Chen Xiaoyun exclaimed. The feast included East Sea grouper sashimi, red grouper sashimi, pan-fried red grouper, steamed East Sea grouper, braised black snapper, and clear soup with grouper. Both the East Sea grouper and red grouper are deep-sea fish, perfect for sashimi, as they are not prone to parasites. Li Weibao even brought out 2 bottles of fine red wine. Try the East Sea grouper sashimi. Uncle Jin's culinary skills are quite impressive, Li Weibao commented. Chen Xiaoyun picked up a piece of translucent East Sea grouper sashimi, its tender and gelatinous texture delightful, and dipped it in the accompanying sauce. The fish melted in his mouth, soft, crisp, and sweet, with a subtle, lingering fragrance. Delicious. This was Chen Xiaoyun's first experience with East Sea grouper sashimi, and it was no wonder it commanded such high prices at seafood restaurants. Indeed, it was also my first time tasting it. Chen Xiaohu nodded in agreement. Observing Chen Xiaoyun and Chen Xiaohu, Zhang Ronghui's girlfriend furrowed her brow slightly, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. Though subtle, it did not escape Chen Xiaoyun's notice. He chose not to comment, simply continuing to enjoy his meal. The disdain likely stemmed from their status. Such individuals probably wouldn't maintain connections with them in the future, so there was no need to feel anger over it. This red grouper sashimi is quite good as well. We should eat more to build strength for catching larger fish this afternoon, Chen Xiaoyun remarked. This clear soup with grouper is also exquisite. Uncle Jin's skills are truly commendable. Li Weibao Praija. You flatter me, young Masterly. Captain Jean humbly smiled. In a live stream, many viewers were drooling as it was lunchtime. This meal was indeed lavish, leaving me salivating. A single meal at a seafood restaurant could easily cost a fortune. Those upstairs, you're not wrong. I felt tears welling up as I finished 3 bowls of rice. Suddenly, the stir-fried peppers with meat paled in comparison. The lunch consisted of freshly caught fish, making it quite sumptuous. After the meal, Zhang Ronghui and his girlfriend went fishing, likely having tired of each other's company and seeking a bit of exercise. After all, they had been absent for an hour, presumably engaged in some undisclosed activity in the lounge. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoyun and his companions were resting. Zhang Ronghui and his girlfriend, feeling too shy to use Chen Xiaoyun's live shrimp bait, failed to catch a single fish after some time and lost interest, returning to the lounge. Truth be told, Li Weibao's fishing boat was impressively spacious, with a lounge featuring 4 rooms and 8 sleeping berths. Chen Xiaoyun and the others were chatting leisurely in the dining area. I watched your live stream. You caught quite a few river snails yesterday. Save some for me. I plan to visit in a couple of days to catch some bullfrogs and yellow eels. Your videos have made me quite envious. Li Weibao laughed. You're always welcome. We have plenty of wild delicacies. Chen Xiaoyun replied with a smile. That's settled then, Li. Don't forget to invite us. Chen Xiaoyun added, laughing. Haha. I'll definitely join you when the time comes, Chu Xiao chimed in. I'm not joking. You all are welcome to come along. I'll take you to catch those golden yellow eels. They're truly nourishing, Chen Xiaohu added with a mischievous grin. Really? Brother Xiaohu, don't tease us. What reason would I have to deceive you? Let me tell you. The group conversed merrily, unaffected by their differing social standings, and remained close to the Chen brothers. After resting until just past 1 o'clock, they returned to their fishing spots. Captain Jean informed them that the fish had dispersed from the seabed. The fishing boat would have to set sail again to locate the schools of fish, and once they found them, they could resume fishing. This time, however, it seemed fortune had shifted. Most of the catches were wolf herring and sea bass. What's going on? Is there a school of wolf herring below? Chen Xiaoyun complained, having caught 5 or 6 wolf herrings in a row. Although wolf herring are strong fighters and exciting to catch, their flesh is not palatable, so they were all returned to the sea. I've caught 8 sea bass, and they're all small, just 1 or 2 pounds. I'm quite frustrated, Chu Xiao lamented. Half an hour later, the species changed again, and they began catching mackerel. This is absurd. I prefer even a grouper over this. Li Weibao began to grumble. At that moment, Captain Jean rushed out. Everyone, the radar seems to have detected a school of tuna chasing after the mackerel. What? Tuna. The group erupted with joy. Quick, switch to tuna rods. Let's catch some tuna. Everyone hurriedly swapped their rods for those suited for giant fish, connecting them to the electric reels. It's nearly impossible to catch large fish without an electric reel. Quick, cut the sea bass and unreturned wolf herring into pieces and toss them into the sea. They busily prepared to seize the opportunity to hook a tuna. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoyun calmly took the mackerel he had just caught, weighing about 1 pound, and hung it on a large hook, quietly adding a drop of spiritual spring water. Having grown accustomed to this advantage, it had become second nature, just as in gaming, where the thrill diminishes without cheats. He tossed the mackerel into the sea, where it sank, dragging the hook downwards. Underwater, a group of 20 or 30 yellowfin tuna formed a circle, hunting the mackerel. Their massive forms swiftly darted through the water with incredible speed. The yellowfin tuna, fierce and rapid, relentlessly pursued the mackerel school. To catch a tuna, one must continuously bait the water with small fish or fish pieces upon discovering the school. Otherwise, once they pass, the tuna will chase after them and not linger in one spot. The mackerel, infused with the spiritual spring water, struggled as it descended. The leading giant seemed to sense something, abandoning its previous prey and charging towards the mackerel with a distinct aroma. In an instant, it lunged forward and swiftly devoured the delectable mackerel. At that moment, Chen Xiaoyun's fishing rod bent dramatically. He quickly lifted the rod to set the hook, and the next moment, the reel squeaked as nearly 100 meters of line was released in an instant. Upon hooking the fish, the sharp pain startled the tuna, which immediately bolted away at breakneck speed, covering hundreds of meters in mere seconds. I hooked it. Chen Xiaoyun held the rod tightly, feeling as though he was engaged in a tug-of-war with a raging bull, the force overwhelming him. The reel emitted a warning sound. What? Is it a tuna? Everyone gathered around eagerly. I don't know. It seems likely. The fish is putting up a fierce fight. The rod felt as if he were in a tug-of-war with a bull, utterly unmovable. Hold on, don't let it escape. At this rate, it must weigh over 100 pounds. Li Weibao clapped in excitement. Quick, get a belt to brace against your stomach. You won't be able to hold on much longer. Chen Xiaoyun shouted. Chu Xiao quickly ran over with a belt for Chen Xiaoyun. This is incredible. I feel like I'm tugging against a vehicle. Haha. Chen Xiaoyun laughed, exhilarated by the sensation of wrestling with a giant fish. The tuna in the water surged with tremendous force, and Chen Xiaoyun could only control the fishing reel, preventing the line from running out too quickly. Chen's luck was truly unparalleled, which made Chu Xiao green with envy. For those who cherish fishing, who wouldn't yearn for a grand catch? Hold on, Brother Chen, I'm eager to capture this moment for bragging rights. Chen Xiaoyun shouted as he live-streamed the battle against the colossal tuna. The crowd was electrified. Watching your live fishing escapades is immensely satisfying, with continuous catches bringing boundless joy. It was indeed the first instance of witnessing a live broadcast of such a magnificent tuna catch. Family, who can comprehend this? I took a bathroom break just to sneak a peek, and my boss seems to be right next door. This class was unbearable, yet the meager salary stifled my dreams. The thought of being in class felt unbearable as I longed to cast my line. Chapter 22. Returning to port, the fishing rod was nearly bending into a crescent. Chen Xiaoyun feared it might snap, causing the fish to escape. Others could afford fishing boats worth millions. Surely, their rods were of superior quality. Yet, the streamer had extraordinary luck, reeling in fish as if restocking inventory. Chen Xiaoyun clutched the rod tightly, tightening the reel to prevent further line from escaping. The fish had ventured nearly 200 meters out, but fortunately, the reel held 500 meters of line. Still, he had to manage the line. If the fish were to drag it over the underwater rocks, it would undoubtedly snap. After battling the mighty fish for nearly 20 minutes, Chen Xiaoyun sensed its strength waning. He began to reel in the line, slowly bringing it back. With each inch he retrieved, the tuna would fiercely pull back, launching in a frenzied bursts of speed. It became a grueling tug-of-war between man and fish. When the tuna would surge for line, the reel would scream in defiance, emitting a sharp, whirring sound. After approximately 10 minutes, Chen Xiaoyun felt the fatigue settling in. All right, it's your turn. I need a break. I'm utterly exhausted. Li Weibao swiftly donned his waist support, eager to take over. Watching Chen Xiaoyun wrestle with the giant tuna had ignited an insatiable desire within him. Fishermen cannot resist the temptation of a friend's catch for more than a few minutes. As Li Weibao took the rod, the fish suddenly surged with great power, catching him off guard and pulling him forward several steps. Wow, this fish is incredibly strong. How massive must it be? He struggled to reel in, realizing how demanding it was. What a thrill! Catching a large fish is exhilarating. After battling for more than 10 minutes, Li Weibao too felt fatigue setting in. The pampered rich often find themselves a bit weak. After only a short while, he was unable to continue. Come on, it's your turn. My hands are sore and I lack strength. At this rate, this fish must weigh over 200 pounds. He panted. Chen Xiaoyun stepped up, ready to take his turn. Let me at it. I've been itching for this. The moment he grabbed the rod, he felt as if he was grappling with a leviathan, unable to make any progress. Even reeling was an effort. This can't be a mere fish, can it? He exclaimed. If you can't handle it, let me try. Chu Xiao chimed in from the sidelines. You're no match for it. Chen Xiaoyun retorted, determined to conquer the fish. A man must not be deemed weak. This is a matter of honor. He exerted all his strength, pulling back, yet the massive fish continued to drag him forward. Is this truly not a creature from the deep? He gasped, feeling the strain. Chen Xiaoyun, being somewhat slender, was fortunate to have the railing for support. Otherwise, he might have been pulled into the water. After a grueling 10 minutes, he can no longer hold on. I give up. Let me switch out. How enormous is this fish? If I had hooked it earlier, I surely would have been yanked into the water. He panted. Zhu Xiao, with his more robust physique and the previous exertion having drained much of the fish's energy, managed to reel in some line, but could only maintain the struggle for a mere 10 minutes before he too succumbed to exhaustion. These wealthy fellows are quite weak, giving up after such a short time. If I could wrestle a fish of this size, I would weld the rod to myself and not relent until it was on board. Absolutely. If I had the chance, I would not rest until that fish was mine. Chu Xiao exclaimed, fatigued and sore, and Chen Xiaoyun resumed his position after a brief rest. Upon his return, he swiftly reeled in a substantial amount of line. After some intermittent tussling, the massive tuna finally emerged from the depths. Wow, it's enormous. Oh my goodness. As the tuna broke the surface, their exclamations filled the air. Is this a creature from the deep sea? Unbelievable. If this is a yellow-fin tuna, imagine if it were a bluefin. The livestream audience was equally stunned. The fish appeared to be over 2 meters long, its size reminiscent of a submarine. Chen Xiaoyun was visibly thrilled. Encountering such a grand fish for the first time, especially one they had caught, was an experience he would boast about for days. Moreover, the audience's engagement soared, with over 6,000 viewers tuning in. Although no one sent extravagant gifts, the small tokens accumulated, resulting in a substantial income from the live stream. Once the tuna surfaced, it lacked the strength to resist. The 2-meter-long fish, round and torpedo-like, was slowly dragged towards the boat. Get the harpoon. We need to secure it. The harpoon found its mark, and with the assistance of 3 or 4 people, they finally brought the fish aboard. The visual impact of the catch made them truly appreciate its size. Quick, let's take a picture. Afterward, we must bleed it out. They cheered, caught in the thrill of such a catch. It would be unthinkable not to commemorate the moment. After several photos with the tuna, Li Weibao produced a knife, swiftly severing its gills and cutting open its belly to drain the blood. Phew, what a workout! Chen Xiaoyun exclaimed, albeit with a smile on his face. It was his first time at sea, and catching such a massive fish was exhilarating. Let me measure it. It's an astounding 2 meters 70 long. We need to weigh it, Chu Xiao declared. It's estimated to weigh over 200 pounds. Unfortunately, our boat lacks a scale that can accommodate such a size. We will need to weigh it once we return to port, Li Weibao replied. Bind its tail with rope and let it hang to ensure all the blood drains out. We must preserve the meat quality, Chen Xiaoyun interjected. The residual blood within the tuna could compromise the quality of the flesh. With that, they ceased fishing, having exhausted all the live shrimp bait Chen Xiaoyun had brought. The school of tuna had vacated the area during their struggle with the giant fish. Once the blood was drained, they worked together to place the yellowfin tuna into the freezer for preservation. Brother Chun, how about selling me this tuna? Regardless of its quality, I'll give you 200 yuan per pound. What do you say? Li Weibao proposed. If you want it, I'll sell it to you for 200 yuan. Is that a bit high? The market price for yellowfin tuna is only around 100 yuan per pound. For fish of such size, Chen Xiaoyun intended to sell it. Selling to whom mattered little. It was better to sell to acquaintances. Such a large yellowfin tuna is indeed a rarity in the market. The ones you mentioned typically weigh between several dozen to 100 pounds. This particular tuna, however, is estimated to weigh over 200 to 300 pounds, making 200 yuan per pound quite reasonable, Li Weibao explained. All right then, with Li Weibao's assertion, Chen Xiaoyun could only nod in acceptance. I will weigh it when I return and then transfer the money to you, Brother Chun, Li Weibao said with satisfaction. Although he hadn't caught the tuna or the large yellow croaker during today's outing, bringing them back for his father's birthday the next day would certainly enhance his reputation. As the time approached, the group decided to head back. The day's haul had been quite impressive, aside from the tuna and large yellow croaker. The red grouper and East-Star grouper were also valuable enough for Chen Xiaoyun to earn a considerable sum. Clearly, fishing offshore yields rewards that cannot be compared to those near the coast. During the return journey, Chen Xihu also ended the live stream. Upon arriving at the Shanhai Bay dock, Li Weibao temporarily moored the fishing boat there. Brother Chun, have you found any buyers for the East-Star grouper and red grouper you caught? Zhu Xiao Yin Gui? Not yet, Chen Xiaoyun admitted, uncertain if the few seafood restaurants he knew could purchase such a quantity. How about selling them to me? My family runs a seafood restaurant in the city, and I assure you, Brother Chun, the price will be fair, Chu Xiao offered. His family owned a large seafood hotel in the city, which had a significant demand for such exquisite fish. Sure, if you want them, I'll sell them to you, Chen Xiaoyun nodded, not even questioning the price. All right, let me make a phone call, Chu Xiao responded, nodding in satisfaction and dialing. Half an hour later, the refrigerated truck called by Li Weibao arrived, and the driver Chu Xiao contacted also drove in. The tuna was loaded onto the truck and taken away. To Li Weibao's surprise, the large yellow croaker had survived and was lively. The sight of the big tuna and yellow croaker at the dock caused quite a stir, drawing a crowd. It had been ages since such a large yellow croaker had appeared at the Shanhai village dock, and this one was particularly impressive. That croaker must weigh over 10 pounds. The fishmongers lamented, "What a pity it has already been sold." Second young master, where is the red grouper you mentioned? The person Chu Xiao called over asked. This is the purchasing manager of my hotel, Manager Wang. You can sell the fish to him and contact him in the future for any precious seafood you catch. Chu Xiao introduced. This is my friend. He has caught some red groupers and a few East-Star groupers. Hello, hello. Manager Wang greeted Chen Xiaoyun warmly. Hello. The fish are in the live fish tank on the boat. Chen Xiaoyun replied, nodding. Let's go take a look. Manager Wang promptly suggested. Inside the live fish tank were 5 East-Star groupers and 13 red groupers, all alive and brimming with vitality. Such a quantity and quality. These are exceptional. Manager Wang praised. You name your price, Manager Wang. Chen Xiaoyun replied. I'll offer you 900 per pound for the East-Star grouper and 700 for the red grouper. How's that sound? Given that this gentleman was a friend of the second young master, Manager Wang's offer was relatively generous. All right, Chen Xiaoyun agreed without hesitation, appreciating the consideration shown due to Chu Zhao's influence. Let us begin weighing the fish. Manager Wang brought out the scales. For the 5 E-star groupers, weighing a total of 38 pounds, the price came to 34,200 yuan. The 13 red groupers weighed 62 pounds, totaling 43,400 yuan. In sum, the total came to 77,600 yuan. Manager Wang calculated swiftly with a calculator. No need for that. Let us settle on 70,000 yuan, Chen Xiaoyun proposed. Shaking his head, Chen Xiaoyun recognized that Manager Wang's pricing was generous, but he did not wish to take advantage of the situation. Upon hearing this, Manager Wang regarded Chen Xiaoyun with newfound respect and replied with a smile. Very well, if you have good fish in the future, do give me a call. I will come personally to collect. Sure, I will contact you when I have good catches, Chen Xiaoyun nodded, knowing that having connections with Chu Zhao's hotel would be beneficial for selling seafood at favorable prices. Let me assure you, as a friend of the second young master, we will always offer you top prices for any precious fish you catch, Manager Wang declared, transferring 70,000 yuan to Chen Xiaoyun and arranging for the fish to be placed in a live fish tank before departing. Brother Chen, Brother Chihu, we shall take our leave now. As for the tuna money, I will transfer it to you once the weight is confirmed. Li Weibao and his companions bid farewell to Chen Xiaoyun and Chen Chihu before driving away. Zhang Ronghui and his girlfriend had not acknowledged the two brothers throughout the day. After disembarking, they simply left. Let us go home. Chen Xiaoyun waved to signal Chen Chihu. It was nearly 6 o'clock, just in time for dinner. The day's bountiful catch brought joy to both Chen Xiaoyun and Chen Chihu. As soon as they returned to the town, Li Weibao transferred the money for the tuna, along with a message. The tuna weighs 310 pounds, totaling 62,000 yuan. I received the payment for the tuna, 62,000. I will transfer it to you, Chen Xiaoyun informed Chen Chihu. Brother Xiaoyun, let us not include the yellow croaker money. All the fish today were caught by you. If we factor in the yellow croaker, I wouldn't want any of it, Chen Chihu insisted. Brother Xiaoyun, I appreciate your consideration, but I truly cannot accept so much money. All right, excluding the yellow croaker, the total comes to 130,200 yuan. I will transfer you 66,000. Chen Xiaoyun said, understanding Chen Chihu's reluctance to accept a large sum. That works. Chen Chihu finally smiled, realizing that earning over 60,000 in a single day could lead him to purchase a small vehicle if such good fortune continued. Stop dreaming. I still can't afford that fishing boat, and we should not expect to go fishing offshore for a while, Chen Xiaoyun chuckled. While fishing offshore can indeed be lucrative, such luck is not guaranteed every day, especially not with a catch as substantial as the large yellow croaker. Today's main gain was that 15-pound yellow croaker, which sold for 25,000. Along with the 66,000 from the other catches, the day's total income reached 316,000, a sum that rivaled his earnings from 8 years of hard labor. At this moment, Chen Xiaoyun felt immense gratitude toward the corpulent manager who had unexpectedly dismissed him. Had he not been let go, he would not have ventured out to win a 40,000 yuan prize. If he hadn't won, he would have thought to return home, nor would he have discovered the treasures of the sea and the opportunities that followed. In this light, the corpulent manager had become his benefactor. This day not only provided him with funds for home renovation, but also for constructing a chicken coop, surrounding an orchard, and clearing land. After purchasing some roasted ducks, roasted geese, and several pounds of char siu, the two brothers returned to Chenjiakan. Upon their return, it was already dinner time. The uncles and grandfathers who had helped Chen Xiaoyun build the chicken coop gathered to drink, eat meat, and chat. Xiaoyun, I heard you went fishing today? How was the catch? One uncle inquired. It went well. We caught a good number of fish worth around 10,000. Chen Xiaoyun replied with a smile. That's not bad. Nowadays, many fishermen go out to sea and struggle to even cover the cost of fuel, the uncle responded. Chen Chihu remained silent, his head down, as wealth should not be flaunted, even among relatives. If the villagers discovered their earnings of over 300,000 from a single fishing trip, envy might brew among them. In the following days, the two brothers, Chen Xiaoyun and Chen Chihu, refrained from fishing and dedicated their time to assisting with the construction of the chicken coop. With newfound wealth, Chen Xiaoyun promptly contacted Zhang Hao, the manager of the renovation company, urging him to dispatch more workers to expedite the process, offering additional compensation. Under the influence of monetary power, The old house was swiftly transformed and refurbished. The materials used were environmentally friendly and free of formaldehyde, allowing for immediate occupancy. Both the interior and exterior underwent a complete makeover, presenting a fresh and vibrant appearance. Originally budgeted at around $200,000, the final expenditure exceeded $300,000. Once completed, all 3 bedrooms were equipped with air conditioning, as well as the living room on the first floor. The bathroom was fitted with a water heater and solar energy system. Wardrobes, furniture, and tables were fully furnished, and new lights, doors, and windows were installed. The kitchen was equipped with a stove and cabinets, and 2 adjacent rooms were merged into a spacious living area. The internet connection was also established, and Chen Xiaoyun purchased a computer. After the renovation, the home appeared significantly more comfortable. Despite the high costs, Chen Xiaoyun deemed it worthwhile. Brother Xiaoyun, the yard has also been paved with cement, and under the lychee tree, you built a stone table and benches. Why are you starting to work with bamboo again? Chen Xiaohu looked at Chen Xiaoyun, puzzled. Having been busy at home and unable to fish for some time, Chen Xiaohu was eager to return to his favorite pastime. He had initially planned to invite his cousin Chen Xiaoyun for a fishing trip, only to discover a pile of bamboo upon his arrival, leaving him uncertain of the purpose. I plan to construct a bamboo fence to enclose the yard and plant flowers beneath it, Chen Xiaoyun declared, wielding a knife to cut the bamboo into segments. I was going to invite you to go fishing today. Chen Xiaohu grumbled. Enough chatter, come help. Chen Xiaohu opened a live stream and renamed the session, 9th Day of Fishing Desire. Today, we play with bamboo. Viewers tuned in and were greeted by the peculiar title. What on earth is playing with bamboo? How many days has it been since we went fishing? If we don't go soon, what will I have to watch? Longing for the 9th day of fishing. Notably, during a recent outing, they had live-streamed catching large yellow croakers and tuna, and as a result, Chen Xiaohu's follower count had risen to over 20,000. After setting up the live-streaming equipment, the two began slicing the bamboo into strips, each 4 centimeters wide and 1 meter 60 long. Once all the bamboo was processed, they commenced driving wooden stakes into the ground for reinforcement. Family, who understands? On such a scorching day, we have to toil like this, and my skin is darkened. Chen Xiaohu complained to the camera. They dug holes for the stakes to secure the fence against the strong coastal winds. After a day of hard work, they successfully erected a square bamboo fence around Chen Xiaoyun's yard, standing 1 meter 30 tall, with 30 centimeters buried underground. They also crafted a bamboo gate near the lychee tree for entry and exit. Surprisingly, viewers found the duo's day-long bamboo fence construction engaging. With 2,000 to 3,000 people watching live, Chen Xiaoyun was left speechless at the viewers' apparent boredom. The following day, Chen Xiaoyun ventured into the wild to gather some morning glories, planting them beneath the left and front sides of the bamboo fence. He also visited the local flower shop to purchase several types of seedlings, including sunflowers, roses, climbing roses, poppies, and mosquito-repellent daisies. Climbing roses were planted beneath the right section of the bamboo fence, while roses adorned the outer wall. Sunflowers and poppies were placed inside the front and left sections of the fence, and the mosquito-repellent daisies were planted in conjunction with the climbing roses, one inside and one outside, with flowers planted both inside and outside the bamboo fence. The area was transformed into a charming floral courtyard. After planting, Chen Xiaoyun mixed a few drops of spring water into a bucket to irrigate the newly planted seedlings and also water the old lychee tree. Since the last watering with spring water, the leaves of the ancient lychee tree had become more vibrant and lush, and the lychees were noticeably larger. After a busy morning, he prepared 2 plots in the backyard to grow various vegetables, including peppers, cucumbers, lettuce, water spinach, leeks, eggplants, and tomatoes. With the spring water-enhanced irrigation, the survival rate of the plants was guaranteed. Observing his home, now elegantly crafted, he envisioned that in a couple of months, with the flowers in full bloom, it would be breathtaking. Growing his own vegetables promised a healthier lifestyle. What more could he desire? Chen Xiaoyun aspired to a refined, leisurely life as a seaside fisherman. But he still needed a dog. He planned to buy one the next day. Chapter 24. Buying a dog the next morning at 6 o'clock, Chen Xiaoyun awoke. He continued drinking spring water and practicing breathing techniques, maintaining his daily regimen. Although he had yet to cultivate any magical powers, he felt his physical condition had significantly improved. With increased strength, despite a few days of sun exposure, his skin remained fair, while Chen Xiaohu's was already tanned. Early in the day, Chen Xiaoyun rode his electric bike to town. Brother Xiaoyun, where are you going? Chen Xiaoyu shouted as he saw Chen Xiaoyun heading towards town. I'm going to buy a dog. Chen Xiaoyun replied. Wait for me, I want to go too. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoyu jumped on his electric tricycle to catch up. Why are you following me to buy a dog? Chen Xiaoyun questioned, somewhat exasperated. I'm getting a dog too, as a fishing and coastal live streamer. How can I not have a pet? Chen Xiaoyu insisted. Let's go. Upon arriving in town, they found it bustling with activity due to the market day. Vendors selling a variety of goods had gathered, and they sought out the area where dogs and pets were sold. Woof woof, the puppies barked eagerly, attempting to intimidate the crowd, while curious kittens gazed around with their big, sparkling eyes. What kind of dog do you want to buy, Brother Xiaoyun? Chen Xiaoyu inquired, observing the puppies in their cages. I'm thinking of getting a German Shepherd. They make excellent guard dogs, Chen Xiaoyun responded, scanning the area until he spotted a seller offering small German Shepherds. Let's go check it out. They approached the seller. Excuse me, do you have German Shepherd for sale? Chen Xiaoyun asked. Yes, take a look. The seller replied as Chen Xiaoyun glanced at the lively puppies in the cages. How much do they cost? 1,800 each. They are all purebred and excellent. The seller stated without blinking. 1,800? Are you selling golden dogs? Chen Xiaoyu rolled his eyes. That's money, not leaves. The price is negotiable. If you find one you like, I can offer you a discount. Just asking for the price without looking first is unreasonable, the seller said honestly. Chen Xiaoyun, not particularly knowledgeable about dogs, spotted a spirited German Shepherd with bright, sharp eyes and immediately felt drawn to it. This one, give me a fair price, and I'll buy it. Ah, good eye, young man. Let me tell you about this dog. Stop right there. Just tell me the price. If it's reasonable, I'll buy it. If not, then that's that. I know all the sales tactics, Chen Xiaoyun interrupted, not falling for the seller's charm. Seeing that Chen Xiaoyun was not easily swayed, the seller awkwardly smiled. I'll give you a fair price, 1,300. 800, and I'll pay immediately. If not, I'll go look at others, Chen Xiaoyun countered directly. Realizing he wasn't dealing with an easily fooled customer, the seller reluctantly agreed. Fine, 800 it is. Considered a friendly deal, Chen Xiaoyun paid for the lively-looking German Shepherd puppy and picked it up. This little German Shepherd had a black back and a chestnut-colored belly, and its appearance was quite impressive. Friends? What kind of friends? A transaction is merely a transaction. Where do friends come from? Woof. The chubby little German Shepherd appeared adorable, barking twice at Chen Xiaoyun and licking his fingers with its tongue. Shall we go? What kind of dog do you want to buy? Chen Xiaoyun asked Chen Xiaoyu. Let me take a look. I don't know yet. Let's see if I feel a connection. Chen Xiaoyu scratched his head, as he was also making a spontaneous decision without knowing which puppy to choose. After wandering around, Chen Xiaoyu stopped in front of a stall selling huskies. No way. You can't be considering that silly dog, right? Chen Xiaoyun asked in astonishment, noticing Chen Xiaoyu's expression. It looks quite nice. Chen Xiaoyu admitted honestly. Chen Xiaoyun kindly reminded him, you better think this through. This foolish dog will not only be a handful, but is also a master at destroying homes. Chen Xiaoyu hesitated. Indeed, this breed was often referred to as silly online and was notorious for being destructive. I'll just keep it tied up, he finally concluded. Suit yourself. Chen Xiaoyun didn't want to interfere too much. After all, raising a dog is a matter of personal preference. Some prefer golden retrievers, others like Shiba Inus, and some enjoy border collies. In the end, Chen Xiaoyu spent 1,000 yuan on a silly and cute husky, with eyes full of wisdom. He bought the puppy. Once they had purchased the dogs, they walked out, and not far away, Chen Xiaoyun spotted an elderly man selling local dogs. The old man was dressed simply, and in front of him, a solitary yellow dog lay quietly in its cage, its vigilant gaze assessing every passerby. Upon seeing the yellow dog, Chen Xiaoyun paused. Sir, how much for this dog? Nowadays, few people kept local dogs, save for some elderly folks in the countryside, in cities. Bait dogs predominated. The old man lifted his gaze to Chen Xiaoyun and replied calmly. This little dog is the only one in the litter. If I could keep it, I would part with it. If you want it, I'll sell it to you for 300 yuan. 300 yuan for just this local dog? Chen Xiaoyu frowned, feeling they were being taken for fools. Local dogs are rarely sold in rural areas. If one wanted a puppy, they could just ask around in the village. I'll give you 500, and let us take the cage too. We bought the dog, but didn't buy a cage, making it hard to take it home. Chen Xiaoyun didn't haggle. Instead, he offered a higher price. Young man, did you say 500? I want 300. The old man looked at Chen Xiaoyun in surprise. Chen Xiaoyun waved his hand, saying, no mistake here. 500, and I'll take the cage too. All right then. Seeing Chen Xiaoyun was serious, the old man nodded. But I need cash. I don't use smartphones. Sure. Wait for me. Chen Xiaoyun went to a nearby shop to get 500 in cash for the old man, purchasing the pure yellow dog. After placing all 3 puppies in the cage on the tricycle, Chen Xiaoyun questioned, why spend so much money on an ordinary local dog? I think this little dog is quite nice, so I bought it. Besides, it's not expensive, Chen Xiaoyun replied nonchalantly. Afterward, he bought some milk for the puppies and returned to Qinjiao village. The small coastal town lacked pet stores, making it impossible to buy dog food. Moreover, since the puppies were only a month or 2 old, they could begin to try solid food. Upon returning home, the second aunt looked at the 3 puppies the brothers had bought. You two went to town early in the morning just to buy these little things? Grandma, look at this puppy. How handsome and lovely. Chen Xiaoyun boasted about the husky. How much did you pay for it? The second aunt inquired. I spent 1,000 yuan. Chen Xiaoyun mumbled, lowering his head. What? 1,000 yuan? The second aunt's voice rose several octaves. And what about you, Xiaoyun? How much did yours cost? 2 of them for about 1,000. It's not too expensive. Chen Xiaoyun didn't tell the truth. You two really know how to squander money. If you want a dog, there are plenty of puppies in the village. Why buy one? The second aunt looked at them with a disapproving expression. Woof. The little husky barked twice at the second aunt, tilting its head adorably. Hey, little fellow, you're so silly. You seem a bit dim-witted. The second aunt chuckled at the goofy husky. Chen Xiaoyun stifled a laugh, while Chen Xiaohu appeared constipated. The husky breed is known for trading its looks for low intelligence, only unlocking their cleverness during snow. Chen Xiaoyun took the little German shepherd and the yellow dog home. Pouring milk into a small steel bowl, he added a drop of spiritual spring water, which seemed incredibly enticing. The 2 puppies quickly finished the milk. Woof! After drinking, the 2 puppies wagged their tails excitedly at Chen Xiaoyun, clearly delighted. Little German shepherd, with your black back and brown belly, you shall be named Hei Zai. As for you, little yellow one, I'll call you Huang. Chen Xiaoyun was quite pleased with the names he bestowed upon the 2 puppies. Woof! The 2 puppies followed him closely, tails wagging joyfully, clearly fond of Chen Xiaoyun. It seemed he possessed a charm that deeply attracted them. Chapter 25. The village feast, having renovated the house, built a bamboo fence and planted numerous flowers. He had also cultivated 2 plots of land behind the house for vegetables and raised dogs. His leisurely life had officially begun. A few days later, the chicken coop was completed, standing 3 meters tall and covering 50 square meters, with a total of 20 units. The fish pond and lychee orchard were entirely separated by these 20 chicken coops. The structures were not aligned in a single row. This arrangement allowed for sufficient space along the fish pond and lychee orchard. It featured a double-aisle design, with chicken coops on both sides and a central pathway. 10 chicken coops faced the lychee orchard, while the other 10, which housed ducks and geese, faced the fish pond without walls, remaining completely open. The coop floor was designed on a slope, allowing waste to be washed into the fish pond for feeding. The fish pond had been cleaned of silt yesterday and was ready to be refilled with water in a few days to begin raising fish. The orchard and the surrounding wasteland were enclosed by a layer of barbed wire and a fine blue net. Constructing the chicken coops and enclosing the wasteland cost nearly 200,000 yuan. Xiaoyun, the chicken coop is ready. But we'll have to wait a few days to buy the chickens and ducks, said second grandpa to Chen Xiaoyun. All right, second grandpa. I want to invite the villagers for a meal at your place. Let us consider it a housewarming for my newly renovated home. Chen Xiaoyun nodded and spoke. After the chicken coop was built, he planned to treat the villagers to a meal. That sounds good. I'll notify the villagers. Let us do it tomorrow. You go buy some vegetables, and the village women can cook themselves. We want to hire a banquet chef, second grandpa Chen Jiangwen said after some thought. The next morning, Chen Xiaoyun called Chen Xiaohu, and the 2 went to town to buy vegetables. After receiving second grandpa Chen Jiangwen's invitation, the villagers arrived at his courtyard, bringing pots, bowls, and tables. Although there were around 40 households in the village, most of the labor force, particularly the young people, had gone out to work. In reality, there were not many attendees, mostly women, children, and the elderly, totaling around 100 to 180 people. Many households had grandparents at home helping their grandchildren with their studies. Furthermore, some families, although they hadn't moved away, worked outside and brought their children with them. Now, the entire village had just over 100 residents, with a little over 100 people and 10 tables of food. Chen Xiaoyun ordered 20 roasted ducks and 20 roasted geese, along with about 21-kilogram grouper fish. Around a kilogram of grouper is not expensive, priced at 71 yuan. I purchased it to prepare a dish of steamed grouper. I also bought a considerable amount of large shrimp, crabs, abalone, and squid, along with half a slab of pork and over 10 chickens. Additionally, I acquired some lettuce, bok choy, and water spinach. In any case, I ensured there were enough ingredients for 2 festive meals, totaling nearly 4 to 5,000 yuan. Upon returning with the groceries, several tents had already been erected in the yard of my uncle's house. A few ants had begun steaming the rice, and many people were chatting under the shade of the trees or inside the house. "Hurry up and unload the vegetables. We can start cooking," called the village head. A multitude of uncles and aunts rose to assist. Among them was a young man, appearing to be in his early 20s. Upon seeing him, I felt a sense of familiarity, surprised that there were still young people at home in the village. "Grandpa Village Head, who is this?" I inquired. "Xiaonan, your cousin from Uncle Guangxing's family," the village head introduced. It turned out to be Xiaonan, Uncle Guangxing's younger brother. After years apart, I barely recognized him. He has grown quite tall. I greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Brother Xiaoyun." Xiaonan seemed somewhat shy and reserved. After exchanging pleasantries, he stepped forward to help. This boy, Xiaonan, lost his father 6 years ago due to illness. His mother has been raising him and his sister alone, but her health is poor, needing medication and unable to do heavy work. They have struggled greatly. After finishing middle school, he did not continue his studies and has become increasingly taciturn since. His sister just entered university last year, and the family burden is heavy, so she helps on Uncle Minzhong's fishing boat. Uncle Minzhong's boat is currently docked for repairs, so he has some free time at home. "If there's an opportunity, please take him along," the village head advised me. "Yes, if the chance arises. I will lend him a hand, provided his character is good." I nodded in agreement. "This child has grown up before our eyes and has a commendable character. You need not worry. If his character were lacking, I wouldn't dare ask you to assist him," the village head assured me. Once the groceries were unloaded, everyone enthusiastically began preparing the dishes, creating a lively atmosphere. I joined in to help with the cooking and did not remain idle. "Xiaoyun, have you found a girlfriend?" "There's a niece in my family who is quite lovely," one of the aunts cheerfully inquired. "Aunt, yes, I have someone in the city, but she hasn't come back with me." I fabricated, knowing otherwise I would surely be pressured into an introduction. "Oh, what a pity. Such a fine lad." "My niece seems to have no luck," the aunt sighed. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoyun, who was live streaming beside us, stifled a laugh. The poor streamer, so young, yet already telling fibs. What does being young have to do with it? Forced to lie, sigh, such as the tragedy of those pressured into marriage. I skillfully stir-fried garlic shrimp, making it look appetizing. The streamer is quite talented in the kitchen. Living by the sea must be fantastic, with shrimp cooked in large pots. I envy it. "I'd love to dine at the streamer's home," exclaimed a viewer. I spotted abalone and crabs. During lunch, with fewer guests, we set only 6 tables, primarily because the village children were at school. We prepared 8 dishes: stir-fried lettuce, stir-fried water spinach, steamed grouper, poached chicken, roasted duck, braised goose, garlic shrimp, and abalone tofu soup. "This garlic shrimp must be cooked by Xiaoyun. It's delightful and fragrant," one uncle praised after enjoying a shrimp. "Indeed, it's quite impressive, not inferior to those of professional chefs," the village head chimed in. "This boy possesses some culinary talent. His dishes are commendable," my second uncle added with a smile. "Let us toast." Everyone raised their glasses and clinked them together. "Ah, if only our village could develop tourism. We wouldn't have so many people going out to work," the village head lamented after finishing his drink. "Unfortunately, compared to the scenery of Galanjiu town, we are indeed at a disadvantage," an uncle remarked. "It's becoming increasingly difficult to fish at sea. Sometimes the cost of fuel surpasses the catch," Uncle Minzhong added, his brow furrowed. After lunch, everyone went to relax under the large tree in the village square. Those with tasks attended to their duties. I called upon Chen Xiaoyun and Xiaonan to come to the back of my house. "Brother Xiaoyun, why did you call us?" Chen Xiaoyun asked. "I need your help to dig up a plot of land. I plan to plant 2 acres of lotus," I explained. "In this blazing sun, how long will it take to dig?" Chen Xiaoyun responded with a hint of bitterness, daunted by the thought of digging 2 acres of fallow land. "Brother Xiaoyun, my family has a tiller. Should I fetch it?" "Digging by hand would be too laborious," Xiaonan suggested. "Exactly. A tiller would finish the job quickly. We wouldn't want to exhaust ourselves digging," Chen Xiaoyun readily agreed. All right then, I appreciate it, Xiaonan. I replied sheepishly, realizing I was out of touch with the fact that tillers are now used for farming. No problem, Brother Xiaoyan. Xiaonan quickly went to fetch the tiller, which was compact and easy to operate. Which 2 plots should I work on? He inquired. These 2 plots near my house, both about 2 acres, I pointed out. Understood. Operating the tiller, Xiaonan efficiently prepared the 2 acres of land. Thank you, Xiaonan. I expressed my gratitude. Not at all. It was a simple task, he replied, scratching his head, a bit shy. I also blocked the drainage outlet of the fallow land to retain some water, planning to purchase some eel, loach, and crayfish fry to stock the pond. As evening approached, more guests arrived, filling the atmosphere with liveliness. The village children returned from school, adding a lively ambience to our small village. I felt delighted and joined the uncles for drinks and conversation. The evening meal was lavish. We enjoyed oil-braised shrimp, garlic shrimp, steamed crabs, steamed grouper, braised abalone, roasted duck, braised goose, chicken with mushrooms, braised pork, and sweet and sour ribs, creating a festive atmosphere. The children relished their meals. And aside from special village gatherings, no family would typically indulge in such feasts daily. Xiaoyan, you young people are clever. Tell me, what can our village do to generate income and uplift everyone as prosperity? The village head, Chen Xiaoyun, asked during the meal. Grandpa Village Head, our village lacks distinct advantages. We have no port for fishing, and while the scenery is beautiful, it pales in comparison to Galangia town. Nowadays, aquaculture is prevalent, and fishing at sea is challenging, making development quite difficult, I replied, shaking my head. There are too many coastal towns and small fishing villages. Our Chun family village is hardly remarkable. If the scenery were captivating enough to attract visitors, the town would support tourism development. Our village, however, is primarily characterized by its abundant rice fields, with 300 to 400 acres of waterlogged land. Behind the village lies a mountain range, moderately high, at around 300 to 400 meters, adorned with lush forests. Hearing my words, the village head's expression dimmed. Indeed, if tourism could be developed, it would have been initiated long ago. In other industries, our Chun family village truly lacks an edge. Those who remain in the village, like Uncle Minzhong in his 40s, have both elderly parents and young children, making it hard to leave. In short, those who stay are not financially well off. Otherwise, they would have relocated to town or the county. Stuck in a small fishing village, where fishing yields little profit, they can only rely on farming, cultivating lychees, longans, mangoes, and the like for income. How much better could it get? Chapter 26. Renting a boat to go fishing after entertaining the villagers, I finally had some respite after this busy period. Simultaneously, I had spent a considerable amount of money. My original wealth of nearly 1 million had dwindled to about 500,000. The chicken coop has been built, and I intend to purchase chicks and ducklings in a few days. It will take some time before the fish pond is ready to be stocked. During this period, in his leisure time, Chen Xiaoyun recorded several videos of the ocean and culinary delights, sharing them on his Kuaishou account, which garnered him over 20,000 followers. Thanks to the divine spring water, the flowers, herbs, and vegetables he cultivated thrived splendidly. The morning glories had begun to climb the bamboo fence, and he believed it wouldn't be long before the left and front rows of the fence were adorned with these blossoms. Each day, he woke at 6, engaging in an hour of cultivation with the spring water. Shortly after 7, Chen Xiaohu arrived at Chen Xiaoyun's residence. Brother Xiaoyun, is it time to go fishing today? Chen Xiaohu inquired eagerly, having longed to fish for over 10 days. Although he had some income from his live streams during this time, it was meager, and the growth in followers was sluggish, leaving him feeling unsettled. He hoped for more opportunities at sea or daily fishing excursions to earn enough to buy a small car. A little husky followed Chen Xiaohu into the courtyard. Upon entering, Haizi and Dahu rushed at the husky, delivering a hearty thrashing. This was the domain of Haizi and Dahu. How could they allow the foolish husky to run amok here? The 3 puppies tangled in a playful scuffle, with only the husky on the receiving end. Can we rent a boat to go out to sea? Fishing from the shore yields little, Chen Xiaoyun stated directly. He felt the financial strain lately. If he didn't recoup some expenses, he wouldn't feel at ease. As the saying goes, a well-stocked pantry keeps the heart at peace. A man with money can live freely and comfortably. Renting a boat is fine, but neither of us knows how to sail. Chen Xiaohu replied, slightly taken aback. Although tempted, they were both inexperienced mariners. Isn't Xiaoyan working on Uncle Minzhong's boat? Ask him, and if he can, we can take him with us, Chen Xiaoyun suggested. Right? Xiaoyan, let me call him and see if he knows how to sail. Chen Xiaoyun's eyes brightened as he promptly took out his phone to call Chen Xiaoyan. Hello, Xiaoyan, do you know how to sail? What kind of boat? A small fishing boat, about 10 meters long. I can sail that. Great. Come to Brother Xiaoyun's house first. After hanging up, Chen Xiaoyu grinned. Brother Xiaoyun. Xiaoyan can sail that small fishing boat. Good, let us rent one then. Once we earn some money, we can buy our own fishing boat for future excursions. Chen Xiaoyun smiled in agreement. Living by the sea and indulging in the bounty of the ocean required their own vessel for fishing. Before long, Chen Xiaoyun hurried to Chen Xiaoyun's home. Brother Xiaoyun, you called for me. Chen Xiaoyun nodded yes. Xiaohu and I plan to rent a small boat for fishing in the near sea and would like your assistance in sailing it. Of course. It 1 TB without compensation. How does 10% of our catch sound? Hesitating, Chen Xiaoyan considered the offer. 10% seemed appealing, but he was aware that fishing at sea was not an easy task. Is there a problem? Feel free to voice it, Chen Xiaoyun encouraged, noticing Xiaoyan's reluctance. After some thought, Xiaoyan spoke up. Brother Xiaoyun, you may not realize that fishing at sea, especially with a small boat, can yield no catch at times. If I go with you, I want to be able to work on Uncle Minzhong's boat, and if we don't catch anything, my family's finances could suffer. My family relies on my earnings from fishing with Uncle Minzhong. If you're worried about not catching anything, why don't you accompany us on 2 outings? If we truly have no luck, we want to insist on you staying, especially since Uncle Minzhong's boat is currently out of commission. What do you think? Chen Xiaoyun understood Xiaoyan's concerns, but couldn't guarantee a catch every time. All right, I'll go with you for 2 days. Xiaoyan reluctantly agreed, hoping that the two would grow disillusioned with fishing at sea. Then let us go rent the boat, buy nets, and head out to fish. Chen Xiaoyun exclaimed with enthusiasm. Let us go, we're finally going fishing. Chen Xiaoyu cheered. The trio made their way to the Qinyuan village dock to inquire about renting a boat. After surveying the options, Chen Xiaoyun decided to rent a 15-meter-long, 3.2-meter-wide fiberglass fishing boat, complete with a cabin and a resting area. The vessel was equipped with 2 freezer compartments and 6 live fish tanks, which were quite spacious. Can you sail this boat? Chen Xiaoyun asked, pointing to the 15-meter fiberglass fishing boat. Yes, my fishing boat license allows me to operate it, Xiaoyan confirmed. Great, we'll rent this one. Chen Xiaoyun nodded. The boat owner beamed upon seeing Chen Xiaoyun's approval. This fishing boat rents for 8,000 a month. Agreed. Let us draft a contract for 1 month. Chen Xiaoyun replied. After securing the boat, they visited the local fishing gear store in Qinyuan village, purchasing 50 crab traps and 8 shrimp traps, along with some recently deceased squid and small fish to use as bait for capturing crabs and lobsters. They also bought a few pounds of live shrimp for fishing bait, packed their lunch, and set sail. After reaching a point 50 nautical miles offshore around 10 o'clock, Chen Xiaoyan remarked, Brother Xiaoyan, I recall this area is rocky, ideal for lobsters and crabs. All right, let us anchor here, set the crab and shrimp traps, and then start fishing, Chen Xiaoyan decided. After anchoring, Chen Xiaoyan proceeded to lower the shrimp and crab traps. Chen Xiaoyan had already infused the squid and fish bait with the divine spring water. As Xiaoyan hung the bait in the traps, Chen Xiaoyan and Chen Xiaoyu followed suit. The shrimp traps were placed every 200 meters, while the crab traps were set every 30 meters. May we have an abundance of catch, Chen Xiaoyu shouted. With floats in place, we need not worry about finding them. Our concern lies with others who might help themselves to our traps, Xiaoyan cautioned. Thus, they did not stray far and began fishing nearby. Chen Xiaoyu eagerly launched his fishing live stream. Finally, after waiting for over 10 days, we're out here fishing. I bet you've all been anticipating this. I've been itching to fish these days. If we don't have a good catch today, I'll swim back, Chen Xiaoyu declared confidently. Xiaoyan watched in astonishment at his cousin's bravado. Swimming back from 50 nautical miles was no small feat, cameraman. Look up at the sky. Is there something flying? Look, you've blown the cows up into the sky. You're quite impressive. While viewers in the live stream teased Chen Xiaoyu, he remained unfazed, focusing instead on the lively interaction in the stream. As the day unfolded, Chen Xiaoyan learned that his younger cousin possessed a talent for live streaming, having always dreamed of becoming a prominent streamer. Brother Xiaoyan, are you planning to stop going out to sea? Xiaoyan inquired. Chen Xiaoyan returned, spending a considerable sum to renovate his house and lease land. He expressed his desire to stay home, finding the laborious work outside too exhausting. To work outside, acting subservient to others, who would willingly endure such a life if they had no financial burdens. He remarked. Suddenly, the tip of the fishing rod quivered, and Chen Xiaoyun swiftly lifted it. A tremendous force surged from beneath the water, bending the rod into a pronounced arc. So soon? Has a fish already bitten? Chen Xiaoyun exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, as it had scarcely been 5 minutes since they cast their lines. Chen Xiaoyun reeled in quickly, feeling a substantial pull from below. It seemed the fish was sizable and fiercely attempting to escape. Yet, Chen Xiaoyun's strength prevailed as he adeptly turned the reel, bringing the fish closer. In 5 minutes, he managed to haul a hefty fish weighing over 10 pounds out of the water. Chen Xiaoyun, prepared with a landing net, skillfully scooped it up. A true sea bream, estimated at 13 or 14 pounds. Excellent, Chen Xiaoyun joyfully proclaimed. The vibrant red hue of the fish, rich in protein and renowned for its delectable taste, earned it the nickname sea chicken. In the market, it fetched over 50 yuan per pound and was quite popular. Given the exceptional size and quality of the fish Chen Xiaoyun caught, it could sell for 5 or 600 yuan. After placing the fish in the live well, Chen Xiaoyun felt intrigued. If we could catch 10 of these large sea breams, that would amount to a daily income of 5 or 6,000. Hey, we've got fish. Upon returning to his rod, he noticed it being pulled again. Chen Xiaoyun decisively lifted his rod, feeling an immense force immediately. Good heavens, another large fish. With years of experience fishing at sea, he estimated this catch would weigh no less than 10 pounds. Huh, I too have a fish. Chen Xiaohu's laughter resonated nearby. Incredible. I've noticed that fishing with the host makes it easy for anyone to catch fish. Indeed, it's remarkable. Just a little while, and all 3 of us have caught fish. When did fishing become this effortless? Sighed someone in the chat. Yesterday, I fished all afternoon and caught nothing. If this continues, I might as well go after the small fish for fun. In the live stream, the viewer count surpassed 3,000, with over 3,000 people watching. Moments later, Chen Xiaoyun successfully pulled another fish from the water. Chen Xiaoyun assisted in netting it. What catch? Another sea bream over 10 pounds, he said, clearly pleased. The excitement continued as Chen Xiaohu also brought a sea bream to the surface. Could it be that we have stumbled upon a school of sea bream? Chen Xiaoyun expressed in surprise. I caught another sea bream weighing over 10 pounds. Chen Xiaohu chimed in. There must be a school of fish below. Let us drop our lines quickly before they disperse. 2 minutes later, Chen Xiaoyun's rod bent again, offering a familiar resistance. It feels similar to the last one. I suspect it's another sea bream, he commented while reeling in. Sure enough, as the fish emerged, it was yet another sizable sea bream, weighing over 10 pounds. What a substantial school of sea bream we have encountered. Our luck is certainly on our side, Chen Xiaoyun chuckled. Luck? You haven't experienced the thrill of encountering a school of E-star grouper or red grouper. Now that's when fishing truly becomes enjoyable, Chen Xiaohu retorted. Look, I've hooked one. See, fishing is that simple. Chen Xiaohu boasted to the camera. I got one too. How is this happening so quickly? Chen Xiaoyun found it hard to believe. It seemed as soon as the bait hit the seabed, the fish were biting. This is akin to fishing in a bountiful offshore area. The trio continued to catch fish, each one a sea bream weighing over 10 pounds. The shrimp bait, soaked in the Spirit Spring water, proved irresistible to the fish. After half an hour, they had caught over 30 fish, until the school of sea bream was depleted or dispersed, leading them to other varieties. The live well was nearly overflowing with sea bream. Concerned that so many fish crowded together might perish, Chen Xiaoyun pretended to net a few, adding a drop of Spirit Spring water to the live well. The 30-plus fish, each weighing more than 10 pounds, appeared as if they had been farmed, all remarkably uniform in size. Chen Xiaoyun scratched his head, finding the situation surreal. This is nothing. Fishing with Brother Xiaoyun reveals his luck leads us to great bounty. Chen Xiaohu remarked casually. Over 30 fish, each over 10 pounds. It's more than 300 pounds. At 50 yuan per pound, that's over 10,000. Unbelievable. Chen Xiaoyun pondered, feeling a sense of disbelief. Relax, it's only noon. We have the entire afternoon ahead. Our haul will surely exceed this. Chen Xiaohu waved dismissively. Show me. These truly aren't purchases for stock, are they? Over 30 fish, each over 10 pounds. If I catch just one of those, I'd be thrilled for a week. I envy the host's luck. It seems he can catch fish wherever he goes. It feels as if we are fishing in a private pond. I can't take it anymore. I need to find a host to help me break my bad luck. It has been too heavy lately. In Chen Xiaoyun's live stream, the viewer count surged past 4,000. I've hooked another one. I wonder what it is. Chen Xiaoyun exclaimed as he reeled in a 5-pound green grouper. Looks like we can have sashimi for lunch, he said with a grin. Grouper sashimi is decent. Chen Xiaoyun shrugged. Green grouper is fine steamed or braised, but for sashimi, it pales in comparison to E-star grouper or red grouper. Any meal is good, though. Let us take a break, have lunch, and then continue fishing. If there are no fish in this area, we'll move to another. Chen Xiaoyun shot a glare at Chen Xiaoyun. Chen Xiaoyun took out a self-heating hot pot to warm up their meal. Chen Xiaoyun cleaned the recently caught grouper, removing its scales and entrails, then sliced the flesh thinly. Dipping it in a bit of sashimi sauce, they were ready to eat. On the boat, lacking proper provisions, the three made do with their lunch. After a short break, they resumed fishing. However, despite the Spirit Spring water-soaked shrimp bait, no fish were biting. It seems there are no fish below. Let's change to another area, Chen Xiaoyun suggested. If we can't catch anything with even the Spirit Spring water-soaked shrimp bait, it clearly indicates the seabed is devoid of fish. Let us go. We'll fish somewhere else. Chen Xiaoyun steered the boat to a new location. Let us cast our lines and see if there are any fish below. If not, we'll keep moving, Chen Xiaoyun advised. They had ventured out to fish to earn a living. Catching fish meant a profitable return. After waiting for about 10 minutes in their new spot, the first catch was again made by Chen Xiaoyun. Hey, I got one, he exclaimed as he reeled it in. Finally a fish. Otherwise, we'd have to relocate again, Chen Xiaoyun remarked contentedly. Soon, Chen Xiaoyun brought up a sea bass weighing around 4 pounds. Like the black sea bream and yellow sea bream, these were common catches for anglers along the coast. Chen Xiaoyun placed the sea bass into another live well. Chapter 28. The horse-faced fish, whether it was sea bass or wolf fish, both could be sold, and a trip to sea entailed considerable fuel costs. Chen Xiaoyun understood the hardships of making a living at sea. Any catch was preferable to none. The variety of fish caught increased after they settled on this spot. Chen Xiaoyun first caught a sea bass, and shortly after, Chen Xiaoyun hooked a white pomfret weighing around a pound. I've caught a horse-faced fish, though it's not very large, about a pound, Chen Xiaoyun said as he reeled it in. Horse-faced fish, also known as skin fish, commanded a market price of around 40 to 50 yuan per pound in their area. Let us keep going. Let us try to catch as many as we can take home. Chen Xiaoyun encouraged with determination. Fishing at sea was quite pleasant. With the sea breeze blowing and seabirds soaring, the blue sky met the azure ocean. The only downside was the scorching sun, which made it painfully hot. Wearing a sun hat and ice sleeves, he was still drenched in sweat. Without any sun protection measures, one could easily turn into a half-baked ghost under the sun. The fishing reel in Chen Xiaoyun's hand emitted a creaking sound as a large fish in the water frantically struggled, darting left and right. It could not free itself from the hook lodged in its mouth. Observing the strain on the reel, it was evident that a sizable fish was on the line. How exhilarating! Chen Xiaoyun swiftly reeled in, as the sensation of catching a fish always brought joy. After a few minutes, the fish finally broke the surface, a red mullet weighing around 6 or 7 pounds. The red mullet, startled, turned white but would revert to its original hue after a few moments. Its purplish-red body shimmered, embodying both power and elegance, a testament to the streamlined physique of wild sea fish that are constantly on the move. With sheer force, such a large fish succumbed to Chen Xiaoyun after just a few minutes, lying obediently on the water surface. It appeared that there were no schools of fish below, only various individual specimens. Chen Xiaoyun expressed his disappointment, hoping for a school of fish. While the species might be singular, the potential for a greater catch was enticing. After all, when fish congregate, they are more likely to bite and less likely to disperse. He wished to catch more, especially since Chen Xiaoyun promised him a 10% share of the profits. If they earned 10,000, he would pocket 1,000. Not bad, Chen Xiaoyun optimistically consoled him. If we constantly encounter schools of fish, then my luck would be extraordinary. Given the vastness of the sea, encountering a school, even once in a day, is already commendable. Hey, I just caught a sea bass, probably weighing 4 or 5 pounds. I suspect there are plenty of fish down there, Chen Xiaoyun chimed in, unconcerned about species diversity. As long as they were catching fish, he was delighted. Continuous catches would boost the popularity of his live stream, attracting more followers. Soon, Chen Xiaoyun also reeled in a red mullet, weighing around 5 pounds. The group then entered a continuous catching mode. The resources at sea were incomparable to those near the shore. Wow! Chen Xiaohu exclaimed, laughing with glee. The sensation of continuous catches was exhilarating. Previously, he had been dubbed Air Force One, which had wounded his pride. Now who would dare call him that? He could boast his catches directly in their faces, proclaiming, "Look what I've caught. Sea bass, red mullet, horse mackerel, yellow-legged crab, white pomfret." The fish just kept biting, and the group was bustling with excitement. Have you counted how many fish we caught? It's only been a little over an hour, and we probably reeled in 50 or 60. With every cast, they were landing fish. It was hard to believe that there were no fish in the water. In a few days, it would be May Day, and he planned to visit a streamer to go fishing, as he could no longer tolerate the oppressive heat. Indeed, with May Day approaching, I want to go to the streamer's house to catch eels and frogs, reliving the joys of childhood. I also wish to travel far and wide, but alas, my wallet does not permit it. He envied those with cars and financial means, able to go wherever they pleased at a moment's notice. As Chen Xiaoyun took a sip of water, suddenly his fishing line was pulled taut. He tossed aside the water bottle, swiftly grasped the rod, and yanked to set the hook. The line screamed as it was drawn out for dozens of meters, the rod bending like a bow. "Oh, I've hooked a big one." Chen Xiaoyun managed the rod, adjusting the drag to prevent the line from slipping too quickly. When he felt the tugging lessen, he quickly reeled in. After battling a tuna, these fish were manageable for him. He let out some line when the fish struggled, then reeled it in swiftly. After several back-and-forth exchanges, the fish's energy was depleted, and it was easily drawn to the surface. When the fish broke the water's surface, Chen Xiaoyun could not help but exclaim, "A horse mackerel, and such a large one. Family, look, another fish weighing over 30 pounds. This species is called horse mackerel, considered quite a prize catch." Chen Xiaohu, abandoning his own fishing, raised his phone to live stream Chen Xiaoyun's catch. Once the fish was aboard, Chen Xiaoyun eagerly took out a scale to weigh it. The horse mackerel, also known as midday fish, had an elongated, large, and thin form, with this particular specimen measuring about 1.45 meters in length. This fish is sought after for its low bone content and rich protein, believed to invigorate the body and improve digestive health, making it a favorite among the wealthy in coastal regions. It weighed just under 33 pounds, and if sold at a good price, could fetch 300 to 400 per pound. Chen Xiaoyun beamed with joy. At 400 a pound, just this fish alone could sell for over 10,000. The larger the horse mackerel, the more valuable it becomes. Those weighing over 10 pounds can sell for between 150 to 200 per pound. Now, he understood why Chen Xiaohu's cousin said that Chen Xiaoyun had incredible luck. A single fish could equal a month's salary for others. Such fortune was indeed rare. "Is this really a horse mackerel?" someone in the live stream inquired, as inland folks rarely recognize sea fish species. Indeed, it is a horse mackerel. People along the southern coast enjoy eating it. "Hurry, put in the live fish tank. We can't let it die, or it won't fetch a good price," Chen Xiaohu urged. "This could be money." "Exactly. With this one fish, we've already recouped today's expenses," Chen Xiaoyun replied with a smile. "Today, I spent 8,000 on the boat rental and over 2,000 on shrimp and crab traps and other miscellaneous items. Quick, let us drop our lines again and see if there are any schools of fish. If we hit a school, we'll have struck it rich today." After placing the fish in a live fish tank, Chen Xiaoyun hurriedly cast his line again. Unfortunately, the next few catches were either sea bass, red mullet, or yellow-legged crabs. No more horse mackerels. It seemed that indeed, Chen Xiaoyun had the luck. By the time they finished the live shrimp bait, it was around 3 o'clock. Chen Xiaoyun remained calm, while Chen Xiaohu and Chen Xiaoyun wore beaming smiles that had not faded. Excluding the 30 or so large snapper, sea bass, red mullet, white pomfret, and yellow-legged crabs, they had caught over 100 fish in total. This bounty left Chen Xiaoyun in disbelief. To catch so many fish with just a small fishing boat, without even using nets, was simply astonishing. Often, such small boats struggle to net this many fish in a single trip. "Let us go. The live shrimp bait is gone. It's time to retrieve the shrimp and crab traps and see what we've caught. We should head back," Chen Xiaoyun announced. "Even if we find nothing in the traps, we've still had an extraordinary day." Chen Xiaoyun felt it was surreal. If every day were like this in a month, their small boat would outshine those large trawlers. He recalled working on Uncle Minzhong's large fishing boat, earning a fixed salary of only 5,000 to 6,000 a month. Hey, you should have faith in Brother Xiaoyun's luck. Who knows, we might hit the jackpot with the traps. Chen Xiaoyun confidently asserted, firmly believing in Chen Xiaoyun's luck. Who else could go fishing for the first time and catch a 15-pound yellow croaker and a 200 or 300-pound tuna? Surely, that was luck, not skill. Of course, it would be splendid if the shrimp and crab traps yielded a bountiful catch. Chen Xiaoyun hoped for a windfall, allowing him to share more with his sister at school. As they steered the boat back towards the area where they had set the traps, they arrived at the first shrimp trap after a 10-minute journey. Seeing the float was still there, not taken by some well-meaning passerby, the three of them sighed in relief. At sea, some unscrupulous individuals might kindly take away traps and nets left by others. Let's pull it up and see what we caught. Chen Xiaoyun eagerly urged. Chen Xiaoyun retrieved the trap, feeling it was somewhat heavy. Initially, it was presumed that the depth of the sea was the issue, but soon it became apparent that something was amiss. It feels a bit heavy, Xiaoyun Kai. Lend me a hand, Chen Xiaoyun remarked. Allow me. Chen Xiaoyun stepped forward to assist in lifting the shrimp trap. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoyun, who was beside them, holding up his phone to live stream. Folks, we are now retrieving the first shrimp trap. Guess what? Will we strike a jackpot with the first haul? The two worked in tandem, swiftly pulling the trap from the water surface. Oh! Chen Xiaoyun suddenly shouted. The bashful young man was overwhelmed with excitement. Goodness, we hit the jackpot. Look, it's completely filled. Chen Xiaoyun joyfully exclaimed. It was evident that Chen Xiaoyun's reaction was somewhat exaggerated. Such a large trap could hardly be filled with 30 or 40 shrimp. Brother Xiaoyun, it's all mantis shrimp. Just mantis shrimp. Chen Xiaoyun stammered with excitement. Each section of the trap was brimming with over 10 exquisite mantis shrimp, each weighing around 1 or 2 tails. Chen Xiaoyun was momentarily stunned. Although he anticipated a decent catch, this was beyond expectation. The mantis shrimp were abundant, a true windfall of fortune. Each shrimp weighed between 1 to 2 pounds, and with multiple sections in the trap, they nearly amassed 20 pounds of mantis shrimp. My goodness, this is utterly unbelievable. We actually struck a jackpot with mantis shrimp. Viewers in the live stream were astonished. Here, in the supermarket, mantis shrimp are selling for $300 to $400 per pound. Well, by the seaside, they're priced between $80 to $150 per pound. Such large mantis shrimp, with their striking red and white stripes, were of exceptional quality. Even along the coast, they would fetch at least $150 per pound at the market. Viewers knowledgeable about seafood were envious of the catch. Quick, release the shrimp into the live fish tank. Aerate them. We can't let them die. Chen Xiaoyun had inquired about the mantis shrimp in the market. Many did not reach this size and were priced at $100 per pound. Such large mantis shrimp would undoubtedly command a higher price. With the first trap yielding nearly 20 pounds of mantis shrimp, they were filled with hope for the subsequent traps and crab pots. After the first trap success, Chen Xiaoyun was filled with zeal, steering the fishing boat swiftly towards the second trap. As he pulled up the buoy, he felt the weight once again. Chen Xiaoyun was not idle either, assisting with the trap. Upon raising the trap, it was another haul of mantis shrimp, though not as abundant as the first. Each section contained 7 or 8 mantis shrimp weighing 1 or 2 tails. Haha, we encountered a school of mantis shrimp. We're striking it rich. Chen Xiaoyun, who laughed while live streaming. This trap also counted as a jackpot, yielding 17 or 18 pounds of mantis shrimp. Brothers, I can hardly wait to see if the third trap will also be filled with mantis shrimp. If all 8 traps today yield mantis shrimp, we will have an extraordinary bounty. Chen Xiaoyun's grin was unmistakable. The third trap also yielded a bountiful catch, but instead of mantis shrimp, it was stone eels. To be precise, ugh, where's my mantis shrimp? Why is it all stone eel? Chen Xiaoyun lamented. Stop being so picky. Any catch is a good catch. Step aside, don't obstruct the way. Chen Xiaoyun chided with a smile. The third trap contained over 20 stone eels, each weighing around 2 or 3 tails. These eels were not placed in the same live fish tank as the mantis shrimp, lest they eat the shrimp. The fourth trap also yielded stone eels. Not only Chen Xiaoyun, but even Chen Xiaoyun felt a tinge of disappointment. The price difference between stone eels and mantis shrimp was not trivial, being 3 to 4 times greater. Fortunately, the fifth trap yielded another 16 or 17 pounds of mantis shrimp. The smaller ones were released back into the sea, as they sought only those weighing above 1 tail. Growing up by the seaside, Chen Xiaoyun would never resort to overfishing. The following 3 traps captured black tiger shrimp. Although their price did not match that of mantis shrimp, their quantity was substantial, totaling over 80 pounds from 3 traps. Thankfully, the live fish tank on the boat was spacious enough. Otherwise, they might have struggled to accommodate such a large haul. Let us go check the crab pots. Hopefully, they yield a bountiful catch as well. Chen Xiaoyun gestured. After the initial excitement subsided, Chen Xiaoyun gradually regained his composure, steering the boat towards the area where the crab pots were placed. Quick, haul it up and see if the crabs are plentiful. Chen Xiaoyun, who urged with impatience. Together, Chen Xiaoyun and Chen Xiaoyun pulled up the first crab pot. Inside were 7 or 8 crabs, all large blue crabs. What a bountiful catch, everyone! Chen Xiaoyun, who shouted in exhilaration. Quick, lend a hand, keep the big ones and release the small ones. Discard any under half a pound. Chen Xiaoyun instructed, pouring the crabs into a box. All right, I'm on it. Chen Xiaoyun, who secured his phone, donning gloves and fetching the string to bind the crabs, he began assisting. The crabs needed to be tied up, otherwise they would fight, potentially injuring other fish and shrimp or pinching people, which would be quite painful. The broadcaster is doing well, keeping the big ones and releasing the small ones, just like with the shrimp. Indeed, a lack of greed is essential. Many fishermen indiscriminately capture all sizes, leading to a depletion of coastal fishery resources. The bound crabs and stone eels were placed in one live fish tank, while the smaller crabs were tossed back into the sea. Upon raising the second pot, there were again 7 or 8 large blue crabs of varying sizes. After retrieving the 21st pot, it was filled with red flower crabs, still adhering to the principle of keeping the large and releasing the small. After finishing all 50 crab pots, each contained 7 or 8 large crabs, marking a successful haul. On average, each pot yielded 5 crabs, as those under half a pound were released. Crabs are social creatures, and in this waterway, only blue crabs and red flower crabs were caught. The red flower crabs were more numerous, totaling over 150, each weighing around a pound, quite substantial. The blue crabs were fewer, only about 100, weighing between half a pound to a pound. With such a bountiful catch, it made me consider becoming a fisherman myself. This is fantastic. Today's live stream is of high quality, truly enjoyable to watch. Seeing your fruitful harvest brings forth a paternal smile. Many viewers in the live stream were witnessing the retrieval of shrimp and crab pots for the first time, especially in such plentiful circumstances. Let us head back. Today's harvest is remarkable. Chen Xiaoyun called out. Family, that's all for today's catch. It's a bountiful harvest. It's already past 4, and we must return to port. This concludes today's video. By the way, the May Day holiday is just around the corner. Welcome everyone to visit our seaside town. All right, that's a wrap for today's stream. We must return to sell the catch. Goodbye, family. Chapter 30, Shocked. Chen Xiaoyun for an entire year as they approached the coastline. Chen Xiaoyun called Wang, the manager of the hotel owned by Chu Zhao's family. With such a significant catch, selling it to fishmongers at the dock would not fetch a fair price. With Chu Zhao's connections, Wang would not resort to lowballing. Hello, Manager Wang. This is Chen Xiaoyun, a friend of Chu Zhao. We returned from the sea with a substantial catch. Would you be interested? Upon receiving Chen Xiaoyun's call, Manager Wang recalled the friend of the second young master who had sold him a large quantity of red snapper. Hello, Brother Chen. Do you have a lot of catch? How is the quality? Perhaps you could send me a video for a preview? Certainly. After hanging up, Chen Xiaoyun recorded a video of today's catch and sent it to Manager Wang. After viewing, Manager Wang was somewhat surprised. The horse mackerel and mantis shrimp were rather valuable, and the quality of the large blue crabs was commendable. Although the other fish and shrimp weren't particularly expensive, their quantity was impressive. Brother Chen, I'll take all these catches. I'll drive to the dock. You can wait for me at the Qinwan dock. Manager Wang texted Chen Xiaoyun. The quality of the fish and shrimp was excellent, all alive and meeting the hotel's purchasing requirements. Xiaoyun, have you found a buyer? Chen Xiaoyun inquired. Yes, a friend whose family runs a seafood hotel. Chen Xiaoyun nodded. Half an hour later, the boat arrived at the dock of Qinwan village. Upon docking, a fishmonger approached. Hey buddy, do you have any fish to sell? I'm sorry. My fish have all been reserved. Chen Xiaoyun replied with a smile. Just after he declined, another man came over. Brother, care for a smoke? The man pulled out a cigarette and offered it to Chen Xiaoyun. Thank you, but I don't smoke. Chen Xiaoyun politely declined. The man took back the cigarette and lit it himself. Do you have any catch to sell? I'm sorry, but it's already reserved. Perhaps next time. Chen Xiaoyun replied courteously. No worries, I'm just here collecting fish, shrimp, and crabs. If you have a catch in the future, don't forget to call me. The man said. After 5 or 6 minutes, Manager Wang arrived, driving directly to the side of the boat. Chen, my brother. Manager Wang greeted with a smile as he stepped out of a van. Manager Wang. Chen Xiaoyun nodded in acknowledgement. Let us weigh the fish. It's almost mealtime. I need to get them back to the hotel where they're busy preparing. Manager Wang opened the back door, retrieving a scale and water tank. All right. The fish are in the live fish hold. Once aboard, they opened the live fish compartment, revealing it brimming with fish, crabs, and mantis shrimp. Incredible. To have such a bountiful catch from one outing. Manager Wang praised, giving a thumbs up. We were fortunate to encounter a school of fish. Chen Xiaoyun replied with a smile. Let us discuss the pricing. The sea bream are sizable and of excellent quality, still alive. I'll offer 60 yuan per gene. The mantis shrimp are large, each weighing 1 or 2 tails, vibrant in color, and alive as well. I'll price them at 150 yuan per gene, which matches the retail market rate. The black tiger shrimp at 60 per gene, and for this sizable grouper, I'll offer a higher price since it's rare to find one this large, 400 yuan per gene. The stone eels, sea bass, and red drum. Let us weigh them all together at 45 yuan per gene. They vary in size, and their quality isn't extraordinary, so this will save time. The red flower crabs at 51 per gene, and the large blue crabs at 120 per gene. How does that sound, Chen? Manager Wang continuously quoted prices. That's acceptable. Let us go with what Manager Wang suggested. Thank you for your consideration. Chen Xiaoyun responded gratefully. Let us start by weighing these 30-odd sea bream. Chen Xiaoyun took the fishing net and began to scoop out the sea bream, placing them into the water tank. It took 3 weighings to finish the 30-odd sea bream, totaling 405 gene, as each fish weighed over 10 gene. After weighing the sea bream, they proceeded to weigh the stone eels, sea bass, red drum, and others, amounting to 370 gene. The varied sizes of these fish exceeded Chen Xiaoyun's expectations. The grouper weighed just under 33 gene, the mantis shrimp 56 gene, the black tiger shrimp 84 gene, the large blue crabs 83 gene, and the red flower crabs 155 gene. The sea bream totaled 24,300 yuan. The mixed fish amounted to 16,650 yuan. The grouper was priced at 12,500 yuan. The mantis shrimp at 8,400 yuan. The black tiger shrimp at 5,040 yuan. The large blue crabs at 9,960 yuan. And the red flower crabs at 7,750 yuan. Manager Wang rapidly calculated the figures on his calculator. In total, that is 84,600 yuan. Chen, you can check if this is correct. Chen Xiaoyun waved his hand, saying, This is a small matter. I trust you. Manager Wang, just give me 84,000. You're straightforward, Chen. I'll transfer the money to you. Manager Wang responded, pleased, and proceeded to transfer the funds to Chen Xiaoyun. I'm in a hurry to get these catches back, so I won't stay any longer, Chen. All right, Manager Wang, take care, and I'll treat you to drinks next time. Chen Xiaoyun said, Yes. See you next time. Manager Wang waved as he loaded the fish and shrimp into the van and drove away. Such a plentiful catch would be swiftly consumed by the Xiangchu Seafood Hotel, established in the coastal city of Shanhai, which boasts a flourishing economy and a significant affluent population. During the unloading process, several fishmongers observed the high-quality haul with envy. They could not match the prices offered by Manager Wang and could only watch from the sidelines. This is remarkable. A 15-meter fiberglass fishing boat can yield 70 to 80,000 yuan in one day's catch. If we could consistently achieve such results, wouldn't that amount to 1 million or 2 each month? This catch surpasses many large fishing vessels. They pondered whether they were somehow related to the Dragon King. As it appeared, they had no fishing nets on their boat, relying solely on fishing lines for such a bountiful catch. The person collecting the fish was identified as the purchasing manager from Xiangchu Seafood Hotel. No wonder the prices were so high. They simply couldn't compete. At this moment, Chen Xiaoyun was somewhat dazed, astonished by the substantial profits from such a small fishing boat. With 84,000 yuan, his share of the profit would be over 8,000 yuan. Previously, he had never earned that much in a month. Yet, after just one outing with Chen Xiaoyun, he found such a significant return unfathomable. The sheer earnings from a small fishing vessel left him astounded for an entire year. Once the 8,400 yuan was credited to his account, Chen Xiaoyun finally returned to his senses, realizing this was indeed real. Hey, don't be too shocked. If you stick with Brother Xiaoyun, there will be plenty of days like this ahead, Chen Xiaoyun said, patting Chen Xiaoyun on the shoulder. He appeared much calmer. When 33,000 yuan arrived in his account, his expression remained unchanged, yet inside, he was bursting with excitement. His savings had surpassed 100,000. Surpassing this milestone came unexpectedly and filled him with immense joy. He was so close to saving enough to buy a small car. I just feel like this is too surreal, Chen Xiaoyun murmured. He had never earned so much in a single day, and seeing the 8,300 yuan in his account was a significant shock. All right, it's time to head back, Chen Xiaoyun called out. Let us go. We'll head back. If the weather is good tomorrow, we'll go out to sea again, Chen Xiaoyun said cheerfully. Chen Xiaoyun nodded vigorously. At this moment, an idea crossed his mind. If they could have such fruitful outings a couple more times, he would definitely follow Chen Xiaoyun in the future. Chen Xiaoyun set aside a couple of jeans of mantis shrimp and large blue crabs for himself, thinking it was rare to go out to sea, so why sell everything? He should enjoy some too. Upon returning to Chenjiakan, it was nearly 6 o'clock. Xiaonan, take a couple of crabs and a bit of mantis shrimp and black tiger shrimp back to enjoy, Chen Xiaoyun instructed, handing him 2 hefty blue crabs and some shrimp. Brother Xiaoyun, I can't. Chen Xiaoyun began to refuse. But Chen Xiaoyun glared, sternly insisting, take it back and enjoy. Yes, thank you, Brother Xiaoyun. Chen Xiaoyun felt warmth in his heart. Realizing this was Chen Xiaoyun looking out for him, silently cherishing this kindness. No need for thanks. Hurry back and help your aunt prepare dinner. If we're going out to sea tomorrow, I'll call you, Chen Xiaoyun waved him off. By the way, keep the catch under wraps, Chen Xiaoyun added as a reminder. Understood, Brother Xiaoyun, Chen Xiaoyun replied, thanking him before heading back with the crabs and shrimp. Xiaohu, I only gave you 40% of the earnings. You don't have any objections, do you? Chen Xiaoyun then addressed Chen Xiaohu. No objections. Chen Xiaohu quickly shook his head. You know, Brother Xiaoyun, even if you only gave me 20%, I wouldn't mind. Besides, I have my live stream earnings, which amount to several thousand as well. Today's stream had quite a few viewers, so the income was good. As he spoke, Chen Xiaohu smiled with joy, thinking back to how he had never dared to imagine earning so much in a day. He knew that these changes were all thanks to his cousin, Chen Xiaoyun. Good. Since Xiaonan is also family, if he joins us, he'll receive 10% of a share. You'll keep your 40%, Chen Xiaoyun nodded in satisfaction. Chen Xiaohu, though young, is remarkably sensible and understanding, harboring no resentment over a mere 10% reduction in his share. Let us go home and prepare dinner, he proclaimed, carrying 2 crabs and several pounds of shrimp as they made their way to their great-uncle's house. With only 2 elderly individuals at home, Chen Xiaoyun and Chen Xiaohu could not leave them alone to cook. Chen Xiaoyun, feeling rather lethargic about cooking, found it troublesome to prepare too little or too much food. Grandma, Grandpa, we are back, they announced upon arrival. It's good to have you home. How was your day at sea? Was it smooth sailing? Great-uncle stepped outside. His worries eased at the sight of the two. After all, venturing out to sea is inherently risky, fraught with the potential for unforeseen accidents. It went splendidly, Chen Xiaoyun replied with a smile. Ah, my dear grandsons, you have returned. Great-aunt emerged from the kitchen, her face illuminating with joy upon seeing them safe and sound. Here, Grandma, this is today's catch. We brought back some share. Chen Xiaoyun gestured to the crabs and shrimp he was holding. Let me tell you, today we had quite an abundant haul. Chen Xiaohu began to boast about their successful outing, like a child eager to showcase his achievements. They had caught mantis shrimp and large blue crabs, both quite impressive. Great-aunt accepted the shrimp and crabs from Chen Xiaoyun, a warm smile gracing her face. Nowadays, blue crabs are mostly farmed. In our youth, the blue crabs along the coast were often over a pound each, great-uncle reminisced. We sold over 80,000 worth of fish today, and I received more than 30,000 as my share. Impressive, right, Grandma? Chen Xiaohu boasted intentionally. Don't be too proud. Your brother is generous to include you in his earnings. You ought to listen to him carefully and not lose your way just because of a little money. And remember, don't flaunt your earnings outside, Great-uncle Chen Jiangwen admonished. I understand, Grandpa. Xiaoyun has already spoken to me about this, Chen Xiaohu quickly replied. He purposely mentioned his earnings in front of his grandparents, hoping to relay the information to his parents through them. Xiaoyun, you have a kind heart, willing to share your income with Xiaonan. But remember to advise him not to boast about it, Great-uncle reminded Chen Xiaoyun. Chen Xiaoyun nodded, Rest assured, great uncle. I've already told Xiaoyan to keep it to himself. You handle matters with prudence, and I have confidence in both of you, great uncle replied. Dinner is ready. Come and eat. Not long after, great aunt called from the kitchen. The mantis shrimp and tiger prawns were served blanched, accompanied by a delightful seafood dipping sauce, both sweet and savory. The blue crab was steamed with thick, succulent meat, though lacking in roe. The optimal season for crab is from August to October, and currently, it is rare to find crabs with roe. This mantis shrimp is quite the delicacy. Even when simply blanched and dipped in seafood sauce, it tastes divine, Chen Xiaoyun remarked as he peeled shrimp. Xiaoyun, your thoughtfulness shines through. Great aunt chuckled. After dinner, Chen Xiaoyun lingered at great uncle S home for a while before returning. Today's earnings of over 40,000 was quite satisfactory, marking yet another delightful day. Woof, woof upon his return, two little dogs leapt joyfully. The fluffy little creatures appeared incredibly adorable. Stop jumping. I'll feed you now. He poured 2 bowls of milk for the dogs, adding a drop of spring water to each. Blackie and Huang relished their meal, licking their bowls clean. Standing on the balcony, he enjoyed the sea breeze and watched the sunset, capturing a video of the magnificent view. The gentle sea breeze and the setting sun cast a golden hue over the water, reminiscent of shattered gold dust. Several seabirds danced above, accompanied by the rhythmic sounds of waves crashing against the shore. Everything felt so picturesque. After sharing the video on social media, Chen Xiaoyun retreated to his room to play games. It had been quite a while since he last played, and he wondered if his skills had improved. Upon logging in, he noticed Zhang Xian was also online and promptly invited him to join. Hey, Xiaoyun, can you hear me? It's been ages since I saw you online. Zhang Xian's voice emanated from the headset. I can hear you. I've been busy. We just installed the internet at home and bought a computer, Chen Xiaoyun replied. Are you really planning to stay in your hometown and not venture out anymore? Zhang Xian inquired, having seen Chen Xiaoyun's posts about home renovations and renting orchards. Life is more comfortable at home. Working outside can be exhausting, Chen Xiaoyun remarked. The scenery at your place looks appealing. I might come visit you someday. Zhang Xian expressed his envy of Chen Xiaoyun's life of fishing and harvesting seafood, something city workers could only dream of. Absolutely. When you come, I'll show you what seafood freedom is all about, Chen Xiaoyun declared exuberantly. All right, let us get started. I haven't played in a while, so I'm sure my skills have improved. Don't let me down. I've already been let down a few times tonight, Zhang Xian warned. It's been so long since I played. I might as well have gotten worse. Chen Xiaoyun chuckled. You play the simple character, and I'll take the clever stone man jungle. I'll be your support. Come on, Chen the noob, don't mess with me. Zhang Xian retorted, seeing Chen Xiaoyun's choice of a not-so-clever character. Why worry? I'll carry you. Just make sure to land your ULT. Chen Xiaoyun responded confidently. Wait, why are you building magic items? Can you build tank items instead? Zhang Xian was speechless, knowing that with Chen Xiaoyun's skills, building magic items would only lead to disaster. Stop complaining. Watch me shine. Chen Xiaoyun encouraged. Get ready. I'm coming for you. Nice, your stone has a brain now. Zhang Xian praised after Chen Xiaoyun, playing the jungle, managed to secure a kill. Just look at who is playing. Chen Xiaoyun grinned, feeling pleasantly surprised by his own clarity of thought, agility, and overall gameplay. By the end of the match, he had led the team to victory, racking up over 20 kills, much to the delight of his teammates, who praised him as an exceptional player. Dude, are you secretly practicing with the Stone Man? Your skills are far beyond what I expected. Zhang Xian questioned, astonished by the level of gameplay. I told you, after a long break, skills improve. You didn't believe me. I'm starting to believe now. No more excuses. Let us go. In the subsequent matches, Chen Xiaoyun continued to dominate, leading his team through the bronze and silver ranks with ease while Zhang Xian focused on supporting him. Are you using hacks? When did your skills become this remarkable? Zhang Xian exclaimed, utterly astonished. Chen Xiaoyun's gameplay was akin to that of a diamond or master level player. Playing a game is not just about having hands. It's about strategy too. All right, I'm heading to bed. We're going fishing again tomorrow. Good night. With that, he left Zhang Xian in disbelief, staring at the screen in utter astonishment. The following morning, Chen Xiaoyun awoke at 6, invigorated after a week of drinking spring water. Though he hadn't noticed any dramatic changes, he observed that his skin was noticeably clearer and his once prominent beer belly had vanished, revealing defined abs. His strength, energy levels, and reflexes had all improved, whether due to the spring water or the breathing exercises he practiced. He could not tell. Another sunny day greeted him, with calm seas perfect for fishing. He called for Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Xiaoyun, ready to set off from the Qinyuan village dock. Brother Xiaoyun, let us purchase some shrimp traps and crab traps today. After all, the boat we rented is quite spacious, Chen Xiaoyu suggested. The boat they had rented measured 15 meters in length and 3.2 meters in width, quite ample for their needs. Although it cannot be compared to a large fishing vessel, it is considerably larger than an ordinary small fishing boat. Chapter 32. A bounty of bluefish. Smiles that can't be contained. All right, let us purchase several more shrimp traps, and then acquire 50 crab traps. Chen Xiaoyun nodded in agreement. By the way, Xiaonan, can we buy fishing nets? Brother Xiaoyun, we don't have a fishing license, so we cannot use nets. Shrimp traps and crab traps are acceptable. Chen Xiaonan shook his head. In a parallel world, do not draw comparisons. Then it's settled. We can still use shrimp and crab traps. Once we obtain our own boat, we can apply for a fishing license. Chen Xiaoyun was unconcerned. We can't use nets, but we can fish. Fishing is unregulated. Upon arriving at the Qinyuan village dock, the three first enjoyed breakfast. Chen Xiaonan inspected the boat and refueled it, while Chen Xiaoyun and Chen Xiaoyu procured shrimp traps, crab traps, and bait, small dead fish and live shrimp. Let us buy plenty of live shrimp. If we encounter a good school of fish, we can create a feeding ground. Chen Xiaoyun suggested. If we find a more expensive school of fish, we can use shrimp to attract them, ensuring we catch some. You can't catch wolves without risking the pups. Without investment, how can one expect a harvest? After acquiring all the necessary supplies for their outing, it was around 8 in the morning. They were somewhat late to set out. Many fishermen had already departed by 5 or 6. If other fishermen were like them, they might struggle to even have breakfast. The fishing boats that had fished overnight returned to port, while those that left early set sail, making the Qinyuan village dock a hub for the village's burgeoning economy, surpassing that of the town. Chen Xiaonan took the helm, and the three set off to sea. Oh, ocean, here I come. Dragon King, bless us with a bountiful harvest today. Chen Xiaoyu shouted at the bow, facing the wind. Chen Xiaoyun reclined on a lounge chair, editing the fishing videos that Chen Xiaoyu had compiled the previous day. He shared 2 well-edited videos, which garnered thousands of views and over 1,000 comments, resulting in his account accumulating over 30,000 followers and steadily approaching 40,000. After a swift hour and a half, they reached 50 nautical miles offshore. Though Chen Xiaoyun lacked the ability to see beneath the waves, he possessed an advantage, using fish and shrimp soaked in spiritual spring water as bait. He cut the small dead fish soaked in the spring water into segments and placed them in the traps as bait. After setting 15 shrimp traps and 100 crab traps, they began their fishing journey. Today, they had more shrimp traps and crab traps than the previous day. They hoped for a more plentiful catch. Family, set aside your hopes for a bountiful harvest and await the afternoon haul. Chen Xiaoyu announced on his live stream. They found a fishing spot close to where they had set their traps and began to fish. By 10 o'clock, the sun was blazing overhead, and without hats or cooling sleeves, their skin would surely burn. Brother Xiaoyun, how is it that your skin remains so fair after going out to sea? Chen Xiaoyun asked, enviously observing Chen Xiaoyun's complexion. Having spent years at sea, his skin was dark despite his attempts at sun protection. I'm not sure. Perhaps it's just good skin. Chen Xiaoyun replied casually, having noticed that his skin had not darkened lately. Just 5 minutes after casting his line, the tip suddenly trembled. A fish was nibbling at the bait. Chen Xiaoyun swiftly lifted the rod, which bent into a dramatic arc as the line streamed out. I've hooked one. Steadying the rod, he controlled the reel, and the speed of the line slowed. He began to reel it in. The fish fought against the pain, and soon, he had exhausted its strength. In just 5 minutes, the fish broke the surface. A large bluefish. Chen Xiaoyun quickly netted the fish, which weighed around 7 pounds. Such a sizable bluefish could fetch 140 to 150 per pound at a hotel. Chen Xiaoyun was thrilled. The first catch was substantial, and the price was promising. Hurry, you got a fish on your line. Chen Xiaoyun called out, noticing Chen Xiaoyun was still admiring the large bluefish. A fish is biting? Chen Xiaoyun quickly placed the bluefish in the live well and rushed to grab his fishing rod. The rod bent dramatically as the line raced out. A big one. I've hooked a large fish, Chen Xiaoyun exclaimed, feeling the violent power of the fish. I got a big one too, Chen Xiaoyu shouted in excitement. It's begun. The harvest mode is on, someone exclaimed in the live stream. Shortly after casting again, they began reeling in fish rapidly. The viewers were accustomed to this frenzy. Another one. Just 2 minutes after casting his line, Chen Xiaoyun felt a tug. The three of them were now busy reeling in fish, the reels squeaking as they fought against their catches. Fortunately, the boat was spacious, allowing them to avoid tangles as they simultaneously reeled in fish. Minutes later, Chen Xiaoyun was the first to bring a fish to the surface. A big bluefish, yet another, he shouted. Oh wow, this one is also a big bluefish, probably around 6 or 7 pounds. Chen Xiaohu exclaimed excitedly. 3 consecutive large bluefish indicated a school below. Each of them was occupied with netting their own fish, unable to keep up. After netting their catches, Chen Xiaoyun pulled up his own, an 8-pound bluefish. Another bluefish. It seems there's a school down below. Let us use shrimp to lure them, Chen Xiaoyun instructed. They placed the fish in the live well. And Chen Xiaohu and Chen Xiaoyun quickly used shrimp bait to attract more. They didn't use too many, just 10 or so live shrimp. Chen Xiaoyun believed that these shrimp soaked in spiritual spring water would undoubtedly keep the bluefish school nearby. After baiting, they quickly cast their lines again. Fish on, Chen Xiaohu shouted. Just 2 minutes after casting, he had hooked another fish, and he couldn't contain his joy. I got one too. Chen Xiaoyun was also reeling in, beaming with delight. Today is lucky. If we found this bluefish school, our catch is assured, Chen Xiaoyun added with a smile. Before long, he too felt a bite, and it was intense, pulling the tip of the rod underwater. Grabbing the rod, he yanked it sharply. The hook buried itself in the fish. In the next moment, a tremendous force surged from the other end of the line. The reel screamed as the line flew out. The drag set to no avail. This must be a massive catch. Hey, this one is quite large. Chen Xiaoyun bent the rod, allowing the big fish to thrash about. It tried to escape the hook. No chance. Any fish that took his bait was doomed. Show me, brothers. The live chat erupted. The streamer truly is the Dragon King's prodigy. His luck is off the charts. In a matter of moments, they had landed 7 or 8 large grouper, leaving anyone watching in disbelief. Oh, it seems that fish the streamer is fighting has been on for 5 minutes without surfacing. Chen Xiaoyun was indeed battling a formidable catch, having struggled with it for 5 minutes, while Chen Xiaohu and Chen Xiaoyun had already hooked new fish. After several more minutes, a 20-some-pound bluefish finally emerged from the water. Its massive head, elongated body, and distinct blue-black spots were striking. Wow, what a catch! After weighing it, it tipped the scale at 23 pounds and 8 ounces. Their luck was unmatched. They had stumbled upon a school of bluefish. After encountering a school of snapper yesterday, today they found bluefish. Why was such fortune not bestowed upon him? Remarkable. The skin is beautiful. It's rare to see so many large wild bluefish. Chen Xiaohu captured the moment with his camera. Stop admiring. Quickly place it in the live well and keep fishing, Chen Xiaoyun urged. The priority was to catch all the bluefish from beneath the waves. Half an hour later, wow, my hands are sore from all this fishing. The joy and pain coexist, Chen Xiaohu lamented, having lost the initial excitement. From the exhilaration of the beginning to now, only Chen Xiaoyun remained unburdened, while the others wore expressions of fatigue. At this moment, Chen Xiaoyun felt a profound fatigue in his arms as he tirelessly reeled in fish, engaging in a relentless battle with each catch. Each fish weighed over 5 pounds. Those beneath that threshold were deemed unworthy by Chen Xiaoyun, who insisted they be released. The thought of selling these fish at the dock, transforming them into cash, alleviated any discomfort. Each fish represents money. Do you think there's such a thing as having too much money? Chapter 33. Becoming Famous, Relatives of the Dragon King. The mere mention of money revitalized both Chen Xiaoyun and Chen Xiaohu. Indeed, they were collecting wealth, with each fish averaging 5 pounds, priced at $100 per pound. That amounted to $500 per catch. What could possibly be a quicker way to earn money? Of course, one could rob a bank, which would grant a lifetime of free meals. I'm determined to drive my own car soon, Chen Xiaohu shouted, his mind fixated on the small sedan awaiting him at the dealership. Chen Xiaoyun thought of his sisters studying at school and their mother who was ill at home, which fueled his motivation. Discomfort in his hands? That was non-existent. Catching fish brought him joy. Observing their enthusiasm, Chen Xiaoyun chuckled softly. The feast was laid before them, yet they still sought to be lazy? What a foolish notion. The trio renewed their vigor. The grouper schools were a rare encounter, as these fierce predatory fish often moved in solitary patterns. Despite continuously using live shrimp as bait, the grouper remained undeterred. If one had the gift of sight, they would witness over 200 large grouper lurking beneath the waves. An hour and a half later, the supply of live shrimp bait was entirely depleted. Without the fresh bait, the underwater grouper gradually dispersed. After 2 hours of relentless fishing, they neglected even a break for lunch. Upon finishing the live shrimp bait, they finally ceased their efforts. Phew, the bait is gone. Chen Xiaoyun sighed with relief, feeling as if his right hand, which had been reeling in fish, belonged to someone else. Haha, today's fishing has been exhilarating. My hands are cramping from the continuous action. Chen Xiaoyun lay back in a lounge chair, too exhausted to move. Truly, he felt triumphant, envious of the success of others. I've only experienced such a continuous catch in my dreams. Oh dear, does the host need any trinkets? I'll send some as gifts. I'd even pay to fish like this. The audience in the live stream was utterly captivated, having witnessed an uninterrupted 2-hour catch. Some viewers counted, noting that a fish was caught approximately every 5 minutes. By the end of the 2 hours, all fish weighing less than 5 pounds were returned to the sea. The trio had successfully caught 71 large groupers, filling 3 live fish tanks, each averaging around 7 to 8 pounds. Phew, it's time to eat. Starving, Chen Xiaoyun announced as he began to prepare lunch. They had brought a small gas canister and stove aboard the fishing boat, along with a pot. After catching a substantial 8-pound grouper, they prepared it fresh, fish head for soup, half steamed and half pan-fried. For lunch, they enjoyed grouper with rice noodles. The three savored their meal, indulging in the luxury of seafood freedom. A single 8-pound grouper could fetch $1,000. Such a feast. I'm salivating just watching. I'd eat instant noodles if it meant I could fish like this. Chen Xiaoyun exclaimed. I wish I could live like this for a few days, dear family. After a simple lunch, they took a brief respite before heading out at 3 o'clock to collect their shrimp and crab traps. Ah, another unpretentious day. Family, don't envy me. I fear you might strike me out of jealousy. Chen Xiaoyun boasted as he reclined in his lounge chair. Chen Xiaoyun lay in another chair, wearing a straw hat, peacefully resting. A gentle sea breeze caressed their faces under the vast, clear sky, with minimal waves lapping against the boat. The horizon melded seamlessly with the sea, creating a sense of infinity. Their fishing boat appeared like a solitary leaf upon the expansive ocean, so diminutive in comparison. In the distance, a small island hosted circling seabirds, embodying tranquility and serenity. As Chen Xiaoyun dozed off in his lounge chair, it was 3 o'clock when Chen Xiaoyun finally roused him. Xiaoyun, it's 3. Time to collect the traps. Oh, is it already 3? Chen Xiaoyun awoke, removing his hat from his face. Stretching lazily and squinting at the glaring sun above, he replied, Let us go. We'll head home after collecting the traps. Chen Xiaoyun navigated the boat swiftly to the area where they had set their traps, ensuring they were not too far out to avoid any well-meaning individuals who might assist in retrieving them. After all, the buoys marking their traps made them easily visible, and there were many who made a living at sea. Family, we're retrieving the first trap now, a crab trap. What do you think we'll catch? Chen Xiaoyun held up his phone to live stream. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoyun quickly reeled in the crab trap. The first trap yielded 6 red crabs. Everyone, look at these red crabs. They're not very large. How do we end up with these? Chen Xiaoyun expressed his dissatisfaction. Red crabs are typically small, with half a pound being considered sizable, while a pound is a rarity. Most were around 3 to 4 ounces, with a few weighing about 2 ounces. Chen Xiaoyun explained to the livestream audience. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and tie the crabs, Chen Xiaoyun urged. They poured the crabs into a large container as Chen Xiaoyun steered the boat toward the next crab trap. Let us go. I'll set the phone up for the live stream, Chen Xiaoyun said, securing his device. He donned gloves and took the crab tying ropes, swiftly binding the larger red crabs. Release the smaller ones. They don't have much meat, Chen Xiaoyun advised. Got it, Chen Xiaoyun replied as he quickly tied up the crabs, returning those under 3 ounces back to the sea. The second trap yielded more red crabs, but still only 5 or 6, a mix of sizes. Why are we still catching these? They're only worth $40 to $50 a pound, and they're so small, Chen Xiaoyun lamented to the camera. The subsequent 10 traps yielded similar results, each containing 5 to 6 crabs, with those below 3 ounces released back. It seems we've stumbled upon a red crab habitat, Chen Xiaoyun remarked, his enthusiasm waning. Stop complaining. At least we're catching something. What else do you expect? A A bounty of blue crabs? Chen Xiaoyun retorted, growing weary of Chen Xiaoyun's complaints. Oh, I was merely expressing my thoughts. Chen Xiaoyun replied, sounding a bit aggrieved. Hey, you should be grateful. Many fishermen return home empty-handed after checking their traps. See? That is what you get for complaining. Chen Xiaoyun chuckled. After retrieving 100 crab traps, all filled with red crabs, they realized they had indeed caught them in a red crab hotspot. The fish and shrimp that entered the traps had been consumed by the red crabs. Not bad. We should have around 100 pounds, Chen Xiaoyun nodded, satisfied with the catch. Let us go collect the shrimp traps and see if we have any better luck, he instructed. Chen Xiaoyun piloted the boat to the shrimp trap location. O Dragon King, bless us with a bountiful catch, especially of the sweet prawns. Chen Xiaoyun prayed to the sea. The Dragon King is practically your relative. There's no need to pray, a viewer commented in the live stream. Come help us instead. Praying won't do any good. Chen Xiaoyun rolled his eyes. Praying to the Dragon King is less effective than asking him for more fresh water. He could attract even the sharks. Chen Xiaoyun steered the boat, while Chen Xiaoyun quickly collected the shrimp traps. The first trap revealed a haul of black tiger shrimp, which was a decent catch, about 10 pounds per trap. They released the smaller ones, keeping only those weighing over an ounce. First trap, black tiger shrimp. Oh, sweet prawns, my beloved sweet prawns. Chen Xiaoyun sighed, placing the black tiger shrimp into the live fish tank. The second, third, and subsequent traps also yielded black tiger shrimp, along with a couple of eels. By the 8th, 9th, and 10th traps, they finally caught 3 traps of sweet prawns, amassing over 30 pounds, which brought joy to Chen Xiaoyun. The 5 shrimp traps at the back yielded only fresh shrimp, and remarkably, they were in abundance. Fresh shrimp typically wholesale for about 30 yuan and retail in the market for around 50. The shrimp used as live bait were indeed fresh shrimp. Oh, how astonishing that the fresh shrimp turned out to be so plentiful. Chen Xiaoyun scratched his head. The fresh shrimp seafood restaurant doesn't usually purchase much. With 5 traps, they likely had over 100 jin, which posed the question. How could they sell them? Should they sit in the market and wait for buyers? No worries. If they couldn't sell them, they could take them back home to eat, use them for fishing, or even give them to the elderly in the village. Chen Xiaoyun was indifferent about it. After sorting out the smaller ones, they still had around 100 jin. The other traps also yielded a few eels, though not many. They released the smaller ones and kept the larger ones for themselves. They decided to head back to the dock. By the time they returned, it was already past 4. Nearing 6. Manager Zhu from the Hongfeng Seafood Hotel in the county was waiting at the dock. Since their haul was not particularly impressive today, he didn't bother to call Manager Wang from the Xiangchu Seafood Hotel. Brother Chen, you're finally back. Upon receiving your call, I rushed right over. Zhu goofing greeted with a smile as he saw Chen Xiaoyun and his crew's boat approach the shore. Manager Zhu, thank you for your patience. Chen Xiaoyun replied cheerfully. At this moment, it wasn't just Manager Zhu waiting. Several fish traders were also present at the dock, eager for the returning fishing boats to arrive and collect their catch. Brother, how's the haul? Can you share some profits with me? The man who had offered cigarettes yesterday asked. Well, that depends on whether Manager Zhu wants it all. If he doesn't tea, I could sell some to you. Chen Xiaoyun nodded in response. Manager Zhu, being merely the manager of a seafood restaurant in the county, might not be able to consume all their catch. Let's take a look at the haul first, Chen Xiaoyun said to the crowd waiting on the shore. Sure, let's check it out. Zhu and the others boarded the fishing boat, and upon opening the live fish hold, they exclaimed, wow, so many large grouper. Incredible. Did you catch all of them? Manager Zhu was genuinely astonished. Chen Xiaoyun had mentioned over the phone that they had caught some large grouper of good quality, but he never expected there to be so many, all weighing over 5 jin. Impressive. Yesterday's catch was significant, and today is no different. One fish trader remarked in admiration. You wouldn't happen to be relatives of the Dragon King, would you? I heard someone caught a 15 jin yellow croaker nearby, and it seems it was also from your group. Chen Xiaoyun was momentarily taken aback. These fish traders were quite well informed. But how did the rumor about being relatives of the Dragon King spread so widely? Manager Zhu, do you want all these groupers? Chen Xiaoyun asked with a smile. Chapter 34. Selling the catch. At the dock, Zhu goofing looked at the 60 or 70 large groupers and pondered for a moment. Brother Chen, there are so many large groupers that my family cannot consume them all. Our restaurant is only located in the county. If we were in the city, we would have the capacity to take them all. The county's consumption level has always lagged significantly behind that of the city. Taking all these groupers back They wouldn't be able to sell them quickly. How about this? I'll take half, and the rest can be offered to these other owners, Zhu Gufeng decided, unwilling to hoard the catch as he knew he couldn't eat it all himself. That works, taking half is fine. Chen Xiaoyun nodded. These groupers are of good quality. How about I offer you 130 yuan per gene? That is too much. I can't offer a high price for such a large quantity, Zhu Gufeng replied. Chen Xiaoyun acknowledged the reality. With such a large catch, the price would inevitably drop. Regardless of the type of fish, once there is a bountiful harvest, prices tend to decrease, and fish traders would negotiate down. All right, 130 yuan per gene works. Let us weigh the fish. Upon Chen Xiaoyun's agreement, Zhu manager nodded. They weighed the fish, and the 35 groupers totaled 260 gene. That is 800 yuan, Zhu Gufeng announced. I'll also buy those mantis shrimp at 150 yuan per gene, he added. After weighing the grouper, Zhu Gufeng turned his attention to the 30-odd gene of mantis shrimp. Sure, I'll sell them to you. Chen Xiaoyun consented, as he had contacted Zhu Gufeng first. Other fish traders clearly desired them, but there had to be an order of arrival. They would only bid if Zhu Gufeng declined. The mantis shrimp weighed in at 37 gene. That totals 550 yuan. Altogether, that makes 350 yuan. I'll transfer you 39 for 100 yuan, Brother Chen, Zhu Gufeng concluded. All right, thank you, my friend. Chen Xiaoyun gratefully responded. After transferring the money, Zhu Gufeng took the catch and left. He didn't even glance at the fresh shrimp. Brother Chen, we can only offer 130 yuan per gene for these large groupers, one fish trader stated, who was a supplier for a seafood restaurant. They would deliver quality wild products to restaurants and sell the lesser ones at the county seafood market. If Zhu Gufeng had offered 130, he would have given such a high price. Sure, take as much as you want. Chen Xiaoyun was not concerned and nodded in agreement. At the 130 yuan price point, only 3 buyers wanted fish, each taking 33 groupers. One trader took 13, while the other 2 fish traders each took 10. The 33 groupers weighed a total of 258 gene, selling for 540 yuan. Chen Xiaoyun decided not to sell the remaining 2 groupers, opting to keep them for himself. How about these red crabs weighing 41 gene? Do you want to sell? The trader inquired. Sure, they're all wild-caught, averaging around 3 to 4 liang each. Zhu Gufeng was not interested in the red crabs, but since the trader was offering 41 gene, Chen Xiaoyun saw no reason not to sell. Give me 20 gene. The trader purchased 20 gene for 800 yuan. I'll take another 20 gene. The rest were divided among 4 traders, selling for a total of 200 yuan. Today, the crabs collectively sold for 4,000 yuan. If sold at the market, the red crabs weighing 3 to 4 liang each would fetch at least 51 yuan per gene. Unfortunately, they could not take such a large quantity to sell at the market. After the trader and several fish traders departed, the remaining traders looked at the fresh shrimp and black tiger shrimp. Both types of shrimp were quite common, easily caught by many fishing boats. However, as dusk approached, it was likely that those boats that had gone out would not return until the evening or early morning. Hey, are you selling the 41 gene of black tiger shrimp? One fish trader asked. I want to sell for less than 40. My minimum is 45. Chen Xiaoyun cursed under his breath. Dealing wholesale at the dock was not as profitable as selling directly to seafood restaurants. Yesterday, he sold black tiger shrimp to manager Wang for 60 yuan per gene. These traders were only offering 45 for 41 gene, which was unacceptable for wild shrimp. All right, 45 it is. Give me 30 gene. The trader readily agreed. Selling at 45, they could retail it for 55 to 60 yuan per gene, making a profit. All right, Xiaonan, weigh the shrimp. Chen Xiaoyun called. Chen Xiaonan quickly weighed 30 gene of black tiger shrimp for the trader, who paid 350 yuan. I'll take 30 gene too. The remaining black tiger shrimp were taken by 2 fish traders, with the last trader getting only 26 gene. In total, they sold 56 gene of black tiger shrimp for 520 yuan. Altogether, the black tiger shrimp brought in 870 yuan. The remaining fresh shrimp were clearly not in high demand. The traders didn't even bother to inquire about the price. Many fish traders walked by, glancing at the fresh shrimp, but then moved on. This left Chen Xiaoyun quite anxious. Over 100 gene of fresh shrimp was not a trivial amount. Even at 25 yuan per gene, that would be over 2,000 yuan. Chen Xiaoyun checked the time. It was already past 6. Let us pack the live fish box and take it back for the villagers to eat. We're not selling them. Nobody even asked about them. What's the point in selling now? Chen Xiaoyu patted Chen Xiaoyun on the shoulder. Brother, today's harvest was decent, but it wouldn't sell for much. It's better to take it back and share it with the villagers. All right. Seeing Chen Xiaoyun and Chen Xiaoyu speaking, Chen Xiaoyun nodded in agreement. He indeed wished to increase his earnings. Yet the market for prawns today appeared rather bleak. As Chen Xiaoyu rode over with the tricycle, Chen Xiaoyun carefully transferred the prawns into the live fish container atop the vehicle. After calculating their day's catch, Chen Xiaoyun announced that their total revenue amounted to 87,760 yuan. This was over 3,000 yuan less than the previous day, largely due to the 70 large grouper fish they had caught. Without the stroke of luck with the grouper, their earnings would have plummeted significantly. Chen Xiaoyun transferred 8,000 yuan to Chen Xiaoyun and 32,000 yuan to Chen Xiaoyu. I've sent you the earnings for today, he remarked as he observed the two tidying up. Ah, what a splendid day it is, Chen Xiaoyu exclaimed, his smile stretching wide as he gazed at their profits. Chen Xiaoyun, however, fell into deep contemplation upon seeing the 8,000 yuan transfer. In just 2 days, they had made 16,000 yuan, an amount that nearly matched what he had earned over the past 2 to 3 months. This realization felt surreal, yet the money was undeniably tangible. It seemed imperative to establish connections with more seafood shop owners and managers. Selling individually was indeed a losing proposition, Chen Xiaoyun mused. The grouper weighs 5 pounds and up, with several around 8 to 10 pounds, including one that weighs 23 pounds. Such quality used to sell for 150 yuan. But that Zhu fellow has pushed it down to 130, Chen Xiaoyu added in discontent. I'll head to the market and see if there are any good catches. Wait for me outside. Chen Xiaoyun arrived at the market at the Qinyuan village pier. Markets like this were commonplace, especially in a relatively large area like Qinyuan village. After perusing the stalls, he found little of interest, aside from a vendor selling large stonefish. How much for these 2 stonefish? He inquired. Young man, these 2 stonefish are priced at 150 yuan per pound, the vendor replied, likely a fisherman himself who had encountered good fortune. All right, I'll take them. Chen Xiaoyun decided to purchase them, as such large stonefish were rare. They weigh 1 pound 2 ounces, but I'll charge you for 1 pound, the vendor said. Thank you. Chen Xiaoyun transferred the money and left the market after buying a pound of tofu. Outside, Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Xiaoyun awaited him. Let us head home, Chen Xiaoyu exclaimed, as he drove the tricycle laden with fishing gear and prawns, feeling as if the wind on their return journey was sweet as honey. Just a few more outings, and he would realize his dream of owning a small car. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoyun rode his electric scooter with Chen Xiaoyun towards Chenjiakan. On the way back, Chen Xiaoyun resolved in his heart, Xiaoyun, from now on, I shall work alongside you. This was an opportunity bestowed upon him by Chen Xiaoyun. After the experiences of the past 2 days, he recognized that following his cousin Chen Xiaoyun would lead to substantial earnings. He also understood that Chen Xiaoyun's invitation was an act of care. This sentiment was etched in his heart. All right, you shall be the captain from now on. If time permits, learn to operate a large fishing vessel and obtain a fishing license. When I have the means, I shall buy a large boat, and we will venture into the deep sea to fish. Chen Xiaoyun smiled and nodded in agreement. The electric scooter, struggling with its load, ambled along the coastal road, prompting Chen Xiaoyun to contemplate purchasing a vehicle. It was inconvenient to ride the electric scooter from Chenjiakan to Qinyuan village each time they set sail. Although the distance was not far, the slow pace made it cumbersome. Investing in a pickup truck or a van would greatly facilitate transporting goods, whether heading to the county or the pier. Upon returning to Chenjiakan, it was already 6:30. Xiaonan, take a grouper home and bring back some prawns for us to eat, Chen Xiaoyun instructed. Thank you, Xiaoyun. Chen Xiaonan, familiar with Chen Xiaoyun's character, accepted without hesitation. He took a pound of prawns and a large grouper before heading home. Woof, woof, woof. A small husky circled around Chen Xiaoyu's feet, playfully tugging at his pants. Silly dog, get away. As they entered, their great-uncle emerged from inside, drawn by the commotion. Welcome home, Xiaoyun and Xiaohu. Great-uncle. We've returned with over 100 pounds of prawns, which we couldn't sell. Please call the village chief and let him inform the villagers that anyone wishing for prawns can come to our home, as we have far too many to consume. Chen Xiaoyun said, over 100 pounds of prawns? It's true they're difficult to sell. I'll give Jianxing a call, their great-uncle responded. pulling out an old mobile phone to contact the village chief. Those living by the scene knew that prawns had a high yield, but fetched low prices, with wholesale rates barely exceeding 20 yuan per pound. Word spread through the village, and soon villagers began to arrive, each carrying small containers to collect prawns from Chen Xiaoyun's home. The tricycle stood in the courtyard, its live fish container brimming with large prawns. Xiaoyun, the village chief, said you are distributing prawns at your great-uncle's house. I came to take some for my younger siblings, a woman in her 30s said with a smile. Annie, please take as much as you need. Chen Xiaoyun gestured toward the container. The woman filled her basin with 2 to 3 pounds of prawns, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Xiaoyun. No need for thanks. Annie, he waved dismissively, continuing to assist others. Xiaoyun, are you giving out prawns to everyone? Grandma Lien, you've come. Let me prepare some for you. Chen Xiaoyun approached her, knowing her as Lien, a lonely elder with no children or relatives. It was said that her husband had perished at sea while fishing, and she had been left alone ever since. He filled her basin with 3 pounds of prawns. Here, Grandma Lien, if this isn't enough, I'll bring more in a few days. Thank you, Xiaoyun. This is more than sufficient, she replied, gratefully accepting the basin. Don't mention it, Grandma Lien. It's the least I can do, he assured her. In the village, there were a few other lonely elders. Grandma Lien had married into the village and had no relatives left. The other 2 lonely elders belonged to the Chen clan, having lost their wives in youth and children in middle age. Grandpa Jinyu, Grandpa Jinshuan, you've come as well. Let me get you some prawns. 2 elderly men, nearly 70, approached slowly, leaning on their canes. Upon seeing them, Chen Xiaoyun hurried to greet them. Thank you, Xiaoyun, for distributing prawns to everyone. Grandpa Jinyu, you flatter me. We are all family. It's my duty as a younger generation to assist, he replied with humility, aware that these 2 were cousins of his grandfather. Gulme, sit in my house, Jinyu Jinshuan. Great-uncle Chen Jiangwen called out. There's no need to sit, Jiangwen. This child, Xiaoyun, is quite remarkable, the elderly men declined, having become reclusive since the loss of their children. After collecting their prawns, the 2 elders departed. Uncle Jiangwen, your Xiaoyun is truly a good person. Indeed, indeed. Xiaoyun is a good lad. Numerous clan members came to gather prawns, all praising Chen Xiaoyun. This child is quite capable, Chen Jiangwen remarked with a grin, his smile unwavering as he listened to the compliments from the villagers. In that moment, Chen Xiaoyun felt like a source of pride for him. Brother, did you see? Xiaoyun has grown up. Chen Jiangwen thought to himself, filled with contentment. Xiaoyun, you've done well. Many elderly villagers and those caring for children are living under poor conditions. If you have the means, do look after them a bit more. We are all family, Village Chief Chen Jianbing said with an appreciative smile. Village Chief, I will assist as much as I can, Chen Xiaoyun nodded. In times of poverty, one should focus on self-cultivation. In times of prosperity, one should aid others. While I may not possess grand aspirations, assisting my fellow clansmen is certainly within my capacity. Subsequently, individuals began to come and collect the fresh shrimp, while some households did not arrive to pick theirs up. However, Chen Xiaoyun paid no mind, for the gesture of friendship had already been extended. He could not be expected to deliver them to their doorsteps. In the end, nearly 20 pounds of shrimp remained. Village Chief, there's still quite a bit left. You should take some home, as we cannot consume it all, Chen Xiaoyun suggested. Very well. I shall not be polite. Village Chief Chen Jianbing took around 5 pounds of shrimp back with him. Auntie, tonight let us prepare a tofu soup with Sergio fish, spicy fish head, pan-fried fish fillets, and steamed grouper. I shall take on the task of cooking dinner, Chen Xiaoyun offered, taking the initiative. All right, tonight you shall be the chef, and we shall savor your culinary skills, she replied. Indeed, I believe my cooking prowess is worthy of a position as a head chef in a city hotel. Chen Xiaoyun boasted. Xiaoyun, those 2 little dogs of yours are quite clever. When I went to feed them at noon, they approached me with such affection, and he chuckled. That is precisely why I chose those 2. I was drawn to their intelligence. If they lack spirit after consuming so much spiritual spring water, I might have to consider replacing them with 2 new pups. Xiaohu, have you finished preparing the fish? Chen Xiaoyun called out. Just a moment. I am not done yet. Chen Xiaohu responded. You are rather slow. Let me see how many fish you have prepared. Chen Xiaoyun glanced over, discovering that Chen Xiaohu had just finished processing the Sergio fish and had cleaned the shrimp. I will take these 2 items to cook. You handle the grouper and bring it in, he instructed as he entered the kitchen with 2 Sergio fish and 2 pounds of clean shrimp. He diced the tofu, prepped the ginger, garlic, and scallions, and made incisions on the Shurjo fish. After heating oil in a pan, he placed the fish into saute gently over low heat until both sides turned golden, at which point he added the prepared ginger and garlic. Then he poured in some huadiao wine and added boiling water, allowing it to simmer for 2 minutes. He also added a drop of spiritual spring water to enhance the flavor of the broth. After 2 minutes, the fish soup emerged as a creamy white concoction, exuding an enticing aroma. At this moment, he added the tofu to the pot, simmering for an additional 3 minutes before seasoning with salt and garnishing with scallions before serving. Having already split the shrimp, he removed the veins and heated more oil, tossing in diced onions, celery, ginger, and garlic, followed by the shrimp for a quick stir-fry, creating a fragrant, sauté-ed shrimp dish. Once the shrimp were ready, Chen Xiaoyun entered the kitchen with a clean grouper. "Brother Xiaoyun, the fish is ready." "Good. Place it down," Chen Xiaoyun instructed, plating the sauté-ed shrimp. The grouper weighed about 10 pounds, and Chen Xiaoyun chopped off the head, splitting it open and placing it on a plate. He sauté-ed the chopped chili in oil until fragrant and spread it over the fish head before placing it in a steamer, along with half of the fish. The remaining half of the fish was cut into pieces, pan-fried until golden, and seasoned with a sprinkle of salt before being served. "Xiaohu, bring the dishes out. Dinner is ready," Chen Xiaoyun called out. "Coming," Chen Xiaohu replied, assisting in transporting the dishes to the dining table. "Dinner is served, Uncle Annie. I will be the first to try this Shurjo tofu soup." Chen Xiaohu eagerly ladled a bowl of soup. "First, serve a bowl for Uncle and Annie," Chen Xiaoyun insisted. "All right." Chen Xiaohu hurriedly filled bowls for his grandparents. Very fresh and delicious, with an indescribable aroma," Uncle remarked after taking a sip. "Xiaoyun's culinary skills are commendable. The soup is delightful, with the tofu being tender and exquisite, surpassing any Shurjo tofu soup I have ever tasted," Annie could not help but praise. "Brother Xiaoyun's cooking has improved remarkably." Chen Xiaohu nearly devoured his tongue in delight. "It's so delicious." After one bowl, he was not satisfied and ladled another. Chen Xiaoyun also served himself a bowl and confirmed its exquisite flavor, suspecting the drop of spiritual spring water had contributed to its quality. Hearing the enticing aroma, Chen Xiaohu's husky dog became restless, incessantly barking and tugging at his pant leg. By the end of the meal, every dish prepared by Chen Xiaoyun had been devoured. "That was satisfying. I am completely full." Chen Xiaohu burped contentedly. Chapter 36. A trip to the county to buy a car after spending some time at Uncle's house. Chen Xiaoyun decided to return home. As he approached the bamboo fence gate, 2 little puppies rushed towards him. "Woof, woof." The 2 round puppies looked adorable. "Hi, Z. Daiwang, I'm back. Are you hungry?" Chen Xiaoyun said affectionately, delighted by the frolicking pups at his feet. "Oh, woo, you must be hungry. I'll get you some milk." He poured a bowl of milk for Haizi and Daiwang, adding a drop of spiritual spring water to see if it would enhance their intelligence. After feeding the puppies dinner, Chen Xiaoyun filled a bucket with water, adding a drop of spiritual spring water, and watered the flowers planted beneath the bamboo fence, as well as the vegetables in the garden behind the house. With the spiritual spring water, even under the scorching sun, the seedlings showed no signs of wilting. Instead, they thrived vibrantly. The morning glories grew rapidly, already beginning to entwine the bamboo fence. He also watered the old lychee tree with some spiritual spring water, hoping for a bountiful harvest of exquisite lychees this year. After Haizi and Daiwang finished their milk, their bellies were round and full. Chen Xiaoyun bathed the 2 puppies, ensuring their fur remained clean and free from pests. After bathing the dogs, he took a shower himself. Once refreshed, he received a message from Zhang Xian, inviting him to join a game. After a few rounds flying with Zhang Xian, the stubborn bronze little prince, and engaging in chaotic battles, he decided to log off and rest. Meanwhile, a game streamer lay in bed, perplexed, as he had unexpectedly floundered in the game, having intended to dominate in the bronze tier, only to be utterly defeated. He felt disheartened, having faced a relentless onslaught for 3 consecutive matches. A single thought reverberated in his mind. Why is it always me they target for punishment? The next morning he awoke at 6, feeling rejuvenated after a week of drinking spiritual spring water. He called Chen Xiaonan, informing him that he had plans to go to the county and would not be going out to sea. After feeding Haizi and Daiwang, he headed to Uncle's house. "Woof, woof." The silly husky leaped towards Chen Xiaoyun, tilting its head to look at him, then dashed back. Silly dog, come here, Chen Xiaoyun called. Hearing his voice, the silly dog bounded back to him. Woof woof. Indeed, this husky had been named Silly Dog by Chen Xiaohu. Silly Dog came over, wagging its tail. Chen Xiaoyun patted its head and discreetly fed it a drop of spiritual spring water. Xiaoyun has arrived. Come in quickly, breakfast is almost ready. Auntie called him inside upon seeing Chen Xiaoyun. No need. Auntie, I came to fetch Xiao. We have matters to attend to in the county today. Chen Xiaoyun replied, indicating that they need not prepare breakfast for them. All right then, I won't cook breakfast for you too. Auntie acquiesced, understanding Chen Xiaoyun's intention to go to the county. Brother Xiaohu, are we going out to sea today? Chen Xiaohu emerged from the house, thinking they were off to fish. Not today. We are going to the county to buy a car, Chen Xiaoyun explained. Buy a car? What kind of car? Chen Xiaohu blinked in surprise. You talk too much. Come on, let's not linger, Chen Xiaoyun urged. Fine. Upon arriving in town, they had a light breakfast before boarding the bus to the county. First, let us visit your parents. It's been quite a while since we've seen Uncle Minsheng. We must pay them a visit, Chen Xiaoyun suggested. To my parents' house? Chen Xiaohu's expression instantly soured. Visiting his parents meant facing their reprimands, a prospect he dreaded. I have returned for quite some time. Is it reasonable not to see Uncle Minsheng and the others? Chen Xiaoyun insisted. All right, they will likely spare me from scolding because of you, Brother Xiaoyun. Chen Xiaohu reluctantly conceded. At 20 years old, Chen Xiaohu was still too young, often wishing to escape the guidance of his parents. Little did he realize that their intentions were rooted in love, hoping for their children to walk the right path and lead a good life. Chen Xiaoyun purchased some gifts, and the two took a taxi to the fruit store operated by Uncle Minsheng. Mom, where are Dad and Mom? As soon as he alighted from the vehicle, Chen Xiaohu spotted his mother arranging fruits at the entrance of the store. His aunt looked up and a glimmer of joy illuminated her face. Xiaohu, what brings you to the county? Mom, look who it is. Chen Xiaohu beamed, pointing at Chen Xiaoyun. His aunt's gaze shifted to Chen Xiaoyun, and she tentatively inquired, Is that you, Xiaoyun? With a smile, Chen Xiaoyun replied, And it's me, Xiaoyun. I came to visit you and Uncle Minsheng today. My goodness, you've grown so much. I hardly recognized you on the street. Come in quickly. His aunt beckoned Chen Xiaoyun into the store. Your second uncle called to say you were back, and we were just thinking of visiting you during the May Day holiday. Aunt, that's not necessary. It should be me, your junior, coming to visit you, Chen Xiaoyun responded. You really shouldn't have brought anything. It's such a waste of money, she chided lightly, though her eyes sparkled with happiness. Mom, aren't you going to invite me in? Chen Xiaohu said, feeling a twinge of jealousy as he patted his head. Do I have no legs? Can I walk in by myself? His aunt shot a playful glare at Chen Xiaohu. I'm your biological mother. Must you be this way? It hurts my feelings. Chen Xiaohu pouted. Feelings? As long as you don't hurt your mother's feelings, that's all that matters. She retorted with a playful glare. Chen Xiaohu could only obediently follow behind as they entered the fruit store. Upon entering, Chen Xiaohu noticed the store was quite spacious. Around 100 square meters, with a wide variety of fruits available. Its prime location likely commanded a hefty annual rent. Aunt, where's Uncle Minsheng? Chen Xiaoyun inquired after placing down the gifts. He went to the wholesale market for fruits, but should be back shortly. His aunt began preparing tea. Aunt, there's no need to fuss. I don't really drink tea. Chen Xiaoyun quickly interjected. Although people from Nanguang Province enjoy tea, Chen Xiaoyun did not share this preference. It's fine. Your Uncle Minsheng brews tea every day, so I'm just helping him out, she continued undeterred. By the way, I heard from your second uncle that you're now fishing at sea for a living. Why aren't you out today? Do you have business in the county? Aunt, I plan to buy a vehicle for more convenient travel, Chen Xiaoyun replied. A vehicle? Do you have enough money? If not, ask your Uncle Minsheng to lend you some. Just don't take out a loan. The interest is exorbitant and not worth it. Upon hearing about Chen Xiaoyun's intention to buy a car, his aunt immediately expressed her concern. Chen Xiaoyun felt warmth in his heart at her worry. Aunt, I have enough money for a modest purchase. Just over 100,000 for a pickup truck. It can carry people and goods, and it's not too expensive. If you need more, don't hesitate to ask. Over the years, your aunt and Uncle Minsheng have saved a bit, she insisted with care. Mom, I also want to buy a vehicle, but I'm short on cash. Chen Xiaohu chimed in. Get lost. Didn't you say you want to be a big streamer and buy a luxury car? I don't have any money. His mother promptly scolded him. Chen Xiaohu shrank back, feeling the sting of her words and refraining from further comment. Before long, Uncle Minsheng returned with supplies. Honey, look who's here. His aunt exclaimed upon seeing him. Who's here? Uncle Minsheng, just off the train, was curious about the visitor. Chen Xiaoyun smiled as he stepped forward. It's me, Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun. Uncle Minsheng, noticing the tall and handsome figure before him, recognized the family resemblance to his elder cousin. You've grown so tall. It's been years. You've turned into quite the handsome young man. I came to the county to see you and aunt. Please don't blame me for not visiting sooner. Chen Xiaoyun chuckled. How could I blame you? It's just good to see you. After all these years away, you Haven Tea kept in touch. Your family has been quite worried about you, Uncle Minsheng said, a hint of reproach in his voice. Inside the store, as they sipped tea and chatted, Uncle Minsheng and his wife refrained from reprimanding Chen Xiao, which secretly pleased him, as he usually dreaded coming to the county for fear of being scolded. Xiaoyun, if you're buying a vehicle, a pickup truck won't carry much. If you need to transport live fish, you might as well get a 5-ton truck, Uncle Minsheng advised. Uncle, it's not just for live fish. I'll also need it for other supplies. A pickup is durable and practical, Chen Xiaoyun explained, planning to raise chickens, ducks, and geese and transport feed. All right, since you're set on a pickup, let us have lunch first, and afterward, I'll take you to buy one, Uncle Minsheng said. At noon, Uncle Minsheng insisted on treating Chen Xiaoyun to a meal at a restaurant. After lunch, his aunt stayed behind at the store while Uncle Minsheng took Chen Xiaoyun and Chen Xiaoyu to a dealership selling pickup trucks. When it comes to pickups, Isuzu has a reputation for durability and reasonable pricing, Uncle Minsheng explained. They arrived at a row of dealerships, each one selling various vehicles. As they passed a Cadillac dealership, Chen Xiaoyu was captivated by a car inside, planting the seeds of a dream in his young heart. Upon reaching the Isuzu dealership, a saleswoman greeted them with a bright smile. Welcome. Are you interested in Isuzu pickups? She inquired. Yes, I'm looking for a pickup. I've heard good things about Isuzu. Do you have any in stock? Chen Xiaoyun asked. Isuzu pickups? Follow me, please. The saleswoman replied enthusiastically, leading them to a section filled with various models. There were white, gray, silver, black, and red pickups parked neatly. However, Chen Xiaoyun's eyes immediately fell upon a striking black pickup that exuded an imposing presence. Could you tell me more about this model? He asked, pointing at the black truck. This is the latest model, the Black Warrior Isuzu D-Max, featuring a diesel engine, automatic 4-wheel drive, and a 1.9T top configuration. Priced around $25,000, the saleswoman explained swiftly. That price seems a bit high, Uncle Minsheng interjected. I've researched, and the full price should be closer to $22,000. Not $25,000. Sir, the price I quoted is the standard rate without discounts. If you're paying in full, we can offer a slight reduction, bringing it under $22,000. The saleswoman clarified quickly. Can I take it home today if I pay in full? Chen Xiaoyun asked, eager to proceed. He had nearly $600,000 on hand, and spending $20,000 on a vehicle was a reasonable decision for him, especially with the profitable ventures he had undertaken recently. The saleswoman's eyes lit up at the prospect of closing a deal with such an agreeable client. We have the vehicle available. Once you purchase insurance, you can drive it off the lot, she exclaimed. Great, let us sign the contract and settle the payment, Chen Xiaoyun replied, ready to finalize the purchase. This way, please. The saleswoman guided him, relieved that the transaction was going smoothly without any condescension or undue pressure. In everyday life, there are not so many dramatic moments, yet you happen to encounter one. Although the dealership lacks in after-sale service, the moment you step inside, they cater to you splendidly. After all, every individual is a potential customer, and the dealership would not dare to offend potential patrons. Sister Chi, you've clinched another deal. I truly envy you, a male salesperson remarked. In industries like these, beautiful saleswomen possess a distinct advantage. Many customers prefer to be attended by an attractive representative. Fortuitously, a handsome gentleman in need of a vehicle crossed paths with her. The charming saleswoman responded with a sweet smile and a nod. After signing the contract, the payment was processed, culminating in a final price of 218,000 yuan. Sir, your insurance policy has been issued, and the temporary license plate is ready. You can drive your new car home now. Just remember to register it at the vehicle management office in a month's time. Please add me on WeChat. My name is Jiechi. Should you have any after-sales inquiries, feel free to reach out, Liang Jiechi said with a delightful smile. All right, Chen Xiaoyun nodded, added her on WeChat, and took the temporary plate, ready to drive home. Brother Xiaoyun, this car looks quite imposing. It will certainly turn heads on the road, Chen Xiaoyu remarked appreciatively. The vehicle, with its sleek black body and flowing lines, exuded an air of grandeur. "Let us go, Uncle Minsheng, hop in. We're heading back," Chen Xiaoyun said, unlocking the door and getting in. The interior was spacious, although the cargo area felt a tad cramped, which did not quite please Chen Xiaoyun. Nowadays, pickup trucks seem to prioritize comfort, ample space, and power, often sacrificing cargo room. It's still quite good. The interior is roomy and filled with smart devices. "Cars are truly improving," Uncle Minsheng commented from the passenger seat, clearly satisfied. "While this vehicle is impressive and looks powerful, it doesn't suit our youthful taste." Chen Xiaoyun mused, despite appreciating its aesthetics. "You know nothing. This car has both beauty and power," Uncle Minsheng retorted. Chen Xiaoyu shrank back, still favoring smaller, more visually appealing cars, especially a bright yellow model he had seen that day, which he had fallen in love with. "Uncle Minsheng will drop you off. Then we'll head back to the village," Chen Xiaoyun stated. "Aren't you going to stay in the city a bit longer?" "No, Uncle. We have matters to attend to. I need to purchase some chickens and ducks. My chicken and duck shed has been ready for a few days now," Chen Xiaoyun explained. "All right then. If you have things to do, you should head back," Uncle Minsheng responded, sensing the urgency. After dropping Uncle Minsheng off at the fruit shop, the two went on to buy some clothes and food for their grandfather and grandmother, then headed to the hatchery in the county to purchase chicks and ducklings. "Hey, were you the ones who called earlier about buying chicks and ducklings?" the hatchery owner asked, observing Chen Xiaoyun and his companion as they stepped out of the car. "Yes, boss. I'm looking to buy a batch of chicks and ducklings to raise," Chen Xiaoyun nodded. "How many are you looking to buy? If it's a large quantity, I can offer you a discount," the owner replied with a grin. "Given the recent outbreak of avian flu, I can't afford to raise too many." Chen Xiaoyun shook his head. The avian flu had made headlines 2.5 months ago, and Chen Xiaoyun mentioned it intentionally to negotiate a lower price. The smile on the hatchery owner's face faltered. That avian flu outbreak had frightened many poultry farmers, making them hesitant to raise large numbers. But that's behind us now. Fewer people are raising poultry, making it an opportune time to stock up. Prices will surely soar when supplies dwindle. The owner attempted to persuade. "Boss, don't let our youth fool you. Given the current market, even in summer, who dares to gamble?" Chen Xiaoyun replied, feigning trepidation. High summer temperatures increase the likelihood of illness. Reckless farming could lead to devastating losses. Realizing he couldn't sway Chen Xiaoyun, the hatchery owner relented. Chen Xiaoyun regarded the stout owner, sensing a lack of integrity. This year's avian flu crisis had not deterred him from encouraging large-scale farming, which could lead to catastrophic financial losses if mishandled. "Well, who can say what the latter half of the year holds, right?" the owner said awkwardly. "All right, I'll take 500 chicks, 300 ducklings, and 100 Chinese goose goslings," Chen Xiaoyun stated decisively. The owner quoted prices: 5 yuan for chicks, 4 yuan for ducklings, and 45 yuan for goslings. Seeing his attempts to persuade fail, the owner ceased his efforts. Chen Xiaoyun frowned. "Boss, these prices seem a bit steep. If you're not genuinely interested in selling, we can always look elsewhere." "Oh, come on, brother, you're buying a bit too little for me to lower my prices," the hatchery owner pleaded, sensing the urgency of making a sale. "You're not acting like someone who wants to do business with the current market. Even 3 yuan per chick is considered high. Ducklings are 2 yuan, and the goslings are 38 yuan each. That's the best I can offer. If you don't want to buy, that's fine." Chen Xiaoyun, feeling no inclination to haggle further, was about to leave. The owner, realizing he was about to lose a sale, quickly called out, "All right, I'll sell. Just don't go." Business is tough these days, and it's hard to fool the younger generation, thought the owner bitterly. That's more like it. Everyone knows it's hard to earn money. Chen Xiaoyun mused, feeling triumphant. Entering the hatchery, he personally selected lively and robust chicks, purchasing 500 chicks, 300 ducklings, and 100 goslings. "Boss, the total is 900 yuan. I'll transfer it to you. Please arrange for these chicks and ducklings to be delivered." "I can't deliver. However, I can call a small truck for you. But you'll have to cover the shipping costs," the owner immediately replied. "That works." Chen Xiaoyun nodded, acknowledging that his pickup truck couldn't accommodate all the chicks and ducklings. The goslings were expensive, costing 800 yuan for 100. The hatchery owner soon summoned a small truck to load the poultry. "Driver, just follow our vehicle," Chen Xiaoyun instructed the truck driver. "Sure thing, boss, lead the way." After purchasing the chicks and ducklings, they returned to Chenjiakan. Having a vehicle is a blessing. It's fast and convenient, unlike the slow buses that require waiting. Chen Xiaoyu extended his hand out the window to feel the wind, curious if it truly allowed one to feel the transition from A to D. As they drove back, Chen Xiaoyun played music, feeling elated, as this marked his very first car. Previously, a trip to the county took over half an hour by bus, but now, driving himself, he returned to town in under 20 minutes. Chapter 38, Night Fishing. They quickly returned to Chenjikin from the town. Chen Xiaoyu had already messaged Chen Xiaonan to wait in Chen Xiaoyun's yard. Hearing the sound of the car stopping, Chen Xiaonan emerged, spotting a black Isuzu D-Max parked by the roadside. Chen Xiaoyu stepped out of the car, greeting Chen Xiaonan. Brother Xiaonan, look at the new car Xiaoyun just picked up. Isn't it handsome? Chen Xiaonan gazed at the imposing vehicle, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. What man doesn't he love a car? Unfortunately, for Chen Xiaonan, given his family circumstances, he could only admire from afar. Chen Xiaoyun also exited the car. Xiaoyun, you're back. This car is truly impressive. Chen Xiaonan exclaimed with a smile. It's all right. Having a car will make trips to Qinyuan Wharf much more convenient. Chen Xiaoyun replied with a grin. The truck followed closely behind, arriving shortly thereafter. Boss, are we stopping here? The truck driver leaned out and inquired. Are we heading inside? Chen Xiaoyun gestured towards the chicken coop and replied, Yes, over there. Understood, boss. The truck driver maneuvered the vehicle beside the coop. Let's get to work and help unload the chickens, ducks, and geese. The three brothers assisted in transferring the young chicks, ducklings, and goslings into 3 separate coops. The sounds of chirping filled the air as 500 chicks, 300 ducklings, and 100 lionhead goslings acclimated to their new environment, curiously exploring their surroundings. I paid $150 for the transport. Thank you, boss. You can call me next time you need something moved. The truck driver expressed his gratitude before departing. Xiaoyun, this won't do. We need to get a net and enclose this side. Otherwise, mice and wildcats will feast on the chicks, Chen Xiaoyu remarked. We need a barrier here for safety. Indeed, Chen Xiaoyun realized they had overlooked this aspect when constructing the wall. I'll head to town to buy feed and pick up some netting as well. He agreed with a nod. You're back. Is that truck yours, Xiaoyun? Uncle Chen asked as he approached the 3. Yes, uncle. Chen Xiaoyun affirmed. You can borrow a cat from Grandma Lien. She has several that could help guard at night. Uncle Chen Jiangwen suggested. That's a good idea. Borrowing a cat would keep the wild animals at bay. Chen Xiaoyun's eyes lit up. I'll go to Grandma Lien's to fetch one for you, Uncle Chen offered. Thank you, uncle. Chen Xiaoyun fetched 2 buckets of water, adding 3 drops of spring essence to enhance the immune systems of the chicks, ducklings, and goslings. The water infused with spring essence proved enticing, and the young birds drank eagerly. He then drove to the feed store in town, purchasing feed for the chicks and ducklings, as well as some netting. The 3 brothers enclosed the area with the net and fed the young birds. As he observed them, Chen Xiaoyun couldn't help but envision roasted chicken, duck, and goose, making his mouth water with anticipation. How about we go night fishing later? Chen Xiaoyu suggested. Night fishing? Chen Xiaoyun paused, contemplating. Are we going out to sea or fishing from the shore? Chen Xiaonan asked, intrigued. Having earned a decent sum from their previous outings, today's lack of profit left him with an inexplicable feeling. Perhaps we should venture out to sea. I've heard there are plenty of fish to catch at night. Chen Xiaoyu proposed. There are indeed night fishing trips, but their rented boats seem ill-equipped for such ventures, Chen Xiaonan cautioned. Let us just fish from the shore for now and plan to go out to sea tomorrow, Chen Xiaoyun decided, unwilling to risk the safety of their small fishing boat at night. Unkle kin aprakid, kradlin atabikat. Xiaoyun, this cat is from Grandma Lien. She said you could keep it. Chen Xiaoyun observed the slender tabby, unsure if it was undernourished or merely young. Thank you, uncle. He accepted the cat, which surprisingly settled comfortably in his arms. No trouble at all. We're family, Uncle Chen replied casually. Once Uncle Chen and the others departed, Chen Xiaoyun offered the tabby a drop of spring essence. After consuming it, the cat looked at him with bright, clear eyes, clearly wanting more. From now on, I'll call you Lai Wang. Your job is to guard the chicks, and I will provide you with this delightful water. If you agree, give me a nod. Chen Xiaoyun proposed to the tabby. The cat responded with a serious nod, accepting its new role. Well done. Here, another drop of this tasty water as a reward. Work hard. Chen Xiaoyun nodded in satisfaction, giving Lai Wang another drop of spring essence. After drinking, Lai Wang settled comfortably in the coop, keeping a watchful eye on the little birds. Previously, these creatures had been a source of delight for the cat, but now it could only observe and guard them. Cats shall never be subservient unless provided with food and shelter. After enjoying dinner at Uncle Chen's around 6, Chen Xiaoyun returned home, offering a bowl of milk with a drop of spring essence to his dogs, Heizai and Huang. These two pups were growing more spirited and larger, surpassing even Chen Xiaoyun's silly husky. He also prepared a bowl of milk with spring essence for Lai Wang. Additionally, he mixed spring essence into the feed for the young birds. Chen Xiaoyu loaded all the fishing gear onto the pickup truck. "Xiaoyun, are you ready? Let us head out," he called, waiting by the truck with Chen Xiaoyun. "Just a moment," Chen Xiaoyun replied as he finished feeding the birds. Barking, Heizai and Huang followed him outside, eager to join. "Stay home and guard the house. You're too small to come along," Chen Xiaoyun insisted, ushering them back and shutting the bamboo gate. "Where to fish?" he asked, starting the truck. "Let us head to the large reef. There's usually a crowd night fishing there," Chen Xiaoyu suggested. "Sounds good. That area has plenty of rocks and deep waters, ideal for fish," Chen Xiaoyun agreed. After a 20-minute drive, they arrived at the large reef near Gulong town. Numerous anglers dotted the rocky landscape, illuminated by the dim glow of their bobbers amidst the waves. "Xiao, did you bring any night fishing floats?" Chen Xiaoyun inquired. I don't think so," Chen Xiaoyu admitted, scratching his head awkwardly. The atmosphere in the truck turned tense. "Come night fishing without floats? Seriously?" Chen Xiaoyun remarked, exasperated. "Shall we buy some at the tackle shop in Gulong town?" Chen Xiaoyu realized his oversight, having never been night fishing before. "Let us go." Chen Xiaoyun turned the truck around towards Gulong town. The town bustled with life, vibrant lights, illuminating shops, and throngs of people strolling along the coastal promenade. Enjoying the sea breeze, they found a tackle shop, purchasing several night fishing floats, hooks, and lines along with live shrimp bait. After gathering their supplies, the three returned to the large reef. Once they unloaded their gear and selected their fishing spots, it was already past 8 o'clock. Chen Xiaoyun, using the shrimp bait enhanced with spring essence, cast his first line from a position near a large rock where the waves were gentler, anticipating that fish might be lurking below. Chapter 39. Envy and jealousy turned green with rage from this coastal reef. One could see over 30 anglers engaged in night fishing. The faint glow of their bobbers bobbed up and down amidst the frothy surf. As the saying goes, fishing unites all. And soon a friendly voice from a nearby rock greeted Chen Xiaoyun. "Brother, why did you arrive so late? Planning to fish all night?" Looking over, Chen Xiaoyun saw a man in his 30s. "We came from the seaside town. We arrived a bit late and planned to fish until about 11, not all night," he replied. The man sighed. "What a pity. Otherwise, we could have fished together all night." Realizing this individual likely had substantial fishing experience, Chen Xiaoyun felt a bit of camaraderie. "Care for a smoke?" the man asked. "Thank you, but I don't smoke," Chen Xiaoyun politely declined. Seeing Chen Xiaoyun's refusal, the man lit a cigarette for himself. "Hey, you got a bite?" Suddenly, the elder brother spoke up. Upon glancing down, Chen Xiaoyun noticed that indeed, a fish had taken a bait. Swiftly, he lifted the rod, feeling the tug of the catch. Having grown accustomed to larger fish during this period, he quickly discerned that this one was rather small. Indeed, it was not large at all. Soon, the fish was drawn ashore, revealing a modest-sized stonefish, barely the size of a palm. "What kind of fish is it, brother?" the elder brother inquired. "A stonefish palm-sized," Chen Xiaoyun replied. "Not bad. A palm-sized stonefish must weigh around half a kilogram," the elder brother expressed with a tone of envy. Gently, he removed the fish and placed it in the live fish tank. The spines on a stonefish are venomous. Being pricked by one can cause excruciating pain. Only those who have experienced it can truly understand that sharp sensation. Rebaiting the hook with shrimp, he cast the line once more into the same spot. Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Xiaoyun soon caught their own fish, both angling from adjacent rocks. However, their catches were also stonefish, albeit smaller, weighing only about 3 to 4 tails. Yet, in the eyes of others, even such small stonefish were considered substantial catches. In the rocky area by the shore, stonefish were plentiful, and encountering a school of them could lead to a bountiful haul. However, most were small, with the larger ones being quite rare. For many, catching a fish weighing merely 2 or 3 tails was already impressive, as most could only manage half a tail or 1 tail. Thus, anglers generally preferred not to fish for them, much like those in the inland regions who shun catching whitebait. Only the larger stonefish commanded a high price. The smaller ones fetch around 10 yuan per kilogram. Casting the line with hope anew, within a minute, a bite was felt again. The float suddenly dipped sharply, prompting Chen Xiaoyun to swiftly lift the rod to set the hook. The line screamed as the fish pulled hard, bending the rod into an arc. Is it a big one? The elder brother remarked, casting an envious glance. Only about 10 kilograms or so. Not too shabby, Chen Xiao nodded. The strength of this catch felt comparable to the 10-kilogram fish he had reeled in previously. Not too shabby, the elder brother thought to himself, wanting to inquire if such a sizable fish could be deemed anything less than remarkable. Be cautious. Manage the line well, lest it get snagged on the rocks, he reminded. Despite his envy, fishing in rocky areas demanded careful line management to prevent the line from being frayed by sharp shells and barnacle fragments. Before long, after 3 or 4 minutes, the fish was pulled from the water, and Chen Xiaoyun nimbly netted it. A tiger grouper, splendid. This one must weigh around 10 kilograms. He exclaimed joyfully. The elder brother, unable to contain his excitement, rushed over to inspect the catch. Brother, your luck is extraordinary. You can catch such a large tiger grouper right by the sea. I've always had good fortune, Chen Xiaoyun replied with a smile. Seeing the impressive catch, several nearby anglers could no longer resist and came over to admire the fish. Such a sizable tiger grouper could fetch over 100 yuan per kilogram in the market. One of them remarked enviously, Brother, would you sell the fish to me? I'm just here on vacation and plan to fish a bit tonight. How about selling it to me? A neatly dressed elder brother inquired. Chen Xiaoyun pondered whether the man sought the fish for a late-night meal or merely to boast about his catch. 120 yuan per kilogram. This is wild and freshly caught, as you can see. If you want it, I'll sell it to you, Chen Xiaoyun replied, indifferent to whether the man was a tourist or not. Such a large fish would sell for at least 150 yuan per kilogram in the market, and much more at seafood restaurants, where it would cost no less than 2,000 yuan. All right, let us weigh the fish. Chen Xiaoyun initially thought the elder brother might hesitate, but was pleasantly surprised by his prompt agreement. Chen Xiaoyun hurried back to the car to fetch the electronic scale. After weighing, the tiger grouper was found to be 11 kilograms and 8 tails. 11 kilograms and 8 tails at 120 yuan per kilogram totals 1,416 yuan, Chen Xiaoyun quickly calculated. Just give me 1,400, Chen Xiaoyun replied. All right, handsome, I'll transfer it to you, the elder brother said without delay, promptly sending the money to Chen Xiaoyun before returning to his fishing spot, beginning to take pictures. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xiaoyun couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Indeed, appearances mattered. No wonder the transaction was done via scan rather than through WeChat transfers. Hey, I've hooked another one, folks. Look, I've got another fish. Chen Xiaohu exclaimed, focused intently on live-streaming the night fishing experience, oblivious to the commotion around him. Everyone, see how skilled we are? With so many anglers around, we're the only ones catching fish. Is this not a testament to our fishing prowess? Ignoring Chen Xiaohu's livestream, Chen Xiaoyun and Chen Xiaonan remained focused on their fishing. Casting the third line, they reeled in a yellow grouper weighing over 3 kilograms. Yet, the fourth line was snagged, resulting in a snapped line. What kind of fish is this that it dives into the rocks? Chen Xiaoyun lamented, having to retie the hook. Fishing in rocky areas posed the risk of snagging or fraying the line. After rebaiting, he cast the line again, and within 2 minutes, another bite was felt. Chen Xiaoyun swiftly lifted the rod, determined not to let the fish retreat into the rocky crevice. I've hooked a fish. It was yet another sizable catch. The reel was pulled taut, the line steadily unwinding. Noticing the impressive bend in the rod, the elder brother beside him couldn't help but comment. Goodness, brother, did you drop your line into a fish haven? It's only been 2 minutes. The elder brother felt despondent, watching others catch fish while his own float remained motionless. Who could endure such a torment? It was unbearable to witness someone else consistently reeling in fish while one's own line lay idle. Hey, it's just luck. Perhaps you'll catch a big one on your next cast. Chen Xiaoyun chuckled, trying to console him. Forget it. I've been here for almost an hour and haven't caught a single stonefish. It seems the heavens conspire against me, the elder brother sighed. Moments later, a large fish was pulled from the water, and Chen Xiaonan quickly netted it. A green grouper, it must weigh around 8 to 9 kilograms. He announced excitedly. The green grouper, with its lighter hue compared to the tiger grouper, boasted even more tender flesh and fetched a higher market price. Nearby anglers watched in awe as Chen Xiaoyun reeled in yet another impressive catch, their eyes filled with envy. While some among them managed to catch smaller fish weighing around 1 kilogram, the larger ones remain elusive. The larger fish along the shore exhibited heightened wariness. Catching them relied heavily on luck. However, the shrimp bait infused with spring water essence was alluring enough to coax these wary fish into biting. "Brother, would you sell the fish to me?" The elder brother approached once more. "Buying here is just as good as going to the market. I'd rather not trek to the market, where I might run into acquaintances. After all, it's quite shameful for an angler to buy fish from the market to take home." Chen Xiaoyun paused, contemplating the elder brother before nodding in agreement. "Sure, 130 yuan per kilogram. I don't have much pocket money, so please understand, brother." "All right, 130 it is," Chen Xiaoyun conceded, recognizing that selling it at the market would yield only an additional 20 yuan per kilogram. "We're all anglers. Why make it difficult for each other?" "Xiaonan, weigh the fish." "Got it." Chen Xiaonan quickly placed the fish on the scale. 9 kilograms and 3 tails. 1,209 yuan. Just round it off. "All right. Thank you, brother." The elder brother promptly scanned the code to transfer 1,200 yuan to Chen Xiaoyun. With the fish in hand, the elder brother returned to his spot, also eager to take pictures. Chen Xiaoyun felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, one's pride could be a burden. If anyone among the nearby anglers were to look closely into their eyes at that moment, they would notice a distinct red hue. Envy and jealousy can evoke a condition known as green-eyed monster syndrome. Selling 2 fish for over 2,600 yuan represented a windfall, equivalent to half a month's salary for many. After a long day of labor, the evening finally offered chance to fish. Yet to his dismay, he observed others effortlessly reeling in substantial catches, worth half a month's salary. Who wouldn't feel a pang of envy? Not just outsiders. Even Chen Xiaonan felt the sting of jealousy. Though he managed to catch fish, they weighed merely 2 to 3 pounds, in stark contrast to Chen Xiaoyun, whose catches were consistently 8 to 9 pounds. Casting his line once more, it took only 3 minutes for another bite. Lo and behold, another fish was on the line. Chapter 40. Oh, how sore my hands are. The surrounding anglers, gazing at their rods, contemplated discarding their gear in frustration. Was there a bias at play? Everyone wielded the same rods and bait. Why was it that he alone seemed to reel in fish after fish? "Is this lad the illegitimate son of the Dragon King?" one angler muttered. Indeed, amidst the throng, he was the only one pulling in sizable catches, evoking a chorus of envy. Not just him. 2 others nearby were also landing fish, albeit smaller ones, yet still larger than those caught by the rest. Observing their use of shrimp bait, identical to his, he pondered why he was left with only the insignificant catches. This particular fish was not large, so Chen Xiaoyun simply lifted it from the water. It was a yellow-footed snapper, approximately a pound. This species, known for its delectable taste, commanded a market price of 40 to 50 yuan per pound. Satisfied, Chen Xiaoyun placed the fish into the live well. "Hey, I got one," exclaimed a nearby angler, finally landing a fish weighing around 3 to 4 ounces. "At last, I've hooked a fish. I thought they weren't biting today," he exclaimed, visibly elated. Clearly, even a small catch brought him immense joy. "Look, I caught one too." Chen Xiaonan chimed in, also reeling in a yellow-footed snapper. Before long, many anglers were landing fish, all yellow-footed snappers. Had they stumbled upon a school of them? Someone couldn't contain their excitement. At this moment, the once empty nets were finally yielding results. Chen Xiaoyun cast his line again, and within a minute, he was hooked again. This yellow-footed snapper seemed to weigh over 2 pounds, drawing the attention of many. Although several anglers were now catching fish, their sizes paled in comparison to Chen Xiaoyun's impressive haul. "Wow, this one has over 3 pounds," he exclaimed, unable to stop himself from reeling in more. The surrounding anglers groaned. "I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it." The yellow-footed snappers were biting furiously. Chen Xiaoyun and his companions were on fire, while others caught fish sporadically. The trio became the center of attention, attracting the gaze of many envious onlookers. For over half an hour, they enjoyed a relentless bite, catching fish at nearly a 1-minute interval. They amassed over 100 yellow-footed snappers, all weighing over half a pound. Chen Xiaoyun's catches never dipped below a pound. As the fish dispersed, the action ceased, and their remaining shrimp bait dwindled. They decided to toss the leftover bait back into the sea. "Oh, how sore my hands are," Chen Xiaoyun lamented, shaking out his arms. Though his voice was soft, to the other anglers, it sounded acutely grating. "What is the point of my skills? What is the use of my expensive rods? Others are effortlessly landing hundreds of fish while I'm left with nothing." In a moment of self-reflection, The thousands he had spent on gear suddenly seemed unworthy. Time to head back. Today was a bountiful day, Chen Xiaoyun remarked cheerfully. Once the trio packed their belongings into the car, their fishing spot was quickly claimed by others. Regrettably, they had left without a trace, their successful fishing dreams vanishing. That night, the anglers who remained tossed and turned in their beds, staring at the ceiling, their minds racing. Why him? Xiaoyun, what should we do with all these fish? Chen Xiaoyun asked, peering into the live well, brimming with yellow-footed snappers and other species. Let me check if the seafood restaurant in Gulong can take them, Chen Xiaoyun replied, pulling out his phone to call the manager of Penghu Seafood Restaurant. Manager Liu, we are currently at Gulong, and we've caught over 100 yellow-footed snappers. Are you interested? Yellow-footed snappers? What is the quality like? Came the voice on the other end. They're all good quality, over half a pound each. Chen Xiaoyun responded. All right, bring them over for me to inspect. I'm still at the restaurant, Manager Liu instructed. Okay, I'm on my way. After hanging up, Chen Xiaoyun drove to Penghu Seafood Restaurant. Once there, the trio unloaded the live well, which weighed nearly 100 pounds. Manager Liu emerged from the restaurant, astonished by the massive quantity of fish. Brother, did you hit a yellow-footed snapper hotspot? Yes, tonight was fortuitous. We encountered a school and caught quite a few, Chen Xiaoyun replied with a smile. These look vibrant and healthy. Freshly caught wild yellow-footed snappers. Impressive. Manager Liu acknowledged. 4 fish over a pound. I'll offer 50 yuan per pound. For those under, only 41. What do you think? Manager Liu proposed. That works for me. Chen Xiaoyun agreed without hesitation. It was better to sell than to waste resources keeping them alive. Though it felt slightly unfair to sell the larger ones for 50 yuan, cash in hand was what mattered. Let us sort and weigh them, Manager Liu instructed, calling for 2 live wells, one for fish over a pound and another for those under. They found 63 pounds of fish over a pound and 45 pounds under, including various other fish. The total came to 5,400 yuan. Manager Liu quickly calculated the totals. Chen Xiaoyun didn't bother with the minutiae. Counting pennies was pointless, especially when the total was not substantial. 5,004 plus 2,006. We made 8,000 yuan tonight. He transferred 800 to Chen Xiaoyun and 3,002 to Chen Xiao, maintaining his customary distribution of 5, 4, 1. Hey, that's great. I'm one step closer to buying a car. Chen Xiao mused. Thank you, Brother Xiaoyun. Chen Xiaoyun expressed his heartfelt gratitude. For Chen Xiaoyun, earning 800 yuan in just over 2 hours was a significant achievement. Returning home, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Let us not head back just yet. Let us fry some snails and have a late-night snack, Chen Xiaoyun suggested. Sounds good. Xiaonan, let us catch some eels and a few frogs, Chen Xiaohu exclaimed with excitement. Go ahead and bring some back, Chen Xiaoyun encouraged. Chen Xiaohu and Chen Xiaonan swiftly grabbed nets and flashlights, heading towards the wild fields behind their house. Currently, access to the fields was limited to a single entrance from the lychee orchard, which was surrounded by nets, leaving only one large opening. In the yard, the dogs, Heizai and De Huang, were wagging their tails in excitement. Did you miss me, Heizai? De Huang? Chen Xiaoyun affectionately patted the heads of the 2 dogs. Bark! Bark! The dogs relished the attention. After playing with them for a while, Chen Xiaoyun turned on the yard lights. The distant sound of waves crashing against the shore echoed as the moonlight shone brightly, resembling shattered silver scattered over the sea. In the fields, the croaking of frogs filled the air, creating a harmonious backdrop. Chapter 41. Treasures of the Sea. Mouse grouper back at home. Chen Xiaoyun retrieved 3 pounds of snails from the freezer to thaw, preparing ginger, garlic, and scallions for cooking. Chen Xiaohu and his companion returned after nearly an hour. What took them so long? Sitting beneath the lychee tree and scrolling through his phone, Chen Xiaoyun spotted their return. Xiaohu, the water in the wasteland has deepened. It's still easy to catch some frogs, but the eels are a bit more challenging, Chen Xiaohu explained. Ever since Chen Xiaoyun partially blocked the drainage of the wasteland, the water had risen significantly, submerging most of the area. Let's handle this quickly. You deal with the frogs, and I shall take care of the eels, Chen Xiaoyun declared, putting his phone down. All right, replied Chen Xiaohu and Chen Xiaonan as they began to process the frogs. Heizai and De Huang sat nearby, observing the trio as they tended to the frogs and eels. Each eel weighed around 3 or 4 tails, nearing half a pound, boasting a golden hue that suggested excellent quality. In truth, ever since the iron wire fence was erected, Chen Xiaoyun had been pouring a bit of spiritual spring water into the wasteland daily. The vibrant color of the eels was a testament to the gradual effects of the spiritual water. Previously caught wild eels lacked such a vivid hue, often appearing grayish. The few turtles captured in the fish pond had also been relocated to the wasteland for nurturing. The frog processed by Chen Xiaoyun and his companion were notably plump, each weighing half a pound. Once prepared, Chen Xiaoyun cut the frogs and eels into segments, marinating them with cooking wine for a while. He then cleaned the defrosted snails and began stir-frying them with garlic and chopped chili. Chen Xiaoyun activated video recording to capture Chen Xiaoyun's culinary skills. With ginger, minced garlic, and chopped chili sizzling over high heat, he added the snails and stir-fried them for 3 minutes. Afterward, he poured in beer, added salt and oyster sauce for flavor, and included some herbs, simmering gently to reduce the sauce. The segments of frogs and eels were fried in oil heated to 8/10 of its capacity, then removed to drain excess oil. Aromatic ginger, minced garlic, and doubanjiang were stir-fried before the frog and eel segments were added for a vigorous saute. Finally, a sprinkle of chopped green onions and salt marked the completion of the dish. Once the snails had reduced, they too were garnished with green onions before being served. The delightful aroma wafted through the air, and Chen Xiaoyun and Chen Xiaoyun were already drooling in anticipation. "Bring out the beer, Xiaoyun, come help me. It's time to eat," Chen Xiaoyun called out. "Coming right away." Chen Xiaoyun fetched the beer from the refrigerator, while Chen Xiaoyun assisted in lifting the stir-fried frogs and eels. Chen Xiaoyun placed the snails on the stone table beneath the lychee tree. "Let us dig in." The three poured their beers and commenced their late-night feast. Woof woof. He Zai and Huang, drawn by the enticing aroma, barked excitedly beneath the stone table. "Come here, He Zai, Huang, have some frog meat," Chen Xiaoyun said, placing 2 pieces of frog meat on the ground for the pups. The frog meat was exceptionally tender, bursting with flavor, and Chen Xiaoyun savored every bite. The eels were equally delectable, with a delicate texture and a refreshing aroma. What was this? The eels tasted far superior to those he'd eaten before. Chen Xiaoyun vowed that this was the first time he had encountered such delicious eels. "Can anyone match my culinary prowess?" Chen Xiaoyun boasted, though, in truth, it was the spiritual spring water that had enhanced the quality of the frogs and eels. His cooking skills were merely adequate. The trio enjoyed their beer, indulging in frogs, eels, and snails, relishing the delightful moments of life. The bones of the eels and frogs were eagerly devoured by He Zai and Huang. Initially, Chen Xiaoyun had no intention of sharing these with the dogs. But seeing Chen Xiaoyun and Chen Xiaoyun toss the bones on the ground, he decided to let it be, observing the pups enjoy their feast. After their delicious late-night snack, the three took a moment to rest, with Chen Xiaoyun and Chen Xiaoyun assisting in the cleanup before they retired for the night. The next morning, Chen Xiaoyun rose at 6 o'clock, invigorated after a week of training with the spiritual spring water. He fed the chickens, ducks, and geese, adding a few drops of the spring water to their water. After ensuring that He Zai, Huang, and the tabby cat were fed, Chen Xiaoyun and Chen Xiaoyun arrived at his home just after 7. "Xiaoyun, let us set off," Chen Xiaoyun exclaimed. "All right," Chen Xiaoyun replied as he drove the pickup truck, taking the two to town for breakfast before purchasing bait for fishing. They then arrived at Qinwan Wharf and set sail. "Xiaohu, a few online friends messaged me, saying they want to join us for fishing during the May Day holiday," Chen Xiaohu mentioned. "They can come, but they need to arrange it themselves. However, let us be clear about the fishing. If we use our bait, the catch belongs to us." Chen Xiaoyun was not keen on using spiritual spring-soaked bait for others to profit from. "Sure, I'll make that clear." Chen Xiaohu nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was essential to clarify the bait situation, as their fishing expedition aimed for profit. Today, they ventured 50 nautical miles out, seeking a suitable area to set crab traps and shrimp nets. After attaching the bait, they deployed 15 shrimp traps and 100 crab traps before finding a spot to begin fishing. With hope in his heart, Chen Xiaohu cast the first line, wishing for a large yellow croaker. His aspirations grew. Previously, he merely sought abundance, but now he yearned for sizable catches. "Hey, the photographer has been floating around, mingling with the streamer for a few days, unaware of the stakes," he joked. "Indeed, photographer, remember your humble beginnings." However, luck seemed to evade them today. 5 minutes after casting, not a single bite had occurred. What is happening today? 5 minutes gone, and not a fish? Chen Xiaohu wondered aloud. Could it be a calamity for the streamer today? Huh, that would be unusual. Usually, a cast leads to a bite. I suspect someone was fishing down there. Chen Xiaoyun mused, realizing something was amiss. The bait, irresistible to fish, should have attracted them. It could only mean one thing. There were no fish in the vicinity. It appeared they hadn't chosen a fortunate spot today. Let us wait another 5 minutes. If there's still no action, we'll move, Chen Xiaoyun proposed. If even the bait fails today, we might just encounter something strange. After another 3 minutes, finally, there was a bite. Observing the sudden twitch of the rod, Chen Xiaoyun swiftly lifted it to set the hook. "I've got one," he shouted, feeling the powerful tug from below. The reel spun rapidly, producing a high-pitched whir, and the rod bent dramatically. "Yes, finally hooked a fish." Chen Xiaohu quickly directed the live stream camera toward Chen Xiaoyun. This was the first fish of the day. It couldn't escape. "Folks, judging by this action, it should weigh around 10 pounds. I wonder what kind of fish it will be?" Chen Xiaohu inquired. Chen Xiaonan stood ready with the net, prepared to scoop the fish as soon as it surfaced. The feel was promising. It was likely around 10 pounds. After 5 or 6 minutes, the fish was finally pulled from the water. "Yes," Chen Xiaonan exclaimed, filled with excitement and surprise. It was a mouse grouper, a top-tier delicacy among groupers. Weighing over 10 pounds, it was a prize catch. Chen Xiaonan swiftly netted the fish to prevent any mishaps. "Folks, our luck continues. Those who doubted us can take a break. Look at this. A mouse grouper, worth over 1,000 yuan per pound." Chen Xiaohu shouted with enthusiasm. Chen Xiaoyun was equally thrilled, having anticipated a disappointing day, but fortune seemed to be on their side. They quickly placed the fish into the live fish tank, ensuring its survival, as Chen Xiaoyun had already added spiritual spring water to the tank. Live fish always fetch a higher price than dead or frozen ones. "Quick, keep an eye on the fishing rod. If we can catch a few more of these big mouse groupers, today's earnings will be secure," Chen Xiaohu exclaimed. Chen Xiaoyun promptly cast his line again, convinced that there were more mouse groupers lurking beneath the surface. "Incredible. Such a large mouse grouper. I'm utterly envious. I just checked, and one fish is worth 2 months of my salary. The streamer's luck is unparalleled. What divine fortune is this? After years of sea fishing, I have yet to encounter a single mouse grouper." Chapter 42. A bountiful catch of eels after 2 minutes. Chen Xiaohu was the first to catch a fish. "About one. The first catch of the day," Chen Xiaohu exclaimed joyfully. Chen Xiaonan rushed over with a landing net to assist. A fish weighing around 8 pounds was treated as if it were a colossal beast, as he played with it for several minutes before finally bringing it to the surface. "Oh look, a mouse grouper, everyone. Have you seen it? I caught a mouse grouper, and it's this big," Chen Xiaohu exclaimed with increasing excitement. Chen Xiaonan, upon seeing the mouse grouper, was equally thrilled and quickly netted the fish. "We can't possibly eat it all," Chen Xiaohu boasted while cradling the fish. "Fish on." Chen Xiaoyan also found a bite. The reel spinning as line was quickly drawn out. It felt familiar, yet was not particularly large, likely around 10 pounds. After about 5 minutes of wrestling, he flipped the fish and brought it to the surface. Another 10-pound mouse grouper. "Huh, today we are on fire with mouse groupers," Chen Xiaohu laughed. Once the fish was out of the water, Chen Xiaonan swiftly netted it. The mouse grouper has a flattened, elongated body, a pronounced hump at the back of its head, and a rounded tail fin. Its coloration is a pale brown, adorned with dark brown spots, resembling a mouse. Hence its name. Next, Chen Xiaonan caught another mouse grouper weighing approximately 7 pounds. After his catch, Chen Xiaoyan landed yet another, also over 10 pounds, leaving the audience in the live stream astonished. The streamer's luck was undeniably evident. Fishing in the same waters, with the same rod and bait, the streamer consistently caught larger and more fish. After each had caught a mouse grouper, the rods fell silent. After a little over 10 minutes, Chen Xiaoyan hooked a larger mouse grouper weighing about 13 or 14 pounds. "This one is roe. Look how big its belly is," Chen Xiaonan remarked. Indeed, the fish was filled with roe. Chen Xiaohu felt a pang of regret, as he knew Chen Xiaoyan would likely release this fish. "Let it go. A female fish with roe can produce thousands of eggs, and mouse groupers are already scarce," Chen Xiaoyan said. He cradled the fish, gently offered it a couple of drops of healing water, and then released it back into the sea. The streamer's generosity was commendable. Thousands of fish were set free. Indeed, such female fish with roe should always be released when caught, yet many find it difficult to do so. This streamer has a kind heart. I've followed him for a long time, always advocating for catch and release, viewers praised in the chat. Nowadays, many fishermen employ indiscriminate nets that catch everything. After releasing the fish, none of the trio caught anything else, not even the abundant sea bass or wolf fish. By noon, they had only managed to catch 5 mouse groupers. Though the haul was modest, it was valuable. It felt as if they had exhausted their luck for the morning, and after trying several locations without success, they decided to take a break for lunch and resume fishing in the afternoon. Chen Xiaoyun, too, had lost patience. With no other fish caught in the morning, they regretted not being able to eat the 5 mouse groupers. Without alternatives, they settled for a simple lunch. After eating, Chen Xiaoyun headed to the rest area for a nap, awakening at 1:30. Chen Xiaohu was still streaming, while Chen Xiaoyun continued to fish. They were disappointed with their meager catch and wished to bring home more. "Xiaoyun, you're awake." Chen Xiaoyun greeted him. "How's the fishing?" Chen Xiaoyun rubbed his eyes and inquired. "Not great. We only caught a few sea bass and red friend fish," Chen Xiaoyun replied. "That means there are no fish below. We should change locations," Chen Xiaoyun suggested decisively. If even the live shrimp bait couldn't yield a catch, it indicated a scarcity of fish resources in the area. They set sail for a new spot, and conditions began to improve slightly. They caught red friends, sea bass, golden pomfret, wolffish, bluefin, rosy sea bass, big-eye bream, and black bream, all mixed species. However, the underwater terrain seemed to be a coral reef, making it easy to snag lines. After more than an hour, they amassed over 100 pounds of fish. "Let us call it a day. It's 3 o'clock. We need to check the shrimp traps and crab traps, and then head back," Chen Xiaoyun reflected. It was evident that the resources in this sea area were dwindling. Once they collected their fishing rods, Chen Xiaoyun navigated the boat towards the shrimp and crab traps. "Today, the Dragon King is not favoring us. If it weren't for the 5 large mouse groupers caught this morning, we would have faced a loss," Chen Xiaohu sighed. "Now, we await the bounty from the shrimp and crab traps. May the Dragon King bless us, amen." "Photographer, don't be ridiculous, asking the Dragon King for blessings. Do you fear a slap from him?" The photographer joked. "What does it even mean to ask for the Dragon King's blessings?" The photographer's antics lightened the mood. Arriving at the area to set the shrimp traps, they were fortunate to find a nearby fishing boat. If the people aboard were kind-hearted, their traps would not belong to them for long. Chen Xiaoyun piloted the boat, while Chen Xiaoyun began retrieving the first shrimp trap. "Everyone, my brother is pulling up the first shrimp trap. Guess if it will yield a bountiful catch." Chen Xiaohu set up the live stream. When the first trap was pulled up, it was empty of shrimp. Instead, a few eels wriggled within. 4 or 5 eels, each weighing between 1 to 2 pounds and measuring 50 to 60 centimeters long. "What is going on? Where are the shrimp?" Chen Xiaohu exclaimed in disbelief. "Why are there only eels?" Chen Xiaoyun frowned. 5 eels. But neither Chen Xiaoyun nor Chen Xiaohu looked particularly pleased. "This is still quite good. Such large eels can sell for over 80 per pound," Chen Xiaoyun remarked. "Wild eels weighing 1 to 2 pounds fetch between 80 to over 100 per pound." 80 per pound? That is not bad. Chen Xiaoyun finally smiled. At the market, they typically sell for 30 to 40 per pound, making eels seem less valuable. "Look at these 5 large eels. They weigh 1 to 2 pounds each. That is impressive." Chen Xiaohu carefully placed the eels into the live fish tank. "Let us move on to the next shrimp trap." When the second trap was pulled up, it too yielded no shrimp, only 4 eels, all of substantial size. "Have we stumbled upon an eel nest?" Chen Xiaohu muttered. These eels were massive, resembling snakes, adorned with leopard-like patterns, and their sharp teeth would surely hurt if they bit. These are money eels and tiger eels, and over the years, it has become increasingly difficult to catch wild eels. The larger they are, the higher their price. Most eels on the market are farm-raised, lacking the flavor of their wild counterparts. As predicted by Chen Xiaohu, all 15 shrimp traps were filled with eels, with not a single shrimp to be found. Even if there were, the eels would have consumed them. In total, they caught 72 eels from those 15 traps, each weighing 1 to 2 pounds. With such a bounty of eels, they likely had over 100 pounds, a significant success. Having finished collecting the shrimp traps, they still had 100 crab traps left to check. Hopeful for a bountiful catch of valuable crabs from the crab traps, Chen Xiaoyun gazed at the fierce, lively eels in the live fish tank. These creatures, plentiful in the waters, could fetch a handsome price if large enough. Let us set off to collect the crab traps. The gentle sea breeze caressed them as the fishing boat sliced through the waves, the splashes of water refreshing against their faces. However, today the waters seemed to be a haven for eels, as they pulled up trap after trap, each containing 1 or 2 eels. Occasionally, a few traps yielded a handful of orchid crabs, each weighing about half a pound. It was peculiar how abundant the eels were in this area today. In the end, they managed to catch around 20 pounds of orchid crabs, while the rest were all eels. Today has truly been a bountiful harvest of eels, Chen Xiaoyun remarked. They had caught a total of 155 eels, filling several live fish tanks. Let us head back. Regardless, today has been fruitful, Chen Xiaoyun stated. Indeed, a harvest of eels is still a harvest, Chen Xiaoyun chimed in. Overall, even if they had not caught anything else, the 5 grouper fish would still be considered a significant success. Chen Xiaoyun recorded a video of the grouper and eels, sending it to Manager Wang of Shangshu Seafood Hotel to inquire if he would accept their catch. Upon seeing the grouper and the impressive eels, Manager Wang quickly replied that he would take them, urging Chen Xiaoyun not to sell to anyone else, as he would be heading to Qinwan Pier immediately. Just those 5 grouper were worth him making the trip. Arriving at Qinwan Pier at 5:30 in the evening, they found Manager Wang already waiting on the dock. While grouper are a rare sight, many large fishing boats venture into the deep sea and may not catch even a few in a month. Most grouper in the market are farmed, weighing only about 1 to 2 pounds, yet still sell for 300 to 400 yuan per pound. Chen, you're back. Manager Wang greeted them with a broad smile as they docked. You arrived quite quickly today, Manager Wang, Chen Xiaoyun replied, surprised by his promptness. I had to hurry. It's been a long time since our hotel received such large grouper. As soon as the boat was secure, Manager Wang eagerly approached to inspect the catch. Show me the prized grouper, he exclaimed, heading towards the live fish tank. Pointing to one tank, Chen Xiaoyun indicated where the grouper were kept. Upon opening it, Manager Wang was greeted by the sight of 5 vibrant, lively grouper. Indeed, these are wild grouper, magnificent specimens, he declared with satisfaction. Hey, did you catch anything good? A nearby fisherman inquired as he approached Chen Xiaoyun's boat. It was decent, but not a huge haul, Chen Xiaoyun replied with a smile. May I come aboard to take a look? The fisherman asked. Of course. Chen Xiaoyun nodded. They had over 100 pounds of various seafood. If Manager Wang didn't buy them, they would simply sell to someone else. The fisherman boarded and was astonished by the sight of the grouper. Wow, these grouper are impressive. You've struck gold, Chen, he exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Such prized fish as grouper, yellow croaker, and others are highly sought after by seafood restaurants. The fisherman felt tempted, but knowing that Manager Wang had the first claim, he refrained from trying to negotiate. After inspecting the eels, Manager Wang noted their quality, each weighing between 1 to 2 pounds. The fisherman admired Chen Xiaoyun's luck in consistently bringing back excellent catches. Chen, such large grouper are rare finds. I'll give you 1,500 yuan per pound, and for the eels, 100 per pound. How does that sound? Manager Wang proposed after reviewing the remaining seafood. Sounds fair. Let us go with your prices, Chen Xiaoyun agreed. They proceeded to weigh the catch. 5 grouper totaling 52 pounds, and 155 eels weighing 248 pounds. The grouper brought in 78,000 yuan, while the eels fetched 24,800 yuan, summing up to a total of 102,800 yuan. Chen, I've transferred the money to you. Remember to call me first next time you have such treasures, Manager Wang said. Absolutely. I'll inform you right away when I have something good, Chen Xiaoyun replied. All right then, I'll take my leave. Manager Wang cheerfully took the fish and headed back to Shanhai City, where the hotel catered to affluent clientele. Once Manager Wang departed, the fisherman remarked enviously, Not bad, Chen. Your day's earnings surpassed my income from the last 2 months. You were fortunate to catch those grouper today. Otherwise, such a haul would be improbable. Chen Xiaoyun humbly shook his head. Let us not dwell on that. In the future, if I catch anything good, I'll be sure to share with you. Just remember, any prize catch will command a price no less than what Manager Wang offers. The fisherman aimed to negotiate, knowing that Chen Xiaoyun's crew consistently returned with exceptional finds. Speaking of which, those fish look decent. I'll take all 41 pounds off your hands, he said. Sure. I'll sell them all to you, Chen Xiaoyun nodded. Although the price was slightly lower, he preferred to sell everything in one go. Ultimately, they sold the remaining catch, which totaled over 100 pounds, for 4,300 yuan. The day's total earnings reached 107,100 yuan. While the fisherman wished for the 20 orchid crabs, Chen Xiaoyun decided to keep them for himself, reasoning that there weren't many, and they wouldn't sell for much. He transferred 10,700 yuan to Chen Xiaoyun and 42,800 yuan to Chen Xiaoyun. Chen Xiaoyun, delighted to see his savings surpassing 20,000 yuan, grinned widely. Chen Xiaoyun was equally thrilled, having earned over 10,000 in a single day, something he had never imagined possible. "Let's go home," Chen Xiaoyun exclaimed joyfully. In just a few days, he would fulfill his dream of driving his beloved little car. As they drove back to Qinjiao village, it was already past 6 o'clock. "Take a few orchid crabs home to enjoy," Chen Xiaoyun called out to Chen Xiaoyun, who grabbed 4 or 5 crabs. "I'll head back first, brother Xiaoyun." Chen Xiaoyun waved goodbye, clutching the crabs. Wong Wong, their spirited dog, a silly husky, joyfully ran over, circling the pickup truck before leaping up to tug at Chen Xiaoyun's pant leg. "Silly dog, let go. Are you looking for a beating?" Chen Xiaoyun playfully tapped the husky on the head. "Awoo!" Yelping in response, the dog scurried away, its expression adorably foolish. Hearing the vehicle pull up, Grandpa Air emerged from the house. "Grandpa, we're back. Good to have you back. Your grandma is almost done preparing dinner." Grandpa Air smiled. Chen Xiaoyun took the orchid crabs to the kitchen. "Grandma, these are the crabs we caught. We didn't tea-sell them, but we'll steam them for ourselves." "All right, I'll finish this last dish and steam them," Grandma replied kindly. Dinner featured steamed orchid crabs. Although the crabs lacked roe at this time, the meat was exceptionally fresh. After dinner, Chen Xiaoyun returned home, first tending to the chickens, ducks, and geese before feeding the puppies and the tabby cat. Earlier, Grandma had fed the chickens, ducks, geese, and the 2 puppies. After tending to the household animals, Chen Xiaoyun began to water the flowers and vegetables. Once these tasks were completed, he called for his dogs. "Hey Zai and Huang, come on, let's go play by the seaside." The 2 small dogs quickly scampered over, trailing behind Chen Xiaoyun. Upon reaching the stretch of beach in front of his home, the fine yellow sand felt soft underfoot. With no tourists around, the beach was pristine and tidy, devoid of any litter. The sea sparkled with clarity. Suddenly, Zai and Huang spotted small sand crabs on the beach and joyfully chased after them. It was already past 7 in the evening. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the beach and the water. Chen Xiaoyun strolled along the shore, feeling the gentle sea breeze. The waves lapped at his feet with each ebb and flow. The air cool and tinged with a hint of salt, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Here, he felt liberated from the fast-paced city life and the pressures of work, free from the scorn of superiors. It was a wonderfully leisurely time, as if time itself had slowed down, allowing him to savor life at his own pace. With each incoming wave, Zai and Huang would scamper back in fright, only to pursue the receding water once it retreated. The 2 dogs frolicked joyfully by the seaside. Chen Xiaoyun, noticing Chen Xiaoyun's leisurely stroll, summoned his silly dog, Erha, to join him at the beach. Upon arrival, Chen Xiaoyun started a live stream of their beach walk. Erha dashed towards Zai and Huang with a fierce demeanor, barking as if he were the king of dogs, a gallant general charging into battle. With a swift move, Zai pounced, executing a shoulder throw that sent Erha tumbling onto the sand. Erha whimpered in surprise, having merely intended to greet them friendly. Why did he get thrown to the ground instead? Chen Xiaoyun's live stream captured this spectacle perfectly. What on earth did I just witness? A dog performing a shoulder throw? The thousands of viewers in the live stream were momentarily stunned, witnessing such an enchanting scene before nightfall. As Erha clambered to his feet, intent on retaliating against Zai, he was swiftly knocked down again by Huang. "How dare you challenge us? Prepare for a beating." Chen Xiaoyun chuckled at the playful scuffle among the 3 dogs. The sea breeze was gentle, the sand beneath his feet soft, and the water clear enough to reveal small fish swimming about. Chapter 44. The expensive lion-head goose, noticing the viewers were captivated by the dog's antics. Chen Xiaoyun angled the camera to focus on the brawl between the 3 canines. Erha, undeterred by his earlier defeat, bravely engaged in combat with Zai and Huang, unfazed by their larger size. However, due to his infrequent consumption of the miraculous spring water, Erha was slightly smaller than his opponents. Occasionally, Chen Xiaoyun would offer him a sip of this water. Meanwhile, online viewers were amusingly crafting stories about the spectacle, bringing laughter to many. What on earth? Someone's writing a novel online? I want to read unless your book is on tomato reading. The viewers in the live stream were also caught up in the merriment. Though valiant, Erha was being thoroughly dominated by Zai and Huang. Neither Chen Xiaoyun nor Chen Xiaoyun intervened, as the three dogs inevitably engaged in playful quarrels whenever they were together. Despite the intensity, no real harm was done. As he watched the sun dip lower, with the sea breeze caressing his face, Chen Xiaoyun felt at ease. His life was devoid of worries. He could fish whenever he desired or simply relax at home, indulging in whatever he pleased. This lifestyle was liberating and unrestrained. Suddenly, the ringing of his phone interrupted his reverie. It was Li Weibao calling. "Hello, Brother Li. Hey, Chun. We're coming over to your place tomorrow. Are you free?" Li Weibao inquired. "Sure, come on over. I'll send you the location. We want to be going out to sea tomorrow," Chen Xiaoyun replied. "Great. See you tomorrow." After hanging up, Chen Xiaoyun realized that with Li Weibao and his friends visiting, he wouldn't be able to go fishing. After the sun set, he and Chen Xiaohu called the three small dogs and returned home. "Are they really coming over tomorrow?" Chen Xiaohu asked. "Yes, they are," Chen Xiaoyun confirmed. "I'll go catch some eels tonight. I promised them some," Chen Xiaohu said, his eyes lighting up. "Go ahead and catch some," Chen Xiaoyun encouraged. Li Weibao and his friends were agreeable company. "Aren't you going?" Chen Xiaohu asked, slightly puzzled. "I'm off to play some games. If you need company, invite Xiaonan to join you," Chen Xiaoyun said, eager to indulge in some gaming and help a fellow online gamer overcome their addiction. "Fine then," Chen Xiaohu shrugged, knowing he would have to invite Chen Xiaonan to accompany him. It was all happening in Chen Xiaoyun's fields anyway. Back at home, Chen Xiaoyun took a refreshing shower, turned on the air conditioning, and poured himself a cold beer. He logged onto his gaming account and, through a series of victories, ascended to the silver rank. No longer the perennial bronze player he once was. After winning 5 consecutive matches, he left the game feeling satisfied. Later that evening, Chen Xiaohu and Chen Xiaonan returned with approximately 10 pounds of wild eels, every one of them a brilliant golden hue. "Xiaoyun, I've left the eels in the storage room," Chen Xiaohu called from downstairs. "All right, leave them there. You both should get some rest," Chen Xiaoyun replied from the balcony. That night, he had no intention of preparing a midnight snack, so the two bid farewell and headed home. After they left, Chen Xiaoyun went downstairs to inspect the bucket filled with eels, each weighing about half a pound and numbering over 20. He added a couple of drops of spring water, curious to see if it would enhance their flavor over the course of the day. The following morning, he awoke to the ritual of drinking spring water, feeling revitalized. To his surprise, the weather had turned overcast. Just yesterday, the moon had shone brightly in a clear sky, but today, clouds had rolled in, signaling the impending arrival of the rainy season. After freshening up, Chen Xiaoyun began to feed the chickens, ducks, and geese, eager for them to grow larger for delicious roasted chicken, duck, and a delightful chicken stew with mushrooms. After feeding them, he offered a drop of spring water to his diligent tabby cat, Lai Wang, along with a plate of milk. Thanks to Lai Wang's watchful presence, no wild animals had dared to invade the coop. Chen Xiaoyun was quite pleased with his working cat. Bark, bark. He Zai and a Huang clamored for breakfast, prompting Chen Xiaoyun to serve the milk enriched with spring water. The lychee tree in the yard had grown significantly, yielding fruits larger than those in the local lychee orchard, which remained overrun with weeds. Once the weeds were cleared and the chickens, ducks, and lionhead geese grew a bit larger, he could enlist these natural weeders to tidy up the garden. The pond was also filled to the brim, and after nurturing the water for a while, he could sell fish fry for cultivation. However, he had yet to decide which fish to raise. After breakfast, he called Chen Xiaohu and headed into town to purchase some lotus seeds for planting. The 2 acres of field had been tilled for a while and were now lively with moisture. After securing the lotus seeds, Chen Xiaonan joined him to assist with the planting. By around 10 o'clock, Li Weibao and his friends arrived in their vehicles. A Land Rover and 2 Prados parked outside Chen Xiaoyun's yard. "Chen, we've arrived," Li Weibao shouted. Bark, bark. He Zai and a Huang were the first to dash out, barking at Li Weibao and his companions beyond the bamboo fence. Chen Xiaoyun and Chen Xiaohu stepped out from the living room. "He Zai de Huang, quiet," Chen Xiaoyun commanded, and the 2 dogs instantly ceased barking, sitting obediently in place. "Brother Li, you're here." Chen Xiaoyun smiled as he opened the bamboo fence gate. Brother Chen, Chu Xiao, and Qian Xian stepped down from their luxury vehicle. "Brother Chu, Brother Qian," Chen Xiaoyun greeted them warmly. They were not alone. 3 attractive young women accompanied them, their long, fair legs and ample figures captivating the eye. Each of the 3 men had brought a female companion, a testament to the lavish lifestyle of the wealthy. "Brother Chen, Brother Xiaohu, this must be Brother Xiaonan, right? Come help with the things," Li Weibao spoke up, clearly familiar with Chen Xiaoyun's live streams and aware of Chen Xiaoyun's identity. Wait, why have you brought things? Aren't you here to have fun? I don't have anything nice to offer you. Chen Xiaoyun expressed a hint of dissatisfaction. Hey, Brother Chen, don't be upset. When we come to have fun, we naturally need to bring something, Li Weibao chuckled. We brought a whole sheep. Let's have roasted lamb for lunch. Chu Xiao opened the trunk of the luxury vehicle. Xiao Xiaonan, go help. Seeing this, Chen Xiaoyun had no choice but to call the two to assist. Brother Chen, I brought a lion-headed goose for dinner. It will be the main dish, Li Weibao said, pulling a large goose from the trunk of his Land Rover. The lion-headed goose, known for its notably large head and substantial flesh, weighed around 40 pounds and cost him over 2,000 yuan. Chen Xiaoyun was taken aback. He had not realized the price of such a goose had soared so high. More than 2,000 yuan for one. This goose is large and takes a long time to rear, hence the cost. Over 50 yuan per pound, Li Weibao explained. Had he known the market price earlier, he would have purchased more goslings to raise. Initially, he intended to rear a few for personal consumption and sell the rest, but now he contemplated acquiring 200 goslings. With their potential to grow to over 40 pounds, the profits would be substantial. Come on, Brother Chen, let's get this inside. I look forward to your culinary skills tonight. Li Weibao handed over the lion-headed goose. All right, Chen Xiaoyun accepted the hefty bird. Despite being a resident of Shanhai City, living in a small fishing village had limited his exposure to such delicacies. After placing the goose in the storage room for later, they turned their attention to the roasted lamb for lunch. Brother Chen, this old lychee tree of yours must be quite old, right? Li Weibao inquired, admiring the tree that shaded half the yard. Indeed, it must be around 50 or 60 years old. My grandfather planted it in his youth, Chen Xiaoyun nodded. As the three women introduced themselves to Chen Xiaoyun, it was evident their presence was merely for entertainment, as their introductions were rather perfunctory. Chen Xiaoyun paid little mind, having seen his fair share of beauty over the years. The three women sat beneath the lychee tree, engrossed in their phones, their beauty drawing the attention of Chen Xiaohu and Chen Xiaonan, who appeared rather infatuated. Chen Xiaoyun found their shyness amusing. This lychee tree bears quite a lot of fruit, and the fruits seem larger than those on other trees, Li Weibao commented. Indeed, these lychees are notably larger, Chen Xiaoyun replied. When they ripen, I will let you know. You must come and taste them. Certainly, I look forward to it, Li Weibao laughed. Brother Chen truly knows how to enjoy life. This quaint bamboo-fenced yard, adorned with flowers, will be even more beautiful in a month or two, Chu Xiao remarked. Life needs a bit of embellishment. Planting flowers for enjoyment is quite delightful, Chen Xiaoyun agreed. As they chatted, Chen Xiaoyun remarked on the unique decor of Chen Xiaoyun's home, suggesting that if he opened a seaside inn, it would surely attract business. Despite the village not being a tourist hotspot, Chen Xiaohu and Chen Xiaonan set up a temporary grill in the yard. Xiaoyun, your friends seem quite affluent, Chen Xiaonan whispered, noting the luxury cars parked outside, each worth millions. Indeed, they even own luxurious fishing boats worth several $100,000. Chen Xiaohu expressed his envy for their lifestyle, filled with ease and surrounded by beauty. Once the grill was prepared and the charcoal lit, Chen Xiaoyun began mixing the marinade, adding a few drops of spiritual spring water. As the flames roared, he placed the prepared sheep onto the grill, applying the marinade as it cooked. Thankfully, the weather was overcast. Otherwise, roasting a whole sheep in the heat would have been unbearable. Suddenly, barking interrupted the atmosphere as a dog bounded through the open bamboo gate. Look, it's that silly husky, a woman exclaimed. The husky, with its striking coat, caught everyone's attention, and the other dogs in the yard sprang up to join the playful scuffle. Hey, these pups are quite obedient, Li Weibao noted, impressed by their behavior. That German Shepherd looks quite handsome. It should grow into a fine dog, Chen Xiaoyun added. Brother Chen, would you consider parting with that German Shepherd? Chen Xiaoyun inquired. Not a chance, Brother Chen. Haizi is my guard dog, Chen Xiaoyun firmly refused. Such a pity. Haizi has great potential, Chen Xiaoyun lamented. Chen Xiaoyun had no intention of giving away his beloved dog, especially after nurturing it with spiritual water. Brother Li, are we still going fishing this afternoon? If not, I can send Xiaohu to fetch some beer, Chen Xiaoyun proposed. Let us skip the beer, we'll go fishing instead, Li Weibao replied, as they needed to return home later. All right, after the roasted lamb, let us head to the beach for some fishing. I'll let you taste the eels from my wild fields. They're quite delectable, Chen Xiaoyun promised. Is that really true? Li Weibao's interest was piqued. As every man understands the allure of proving one's prowess, You'll find out once you taste it. Chen Xiaoyun chuckled. In the desolate fields, the eels, nourished by the spring water, surprisingly exhibited some aphrodisiac properties. The last time he had tasted them, he had noticed this effect, albeit minimal for himself. However, it would likely yield favorable results for others. An hour and a half later, the whole roasted lamb was ready. It was lifted from the grill and placed on the table in the living room. Everyone was famished and eager to indulge. The aroma had already whetted their appetites, and any sense of restraint vanished as they eagerly began to carve pieces for themselves. Xiaohu, slice a bit and take it to uncle and aunt. Chen Xiaoyun instructed. Xiaonan, cut some for aunt, he added. All right, brother Xiaoyun. The two swiftly prepared a plate of lamb and delivered it. Indeed, brother Chen's culinary skills are commendable, truly delicious. Li Weibo praised enthusiastically. Absolutely. This roasted lamb is golden brown, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It's the best I've ever had, Chu Xiao echoed in admiration. Coming from a family in the restaurant business, he had savored many roasted lambs, yet none compared to the one prepared by Chen Xiaoyun. The exterior was perfectly crisp, the meat tender and succulent, bursting with flavor, and imbued with a subtle, fragrant aroma. Chen Xiaoyun seized a lamb's head and tore into it voraciously. Even the three beautiful women could not resist their appetites, indulging heartily in a meat. Roasted lamb paired with ice-cold cola was a delightful combination. Chen Xiao, who felt as if the lamb melting in his mouth was so tender and flavorful that he hesitated to swallow. Brother Xiaoyun's culinary skills have indeed advanced. The whole roasted lamb was devoured clean by the group. The three little dogs received a few morsels of lamb, but they were too small to gnaw on the bones. I'm so full. It's been ages since I've tasted something this delectable, Li Weibo exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Brother Chen, how will I ever eat anyone else's roasted lamb after this? Chu Xiao patted his belly. They had consumed the most among the group. Indeed, after experiencing Brother Chen's roasted lamb, I doubt any other will ever satisfy us, they concurred. Chen Xiaoyun, with his mastery of roasting lamb, had won everyone's hearts. Is this my fault? Chen Xiaoyun shot him a glance. How about you come work as a chef at my hotel for 200,000 a month? Chu Xiao suggested, hoping to entice Chen Xiaoyun into his establishment for daily roasted lamb. You think it's that simple? You wanted to work for 200,000? Chen Xiaoyun rejected the idea without a second thought. He currently made 40 to 50,000 a day, needing to go to sea only 10 days a month to earn 400 to 500,000. Why would he want to work for someone else? He merely wished to enjoy life. Oh, Brother Chen, you are wasting your talent. Chu Xiao lamented upon hearing the refusal. Forget that. If you want to eat, bring your own ingredients, and I'll cook for you. Chen Xiaoyun replied with a grin. That's settled then. We'll be frequent visitors, Chen Xiaoyun chimed in cheerfully. Li Weibo suddenly suggested, Brother Chen, why not build a few goose houses in your village? I've seen many comments on your videos expressing a desire to visit. If tourists want to come, they need a place to stay. Chen Xiaoyun had noticed similar comments on his videos and nodded, that's a good idea. I'll consider it. If funds are an issue, we can invest a portion, Chu Xiao offered. Let's discuss it once I've made a decision. Chen Xiaoyun agreed. After an hour's rest, Chen Xiaoyun fed the chickens, ducks, and geese, and then the group set out to find a scenic, less crowded spot along the coastline for fishing. Chapter 46. Today's theme is peculiarities the group drove along the coastline, searching for a picturesque and secluded spot. They set up camping tents by the sea and began fishing. This time, instead of purchasing live shrimp bait, Chen Xiaoyun and Chu Xiao opted for lure fishing. Chen Xiaohu and Chen Xiao then caught some sand crabs to use as bait. Chen Xiaoyun, ever resourceful, added a drop of spring water to the container holding the crabs. He wasn't keen on returning empty-handed. Li Weibo's companions hid in the tent, snapping countless selfies, eager to capture every pose. Throughout the outing, Chen Xiaoyun hardly spoke to the three women, having little interest in the wealthy young ladies. However, Chen Xiaohu and Chen Xiao then occasionally flaunted themselves in front of them. Yet, the three beauties were unlikely to be swayed by them. Neither were they wealthy nor particularly handsome. Are sand crabs good bait? I've tried them before, but only managed to catch a stone fish, Li Weibo remarked. Who knows? If there are plenty of fish in the water, it should work well, Chen Xiaoyun replied nonchalantly. If the bait was ineffective, he wasn't sure how to proceed. Hey Li, do you still doubt my brother's luck? He chose this spot, so we won T come back empty-handed. Chen Xiaohu asserted confidently. Chen Xiaoyun swiftly baited a sand crab and cast his line. Chen Xiaoyun and Chu Xiao, wielding their lures, searched the rocky areas for fish. Fishing by the shore involved searching rocky zones where fish often hid or casting far out and reeling back slowly. Apart from Chen Xiaoyun and his companion, Chen Xiaoyun and the others opted for sand crabs to fish in the mid to lower layers. Not long after casting, Chen Xiaoyun's float was pulled under. Sensing a bite, he swiftly jerked the rod. Huh, it seems I'm the first to catch a fish, Chen Xiaoyun exclaimed with a smile. The first catch was modest, lacking much resistance. About a pound, he estimated. Brother Chen, it seems the rumors of you being the illegitimate child of the Dragon King are true. Ha, Li Weibo joked. Ha, that's right. I must be lucky. Chen Xiaoyun laughed heartily. Old Chu, we can't let them take the lead, Chen Xiaoyun said. Noticing Chen Xiaoyun had already started catching fish while they had cast their lures numerous times without a nibble. What is your plan? You're the one who said lure fishing is faster, Chu Xiao retorted, exasperated. The first fish caught was a stone fish, nearly a pound, its color a deep red, indicating it had lived many years. Wow, a stone fish of this size is rare. It's a giant among stone fish. You might only encounter one this big once a year, Chen Xiaohu announced while live streaming. Indeed, such a large stone fish was a rarity. Chen Xiaonan, who spent much time at sea, had rarely seen one this size. Perfect. Tonight, we'll have stone fish tofu soup and a hearty dish, Chen Xiaoyun said, pleased. Having expected a mere black sea bream, but instead catching a giant stone fish. After placing the large stone fish in a live fish container, he cast his line again. Hey, I've got one, Li Weibo called out, catching his second fish. Looks like I'm also in luck. This one's mine, he said smugly as he reeled in a red drum weighing over 3 pounds, tinged with hints of black. Got one. Chen Xiaohu and Chen Xiaonan simultaneously hooked fish. At that moment, Chen Xiaoyun and his companion, still using lures, began to feel uneasy. If there are no fish in the rocky areas, let us cast further out and slowly reel back. I refuse to believe we can't catch anything, Chen Xiaoyun said defiantly. 2-pound black sea bream, Chen Xiaohu announced, beaming. I caught a grouper, also about 2 pounds, Chen Xiaonan chimed in, causing Chen Xiaohu smile to fade. Oomph. The next catch I reel and will undoubtedly be larger than yours, Chen Xiaohu remarked, curling his lips. That is not necessarily the case. The two, Chen Xiaohu and Chen Xiaonan, engaged in playful banter while fishing. Suddenly, Chen Xiaoyun spoke up. This rod feels odd. It doesn't seem like a fish. It's not struggling or making any noise, more like I've hooked onto something lifeless. What is wrong? Inquired Li Weibao from the side. It's suspiciously quiet. Could it be snagged on some garbage? Chen Xiaoyun replied. That is quite possible. The sea has been heavily polluted over the years, with much debris. Chen Xiaoyun hastened to reel in the line, and soon dragged something out of the water. What on earth is this? And it's not moving at all. Chen Xiaoyun stared in disbelief. Wait, can crab be caught like this? Li Weibao expressed admiration for Chen Xiaoyun, who had managed to catch a large blue crab, estimated to weigh around 2 pounds. Impressive, my friend. Chen Xiaohu's comment sent laughter rippling through the live-stream audience. Next cast, you wouldn't be trying to catch a lobster, would you? Li Weibao joked. Hey, you never know. Chen Xiaoyun had indeed caught a 2-pound blue crab, a rarity that could typically only be found in crab traps or in the mangroves and coastal wetlands. Before long, another fish took the bait. What could it be this time? As Li Weibao quickly lifted his rod, he exclaimed, Hey, we've got a bite too. Soon, Chen Xiaohu and Chen Xiaonan were also reeling in their catches, entering a mode of continuous hooking. Chen Xiaoyun and Chu Xiao, on the other hand, were growing tired of their spinning rods, having had no luck. They secured the large blue crab's claws before removing the hook. The massive pincers waved threateningly at Chen Xiaoyun. It was merely out for a bite to eat and ended up snagged on a fishhook. After binding the claws, Chen Xiaoyun held the sizable crab in both hands. This crab is enormous. If it were August or September, catching such a large female crab would be delightful. However, crabs lacking roe are considerably less valuable. After placing the crab in a live fish container, Chen Xiaoyun cast his line again. Within a minute, the float began to show signs of action. As he lifted the rod, he sensed something was amiss. It didn't feel like a fish. No way, what on earth is this? Chen Xiaoyun grew anxious. What is happening? Caught something else again? The others inquired curiously. Chen Xiaoyun nodded helplessly, feeling a slight tug on the line, much less than the previous crab. Soon, a small blue lobster surfaced, weighing around a pound. Its bluish hue and long antennae resembled the whiskers of a dragon, hence its nickname, Little Blue Dragon. Wow, such a sizable little blue dragon. You're really on a roll today, Chen, Li Weibao exclaimed in astonishment. We've got a 1-pound rockfish, a 2-pound blue crab, and now a 1-pound little blue dragon. Truly, you attract the rarest catches, Chen Xiaoyun remarked. With such a large little blue dragon, tonight's dinner is sure to be exceptional. Chen Xiaoyun, however, was focused on enjoying his catch for the evening. As they continued to reel and fish, Chen Xiaoyun and Chu Xiao lost interest in spinning rods and switched to surf casting with bait. Hey, weren't you guys supposed to be using spinning rods? What? Are you feeling envious seeing us catch fish? Li Weibao teased. Spinning rods are useless. My hands are sore and I haven't caught anything, Chu Xiao complained. Forget the spinning. I'm going for surf casting, Chen Xiaoyun agreed. Losing confidence in their previous method, they quickly switched to surf rods, baiting them with sea cockroaches. Chen Xiaoyun placed the caught little blue dragon into the live fish container. Please, no more oddities, he muttered, wishing for a straightforward fishing experience. With their new surf rods, Chen Xiaoyun and Chu Xiao quickly hooked a fish. Haha, finally a catch. I told you it was impossible to not catch anything, Chen Xiaoyun laughed. The fish from the sea were generally not very large, with 2 or 3 pound black sea bream, red mullet, and sea bass being considered sizable. Hey, I've caught a rockfish weighing over 4 pounds. Chen Xiaoyu boasted, his live stream audience swelling to over 4,000 viewers, reveling in his triumph. Wait, what is this? The sensation feels strange. What have I caught now? Chen Xiaoyun lamented, sensing another unusual tug on his line. Haha, Chen, today seems to be all about the bizarre. Li Weibao chuckled, as the others joined in laughter. This is getting absurd. Before long, Chen Xiaoyun pulled up a long, patterned creature. At first, everyone thought it was an eel, but upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a highly venomous sea snake. What on earth did I catch? Chen Xiaoyun gasped, quickly tossing his rod aside and retreating. He had a deep fear of snakes, and wouldn't even eat eels. Is this a sea snake? Its patterns are beautiful. One viewer commented, hey, indeed, it's quite lovely, but a single bite could be fatal. Chen, don't reel it in. Cut the line and let it go. This sea snake is more venomous than a cobra, and its flesh contains toxins, Chen Xiaoyun urged swiftly. Can it get any more absurd than this? Chen Xiaoyun sighed, incredulous at his bizarre luck for the day. Chapter 47. The Efficacy of Eels in Truth. Sea snakes can be utilized for medicinal wine, as some people collect them for traditional medicine, Chu Xiao explained. No, don't mess with it. This snake is highly toxic. Don't attempt to catch it. If bitten, there's little hope for survival. Li Weibao quickly interjected, fearful that Chen Xiaoyun might consider selling the lengthy sea snake, which could fetch $1,000. Chen Hu, hurry, bring scissors to cut the line and let it escape. Chen Xiaoyun recognized the danger and would not take any risks. Chen Xiaoyu brought the scissors, severing the fishing line, allowing the sea snake to swim away. After releasing the snake, Chen Xiaoyun decided against further fishing, feeling that today's luck was too strange to tempt fate further. He wasn't a peculiar fishing savant. Forget it. I'm done fishing. You all continue, he declared, stowing away his rod. All right then, we'll continue. Li Weibao and the others chuckled. Chen Xiaoyun settled onto a clean rock by the sea, watching as the others fished. As evening approached, the sea breeze picked up and the waves crashed against the rocks, while shallow waters along the shore revealed small fish, shrimp, and shells. The rocks were also home to many small oysters, untouched and plentiful. By 4 o'clock, Chen Xiaoyun checked the time and called for everyone to pack up. It's past 4. We should head back. After spending 3 to 4 hours fishing, their haul was quite impressive. The group of 5 or 6 had caught nearly 100 pounds of fish. The fish caught from the shore were relatively small, with the largest weighing about 4 to 5 pounds, while most yielded 2 to 3 pounds each. After packing up their gear and tent, they returned home around 5 o'clock. Chen Xiaoyun began preparing dinner, asking Chen Xiaoyu to help feed the chickens and ducks while Chen Xiaoyun, Li Weibao, and others cleaned the sea fish. Chen Xiaoyun drove his pickup truck into town to buy various seasonings: tofu, scallions, ginger, garlic, green peppers, onions, chopped chili potatoes, bean paste, beer, and drinks. Upon returning, he started preparing dinner, taking out 5 or 6 pounds of freshwater snails from the freezer to thaw. Chen Xiaoyun meticulously cleaned the eels, while Chen Xiaoyu finished tending to the chickens, ducks, and geese skillfully preparing the lion-headed goose for cooking. The eels indeed looked splendid, large and golden. Observing the eels that Chen Xiaoyun had cleaned, Li Weibao remarked, "Since it's still light outside, why not catch a few more pounds of field frogs? Whether steamed, stir-fried, or made into soup, they are all incredibly delicious. Next time you come, be sure to invite Brother Xiaoyun to cook for you." Chen Xiaoyun chuckled in agreement. "Absolutely. You should bring some frogs for us to savor next time." Li Weibao nodded in affirmation. Upon returning from his shopping, Chen Xiaoyun first attended to the lion-headed goose, chopping it into pieces and placing them into a large iron pot. This lion-headed goose will be transformed into a hearty stew with potatoes, onions, and various ingredients, simmered with a splash of spring water. After setting the goose to stew, Chen Xiaoyun prepared a tofu soup using a 1-pound stone fish, steamed the over 4-pound grouper caught by Chen Xiaoyun, braised a black sea bream, pan-fried a red mullet, stir-fried small prawns, steamed a large crab, and sautéed a pot of field snails. The 10 pounds of eels were fashioned into 2 dishes, stir-fried eels and eel soup, each occupying a substantial bowl. Once the lion-headed goose was ready, all the dishes were complete. "Isn't uncle and aunt coming for dinner?" Chen Xiaoyun inquired. "Grandpa and grandma said they wouldn't join us young folks for the gathering," Chen Xiaohu replied, shaking his head. "All right then. Xiaonan, is aunt coming?" Chen Xiaonan nodded. "My mom said she's dining at home, so she won't be joining us. We'll eat on our own." "Very well, since all the dishes are ready. Let us begin." Chen Xiaoyun had no choice. Since the elders preferred not to partake, it was time for the younger crowd to enjoy. "I've been craving this." Chu Xiao eagerly dove into the feast. The 3 beautiful ladies were equally unreserved, unable to resist the aromatic allure of Chen Xiaoyun's cooking, which made their mouths water. Li Weibao, Chen Xiaoyun, and Chu Xiao unanimously targeted the eels. Their curiosity piqued about their reputed effects. They melt in your mouth, with a delicate and tender texture. Soft and fragrant, simply delightful. Their eyes sparkled. The eel was exquisite, fresh, and delicious. Chen Xiaoyun sampled the lion-headed goose first, eager to determine if the expensive delicacy lived up to its price. The most prized part of the goose was its head, with its rich, succulent meat. He cut the head into quarters and took a piece. The meat was tender, rich but not greasy, and incredibly flavorful, especially enhanced by the spring water used in the stew. Delicious. There's a reason for its high price, Chen Xiaoyun praised. The lion-headed goose was indeed far superior in taste compared to ordinary geese. It's truly delicious, far better than regular goose meat. However, it's still Brother Xiaoyun's culinary skills that shine. Chen Xiaohu mumbled through a mouthful of goose. Even the 3 ladies couldn't help but commend Chen Xiaoyun's culinary prowess. He.'s handsome too. If only he were wealthy, he'd be the perfect boyfriend. "Brother Chen, we're planning to go deep-sea fishing in a few days. Are you coming?" Li Weibao asked. With the May Day holiday approaching, they intended to venture out for fishing. "Going out to sea? Some online friends want to join us too. Let us skip it," Chen Xiaoyun pondered before declining. Since Li Weibao was inviting him, he felt it inappropriate to bring along strangers. "All right, perhaps next time we could go fishing together," Li Weibao nodded. "It's true. These eels are delicious. I've been craving them after seeing your videos, and now I finally get to taste them," Chen Xiaoyun remarked, almost neglecting all else as he focused intently on the eels. "You should eat less. Too much will be hard on you," Chen Xiaoyun cautioned as he watched Chen Xiaoyun devour the eel. "But this eel is so good. It's my first time tasting such delicious eel." Gian Xin et Galim, completely ignoring the warning. "Excessive indulgence may lead to consequences later," Chu Xiao added. Li Weibao was slightly more moderate, sampling a bit of everything: grouper, prawns, large crab, and stone fish tofu soup, which were quickly devoured. Meanwhile, 2/3 of the eel meat vanished into the bellies of Li Weibao and his companions, leaving not a drop of soup behind. Eventually, everyone felt full and could eat no more. A significant amount of the lion-headed goose remained, with over half the pot still full. The portion sizes had been generous, and even the snails had a large surplus, rendering them unable to eat any further. Some black bream and mullet were left, which were subsequently fed to the dogs. The tabby cat Lai Wang caught wind of the feast and hurried over from the chicken coop to join the banquet. After all, consuming half of the 40-pound lion-headed goose was quite an accomplishment. I'm so full. Brother Chen's cooking is simply extraordinary. It was rare to eat so heartily, as his dishes were irresistible. After dining, They felt a warm comfort enveloping their bodies. Li Wei Bao and the others experienced a pleasant warmth, particularly in their lower abdomens, as if a gentle flow coursed through them. After bidding their farewells, Li Wei Bao and his companions drove home with their respective partners. On the way back, they noticed their excitement rising, necessitating some form of relief. I can't hold back any longer. Li Wei Bao pulled over to the roadside to engage in a discussion about anatomy with his companion. Chen Xiaoyun and Chu Xiao followed suit, as the three cars parked along the dark road. The following content requires a fee to view. Chapter 48. May Day holiday with online friends awakening at 6 in the morning. I drank spring water for a week's worth of detox. After washing up, I began to tend to the chickens, ducks, and geese. After several days of nurturing, thanks to the spring water, these birds thrived without a hint of illness. Growing more vibrant by the day, Lai Wang, the tabby cat, diligently guarded the chicken coop. Today marked May 1st, the commencement of the holiday. Chen Xiaoyun offered Lai Wang some spring water, while the two little dogs, Haizi and Da Huang, begged for a taste as well. Woof woof, Haizi tugged at Chen Xiaoyun's pant leg, while Da Huang licked his hand incessantly. You've both had your fill. Why the fuss? Chen Xiaoyun observed the two playful pups. Woof woof, Haizi and Da Huang continued their antics, one tugging at his pants while the other rolled on the ground, pleading for more spring water. All right, I'll give you both a drop. Chen Xiaoyun relented, providing each dog with a taste. Woof woof, Haizi and Da Huang rejoiced, their tails wagging joyfully. The lychee trees in the garden bore few and small fruits, so Chen Xiaoyun decided against using spring water for irrigation, deeming it wasteful at this time. He planned to water the trees after pruning them this winter. The weather today was less than ideal. Overcast, but still suitable for a trip to sea, although they needed to wait for their online friends. The two friends who had contacted Chen Xiaohu arrived late last night and would take another 2 hours to reach them. Chen Xiaoyun packed half of the leftover lion-headed goose meat from last night into a bowl and headed to his Anna's house. Grandma, here is some of the lion-headed goose meat we made yesterday. There is plenty left, so I thought you'd like to try some. You may as well keep it for yourselves. Why bring so much here? My second grandfather, and I can hardly eat any of it. The second grandmother grumbled. Yet a smile adorned her face. This lion-headed goose was brought by my friend. I heard it costs over 2,000 yuan each. I thought to send some for you two to taste, to see if the meat of such an expensive goose is truly delectable. Chen Xiaoyun remarked with a smile. What kind of goose costs over 2,000? The second grandmother was astonished, unable to believe it. Many of the older generation have spent their lives in the countryside, naturally unaware of the prices of many things outside their realm of understanding. You are very thoughtful. The second grandfather expressed his contentment, feeling proud that Chen Xiaoyun not only possesses talent, but also shows great filial piety. After all, his older brother, who could not live to this day, has missed out on enjoying Chen Xiaoyun's devotion. Anyway, it's for my friends. They're quite well off and said it cost around 2,000. You should try it and see how it tastes. If it's good, once I raise my own lion-headed geese, we can have it every day. Chen Xiaoyun said with a playful grin. One cannot eat it every day. It is too expensive. Save it to sell and find yourself a wife. The second grandmother chuckled kindly. Brother Xiaoyun, our two online friends will arrive at the village around 9 o'clock. Chen Xiao informed Chen Xiaoyun. All right, we will wait for them before deciding. If it's not feasible, we won't go out to sea today, Chen Xiaoyun replied casually. It is not necessary to go out fishing every day. Doing so daily would be no different from going to work. During the May Day holiday, the number of travelers noticeably increased, and many tourists flocked to Gulong town. Not only were people from afar coming play, but even many from Shanhai city were traveling. Today, Li Wei Bao and his companions slept until the afternoon after staying up until around 4 in the morning. It remains unknown whether their second brother was defeated by the abyss of the deep sea, or if the abyss was overwhelmed by the flow of seawater. The outcome of the battle is known only to outsiders. However, it is conceivable that even the mightiest dragon would struggle against the abyss's grasp. Have you ever witnessed a field ruined by farming? It has always been the case that only the exhausted oxen are found. As morning approached, a white Buick CT6 and a black Chang'an CS75 pulled up in front of Chen Xiaoyun's home. Is this where Chen Xiaoyun lives? A man in his mid-30s stepped out of the Chang'an CS75. From the Buick CT6 emerged another man in his early 30s. Hearing someone call out, Chen Xiaoyun and his companions exited the living room. Are you the two brothers, King of Carp and North Sea Drifter? Chen Xiaohu inquired. My online name is King of Carp. My real name is Li Letian. The man in the Chang'an CS-75 introduced himself. My online name is North Sea Drifter. My real name is Jiang Yin. The driver of the Buick CT6 introduced himself. Greetings, I am Chen Xiaoyun, and these are my brothers, Chen Xiaohu and Chen Xiaonan. Chen Xiaoyun smiled as he introduced them. Brother Xiaohu, Brother Xiaonan. Li Letian greeted with a grin. Brother Xiaohu, we really enjoy watching your live streams, Jiang Yin added. Thank you for your support, esteemed brothers. Chen Xiaohu suggested, since you two have driven all night, why not come upstairs to rest for a bit? My brother has 2 guest rooms. We're not tired. We can head out to sea right now. We've been unable to catch anything while fishing lately, and we can hardly wait to join you, Li Letian replied eagerly. As long as we can catch fish, we would forego sleep altogether. Yes, me too. I've been fishing lately and come back empty-handed every day, which is quite frustrating. Going out with you will help lift my spirits, Jiang Yin nodded in agreement, expressing his desire to fish. If there are fish to catch, who needs sleep? Fishermen never sleep. Very well, if you two are not tired, we shall set sail today. But we must not go too far, Chen Xiaoyun nodded. Since they wish to fish, let us proceed. Wait a moment, I have brought some local specialties, our regional ham. Let me get it from the car, Li Letian said. You needn't have brought anything. Just your presence is enough, Chen Xiaoyun replied, surprised by Li Letian's thoughtfulness. Li Letian retrieved the ham from the trunk, a specialty from Yunnan, cured ham. Here, Brother Chen, let me take it inside. Chen Xiaoyun felt it impolite to refuse. Thank you, brother. He accepted the ham and carried it indoors. It would be rude to turn down a gift from someone who traveled over 1,000 kilometers. Yet, receiving it left him feeling somewhat uneasy. I also brought some gifts, nothing extravagant, just a few bottles of local wine. Jiang Yin mentioned as he retrieved 2 unmarked bottles of liquor from his vehicle. Chen Xiaoyun accepted the bottles. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Oh, it's homemade, not worth much. Just something for you to try, Jiang Yin said with a smile, placing the wine in the living room. Let us go, it's time to set off. Hee. Brother Jiang, I want to ride in your car, Chen Xiaohu said with excitement upon seeing Jiang Yan's Buick CT6, which he had admired at a dealership before. All right, get in. Jiang Yin smiled, gesturing for them to join him. Brotherly, come with us. You can leave your car here to save you the trouble of driving. Chen Xiaoyun suggested to Li Letian. Haha, sound good. I'll move my gear to your truck, Li Letian said, transferring his equipment to Chen Xiaoyun's pickup truck. Let us go, it's time to set sail. Chen Xiaoyun drove the pickup truck at the front. Brother Xiaohu, can you drive? Jiang Yin asked. Yes, I can. I got my license a year ago, Chen Xiaohu replied. Then, Brother Xiaohu, you take the wheel. I've been driving all night and need a break, Jiang Yin said, moving to the passenger seat. Thank you, brother, for allowing me this chance to drive, Chen Xiaohu said joyfully as he took the wheel. He drove slowly, and upon noticing this, Chen Xiaoyun reduced his speed as well. Upon arriving at the Qinyuan wharf, they parked the vehicle and bought live shrimp bait, small dead fish for crab traps, and their midday meal. They topped off the boat with fuel and conducted a thorough inspection. Let us go, set sail. Chen Xiaoyun waved as they embarked. Oh ho, the sea, here I come, Jiang Yin shouted, raising his arms at the bow of the boat. After living for so many years, this was his first time at sea. Li Letian gazed at the vast ocean, feeling a surge of ambition. In truth, once one becomes accustomed to it, the sea is just like that. Inland people find it novel, whereas those of us by the coast have never seen the mountains and find the scenery deep within them beautiful, Chen Xiaoyun remarked. That is indeed the case. People always yearn for novelty, Li Letian nodded. Do you smoke, Brother Chen? Li Letian asked, pulling out a pack of cigarettes. Chen Xiaoyun shook his head. I don't smoke, thank you. What about Brother Xiao? Li Letian inquired. No, thank you, brother, I don't smoke either, Chen Xiaohu said as he fiddled with his phone and began to live stream. Li Gu, could I have one? Jiang Yin asked, not waiting for Li Letian to offer him a cigarette. Li Letian handed him one, and the two lit up. I can tell by your accent that you're from Yunnan, Brother Li Letian, Chen Xiaoyun remarked. Yes, I'm from Yunnan. I came out to unwind during the May Day holiday, Li Letian replied. The tourist scenery in Yunnan is quite nice, Jiang Yin added. Indeed, it's quite good. But after seeing it often, as Brother Chen said, it becomes rather ordinary. Where are you from, Brother Jiang Yin? I'm from Nanguang Province, Jiang Yin answered. That is quite a distance from here. Fortunately, I set out yesterday afternoon. Chapter 49. Taking online friends out to sea for fishing. The fishing boat cuts through the waves, creating a trail of white foam. The weather today is overcast, and the sea is not its usual azure. Instead, It appears somewhat gray and hazy, limiting visibility. The group aboard the boat engaged in conversation. Fortunately, none of you suffer from seasickness. Many people experience it on their first boat ride. If you were to feel ill, we would certainly be unable to venture out to sea. Chen Xiaoyun remarked with a smile. Those who don't get carsick often don't get seasick either, though this is not a certainty. Nevertheless, if seasickness were to occur, we wouldn't be able to set sail, haha. Jiang Yin felt relieved that he was not susceptible to it. Having traveled from Nanguang Province, this was his inaugural sea journey, his first time on a boat. Family, this is our esteemed fan, the car prince, and this is the brother who cannot drift in Beihai. Chen Xiaohu introduced Jiang Yin and Li Letian, holding the camera. Hello everyone, I am the car prince. I am the brother who cannot drift. Jiang Yin and Li Letian greeted the camera. I envy you two elder brothers, so spontaneous, truly rushing off to meet the streamer and photographer. I wish I could join, but my capitalist overlord has me working overtime. Damn it, is anyone else planning to go? Perhaps you could pick me up on the way. Those unburdened by financial worries could freely pursue their desires. While others travel during the May Day holiday, I find myself unable to step outside my own door. Why? Because my pockets are empty, laughing and crying. Before long, the boat had sailed 20 nautical miles. Today, we won't venture too far, stopping at this point, as it was nearing noon. Let us catch a few fish for lunch, Chen Xiaoyun announced. All right, we will follow your lead, Brother Chen, Jiang Yin, and Li Letian agreed. As they were unfamiliar with the ways of the sea, choosing this area, they began to set their traps. They baited the shrimp and crab traps with small dead fish and lowered them into the sea. Not far off, they started to fish. Jiang Yin and Li Letian each possessed their own fishing rods, and judging by the brand, they appeared quite expensive. A true angler may not need to eat well, but their fishing rod must be of high quality. Fishing on the sea is quite simple. Just attach the heavy lead and bait, and cast along the side of the boat. Chen Xiaoyun first attached live shrimp as bait and began to cast his line. Jiang Yin and Li Letian followed suit, baiting their hooks and casting. Chen Xiaohu and Chen Xiaoyun skillfully cast their lines. They were out here to fish for profit, unlike Jiang Yin and Li Letian, who were here to relish the experience. Today's luck seemed better than yesterday's. Within 2 minutes of casting, Chen Xiaoyun caught a tiger grouper. I got a fish. So soon, Jiang Yin and Li Letian exclaimed in astonishment, as Chen Xiaoyun began to reel and catch before they had even had a minute with their lines in the water. What a basic operation, Chen Xiaohu remarked. The live stream chat began to flood with excitement. These two elder brothers aren't just loyal fans. They're questioning whether the streamer is the illegitimate child of the Dragon King. Well, it seems there are plenty of fish down there. Chen Xiaoyun replied calmly with a smile. Look, my line is shaking. Jiang Yin suddenly noticed the tip of his rod quivering and hurriedly lifted it. Hey, how about one? In the next moment, he felt a strong tug. The thrill of hooking a fish was exhilarating, sending adrenaline coursing through him. Haha, to catch a fish right away, this feeling is incredible. I've finally broken my dry spell. Jiang Yin shouted joyfully, reeling in his line as he battled with the fish beneath the waves. After a week of bad luck, he was finally breaking the curse of catching nothing. Feeling the blood in his veins boil with excitement, Li Letian, witnessing Jiang Yin's success, felt a pang of envy, but within moments, the tip of his own rod began to tremble vigorously. He paused for a second, then swiftly seized the rod and jerked it to set the hook. I caught one too, Li Letian exclaimed, overjoyed like a child. Could be a school of fish down there? Why are they biting so quickly today? Chen Xiaohu commented. Xiaoyun, should we create a bait spot? Upon hearing Chen Xiaohu's inquiry, Chen Xiaoyun replied, no need. Let me see what kind of fish we're catching first. If they aren't valuable, it's not worth it. Fish that aren't valuable fetch much money, and they didn't have many live shrimp bait with them. 3 minutes later, Chen Xiaoyun pulled a 5-pound tiger grouper from the water. A tiger grouper, not bad, he remarked. Tiger groupers are not as expensive as the green grouper and are not as delectable. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Yin reeled in a sea bass weighing over 7 pounds. Such a large sea bass, it pulls with great strength. Catching it is a delight. Jiang Yin thought nothing of the type of fish. As long as he was catching something, he was happy. What kind of fish is this? Li Letian inquired, looking at the fish he had caught. That's a wolf fish, but it's a decent size, probably 5 or 6 pounds, Chen Xiao answered. Wolf fish, isn't it not very tasty? Li Letian surmise. Noting the name likely indicated it was not a desirable catch. This fish, isn't commonly eaten. At the dock, it sells for around 10 yuan per pound. And not many are interested in buying, Chen Xiaoyun acknowledged. Then let us release it, Li Letian decided, having had his fill of excitement. After releasing the wolf fish back into the sea, he resumed baiting his hook. It seems there are fish down there, but they're all mixed up. Chen Xiaoyun shook his head. Having caught 3 different types of fish, he could surmise the situation. The water is full of common fish, so there is no need to create a bait spot. Chen Xiaoyun and Chen Xiaoyun each caught a couple of sea bass, around 3 pounds each, not large. As long as we're catching fish, we're content, Jiang Yin stated. I suspect the bad luck from these two brothers is affecting the streamer's catch today. A viewer commented in the live stream. It appeared to validate the viewer's remark. The fish they caught were neither large nor valuable, just sea bass, wolf fish, and white bream. These fish were not worth much. By midday, they continued to catch fish, but aside from the initial tiger grouper caught by Chen Xiaoyun, they hadn't landed anything substantial. Let us take a break and prepare lunch, Chen Xiaoyun announced, losing interest in fishing as the catches were neither large nor valuable. We'll fish a little longer. Jiang Yin and Li Letian were unwilling to put down their rods, as they were thoroughly enjoying the activity. Typically, they struggled to catch wild carp, so how could they abandon their lines now that they were catching sea fish? For a true angler, as long as there are fish biting, they could forego meals. The urge to fish is insatiable. Chen Xiaoyun retrieved the tiger grouper from the live well, along with a 3-pound sea bass and a black bream. Today's lunch would consist of these 3 fish: steamed sea bass, braised black bream, and the tiger grouper prepared in 2 styles: fish head soup and pan-fried fish fillets. Given the limited conditions aboard the boat, Chen Xiaoyun whipped up a few simple dishes. The staple was boiled rice noodles, quickly prepared with broth and seasonings. All right, it's time to eat. After finishing lunch preparations, Chen Xiaoyun called out. At this moment, Jiang Yin and Li Letian finally set down their rods to join for lunch. Wow, such a sumptuous meal. Just looking at it makes my appetite surge, Jiang Yin exclaimed, eyeing the seafood spread before him, feeling suddenly ravenous. The steamed sea bass is delightful, truly delicious, and far superior to freshwater bass, Li Letian praised after sampling the dish. Indeed, although this sea bass isn't expensive, we can wholesale at the dock for 40 to 50 yuan per pound. In the seafood market, it sells for 60 yuan per pound, while freshwater bass 1T fetch that price, Chen Xiaoyun added without reservation. The braised black bream is also exquisite. Brother Chen's culinary skills are impressive, surpassing those of many hotel chefs, Jiang Yin remarked, relishing the fish, which tantalized his taste buds. Observing the group's satisfying lunch, viewers in the live stream began to comment. A simple lunch at the seafood restaurant likely costs several hundred yuan. Several hundred? That tiger grouper, weighing over 4 kilograms, would set one back 2 to 300 yuan. The sea bass is about 150 to 160. The large black bream exceeds 200 yuan. Just the cost of the fish alone would amount to 5 or 600 yuan. Once prepared at a seafood establishment, those dishes would probably exceed 1,000 yuan. I truly envy a meal that costs 1,000. Indeed, if one wishes to attain seafood freedom, seeking out the streamers is the way to go. With Chen Xiaoyun's culinary skills, he could easily run a seafood restaurant and amass a fortune. Jiang Yin and Li Letian were utterly captivated by Chen Xiaoyun's culinary prowess. Chapter 50. An unexpected visitor after lunch. Chen Xiaoyun planned to rest for a while. Brother Jiang, Brother Li, let's take a break before fishing, Chen Xiaoyun suggested. Yet, Jiang Yin immediately shook his head. No way. The fish are biting well. I need to catch a few more. Me too, Li Letian Nakua. How could they miss out on good fishing just to rest? All right then, you two fish on. I'll take a moment to rest. Chen Xiaoyun was indifferent, as these two were true fishing enthusiasts. Chen Xiaoyun also lost interest and turned to live stream the fishing antics. Noticing that the catch of the day was not particularly good, Chen Xiaoyun decided to keep fishing to increase their earnings. Whether it was sea bass, black bream, or white bream, they could sell for over 40 yuan per pound. As long as they could catch fish, they could earn income. Just as Chen Xiaoyun lay down, he was called awake by Chen Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun, hurry up. A dolphin is calling out by our boat. We don't know what is happening. Chen Xiaoyun, roused from his rest, replied a dolphin. We might actually see one. Let's go take a look. He got up and stepped out of the resting room. Everyone look. This dolphin keeps calling. We have no idea what it's trying to express. Chen Xiaoyun pointed his phone camera at the dolphin in the water. What's going on? Chen Xiaoyun approached to inquire. A dolphin had surfaced beside the boat, its head above water, displaying a sense of urgency while continuously calling out. Just now, this dolphin swam to our boat and has been calling ever since. We can't figure out what is going on, Chen Xiaoyun explained. Observing the dolphin, Chen Xiaoyun noted a look of anxiety on its face. They say dolphins are the angels of the sea, yet this one appeared solely distressed. Do you think it wants our help? Li Letian suddenly suggested. Chen Xiaoyun crouched down and asked, Do you need us to assist you? In a miraculous moment, the dolphin nodded its head. Goodness, actually understands us. The viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement. Dolphins are indeed highly intelligent creatures. It wants us to help. Chen Xiaoyun was momentarily speechless. How can we assist you? Chen Xiaoyun asked. The dolphin turned its head, signaling for them to follow. Xiaonan, start the boat. Let us see what is going on. Chen Xiaonan moved to the helm, started the engine, and navigated the fishing boat alongside the dolphin. The dolphin led the way, frequently leaping out of the water to ensure they could see it. This dolphin was even seeking human assistance. How extraordinary. The audience in the live stream was curious about what could have happened to prompt the dolphin to seek out Chen Xiaoyun and the others for help. Due to the dolphin's plea for assistance, Chen Xiaoyun's live stream audience surged from 4,000 or 5,000 to over 20,000 viewers. Did a dolphin really come to seek help from the streamer? Is that true? Many viewers entered the stream, inquiring, Wow, this kind of thing is happening to us. We'll have a great story to tell, Jiang Yin remarked, watching the dolphin leap at the bow of the boat. After more than 20 minutes, Chen Xiaoyun and the others followed the dolphin to a particular area of the sea. Once they arrived, the dolphin circled their boat, continuously calling out. What is going on? There is nothing here, Chen Xiaoyun observed, noticing the empty waters. Have we arrived at the destination? The dolphin seems very anxious. The viewers echoed the sentiment. In this moment, Chen Xiaoyun and his companions were at a loss to understand what the dolphin was trying to convey. Streamer, I think the dolphin wants you to dive into the water with it, a viewer suggested in the chat. Yet, due to the overwhelming number of comments, Chen Xiaoyun missed it. The dolphin swam around the boat, its movements frantic as it leaped out of the water and continued to call, moving many viewers to feel both touched and anxious. I'm a caretaker at a dolphin facility. This dolphin wants you to dive into the water with it. That viewer continued. Some viewers noticed this comment and began to echo it. As the comments multiplied, Chen Xiaoyun finally caught on. Xiaoyun, someone in the chat said that the dolphin wants us to dive into the water. Dive into the water? Chen Xiaoyun was taken aback. Perhaps that is indeed the case. Li Latian Nudda. Could it be that a baby dolphin is in trouble beneath the water, seeking our help? Speculated someone in the chat. That seems plausible. Otherwise, why would this large dolphin be so frantic, seeking human assistance? However, we don't have diving equipment, nor do any of us know how to dive. Chen Xiaonan interjected. Indeed, among them, 2 were from inland areas, and the Chen brothers were not trained divers. Meanwhile, noticing Chen Xiaoyun and the others remaining still, the dolphin grew increasingly anxious. I'll go down and see what is happening, Chen Xiaoyun declared. Xiaoyun, the sea isn't a joke. Who knows how deep it is, and we lack diving gear. Chen Xiaonan quickly tried to dissuade him. Typically, a person can't hold their breath underwater for long. It's fine. I can hold my breath well. If I feel it's too much, I'll come back up, Chen Xiaoyun reassured them, removing his shirt and placing his phone aside. As he took off his shirt, his well-defined six-pack abs were revealed. He was the type whose physique was more impressive without clothing. Wow, the streamer has abs. What an impressive physique. Some viewers in the live stream were astonished by Chen Xiaoyun's physique. Xiaoyun, maybe we should reconsider, Chen Xiaoyun urged. The sea is perilous. I don't want you to take unnecessary risks. If something happens to you, I'll be in trouble with our grandfather. Wow, these two are heartless. Trying to stop someone from saving a baby dolphin. Some viewers commented. Exactly. After all, it is a life. Others countered. But in the sea, what if something happens? A human life is worth more than a dolphiness. Some rebutted. Indeed, there are always internet trolls and self-righteous individuals. They would criticize others. But when faced with the situation themselves, they would likely cower. In a vast ocean, without diving equipment, who would dare plunge recklessly into the depths? The viewership in a live stream continued to rise. It's fine. I can hold my breath underwater. Don't worry about me, Chen Xiaoyun stated, then dove into the sea without hesitation. He possessed the mountain sea pearl and was not concerned about running out of oxygen. Today was the perfect opportunity to test whether he could use the mountain sea pearl to breathe underwater. Upon seeing someone enter the water, the dolphin swiftly swam towards the depths. Chen Xiaoyun followed closely behind, descending into the depths. His confidence in diving stemmed from the mountain sea pearl, which allowed him to breathe while submerged. After swimming alongside the dolphin for 4 to 5 minutes, Chen Xiaoyun reached the seabed, where he indeed spotted the small dolphin. The larger dolphin swam anxiously around the smaller dolphin, clearly distressed. The distance from the surface was nearly 40 to 50 meters, and the visibility at the seabed was quite limited, adding considerable pressure. The underwater pressure was immense. Who would dare plunge so deep without proper diving training? Chen Xiaoyun swiftly swam over and discovered a small dolphin ensnared by a tattered net partially buried on the ocean floor. The little creature appeared to be on the brink of death. He hurriedly approached, attempting to tear the net away, but quickly realized that he lacked the strength to do so. Even an abandoned fishing net, soaked in seawater for an indeterminate time, would be challenging to rip apart without tools. This net was of the kind typically used for larger fish, robust, and seemingly discarded not long ago. If he did not act quickly, the little dolphin would suffocate. He needed to return to the boat to retrieve a knife, to cut the net, and save the dolphin. The net was wrapped too tightly for him to break it with his hands. With urgency, Chen Xiaoyun swam back to the surface. "Xiaoyun, how is it?" Chen Xiaohu breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him return safely. "There is indeed a small dolphin trapped by a discarded fishing net. Quickly fetch a knife. I will dive down to cut it free," Chen Xiaoyun replied hastily. Chen Xiaonan rushed to the kitchen and returned with a sharp fruit knife. "Here, Xiaoyun." Chen Xiaoyun took the knife, clenched it between his teeth, and dove back down. "Be careful," Chen Xiaohu shouted after him. Indeed, the small dolphin was entangled in the fishing net, which explained its desperate demeanor. The instinct of maternal love was truly profound, compelling the dolphin to seek help from humans. Dolphins, as intelligent marine creatures, exhibited remarkable awareness. The audience in the live stream had surged to around 50,000 viewers. Chen Xiaoyun dove back down, surfacing momentarily to catch his breath before descending once more. Upon returning to the ocean floor, he saw the larger dolphin anxiously nudging the smaller one with its head. The little dolphin was motionless, appearing to be on the verge of death. Chen Xiaoyun swam to the small dolphin's side and swiftly cut through the net with a knife. In a matter of moments, he freed the dolphin from its entrapment. However, the little dolphin had begun to close its eyes, showing no sign of life, signaling that it was close to death. The larger dolphin nudged the smaller one and swiftly swam towards the surface. Chen Xiaoyun followed closely behind. Why haven't they surfaced yet? Chen Xiaohu anxiously scanned the water's surface. The ocean appeared dark, obscuring their view below. The anchor has been down for nearly 5 minutes. Typically, a person cannot hold their breath for that long, commented one viewer in the live stream. As concern mounted for Chen Xiaoyun, the larger dolphin finally pushed the smaller dolphin above the surface. The dolphin has emerged. Is the little one saved? A sense of foreboding filled the air as the audience noticed the small dolphin's stillness. Where is Xiaoyun? Chen Xiaohu gazed anxiously at the water. Xiaoyun cannot be in danger. He is the last of his family line. Chen Xiaonan and Jiang Yin also watched the water with worry. Could the dolphin have perished? Dolphins can only hold their breath for around 30 minutes, and it had already surpassed that time. It's infuriating how discarded nets are left in the ocean, leading to countless marine creatures meeting their demise. Where's the host? Why hasn't he resurfaced? They lamented. He must not come to harm. Otherwise, what will we watch in the future? Sigh. The host is so kind-hearted. It would be such a loss if he were to perish. Just as the larger dolphin nudged the smaller one to the surface, Chen Xiaoyun also broke through the water. He gasped for fresh air, feeling the pressure in his lungs after surfacing. The host is alive. Hey, that was a bit excessive. The host is not dead. What do you mean he is alive? Apologies, misphrased. The host is still with us. Thank heavens, the host is well. Otherwise, we would miss the fishing streams. Such a handsome host, both in appearance and heart. To think he managed to stay underwater for at least 10 minutes. Chen Xiaoyun surfaced, breathing deeply to relieve the pressure. The pressure difference between the ocean depths and the surface was palpable. His lungs ached slightly. Unsure if it was due to his enhanced physique or the depths being around 40 to 50 meters, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. Xiaoyun, thank goodness you're all right. You scared me. Chen Xiaoyun's heart finally settled upon seeing Chen Xiaoyun safe. Hurry up. Chen Xiaoyun reached out to pull him up. Wait, the little dolphin seems to be struggling to breathe. Chen Xiaoyun remarked. What should we do? The others felt helpless. They were neither veterinarians nor dolphin trainers and had no knowledge of how to assist the small creature. The larger dolphin continued to nudge the smaller one, emitting distressed sounds. Chen Xiaoyun swam to the little dolphin, checking its breathing and noting a lack of inhalation. Let us get the little dolphin onto the boat, he instructed. Chen Xiaoyun grabbed a net to scoop the small dolphin aboard. Chen Xiaoyun climbed onto the boat, and the larger dolphin followed suit. What are they planning to do? They must save the little dolphin. The larger one looks heartbroken. But how? It's not human. We can't perform CPR or mouth-to-mouth. The audience count surged past 60,000, a feat that many secondary streamers could only dream of achieving in a day. What can we do? As they looked at the nearly lifeless dolphin, they felt utterly helpless. The larger dolphin's cries echoed with sorrow. I will try something. We must act as if this is a last-ditch effort. Chen Xiaoyun gently placed his hand near the small dolphin's mouth, discreetly administering 3 drops of spirit water. He then began to apply pressure to its heart, mimicking CPR techniques to see if he could revive the dolphin. Pressing in sets of 3, he maintained a steady rhythm. 5 minutes passed with no response. Chen Xiaoyun continuously fetched seawater to pour over the small dolphin. Chen Xiaoyun administered 5 more drops of spirit water, discreetly ensuring that no one noticed as he did so. It seems futile. If only we had acted sooner, perhaps it could have been saved. Such an adorable dolphin. To perish like this? The negligence of some fishermen was disheartening, carelessly discarding broken nets into the sea. So many marine creatures have succumbed to such traps. The larger dolphin bore a sorrowful expression, its face reflecting a deep sadness. Dubbed the smiling angel, the dolphin's visage now displayed grief, resonating with many viewers. On this Labor Day, many were home, engrossed in their phones. The livestream audience surged as Chen Xiaoyun's broadcast gained traction. Many stayed to witness the dolphin rescue. The viewer count quickly surpassed 100,000. Yet, Chen Xiaoyun was more concerned with the dolphin's survival than the rising numbers. The larger dolphin's mournful cries tugged at the heartstrings of viewers, tears forming at the corners of its eyes, conveying profound sorrow that resonated across the screens. May it survive. How pitiful. The host has an impressive physique. Those abs are truly tempting. Hey, don't get carried away. My abs are also quite appealing. Do you have any conscience? The little dolphin is on the verge of death, and yet you engage in frivolous antics in the live stream. Within the stream, many female viewers have joined. Some express sympathy for the dolphin, while others seem captivated by Chen Xiaoyun's chiseled abs. After administering 5 drops of the miraculous spring water, Chen Xiaoyun sensed a faint revival in the little dolphin's heartbeat. A spark of joy ignited within him. It appeared the spring water was indeed working. He administered 3 more drops, continuing the cardiac resuscitation for the little dolphin. After 3 more minutes of pressure, the little creature managed to take a breath. Realizing the dolphin had regained its breath, the larger dolphin burst into a joyful smile, nuzzling Chen Xiaoyun's foot with its head. What just happened? Did I really see the larger dolphin smile? The viewers in the live stream widened their eyes in disbelief. The little dolphin was breathing again. Chen Xiaoyun, who had been holding his phone to stream, suddenly exclaimed, "Could it be that it has truly been revived? Is this real, or are they merely seeking attention? If it were a ruse, how could the larger dolphin smile so brightly? Indeed, it is unlikely that a dolphin would smile if its young were in peril." In the next moment, the little dolphin seemed to affirm Chen Xiaoyun's words, slightly moving its mouth. Oh my goodness, the little dolphin moved its mouth. It has really come back to life. This is truly miraculous. The streamer is incredible. 666. Amazing. To think a dolphin could be revived through CPR. The host is truly remarkable. Seeing the little dolphin alive, Chen Xiaoyun placed his finger near its mouth, quietly administering 5 more drops of the spring water. With its breathing restored, the little dolphin slowly opened its sleepy eyes. The larger dolphin smiled and gently nudged the little one, a smile so soothing. Wow, that smile from the larger dolphin is so warm and healing. Many girls watching felt their hearts melting at the sight. The little dolphin called out softly in response to the larger dolphin. "Haha, the little dolphin is alive." Chen Xiaoyun exclaimed, relieved that they had managed to save it. Otherwise, the viewers would surely have criticized them. Chen Xiaoyun continued pouring seawater over the little and larger dolphins. Dolphins cannot stay out of the ocean for long. What an enriching experience today. Upon witnessing the little dolphin's revival, Jiang Yan and Li Letian also smiled. After a brief pause, the little dolphin's breathing gradually normalized, and it gently rubbed its head against Chen Xiaoyun's palm. "Hey there, little one." Chen Xiaoyun affectionately stroked the little dolphin's head. The little creature seemed to relish the touch, squinting its eyes and slightly parting its mouth, appearing utterly adorable. Wow, how cute. In the live stream, even the non-female viewers felt their hearts melting. "All right, back to the sea you go." Chen Xiaoyun cradled the little dolphin and placed it back into the ocean. The larger dolphin also leapt back into the water. Yet, upon returning to the sea, the two dolphins did not swim away. Instead, they circled around the boat. Chen Xiaoyun patted the larger dolphin on the head, and it smiled, allowing him to do so. He discreetly fed the larger dolphin 3 drops of the spring water. The little dolphin pressed closer, seeking Chen Xiaoyun's affection and the delicious water. "You little rascal," Chen Xiaoyun chuckled, giving in and providing the little dolphin with 2 more drops of the spring water. Observing Chen Xiaoyun petting the dolphins, Chen Xiaohu reached out as well, but was deftly avoided by the 2 dolphins, who refused to let him touch them. "Hey, I saved you too. Is this how you repay me?" Chen Xiaohu grumbled. "Ha ha ha." The photographer was met with playful disdain. The live stream audience erupted in laughter. Chen Xiaonan, Jiang Yan, and Li Letian also wished to pet the dolphins, for they are the sprites of the sea. Yet, without exception, the 2 dolphins evaded their attempts, refusing their touches. It appears that these 2 dolphins only recognized Chen Xiaoyun as their savior, Jiang Yan remarked with a smile. "Indeed, it is only natural for them to acknowledge him as their benefactor," Li Letian added. "The host is truly extraordinary. He has managed to revive a nearly lifeless dolphin. May the host enjoy a lifetime of peace and goodness." A rocket was sent to the host in gratitude for his kind heart in saving a little sea spirit. One enthusiastic viewer launched a rocket, followed by another. "I want to send a rocket too. I wish I could touch the host's abs. Dear lady, please maintain your composure. My abs are quite impressive as well." In the live stream, the barrage of comments was overwhelming, with over 100,000 viewers online, leaving Chen Xiaohu grinning from ear to ear. The gifts received today would surely inspire joyous dreams for him tonight. Such high popularity is typically reserved for the top streamers. Chapter 52. Returning to the depths to harvest abalone. By the way, is this account owned by the photographer? Does anyone know the host's quick audio number? I wish to follow him. Hey, I suspect you have ulterior motives. You won't be drawn in by his looks, will you? At this moment, Chen Xiaoyun, shirtless, flaunted his 6-pack abs, neither too lean nor too heavy, presenting a striking figure. His charm was undeniable, coupled with his handsome features. He caused many female viewers to experience heart palpitations. The host's quick audio number is Distant Fisherman. The first result that appears is the one to follow. "Thank you. I will go follow him." "Thanks, I will follow him too." "Xiaonan, catch a few sea bass to feed them," Chen Xiaoyun instructed. "Sure." Chen Xiaonan replied as he grabbed a net and fished out 5 sea bass, each weighing about a pound, from the live fish tank. Chen Xiaoyun took the sea bass and fed 3 to the larger dolphin and 2 to the little one. "All right, off you go now. Take care not to encounter danger again." After feeding the fish, Chen Xiaoyun encouraged the dolphins to depart. The 2 dolphins appeared to understand, nodding before circling the fishing boat 3 times before swimming off into the distance. Wow, these 2 dolphins are so intelligent. They seem to comprehend the host's words. Dolphins possess an intelligence comparable to that of a 6-year-old child, making them quite clever. With the dolphin rescue concluded, the popularity of the live stream did not wane significantly. After all, many fishing enthusiasts still exist among the men, and going out to fish remains a dream for many. For the female viewers, the allure lies in the abs and the presence of a handsome young man. Chen Xiaoyun's relentless practice of breathing techniques has not only gifted him a sculpted physique, but also rejuvenated his skin. Moreover, his face now appears far more handsome than before. "Xiaonan, go fetch a net. There are treasures beneath the sea, and I intend to retrieve some," Chen Xiaoyun instructed. During the rescue of the little dolphin, he had noticed numerous large abalone clinging to the coral nearby. "No way, Brother Xiaonan, are you really going back down? That's dangerous," Chen Xiaohu exclaimed, quickly trying to dissuade him. "It's all right. My ability to hold my breath underwater is quite good," Chen Xiaoyun reassured them, feeling secure with the Shanhai Pearl. knowing he could evade any danger. There's no gold down there. Perhaps you should reconsider, Brother Chen, Xiaoyun advised. There are plenty of large abalones down there, each of considerable size. It would be a missed opportunity not to bring some up. Xiaonan, hurry and get the net, Chen Xiaoyun insisted, unable to explain his possession of the Shanhai Pearl. An abalone, each of considerable size. The mention of large abalones surprised everyone. The larger the abalone, the more valuable it is, especially if it is wild. Seeing Chen Xiaoyun's resolute demeanor, Chen Xiaoyun hurriedly fetched the net. Chen Xiaohu, realizing he could not dissuade him, could only remind him, Brother Xiaoyun, gather as much as you can, but if you run low on breath, come back quickly. We can afford to lose a few. Your safety is what matters most. No worries, I know my limits. Chen Xiaoyun nodded, taking the net and a fruit knife, plunging back into the sea. He returned to the coral reef, where palm-sized abalones clung to the rocks. Harvesting abalones underwater is challenging, primarily because their locations are unknown. The ocean is vast, and despite the high value of abalones, no one can meticulously search each spot. Additionally, many aquaculture farms are now cultivating abalones along the coast. Chen Xiaoyun Pride opened the first palm-sized abalone with his fruit knife and placed it into the net. As the air supply dwindled, Chen Xiaoyun resurfaced to replenish his breath before diving back into the depths. Soon, his small net was brimming with more than a dozen large abalone. He had no choice but to return to the surface, delivering his catch. Upon breaking the water surface, Chen Xiaoyun felt a brief bout of tinnitus and dizziness. But he quickly regained his composure. Observing that Chen Xiaoyun had been submerged for 6 or 7 minutes, Chen Xiaohu breathed a sigh of relief. Coolme, let us place the abalone in the live fish tank. Chen Xiaoyun raised the net. Chen Xiaonan swiftly took the net, and upon inspection, was utterly astonished. Such large abalone? Wow, this one must weigh at least a pound. Truly a premium catch. Li Letian and Jiang Yin were equally amazed. Previously, they had only encountered two-headed abalone at seafood restaurants, which were farm-raised and exorbitantly priced. The size of these abalones suggested they were Haliotis diversicolor, and wild specimens of such magnitude could fetch upwards of 2,000 each. This variety is primarily found along the coastal regions of Chen Province, with sparse distributions along the southern coast. It was unexpected for the streamer to discover such a treasure. Indeed, a stroke of fortune. A single abalone is worth a month's salary. I truly feel like a failure, someone lamented. Streamer, I'm 176 centimeters tall with a lowly voice. Could you possibly send me 2 abalones? You can't possibly be a 176 centimeters tall Hulk, can you? What would you need abalone for? You better clarify. 2 abalones? This guy knows how to play. 666. Truly, good people have good abalone. These abalones are so plump. You upstairs, I hope you're referring to this abalone. Have you all passed your driving test? Is that why you're carelessly driving around? But it really does look like. Is there another net aboard? Chen Xiaonan inquired after securing the abalones. No, this is the only one, he replied, scratching his head. It seems I'm destined for labor. Chen Xiaoyun, net in hand, descended once more into the ocean. 6 minutes later, he resurfaced with another 10 or so one-headed abalones. Is there more? Perhaps we should return another day for more. Chen Xiaohu expressed concern. Having witnessed his brother make so many trips, he worried about Chen Xiaoyun's stamina and the potential for mishaps if he continued. This is the last time. Let's gather the larger ones, Chen Xiaoyun declared as he plunged back into the depths. Among the coral reefs, numerous abalones of various sizes were present, numbering in the hundreds. However, Chen Xiaoyun focused solely on the larger specimens, leaving the smaller two-headed abalones untouched. The vibrant coral reefs were alive with colorful little fish darting about, and occasionally, one could spot a grouper hunting smaller fish. After collecting over 10 palm-sized abalones, Chen Xiaoyun decided to return. He was not greedy. He didn't wish to deplete the entire reef. Phew! Emerging from the water, Chen Xiaoyun inhaled the fresh air deeply. He presented the net to Chen Xiaonan, who quickly pulled him up. Streamer, you're incredible, diving without equipment and resurfacing multiple times. This meal isn't for the faint-hearted. Don't be envious. Viewers in the live stream expressed their astonishment at Chen Xiaoyun's ability to hold his breath for such an extended period. Although there are individuals who can hold their breath longer, to do so without equipment while diving for abalone is a feat few can accomplish. Am I the only one who has noticed the stamina of our streamer? What a wild claim. Do you even know the meaning of restraint? I'm truly exhausted. Chen Xiaoyun donned his shirt. Repeated dives had indeed taken their toll on his energy. He discreetly poured some spring water into a cup and drank, alleviating his fatigue. 37 abalones, each weighing over a pound. Xiaoyun, you're phenomenal. Chen Xiaoyun couldn't help but praise him. Your luck is truly exceptional. Saving a small dolphin and coming across so many large abalones. Impressive. Li Letian marveled at Chen Xiaoyun's fortune. Such a gathering of large abalones is rare. If dried, they could yield 3 times the value, Jiang Yan added. He had tasted steamed, dried abalone before, which could command prices of 10,000 for a 4-headed specimen. In reality, the terms 1-headed and 2-headed abalone refer to the weight of the dried product, with 1 pound constituting a 1-headed abalone and 2 for a 2-headed one, based on ancient measurement units where 600 grams equaled a pound. However, many misinterpret this, thinking a live abalone weighing a pound qualifies as a 1-headed abalone. Chen Xiaoyun and his companions were equally unaware of this nuance, but it mattered not. They simply knew these abalones were worth a pretty penny. Let us return to fishing. We've lingered here too long, Chen Xiaoyun said with a smile. Unexpectedly collecting so many 1-headed abalones had indeed been a delightful surprise. Is this not a case of good fortune begetting good fortune? After all the tuing and froing, it was nearly 3 o'clock. All right, let us fish for a while. It's time to head back. For Jiang Yan and Li Letian, the thrill of fishing had already been satisfying, and the day's experiences had been rich. Back near the shrimp and crab traps, the group resumed fishing. The popularity of Chen Xiaoyun's live stream began to wane. Not everyone relished watching fishing broadcasts. Few could boast the viewer counts of tens of thousands for fishing streams. Such occurrences were exceptionally rare. As they continued fishing, it seemed the fish had their own whims today, either small or of little value, leaving Chen Xiaoyun disinterested. Chen Xiaoyu abandoned fishing to interact with viewers, while only Chen Xiaoyun, Jiang Yan, and Li Letian persevered. For Jiang Yan and Li Letian, it sufficed that a fish was hooked. They relished the thrill of the catch. Being less concerned with the haul. Photographer, where are you located? I'd like to visit for a few days, a viewer inquired. We are in Nanguang Province, Shanhai City, at a coastal town. Just navigate directly to the town, Chen Xiaoyu responded. If you're driving, the high-speed train only reaches the county. You'll need to take a bus to the town. Is anyone interested in touring the streamer's area? Let us team up to find him and go fishing at sea. Photographer, what is the streamer's WeChat ID? My brother doesn't often add strangers. But you could add me instead, Chen Xiaoyu replied, refraining from disclosing Chen Xiaoyun's WeChat ID. Huh, you have no abs, you're not handsome. And your skin is dark. I'm not interested, another viewer jested. Haha, that is harsh, my friend. Serves you right, photographer. Do you think you can compete with the streamer? Say that again, and I'll jump into the sea to show you. Chen Xiaoyu retorted, his eyes wide. Jump! I dare you. The female viewer teased. Hey, I have a temper. If I jump, I fear it might scare off the fish. The photographer spoke with the fiercest tone, yet his words betrayed a cowardly heart. Don't worry, photographer. The more you fish, the more you'll catch. Chen Xiaoyun reclined on a deck chair, a straw hat covering his face, enjoying a comfortable rest. The boat swayed gently, a soft breeze brushing against him, infused with the salty scent of the sea. Meanwhile, his live stream featuring the rescue of the small dolphin was being screenshotted and recorded by some viewers, spreading rapidly on social media, garnering more attention. The video quickly accumulated likes and comments, poised to trend. However, Chen Xiaoyun remained oblivious to all this. Before long, his phone rang with an incoming call. Checking the screen, he saw it was Manager Wang from the Xiangchu Seafood Hotel in the city. Hello, Manager Wang. Why are you calling me? Chen Xiaoyun answered. Hey, little brother. Can I call you? Manager Wang chuckled on the other end. Of course you can. What brings you to call? Chen Xiaoyun. I noticed you were live streaming and caught some abalones. I saw that they were of excellent quality, so please set some aside for me. I want them all. Manager Wang immediately clarified the purpose of his call. Abalone, I was actually planning to call you once we reached the shore, but I didn't expect you to call me first. Chen Xiaoyun chuckled, fully aware of the reason behind Manager Wang's call. Wild abalones are becoming increasingly rare in the market, nearly impossible to find. The farmed abalones cannot be compared to their wild counterparts at all. All right, it's settled, Chen Xiaoyun. Set aside the abalones for me, and the price will surely satisfy you, Manager Wang declared confidently. Sure, I'll reserve them for you. Chen Xiaoyun nodded. As long as the price is reasonable. It doesn't matter whom he sells them to. He had not considered making dried abalone from them, nor did he possess the skills to do so. All right, I'm heading to Shanhai Pearl to wait for you to return, Manager Wang concluded before hanging up. High-end seafood is a sought-after commodity, and the competition among various establishments in Shanghai City is fierce. The last time, when Chen Xiaoyun sold 5 large grouper to the Xianchu Seafood Hotel, they suffered a significant loss of face. This time, reclaiming those large abalones will undoubtedly attract many wealthy patrons. Once Manager Wang hung up, Chen Xiaoyun smiled faintly. Good goods sell themselves. The fear lies in scarcity. There are still plenty of large abalones in that coral reef area. He merely selected the largest ones. During his last abalone harvest, he sprinkled some spiritual spring water in that area, hoping to keep the abalone group there. If they stay, he can return to harvest some more after a while. The fishing boat is equipped with a southern dipper positioning system, and he has noted the coordinates of that area. Just after hanging up, another call came in from Manager Zhu of the County Seafood Hotel. Hello, Chen Xiaoyun. I saw your video and noticed you caught some large abalones. Can you sell them to me? I can offer a high price. Manager Zhu stated directly. I'm sorry, Manager Zhu, but those abalones have already been reserved. Chen Xiaoyun replied apologetically. Can we negotiate further? It's only a reservation after all, and I can offer a high price as well. Manager Zhu persisted. Let me see. If the price offered by the other party does not satisfy me, I will contact you, Chen Xiaoyun replied noncommittally. If Manager Wang's price does not meet his expectations, he can sell to others. All right, I'll wait for your call. Manager Zhu reluctantly hung up. No reputable seafood hotel would simply let go of the abalones that Chen Xiaoyun harvested. They all compete for high-end resources and clientele. Just as he hung up, Manager Liu from the Penghu Seafood Hotel in Guilong Town also called, eager to purchase abalones. Chen Xiaoyun was puzzled. He hadn't posted anything online. So how did they know he had caught abalones? Were they perhaps monitoring Chen Xiaoyun's live stream? He had not anticipated that these abalones would be in such high demand. Even before they reached the shore, people were already calling to purchase them. Jiang Yin, Chen Xiaonan, and Chen Xiaoyun had been fishing for over an hour, and it was already past 4 in the afternoon. All right, let's pack up and head back. We still need to collect the shrimp and crab traps, Chen Xiaoyun announced. Shouldn't we fish for a few more minutes? Jiang Yin and Li Letian were reluctant to leave, still riding the high of their catches. We'll fish tomorrow. If we stay out too long, it will be very late when we return, Chen Xiaoyun said. Fine then. Jiang Yin and Li Letian reluctantly reeled in their lines. Today has been the most exhilarating fishing experience I've had this year, Jiang Yin remarked with a smile. Catching sea fish weighing 2 to 3 pounds each was far more thrilling than catching minnows and small fish. The joy of deep-sea fishing is incomparable to that of fishing in controlled environments. It's no wonder so many people enjoy it. Li Letian agreed. Since we came out late today, let us go further tomorrow to catch bigger fish. The ones we caught today are too small. Hey, let us look forward to catching big fish tomorrow. Today's sea fishing provided Jiang Yin and Li Letian with a unique experience. The best day they had since they began fishing. All right, family, let us gather the shrimp and crab traps and head back. Chen Xiaoyun piloted the boat to the location where they had set the traps, and Chen Xiaoyun began to retrieve the shrimp traps. The first trap yielded a catch of over 10 pounds of mantis shrimp. Oh, family, this trap is filled with mantis shrimp, which aren't very valuable, Chen Xiaoyu remarked disdainfully. On the coast, mantis shrimp sell for only 40 to 50 yuan per pound, comparable to black tiger shrimp but slightly better than white shrimp. It's ironic how humans' joys and sorrows are not shared. While we crave these delicacies, you disdain them. Photographer, why don't you discuss with the host about sending me these mantis shrimp? I wouldn't mind at all. Yes, please send them to me. I wouldn't be bothered. I'll take care of them. This is just ridiculous. After placing the mantis shrimp into the live fish tank, Chen Xiaoyun began to collect the second trap. The second trap yielded over 20 pounds of black tiger shrimp. Out of 15 shrimp traps, they collected 3 traps of spotted shrimp, 4 traps of mantis shrimp, and 8 traps of black tiger shrimp. Not bad. Today's shrimp catch was quite impressive. Looking at the bountiful shrimp, Chen Xiaoyu addressed the live stream. Incredible. I'm new here, and we've caught so many shrimp from just a dozen traps. This is astounding. Have we achieved seafood freedom? Host, I want to marry you. You should marry the photographer instead. The host is ours. After finishing with the shrimp traps, Chen Xiaoyun turned to the crab traps. While the shrimp traps were fruitful, the crab traps yielded less. from 100 crab traps. They only gathered about 200 pounds of flower crabs. Seeing you all go out to sea and return with such a bounty makes me want to change careers. Li Letian said, It's not that simple. Many fishing boats go out to sea and barely cover their fuel costs, Chen Xiaoyun replied. True. I forgot you're related to the Dragon King. A good catch is guaranteed. Li Letian laughed. Family, now that we've finished collecting the crab traps, we should head back. Today's live stream will end here. Chen Xiaoyun prepared to sign off. Photographer, if you dare to end the stream, we'll unfollow you. Indeed. We want to see how those large abalones are sold. If you dare to stop the live stream, we'll unfollow you. Chen Xiaoyun was taken aback. How did this turn into a threat? No, family, Chen Xiaoyun began to explain that the live stream had already lasted long enough. We don't care. We want to see the live stream selling abalones. Yes, we want to see the live stream selling abalones. What I feel like a truck just ran over my face. It feels strange. Have you all taken to the highway and started racing? Seeing many viewers express their desire to watch the live stream selling abalones, Chen Xiaoyun had no choice but to comply and kept the stream going. After all, the fans are the source of his livelihood. After collecting the crab traps, Chen Xiaoyun piloted the boat back to the pier. By the time they returned, it was already past 6 o'clock, and Manager Wang had been waiting at the pier, eagerly anticipating Chen Xiaoyun's return. Upon seeing their fishing boat approach the shore, Manager Wang waved in greeting. Chen Xiaoyun. Manager Wang, sorry to keep you waiting, Chen Xiaoyun smiled in response. As Chen Xiaoyun's fishing boat docked, several fishmongers gathered around, eager to see the fruits of their labor. After all, a fishing boat that returns with a haul worth 70 to 80,000 yuan in a single day would quickly become the talk of Shanhai Pearl. Rumors circulated that Chen Xiaoyun and his crew were related to the Dragon King, and nearly all the fishermen at Shanhai Pearl were aware of this tale. Chen Xiaoyun, Managers Zhu and Lu also rushed over, unwilling to miss out on the abalones Chen Xiaoyun had caught. Manager Zhu, Manager Lu. Chen Xiaoyun nodded in acknowledgement, feeling a slight unease as he observed Manager Zhu and Manager Lu, fearing that they might purchase the abalones. Once the boat steadied, Manager Wang was the first to leap onto the deck. Brother Chen, where are the abalones? Show me quickly, he urged impatiently. In that live fish tank, Chen Xiaoyun indicated. As Manager Wang opened the tank, he was met with the sight of large, wrinkled abalones, the size of a man's palm. Wrinkled abalones are indeed a rarity in the southern regions, and such sizable specimens were unheard of in the entire Shanghai city this year, despite the multitude of fishermen. This demonstrated the exceptional scarcity of the abalones that Chen Xiaoyun had harvested. Manager Lu and Manager Zhu joined them on the fishing boat. Manager Wang grabbed an abalone, nearly unable to hold it with just one hand. These are magnificent. If dried, they could be worth 3 premium abalones, he exclaimed. Manager Lu chimed in, once dried. A single premium abalone can fetch no less than 50,000. Even if not dried, these sizable abalones would sell for 7,000 to 8,000 at our hotel, and they require advance reservations. After all, such large wild wrinkled abalones are not an everyday find. Even farmed ones take 3 to 4 years to reach this size. Manager Wang's face darkened with frustration, wishing he could silence the two with a stitch of thread. Their incessant chatter was unwelcome. Who needed their unsolicited expertise? At that moment, he could scarcely contain his irritation. Chen Xiaoyun remained silent, amused, knowing that with managers Zhu and Lu present, the price for the abalones would surely be elevated. As news of the exceptional abalone spread, numerous fish vendors flocked to the boat. Goodness, such large abalones, could they be farmed? One vendor exclaimed in astonishment. It was understandable. Such wild premium abalones were exceedingly rare, primarily cultivated artificially nowadays. Indeed, these are exceptional finds, a testament to being a relative of the Dragon King. They were envious, realizing that such treasures were beyond their financial reach. Manager Wang, please provide a price. The day is waning, Chen Xiaoyun urged. Brother Chen, I won't say much more. 4,000 each is the highest price I can offer, Manager Wang replied. Managers Zhu and Lu exchanged surprised glances, as they could only muster 3,000 at most. They were astonished by Manager Wang's audacity in offering such a high price. Despite the rarity of the abalones, the price seemed excessive. Upon witnessing their astonished expressions, Chen Xiaoyun understood that Manager Wang's offer was indeed generous. 4,000 each? That's quite a sum. My monthly salary could only buy me one. Wow, 4,000. Truly staggering. I thought a single abalone could be worth over 10,000. I've seen online prices reaching hundreds of thousands. Just as Chen Xiaoyun was about to agree, Chen Xiaoyun interjected. Manager Wang, I heard online that a single premium abalone costs over 10,000. This price? Haha, brother Xiao. What you're referring to is the dried version. A dried premium abalone can indeed reach hundreds of thousands. Manager Wang clarified with a smile, unfazed by the interruption. I see. I mistakenly thought the online prices were for live abalones. Chen Xiaohu said sheepishly. Well then, brother Chen, that's the best price I can offer. It's within my authority. Manager Wang stated, aware that he was merely an employee, a purchasing manager, and could not justify a higher offer. Suddenly, the ringtone of Manager Wang's phone interrupted the conversation. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from the second young master Chu. The second young master, also monitoring the live stream, had witnessed Manager Wang's bid. Hello, second young master. What can I do for you? Manager Wang answered. Yes. Understood, second young master. After hanging up, Manager Wang turned to Chen Xiaoyun with a grin. The second young master just called to say he pay 5,000 each, as you're his good friend. He asked me to raise the price. He pondered how Chen Xiaoyun had developed such a close relationship with the second young master, who personally called to request a price increase. Chen Xiaoyun was equally surprised. It was unexpected for Chu Xiao to call on his behalf. He had no desire to exploit the situation excessively, considering they were friends. No need for that. Let us stick to the original price. The second young master also mentioned that he and his friends will visit your home soon and would like to enjoy some eel. Manager Wang added. All right then, Chen Xiaoyun agreed, wondering if they believed in the health benefits of eel and wanted to compensate him. For the 37 abalones, that totals. Wait, Manager Wang, I want to keep 7 abalones for myself. Chen Xiaoyun quickly interjected. What? You're not selling them all? Manager Wang asked, surprised. I've never eaten such large abalones before, and I have guests coming, so I'd like to keep a few for them, Chen Xiaoyun explained. Brother Chen, it's best to sell them all. Treating us with such expensive abalones seems excessive, Li Letian interjected. Indeed, Brother Chen, this would be too extravagant for us, Jiang Yin added. Although they could afford the 5,000 price, they felt uncomfortable allowing Chen Xiaoyun to host them with such costly delicacies. It's fine. I caught them myself, not purchased. What's inappropriate about that? Chen Xiaoyun dismissed their concerns. If that's the case, we must pay you, Li Letian insisted. They had just met, and, as they were on vacation, Chen Xiaoyun's hospitality was generous. However, if they offered nothing in return, it would seem impolite. Seeing the determined expressions on Li Letian and Jiang Yan's faces, Chen Xiaoyun relented. Very well. Ultimately, all 37 abalones were sold to Manager Wang. Brother Chen, for 37 abalones, that's a total of 185,000. Manager Wang promptly transferred the funds to Chen Xiaoyun. I can't believe it. 185,000. This amount will astonish me for an entire year. It's equivalent to 3 years' worth of my earnings. Truly, I feel like a fool. Seeing this makes me want to become a fisherman. One day's earnings surpasses 2 years of labor. Many in the live stream were astonished, realizing that selling over 30 abalones had yielded such a high price, an amount many wouldn't earn in a year. It was evident that Chen Xiaoyun was indeed a relative of the Dragon King, as a single trip to sea felt like picking up money. Nearby fish vendors were equally astonished by the staggering price for 37 abalones. Old Wang, you've purchased the abalones. Don't compete with me for those mantis shrimp. Manager Zhu remarked, eyeing the 30-odd kilograms of mantis shrimp. All right, I'll let you have them. Manager Wang conceded after a moment of thought. Brother Chen, I'll take these mantis shrimp at 150 per kilogram. Manager Zhu exclaimed happily. That's fine, but I want to reserve 3 kilograms for myself, Chen Xiaoyun stated. One cannot sell all their harvest. One must keep some for personal enjoyment. Agreed. Manager Zhu could only nod in acknowledgement. Manager Liu, feeling somewhat vexed, was dismayed that someone with the surname Zhu had gotten ahead of him. He too desired the mantis shrimp, which were notoriously difficult to procure. Hence their exorbitant price of 150 yuan per pound. 3 pounds of mantis shrimp were left, while 34 pounds were sold to Manager Zhu, totaling 5,100 yuan. In light of this, Liu manager decided to purchase all the mantis shrimp and black tiger shrimp. Naturally, it was out of the question for him to make the trip in vain. Moreover, by acquiring Chen Xiaoyun's catch, he solidified their relationship, making it easier to procure exquisite seafood from Chen in the future. All right, Chen Xiaoyun had no objections. He was indifferent as to whom he sold the seafood, as they were not particularly valuable. He retained 5 pounds of mantis shrimp and 5 pounds of black tiger shrimp for himself. Manager Liu purchased the mantis shrimp at 50 yuan per pound and the black tiger shrimp at 60 yuan per pound. The mantis shrimp weighed 46 pounds, costing 2,300 yuan, while the black tiger shrimp weighed 137 pounds, totaling 8,220 yuan. The entire transaction amounted to 10,520 yuan. I have transferred the money to you, Brother Chen. In the future, please be sure to inform me of any good catches. Certainly. Chen Xiaoyun could only nod in agreement. Manager Liu then transferred the funds to Chen Xiaoyun before bidding farewell with the mantis and black tiger shrimp. Brother Chen, I shall take my leave now. Please notify me promptly of any good catches in the future. Manager Wang also departed with abalone, heading back to the city. All right, those red flower crabs. If you don't want them, sell them to me. 51 pounds. How does that sound, Brother Chen? Manager Zhu observed that the red flower crabs were of decent size, each weighing approximately half a pound, and were of good quality. Yes, that works. Chen Xiaoyun had been pondering how to deal with these crabs. He retained 10 pounds of red flower crabs and sold the remaining 205 pounds to Manager Zhu for a total sale of 10,250 yuan. The money has been transferred. I will now deliver the goods back to the county. Brother Chen, remember to get in touch if you have any good catches in the future. Manager Zhu took the red flower crabs and mantis shrimp, leaving Chen Xiaoyan and Jiang Yan with the fish they had caught. How should we sell these fish? As fishmongers boarded the boat, they inquired about the fish in the live well. If you want them all, I'll sell you 41 pounds. Chen Xiaoyan planned to dispose of them at a bargain to return home. Sure, I'll take them. The fishmonger readily agreed, finding the deal advantageous. Chen Xiaoyan kept 1 black sea bream, 1 red snapper, and 1 sea bass, selling the rest. Although numerous, the fish were not large, totaling 160 pounds, which sold for 6,400 yuan. Once all catches were sold, many viewers in the live stream were astonished. My goodness, going out to sea with a streamer really pays off. Is there a shortage of trinkets on the streamer's thigh? I'm quitting my job right now. Mom asked me why I'm kneeling to watch the live stream. All right, folks, that concludes today's live stream. My phone and power bank are both out of juice. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Xiaoyun ended the stream. As word spread quickly at the dock, everyone began to refer to Chen Xiaoyun and his companions as relatives of the Dragon King. Who else but the Dragon King's kin could haul in such an abundance of premium abalone? It had been 5 or 6 years since anyone had caught so much exquisite abalone at Qining Bay. Their luck was unparalleled. Was the Dragon King feeding them? Many were envious of Chen Xiaoyun and his companions, especially the fishermen who also set out to sea but did not have such good fortune. Chapter 55. Seafood Feast. Drinking heartily, eating meat generously today, as Catch firmly established the rumor that they were indeed relatives of the Dragon King. At the Qining village dock, no fisherman with small boats had ever matched the haul that Chen Xiaoyun and his companions brought in a single day. Their total earnings for the day amounted to 217,270 yuan. Earning over 20,000 in a single day left everyone awestruck. Even Li Letian and Jiang Yan, who came from somewhat affluent families, were astonished. At this rate, would they not earn over 1 million in a month? Such profits were enough to tempt even them. Chen Xiaoyun distributed the earnings to Chen Xiaohu and Chen Xiaonan. Chen Xiaonan received 21,700 yuan, while Chen Xiaohu received 87,000. After distributing the funds, Chen Xiaoyun still had over 100,000 left, which was the total income from today's expedition. Had it not been for the unexpected rescue of a baby dolphin and the discovery of a large abalone bed, they might have only earned 20 to 30,000. Chen Xiaohu gazed at the steadily increasing savings, unable to suppress his grin. Similarly, Chen Xiaonan felt as if he were dreaming with a daily income of 20,000. Brother Xiaoyun, today a viewer sent 10 rockets specifically for you. After deducting the platform share, it totals 8,000, and I'll transfer it to you. Chen Xiaohu transferred the rocket gift money from today's live stream to Chen Xiaoyun. All right, I accept. Chen Xiaoyun did not refuse, denying it might hurt Chen Xiaohu's pride, making him feel it was charity. Let us go. I'll prepare dinner. Chen Xiaoyun called out. By now, everyone was quite hungry. Chen Xiaoyun drove the pickup truck while Chen Xiaohu drove Jiang Yan's majestic CT6 as they left Qining Bay and headed toward Chenjiakan. After they departed, several young men on a fishing boat silently observed them. Brother, upon returning to Chen Xiaoyun's home, Zai and Huang joyfully rushed out to greet everyone. Tonight, we feast on seafood, Chen Xiaoyun declared with a smile. Being by the seaside, hosting guests naturally called for a seafood banquet. Let us lend a hand and bring the seafood inside. Everyone helped carry the mantis shrimp, black tiger shrimp, mantis shrimp, and red flower crabs, along with 3 fish into the house. 3 pounds of mantis shrimp, 5 pounds each of black tiger and mantis shrimp, and 10 pounds of red flower crabs were quite a haul. Come, everyone help wash the shrimp, crabs, and fish while I prepare the ingredients, Chen Xiaoyun called out. Let us work together. Chen Xiaohu, Chen Xiaoyun, Jiang Yin, and Li Letian all pitched in, gutting fish, deveining shrimp, and cleaning crabs. Brother Xiaoyun, we'll go help you feed the chickens, ducks, and geese. After cleaning the fish and shrimp, Chen Xiaohu and Chen Xiaoyun voluntarily went to help feed the poultry. Good. Chen Xiaoyun was too busy with dinner to attend to that. He took out last night's uneaten river snails from the fridge to reheat, put the leftover lion-headed goose meat on to stew, and then began to prepare the fish and shrimp. The mantis shrimp would be steamed and served with seafood sauce. The mantis shrimp would be salted and baked, and the black tiger shrimp would be stir-fried with garlic. Half of the red flower crabs would be steamed while the other half would be stir-fried with scallions and garlic. The sea bass would be steamed, while the black sea bream would be braised, and the red snapper would be prepared in 2 ways, sashimi and pan-fried fillets. By the time the dishes were ready, it was nearly 8 o'clock. With so many dishes prepared, there was no need to cook rice. It was time to eat and drink. Wow, tonight's dinner is quite lavish, Jiang Yin exclaimed, gazing at the table laden with dishes. 11 courses, each generously portioned, with crabs and shrimp served in bowls, were a feast for the eyes and palate, far too much for mere bowls. Chen Xiaohu retrieved a case of beer from the fridge. Eating and drinking together, they were in for a joyous night. Today's live stream had increased his followers to 60,000, and his earnings had exceeded 10,000. For him, it felt like a festive occasion. Cheers to record-breaking income. The chill beer only got better with each sip. This lavish spread is truly appreciated, Brother Chen. Thank you for your generous hospitality. Li Letian raised a beer glass, filling it to the brim, and toasted to Chen Xiaoyun and the others. Since we all know each other, let us celebrate our friendship. No need for formalities. Let us drink and enjoy. Chen Xiaoyun hurriedly responded. Indeed, we are all friends. So let us drink to our heart's content, Jiang Yin chimed in. With abandon, they ate and drank. Everyone was in high spirits. It was Jiang Yin and Li Letian's first time fishing so successfully. The Chen brothers were also elated with their earnings. Brother Chen's culinary skills are unmatched. This is delicious, far surpassing any chef's work. The mantis shrimp, peeled and dipped in seafood sauce, was sweet, tender, and delightful, eclipsing any mantis shrimp he had tasted at hotels. Li Letian could not help but extol its virtues. One was not enough. He immediately peeled another mantis shrimp. Cooking is a passion, and I have garnered a bit of expertise in it, Chen Xiaoyun remarked with a smile. Jiang Yin took a bite of the steamed base. The fish was tender and white, bursting with freshness, juicy and full of flavor, a delightful fragrance enveloping her palate. How could this be 100 times more delicious than what I had for lunch? The evening's steamed base was utterly incomparable to the midday meal. Jiang Yin couldn't resist indulging in a few more bites. The lack of seasoning at noon had resulted in a haphazard preparation, but with ample time in the evening. One must certainly strive for refinement, Chen Xiaoyun explained. In truth, the fish prepared at noon lacked the infusion of spiritual spring water, which undoubtedly enhanced the flavor of the evening's dish. Cheers! Everyone raised their glasses in a toast. Toasting with ice-cold beer and seafood is akin to living like a deity. Indeed, Brother Chen, you know how to appreciate food. Living by the sea has its perks with the freedom of seafood. This lavish spread of seafood is quite extravagant, a rarity for many. The garlic prawns are also delightful, the shrimp tender, bouncy, and fragrant. Li Letian savored a garlic black tiger shrimp, experiencing a different flavor altogether. The mantis shrimp is also excellent. Jianggu, Ligu, do give a try. Chen Xiaohu enjoyed a mantis shrimp, finding it delectable. Chen Xiaoyun, peeling a crab, was somewhat reserved in conversation, appearing shy in the presence of others. Try this, the lion-head goose, a unique delicacy from our Shanhai city. Priced at over 2,000 each, Chen Xiaoyun suggested. Having heard of the lion-head goose's renown online, today they would experience this exquisite dish. Jiang Yin and her companion picked up a piece of the lion-head goose meat and placed it in their mouths, their eyes instantly brightening. It was fragrant, tender, rich yet not greasy, the meat succulent, far surpassing any other goose they had tasted. Delicious. This truly lives up to the reputation of the lion-head goose. Its flavor incomparable to that of ordinary goose. Indeed, I must tell you, this type of goose takes 2 to 3 years to grow to about 40 pounds. And the taste is unparalleled, Chen Xiaoyun boasted without modesty. Especially the large braised goose heads, which sell for over 1,000 each in restaurants. Quite expensive. Every region boasts its culinary specialties. In our area, when the fresh mushrooms come into season, they can fetch over 1,000 per pound, Li Letian added. The mushrooms from your region are indeed famous. Once they come into season, I will send some to you, Brother Chen, to let you sample the freshness. That sounds wonderful. I have yet to try your mushrooms, Chen Xiaoyun nodded. It's getting late tonight. Tomorrow evening, I will catch some eels for you to taste. I must tell you, the eels from the wild fields behind my brother's house are highly nutritious, with remarkable aphrodisiac properties. Chen Xiaoyun began to boast again about the eel's benefits. I must try that. Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, men have an affinity for such things. It is unavoidable, haha. Li Letian chuckled. If that truly works, Brother Chen, you should expand your farming. It would be hard not to prosper. Jiang Yin suggested. Indeed, the market for aphrodisiacs is vast. If it truly has such effects, countless individuals would flock to it. Chen Xiaoyun rambled on, while Chen Xiaoyun firmly denied any such claims regarding the eel's efficacy. The group enjoyed their drinks, seafood, and lively conversation, continuing until after 11 o'clock. All the seafood was consumed, and the snails were polished off. Having drunk 2 cases of beer, leaving just some lion-head goose meat uneaten. It's getting late. Let us freshen up and retire early. We need to rise early tomorrow to go fishing. Observing the time, Chen Xiaoyun spoke up. Jiang Yin and Li Letian, having not slept the previous night and having been active throughout the day, deserve commendation for their fishing spirit. All right, let us call it a night. After a few drinks, Jiang Yin and Li Letian felt drowsy. Brother Li, Brother Jiang, there are 2 rooms upstairs. The middle one is mine, and you may choose either of the guest rooms on either side. The sheets and blankets are all clean, Chen Xiaoyun informed them. Thank you, Brother Chen. Jiang Yin and Li Letian nodded. Xiaonin, you 2 should head back to rest. Can you walk back? Chen Xiaoyun asked. We can still walk back. We are not drunk. Chen Xiaoyun waved his hand. Although their drinking capacity was not particularly impressive, a few bottles of beer did not leave them inebriated. Very well then. We shall rise early tomorrow for fishing. Chen Xiaoyun nodded. Let us take advantage of this good weather and spend a couple more days at sea. After some time, the rainy season will arrive, often bringing weeks of rain, making it impossible to go out to sea. Sure, Brother Xiaoyan, we will head back now. Observing Chen Xiaoyun and Chen Xiaoyan walking somewhat unsteadily, Chen Xiaoyan couldn't help but chuckle. Since it was not far, he didn't bother with them. After Chen Xiaoyan and Chen Xiaoyun returned, the 3 of them took turns showering and then went to rest. Chapter 56. Breakfast the next morning at 6 o'clock. Chen Xiaoyun awoke, neither a second more nor a second less. He was unaware of why his biological clock was so punctual. After a week of drinking spiritual spring water, Chen Xiaoyun washed up and went downstairs. First, he fed Haizi in Dahuang milk, still adding a drop of spiritual spring water. He needed to feed Haizi and Dahuang first. Otherwise, these 2 would follow him to the chicken coop and seek out the tabby cat for a scuffle. For some unknown reason, these 2 had an abundance of martial virtue. After feeding Haizi and Dahuang, Chen Xiaoyun proceeded to the chicken coop. Upon his arrival, the tabby cat, seeing Chen Xiaoyun, meowed. Meow. Boss, good morning, meow here for breakfast, come on. Chen Xiaoyun petted the tabby cat, Lai Wang. This cat had grown a bit during this time. Its fur shinier than when he first brought it home. He poured a bowl of milk for Lai Wang, adding a drop of spiritual spring water. Go ahead and eat. After scratching Lai Wang's head, the cat savored the massage before starting its breakfast, relishing it as it was its salary. After paying Lai Wang its morning wage, Chen Xiaoyun began to feed the chickens, ducks, and geese. These chicks, ducklings, and goslings had grown considerably, with none falling ill or perishing. After all, Chen Xiaoyun frequently fed them spiritual spring water, keeping them healthy and promoting rapid growth. With Lai Wang guarding the chicken coop, there were no wild animals attacking the chicks or ducklings. Observing the significantly grown chicks, ducklings, and goslings, it seemed he would need to transfer some to other coops. They had matured quite well. Chen Xiaoyun nodded in satisfaction. The lion-head geese, in particular, were voracious eaters and grew rapidly. After feeding the chickens, ducks, and geese, Chen Xiaoyun inspected the fish pond, where the water had been nurtured for several days and was now ready for stocking with fish fry. Walking to the edge of the wild fields, one could see frogs and eels during the day, with plenty of snails and river shrimp present as well. After sprinkling a few drops of spiritual spring water into the water, he watched as numerous eels and frogs emerged from the grass and mud, scrambling for the spiritual spring water. The lotus seeds he had planted just 2 or 3 days prior had already sprouted. It wouldn't be long before they grew into a beautiful lotus pond. The morning sun was warm, casting its glow on the flowers and trees, where one could see the sparkling dewdrops. In the distance, some morning mist lingered over the rice fields. The sunlight pierced through the mist, resembling golden rays illuminating the fields. In this seaside fishing village, free from industrial pollution, the air was refreshingly clean. Upon returning home, Jiang Yin and Li Letian were already awake. "Brother Chen, the air here is truly delightful." Jiang Yin breathed in the fresh morning air, feeling rejuvenated. "It's rural living, free from pollution. The air is quite nice." Chen Xiaoyun replied with a smile. "I slept exceptionally well at Brother Chen's place, feeling very comfortable. I slept soundly until now, despite my mild insomnia," Li Letian added. "Haha, if you find it so comfortable, stay a few more days." Chen Xiaoyun felt great joy at their appreciation. "Jiangge, Liga, you both wash up first. I'll tend to the flowers for a bit. Once I'm done, I'll call Xiaohu and the others, and we'll head to town for breakfast." Chen Xiaoyun said. "All right, Brother Chen, you carry on. We'll freshen up." Jiang Yin nodded. Chen Xiaoyun fetched water using a bucket, adding a single drop of spring water. The morning glory grew the fastest, having climbed the entire fence, while other flowers also thrived, vibrant and resplendent. After watering the flowers both inside and outside the yard, Chen Xiaoyun poured some water on the old lychee tree in the courtyard. The vegetables behind the house were growing even more rapidly. It seemed that in just a few days, he would be able to enjoy the fruits of his labor. After attending to the vegetables, Chen Xiaoyun returned indoors and took out his phone. Upon opening it, a flurry of notifications nearly caused his device to freeze. After a brief moment, it resumed normal operation. To his astonishment, the Huawei app displayed over 999 notifications. Upon investigating further, he was shocked to discover that his follower count had skyrocketed from 30 to over 100,000, following a night of viral activity. His video featuring the rescue of a baby dolphin had reached countless viewers. Many had traced their way to his account, hitting the follow button, including a significant number of female admirers drawn by his physique and looks. His other videos had also seen a surge in likes and comments, an outcome he had never anticipated. After 7 o'clock, Chen Xiaohu and Chen Xiaoyun finally arrived at Chen Xiaoyun's home, presumably due to last night's revelry. The two had slept quite soundly. Otherwise, they would have arrived promptly at 7 as usual. "Oh, did you sleep in today?" Chen Xiaoyun teased as he observed them. "Huh, Brother Xiaoyun, I might have indulged a bit too much in drink last night," Chen Xiaohu replied sheepishly. On other days, if they were going fishing, he would be the first to rise. "Brother Xiaoyun," Chen Xiaoyun greeted bashfully, seemingly a bit embarrassed for being late. It was indeed true that the locals from Nanguang Province were not particularly adept at handling alcohol, unlike those from other provinces. "All right, now that you're here, let us prepare to set off," Chen Xiaoyun stated, showing no signs of reproach toward them. Both Chen Xiaohu and Chen Xiaoyun had not ventured far from home, and it was understandable that their drinking capacities were not impressive. Li Letian and Jiang Yin came downstairs after freshening up. "Brother Xiaohu, Brother Xiaoyun, you've arrived." "Li Yi, Yang Yi." Chen Xiaohu greeted them with a smile, while Chen Xiaoyun merely nodded in acknowledgement. "Let us go grab breakfast in town first, then head out to sea," Chen Xiaoyun announced. "Let us go." Jiang Yin and Li Letian were equally enthusiastic, as nothing excited them more than a fishing trip. Chen Xiaoyun drove his pickup, with Chen Xiaonan and Li Letian on board, while Jiang Yin continued to drive her luxurious vehicle. 3 minutes later, they arrived at the town and chose their usual breakfast spot. "I've heard the owner of this breakfast place is a beautiful widow," Chen Xiaohu whispered mischievously. "Shut your mouth and stop spreading nonsense." Chen Xiaoyun shot him a glare. Chen Xiaohu shrank back, suspecting that his older cousin might be taken with the attractive widow. This breakfast spot was their go-to whenever they visited the town. "What would you gentlemen like to order?" The owner inquired as she turned to greet them. Jiang Yin and Li Letian couldn't help but notice her beauty. She had a baby-faced charm, her complexion fair and unadorned, yet undeniably attractive. With her long black hair and a well-proportioned figure, she certainly caught their attention. Jiang Yin and Li Letian exchanged knowing glances with Chen Xiaoyun, leaving him speechless. He had chosen this place purely for the quality of the food. "I'll have a bowl of gunfin with an egg and a cup of soy milk, please," Chen Xiaoyun ordered, ignoring the banter. "Sure thing, handsome, just a moment," the owner replied with a sweet smile, momentarily captivating the other patrons. "You can decide what you'd like to eat." After placing his order, Chen Xiaoyun settled at the last empty table. The breakfast shop was nearly full, bustling with patrons. It was uncertain whether they were there for the food or the owner's charm. Chen Xiaohu and the others placed their orders as well. "I must admit, she does possess a certain elegance," Li Letian remarked quietly. Chen Xiaoyun sighed, wondering how breakfast could incite such frivolous thoughts among his companions. "Handsome, here is your gunfin and soy milk. Enjoy," the owner said as she served Chen Xiaoyun, her voice melodious and her hair casually tossed back. He caught a faint whiff of her delicate fragrance. "Thank you," he replied politely. The others' meals were brought out by a different server. "Wait, why the double standard?" Jiang Yin teased, nudging Chen Xiaoyun. He chose to ignore the playful jab, bemused by how much drama they could conjure over breakfast. "With looks like yours, Brother Xiaoyun, you could easily become a star," Li Letian commented. "Indeed," Jiang Yin concurred. "Thank you, I guess," Chen Xiaoyun responded, feeling exasperated as laughter erupted among them. "This soy milk is quite good, freshly made, I believe," Li Letian remarked after taking a sip. "And this gunfin has a unique flavor. Very much in line with the local palate," Jiang Yin added, experiencing the taste of breakfast from Nanguang Province for the first time. "If only it had a bit of spice," he mused, as he was unaccustomed to the mildness of the local cuisine. "In our region, we prefer a little heat. The weather here is warm, making spicy food a bit of a challenge. However, with the influx of outsiders in recent years, some have started to embrace spiciness," Chen Xiaoyun explained. "In our area, we can only handle mild spice," Jiang Yin replied. After finishing their breakfast, Chen Xiaoyun stood to pay. The owner smiled sweetly, saying, "Handsome, we welcome you back anytime." Chen Xiaoyun could only nod expressionlessly. When others leave, you don't say goodbye, yet you greet her on the way out. "Is she smitten with your handsome visage?" teased Li Letian as they headed toward the Qinyuan Pier. "Hey, Brother Chen, don't tell me you're enchanted by her sweet words," he continued, noting the owner's attractiveness. Upon reaching the Qinyuan Pier, Jiang Yin couldn't resist teasing, "Brother Chen, that owner would be a fine catch. You'd never go hungry." Chen Xiaoyun felt an urge to retaliate physically against the frivolity of their conversation. "You're so shallow," he retorted, longing to dismiss the trivialities. "I'm as shallow as I need to be, only liking the fair and the big," Jiang Yin quipped with a raised eyebrow. "I'm joking. Just look at the car I drive." Ignoring Jiang Yin's jests, he maintained his serious demeanor. "Xiaonan, check the boat and fill it with fuel. We need to buy some bait and lunch for later," Chen Xiaoyun instructed. "Understood, Brother Xiaoyun," Chen Xiaoyun nodded, well aware that ensuring the boat's safety and preparing supplies were his responsibilities. Chen Xiaoyun and the others purchased live shrimp for bait, along with a batch of dead fish for the traps. The seafood market at the pier indeed offered reasonably priced items. Jiang Yin and Li Letian could not help but remark on the bustling scene. If they were to buy seafood in Yunnan, the prices would skyrocket, and most of the catch would be farmed. It is nothing like the seafood markets by the sea, where many of the offerings are freshly caught. Indeed, every day, fishermen haul in a considerable catch, selling it at wholesale prices at the seaside docks. Chen Xiaoyun nodded in agreement. After purchasing some goods, they returned to their boat. "Let's go," Xiaonan set sail. As soon as their fishing boat's engine roared to life, a small fishing vessel stealthily followed them. "Keep up." "Understood, brother." This small fishing boat was not particularly large, measuring just over 8 meters in length. The morning sea breeze carried a hint of mist, and a rosy dawn kissed the surface of the water. The beauty of the harmonious sea and sky was truly breathtaking. Jiang Yin stood at the bow, allowing the wind to tousle her hair. "Brother Chen, I noticed there aren't many fishing boats at the dock. Don't you have a large pier here?" Li Letian inquired. Chen Xiaoyun, gazing over the vast ocean, chuckled. "We're already late to set out. Many fishermen leave by around 6 o'clock. There's a larger pier in the neighboring county, and an even bigger one in Shanhai City. If other fishermen followed their example, their families would likely starve. Setting sail at 7 or 8 would mean missing the freshest catch. While there are numerous small piers along the coast, the larger ones have deeper waters, and they lack the capacity to accommodate supersized fishing boats and cargo ships. After traveling 10 nautical miles, Chen Xiaoyun noticed that a fishing boat had been trailing them. Brother Xiaoyun, there's a fishing boat following us. Chen Xiaoyun reported this discovery to Chen Xiaoyun. Chen Xiaoyun glanced back at the vessel, which was about 2 nautical miles behind them. If one wasn't paying close attention, they might not even notice it. After observing for more than 10 minutes, the boat remained steadfastly behind. What should we do, Brother Xiaoyun? Chen Xiaohu asked. Given the situation, it seems someone has noticed our bountiful catch and wishes to follow us for a share. But it's no trouble. If they want to follow, let them. The ocean is vast and not owned by anyone, and we cannot stop them. As long as they do not offend us or cause conflict, we are fine. Chen Xiaoyun replied nonchalantly. Surely they do not believe that following us will yield them a catch. If that is their thinking, then they are quite mistaken. Moreover, there are numerous individuals who make their living at sea, and the ocean is not private property. As long as they do not encroach upon our fishing boat or disturb our traps, Chen Xiaoyun will remain unconcerned. However, if they dare to provoke him, he is no pushover. His principle is simple: avoid trouble, but do not fear it. What is wrong, Brother Chen? Li Letian asked upon noticing the situation. Chen Xiaoyun waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. There's just a fishing boat behind us that likely wants to follow for a chance at our catch. Li Letian nodded, saying, we live in a lawful society, with 5 strong men on our boat. Who would dare board us? Interesting. It seems someone is envious of your earnings, Brother Chen, Jiang Yan remarked with a smile. Envy is natural in that line of work. Anyone who can make money will attract jealousy, Li Letian added with a grin. Chen Xiaoyun and his companions felt little concern. Yet, Chen Xiaohu was somewhat apprehensive. Conflicts at sea were not uncommon. In the past, there were notorious fishing bullies, and skirmishes at sea were frequent. Today, as they sailed 50 nautical miles offshore, where the seabed plunged to depths of 100 or 200 meters, it was easier to catch larger fish. What should we do? That boat is still following us. Should we still set our traps? Chen Xiaohu asked. Chen Xiaonan, aware of the situation, responded, it's fine. They wouldn't dare disturb our traps in front of us. If they did, it would be a declaration of war. Word would return to the fishermen at Qinwan Pier, and they would surely ostracize them. Even if a fight broke out, it would be deemed their provocation. There are rules at sea. If no one is watching, one could be a good Samaritan and steal traps, and others would have to accept their misfortune. But if someone were to openly take traps in front of others, that would be outright robbery and a blatant provocation. Times have changed. The era of bullies is over. The following fishing boat, a nautical mile behind them, slowed its approach. Chen Xiaonan took out a pair of binoculars to observe the people on the boat and smiled. I recognize those 3. They're fishermen from Qinwan village. And I believe Brother Xiaoyun knows them too. Chen Xiaonan was taken aback. Oh, I know them too. One of them was in the same grade as you back in middle school, and 2 others are from our batch, Chen Xiaonan explained. How delightful. It seems I've encountered acquaintances, Chen Xiaoyun replied with a subtle smile. Let us drop the traps. Qinwan village isn't too large. And I'm quite curious which of my acquaintances has taken an interest in me. Indeed, Brother Xiaoyun. Chen Xiaonan steadied the boat and began skillfully baiting the traps. Observing them set their traps, the boat behind also began to set its own shrimp and crab traps. Once they finished, they moved a nautical mile further out to fish. The boat trailing them imitated their actions, selecting a spot a nautical mile away to fish. Today, they would see who would catch the first fish. Li Letian quickly prepared his fishing rod, baited it with live shrimp, and was the first to cast his line. Hey, Brother Li, you might not be aware of Brother Chen's lucky aura, Jiang Yan remarked leisurely. What of luck? I cast my line first. I'll catch the first fish. Mark my words. Li Letian was confident he would be the first to reel in a catch. Chen Xiaoyun merely smiled, holding his tongue. After all, the shrimp bait had been soaked in spiritual water. Being the first to cast could indeed lead to being the first to catch. Although he often claimed to be fortunate, he was well aware of his own circumstances. The others soon cast their lines, eagerly anticipating what the first catch would be. Chen Xiaohu even began a live stream. Folks, today's live stream will determine who catches the most fish. The legendary Wang Zuxian has arrived. Where's the handsome streamer? Chen Xiaohu initiated the live stream, and a flood of female viewers poured in. Cameraman, we want to see the handsome streamer. Wait, did I walk into the wrong live stream? Isn't this a fishing stream? Why are there so many female viewers? Many fishing enthusiasts thought they had entered the wrong room upon seeing the barrage of comments from women. Well, this live stream is about fishing. Chen Xiaoyun awkwardly explained upon noticing the comments. What is going on? So many female viewers are here just to see Brother Xiaoyun. This is absurd. It seems that being somewhat handsome can indeed attract female viewers. No way. We're just here to see the handsome streamer. Exactly. Isn't a handsome streamer more appealing than fishing? Cameraman, just point the camera at the handsome streamer, and I'll send you a picture in black stockings. Upon seeing that comment, Chen Xiaoyun felt an unexpected thrill. Sister upstairs, send me 1-2. I'll support the camera focusing on the streamer. Send 1-1. Send 1-1 upon hearing about the black stockings. The lewd commenters in the live stream began to engage more fervently. Chapter 58. The Envy of the Starry Tale, from the admiration of viewers. Cameraman, give the live stream camera to the streamer, and I'll send you a black stocking picture. Another female viewer joined the enticing remarks. Yes, I'll send one too. At that moment, the innocent Chen Xiaoyun felt a bit dry in the throat. Black stockings, such temptation was hard to resist. Brother Xiaoyun, Chen Xiaoyun decided to take the plunge. What is it? Chen Xiaoyun asked, slightly puzzled by Chen Xiaoyun's expression. Today the viewers want you to take over the live stream camera, Chen Xiaoyun blurted out. Chen Xiaoyun rolled his eyes and shot a glance at Chen Xiaoyun, encouraging him to figure it out on his own. Rejected by Chen Xiaoyun, Chen Xiaoyun scratched his head, yearning for a picture in black stockings. A quick glance revealed Chen Xiaoyun engrossed in fishing, and an idea sparked in his mind. He switched the camera to the external lens, propping his phone on a stand, with the screen facing him while the lens captured Chen Xiaoyun. Wow, this angle! The streamer's profile is stunning, exclaimed a fan. This profile is worthy of a screenshot. Honestly, with looks like these, the streamer could easily play a heartthrob. Chen Xiaoyun noticed that his cousin Chen Xiaoyun had indeed become quite handsome lately, particularly as his skin seemed impervious to tanning. The photographer is bold, not even live streaming the fishing. Are you trying to reverse the heavens? Someone remarked. Exactly. I still haven't received those black stocking photos. Another chimed in. Photographer, you are too naive. You've been tricked. They haven't even sent their pictures yet, and you let them see the streamer so easily? Quick, switch the lens back. Without those black stocking photos, don't fall for it. Oh, and if you do get some, share one with me. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoyun remained oblivious to Chen Xiaoyun aiming the live stream camera at him. Suddenly, the tip of his fishing rod began to tremble vigorously. He seized the rod and swiftly lifted it to hook the fish. Hey, I got one! Chen Xiaoyun exclaimed as the rod bent dramatically, the line pulling taut. Looks like I'm the first to catch a fish today. Li Letian, in disbelief, looked over. Didn't you just cast your line a minute ago? How'd you hook one so quickly? I've been waiting for over 2 minutes with no action. Chen Xiaoyun assessed the tension on the line, estimating the catch to be around 10 pounds. With luck like this, Chen, you're truly remarkable, Jiang Yan remarked with a smile. Ah, skill cannot rival luck. The heavens envy your fishing prowess. Li Letian shook his head. As everyone fished together, Chen Xiaoyun was first to land a catch, and his fish was larger than those caught by the others, leaving onlookers feeling that there was some mysterious force at play. Just as Li Letian pondered this, his own fishing rod began to twitch. Here it comes. He quickly grabbed his rod and lifted it to hook the fish. I've got one. The rod bent under the strain, the line rapidly unwinding. This is absurd. Chen's catching fish, and I've had no bites until now. Li Letian lamenta. This is truly mysterious. Soon after, Jiang Yan also hooked a fish. Indeed, if Chen doesn't catch one, our rods remain still. It's ridiculous. Jiang Yan laughed. Chen, your luck could win you the lottery. Chen Xiaoyun remained silent. He had indeed won 40,000 from a lottery ticket in the past. Li Letian and Jiang Yan reeled in their catches, both landing red snapper weighing 6 to 7 pounds. After they netted their fish, Chen Xiaoyun finally pulled his catch from the water. What kind of fish is this? Li Letian and Jiang Yan were baffled. Is it an East Star Grouper? The fish was vividly red, adorned with deep red and violet spots, its fins edged in yellow, and its tail uniquely forked like that of swallow. Initially, Chen Xiaoyun thought it was an East Star Grouper. No, this is a swallowtail star grouper, Chen Xiaonan, who approached with a net, clarified. A swallowtail star grouper. This is my first time hearing about it, Chen Xiaoyun responded. Look at its tail. Doesn't it resemble a swallow S? It's similar to the East Star Grouper, but has distinguishing features, Chen Xiaoyun elaborated. Upon closer inspection, the tail indeed resembled that of swallow. Differing from the East Star grouper, swallowtail grouper is commonly found in the South Province's Nansha and Shisha Islands. We rarely see them here, Chen Xiaoyun continued. What is its market price? Chen Xiaohu inquired. This fish isn't as expensive as the East Star grouper, but at this size, it should fetch about 700 to 800 per pound. Some may attempt to pass it off as an East Star grouper, deceiving the unknowing, Chen Xiaoyun explained. 700 to 800 per pound? This one must weigh around 10 pounds. That is 7,000 to 8,000 for a single fish. Jiang Yin exclaimed, astonished. Regardless of the cost, we're definitely having this for lunch, Chen Xiaoyun remarked nonchalantly. He had experienced East Star grouper and red snapper sashimi before. How could he resist trying the swallowtail star grouper? Wow, this guy is so handsome, casually mentioning a 7,000 to 8,000 fish as if it's nothing. Some female viewers, lacking understanding, expressed disbelief. Impossible. A swallowtail star grouper this size is rare. In upscale restaurants, the price doubles, a knowledgeable viewer interjected. I must catch one too. Such a gorgeous fish. It would be amazing to keep it. Jiang Yin quickly cast her line, hoping to reel in a large swallowtail star grouper. Chen Xiaoyun placed the fish in a live well and returned to fishing. There was unanimous agreement about enjoying the swallowtail star grouper for lunch, as they were all eager to taste its flavor. On another fishing boat, a young man exclaimed, "Brother, it seems they've hooked a fish." The leader of the group, displeased, replied, "Let them be. Focus on your own fishing." "Understood, brother." The young man retreated, wishing he could point out that they hadn't had a single bite in 6 to 7 minutes while the opposing boat continued to catch fish. After Chen Xiaoyun landed the swallowtail star grouper, both Chen Xiaohu and Chen Xiaoyun also hooked fish, though they were still red snapper, weighing 5 to 6 pounds each. Chen Xiaoyun's second catch was also a red snapper, but larger, around 10 pounds. "Are we encountering a school of red snapper?" Jiang Yin observed, surprised by her second catch weighing about 6 pounds. Aside from Chen Xiaoyun's first catch being a swallowtail star grouper, all subsequent catches were sizable red snapper. It seems likely, if one type of fish is being caught consecutively, there is a high probability of a school beneath, Chen Xiaoyun affirmed. The feeling of hooking a fish is exhilarating. This one feels like another 6 to 7 pounder. In the past, even at paid fishing ponds, it was challenging to experience the thrill of continuous catches. The sensation of bringing in fish is intoxicating, something only seasoned anglers can truly appreciate, Li Letian expressed excitedly. In previous fishing outings, he struggled to catch anything substantial. Now, during this trip to fish with Chen Xiaoyun, it felt entirely right. Although they wouldn't benefit from selling the catch, the joy of fishing was worth every moment. Jiang Yin wholeheartedly agreed with Li Lishan's sentiments. "Haha, before my brother returned, I struggled to catch anything while live streaming, only managing to reel in some small fish," Chen Xiaohu laughed. "Fishing with Chen is a thrill." Li Letian, gripping his rod with one hand while managing the reel with the other, bent the rod to maintain tension. The thrill of a large fish tugging the line underwater was addictive. The sensation of continuous catches was unprecedented for him. As the fish kept coming, Jiang Yin felt her arms tiring from reeling in. Today seemed fortunate. The first fishing spot yielded a school of red snapper. Each snapper they caught was a deep crimson, vibrant and lively, all exceeding 5 pounds. "Friends, I can't hold back any longer. I'm heading over to join the streamer and go fishing. I too wish to embark on such an adventure, yet I am hindered by the formidable presence of Tiger at home, and thus I dare not simply depart. Lacking a vehicle and savings, my aspirations remain unfulfilled. Envious, I shall content myself with fishing for small crucian carp in the river instead. My name is Yichang, and I am about to set forth from Sichuan Province, driving directly to the home of the streamer. If my wife dares to impede my fishing endeavors, she shall be cast aside." "Ah, so you're the pinnacle of the fishing realm, the great Emperor Yichang. How enviable. A true model for our generation, who claims that the fishing world lacks its great emperors." Chapter 59. The dolphin arrives, and it turns out to be a glutton in the streaming room. The ardent fans of Chen Xiaoyun's charming visage are but a minority. The vast majority are, indeed, devoted fishermen. Some have begun to privately message Chen Xiaoyu, inquiring whether they might join him. Having witnessed the exploits of Li Letian and Jiang Yin fishing alongside Chen Xiaoyun, they are eager for a similar experience. Those with financial means can hardly bear to miss out. With live shrimp bait in play, The school of red grouper at the ocean's depths remains reluctant to disperse, waiting to be caught. The continuous strikes manifest Chen Xiaoyun's remarkable fortune. Every fish he reels in exceeds 9 pounds. Meanwhile, on another boat, 3 fishermen toil for hours, only managing to catch a few small sea bass and some wolffish. Such meager catches hardly suffice to cover their fuel expenses. Just a mile apart, the disparity in fortune is stark. With the addition of Li Letian and Jiang Yin, the catch rate for Chen Xiaoyun and his companions has dramatically increased. By noon, after 2 hours of fishing, the school of red grouper either dispersed or was entirely depleted as they ceased to bite. Even the shrimp bait, soaked in spring water, failed to entice any further catches. Over the course of 2 hours, the 5 of them managed to reel in 126 large red grouper, filling 5 live wells to the brim. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Yin exclaimed, "What a thrill! Catching over 20 large fish in succession is a fishing experience like no other. It feels as if my body has been invigorated, but my hands are a bit sore." Indeed, the pleasure of fishing has left their hands weary, yet the exhilaration of the experience is unmatched. Li Lishan's excitement mirrors their own, as they once found joy in catching a mere pound of crucian carp or a couple of pounds of carp. Yet for Chen Xiaoyun, it is merely a routine affair. After all, he has previously caught yellowfin tuna weighing over 300 pounds. The thrill of these 10-pound fish pales in comparison. My hands are sore from fishing. It truly wears one out, Chen Xiaohu remarked with a hint of humor. Hey, remember your days as Air Force One? This pretense is truly exhausting. Another chimed in, expressing his frustration with the display of arrogance. Is there anyone from Shanhai City in Nanguang Province? I will pay 500 to take down this arrogant fool. Upstairs, I am from Shanhai City. Send me 500, and tonight I shall lay in wait. Why must one Sichuan person deceive another? After a brief respite, Chen Xiaoyun announced, I shall prepare lunch. Sashimi of the starry grouper head soup, pan-fried fish steaks, and steamed red grouper should suffice. Very well, let's take a break and anticipate your culinary skills, Brother Chen, Li Letian replied, reclining in a chair and fanning himself with his hat. Despite the sea breeze, the sun is scorching, causing beads of sweat to form. Chen Xiaoyun retrieved a 10-pound starry grouper, followed by a 5-pound red grouper, the smallest catch of the day. He quickly scaled, gutted, and cleaned the fish, then began preparing lunch. Though the kitchen aboard the boat is modest, Chen Xiaoyun had procured a wealth of seasonings, including ginger, garlic, and various sauces for the seafood. He sliced the fish head from the starry grouper, scoring it for marination, and after cleaning, it was ready for the pot. The fish fillets were divided. One half was prepared as sashimi, while the other was cut into pieces for pan frying, cooked slowly until golden brown. The red grouper was simply steamed with ginger and scallions. As Chen Xiaoyun cooked in the kitchen, the aroma wafted outside, enticing his companions. I hadn't felt hungry while fishing, but now that I smell the food, I realize I am quite famished, Jiang Yin admitted sheepishly. While fishing, adrenaline surges and excitement prevails, making hunger an afterthought, Li Letian chuckled. Nothing compares to the thrill of the last time we fished for green grouper. It was a continuous catch until my hands ached, Chen Xiaohu added with a grin. All right, time to eat, Chen Xiaoyun announced, having prepared a feast. Instead of cooking rice, they had purchased steamed buns from the market at the dock. Let us dine and then resume fishing, Jiang Yin declared, rising to head toward the kitchen. Wow, this smells divine. Brother Chen's culinary skills are unmatched, he remarked, observing the spread before them, which was as visually appealing as any gourmet meal. They each took a bowl, first serving themselves the creamy fish head soup, enhanced by the spring water added during cooking. This is truly delicious, Li Letian exclaimed, feeling his fatigue dissipate with each sip. The soup's primary allure is its freshness. I must try the sashimi, Jiang Yin said, taking a slice of the starry grouper and dipping it in seafood sauce. The tender, velvety texture and subtle sweetness of the fish were extraordinary. This is delightful. It offers a unique flavor that explains the popularity of sashimi. He couldn't help but comment. Gazing out at the ocean while savoring sashimi and sipping fish soup is indeed a distinctive experience, akin to a delightful outdoor barbecue. The steamed red grouper was particularly tender, and Chen Xiaohu relished its delicate flavor. As they enjoyed their meal, the tantalizing aroma of their feast drifted towards the neighboring boat, where 3 fishermen were reduced to nibbling on buns and rice noodles. In stark contrast to Chen Xiaoyun's crew, who relished in sumptuous fish dishes, The others felt the pangs of envy. Why is it that we cannot catch any fish? One young man lamented, frustration mounting. What are you complaining about? The leader of their group snapped, his own irritation brewing as he had expected to share in the bounty. Having anticipated that following Chen Xiaoyun would allow them to enjoy at least a taste of his success, they were instead left to savor only the aroma of his catch. As their dismay grew, one of the young men angrily tossed his bun into the sea. In comparison, Chen Xiaoyun and his companions basked in a day of comfort, enjoying the rich, warming fish soup, delectable sashimi, golden pan-fried fish, and the irresistible steamed red grouper. Dear friends, can you see this platter of sashimi? It must be worth 100. Each bite is simply exquisite, Chen Xiaoyun exclaimed, eager to showcase their culinary triumph in the streaming room. That streamer is quite handsome, and his cooking skills are impressive. I wish to marry him and bear his children. One admirer gushed. In disdain, someone remarked, raw meat for dogs, do you eat that? I certainly do not. This ignited fury among the viewers in the live stream, prompting a sharp retort. You indulge in a single piece of fish sashimi that costs 100, while I can barely afford a meal for 15. It's enough to make anyone want to strike out. Indeed, even dogs wouldn't eat that. Another user chimed in. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, leading to an unexpected betrayal among allies. In truth, I too yearn to experience the taste of a rare fish sashimi priced at several thousand. Many remain curious about what makes these fish, which are sold for astronomical amounts, so distinct and delectable. I, Qin Shi Huang, command you to send me this fish. I shall make you a grand marshal. I, Emperor Wu of Han, request you to send me this fish for tasting. I shall grant you the title of a first-class minister. But you, Emperor Wu, can only bestow the title of a minister, while our illustrious Qin Shi Huang grants the title of Grand Marshal. Surely, you should elevate them to a marquis. The conversation in the live stream quickly veered off course. 5 individuals, with hearty appetites, managed to consume an impressive 10-pound fish and a 5-pound red grouper. They were thoroughly satisfied. Chen's culinary skills only intensified their desire to eat more. Li Letian patted his noticeably protruding belly, while Chen Xiaoyun's dishes proved to be exceptionally delicious. Enticing them further, each dish was rated a commendable 9.44, with the remainder given a playful 666 rating, as Jiang Yan praised. Come now, my friends, do not flatter me so excessively. It makes me blush, Chen Xiaoyun chuckled from his seat. After their meal, Chen Xiaoyun readily volunteered to wash the dishes, always eager to contribute more work to justify the money he received from Chen Xiaoyun. Despite having gone to sea only a few times, his earnings had already matched his previous half-year's income. He felt uneasy about accepting this money without putting in extra effort. His upbringing fostered this diligence. As they sat in the car, enjoying the sea breeze and chatting, 2 dolphins, a large one and a smaller companion, swam toward their fishing boat. The dolphins leapt gracefully from the water, letting out joyful calls. Photographer, look, there are 2 dolphins swimming toward you, exclaimed a viewer in the live stream. Spotting the approaching dolphins, Chen Xiaoyun turned to his companions. Could it be those 2 dolphins from yesterday? They look remarkably similar. Xiaoyu, look, those dolphins, are they the ones we rescued yesterday? Chen Xiaoyun shouted with excitement. As the dolphins drew closer, it became clear that they were indeed the same ones, with distinct markings still visible on the smaller dolphin. Chen Xiaoyun was astonished. How could they possibly find us here? The vastness of the ocean is boundless. It was truly remarkable. Were dolphins truly so intuitive? Jiang Yan and Li Letian expressed their disbelief, pondering why the dolphins had come to seek out the streamer. As the dolphins approached the boat, they raised their heads above the water, responding to Chen Xiaoyun's call. Their charming smiles evoked a sense of warmth, making hearts flutter. Such beautiful dolphins, their smiles are so sweet. I want to hug and pet them. One viewer exclaimed. Could it be they have returned to express gratitude to the streamer? Another quipped, but they're dolphins, not humans. Chen Xiaoyun crouched down, gently patting the dolphins' heads. How'd you find us? Do you need something? He inquired with curiosity. The larger dolphin nudged his hand, while the smaller one joined in, both indicating their purpose. Chen Xiaoyun realized that these 2 were likely seeking his special spring water. You little rascals, he chuckled, offering each dolphin a drop of the precious fluid. Now go and play. To his surprise, the larger dolphin gestured for him to follow. Are you inviting us along? Chen Xiaoyun asked, astonished as the dolphin nodded in affirmation. Incredible. This dolphin understands us. How impressive! Can you communicate with dolphins? Jiang Yin exclaimed, eyes wide with amazement. Xiaonan, start the boat. Let's see where they want to take us. Chen Xiaoyun's curiosity was piqued, but he hesitated. What about our shrimp and crab traps? He queried. They are still set not far from here, Xiaonan replied. No worries. If they dare to take our traps, let them. The catch won't be worth much anyway. Chen Xiaoyun responded nonchalantly. With a stroke of luck, we might yield around 10,000 in catches. Otherwise, it'll just be a few thousand, nothing significant. After all, can one really escape the temple after fleeing the monks? His primary concern was understanding why the dolphins had traveled so far to guide him. Seeing Chen Xiaoyun's resolve, Xiaonan complied, starting the boat as the dolphins led the way. Meanwhile, on another fishing boat, a leader queried, what now that they have departed? Should we follow them? Observing the retreating vessel, the leader's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Their boat lacked sufficient fuel to return, being considerably smaller than Chen Xiaoyun's. Never mind, following them would be futile, he ultimately concluded. If they return empty-handed, we would waste fuel and risk being stranded. Let us fish where they just were. Perhaps we can catch something. As the trio set their nets, they found nothing. Damn it, what a stroke of bad luck. The leader cursed, staring at the empty nets. Why don't we take their shrimp and crab traps? Suggested a younger man. The leader contemplated this, but ultimately shook his head, recognizing that if they took Chen Xiaoyun's traps, the repercussions would be severe. If word gets out, we would be ostracized by all the fishermen. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoyun and the dolphins journeyed over 10 nautical miles. The two dolphins continued their calls, guiding them through waters teeming with their kin. What could this mean? Are they showing us their family? Chen Xiaohu wondered aloud, bewildered by the spectacle. Could this be a family meeting? A humorous viewer quipped. So many dolphins. What is happening? Chen Xiaoyun mused, equally puzzled by the gathering of dolphins surrounding them. Jiang Yin and Li Letian gazed at the dolphins occasionally leaping from the sea, pulling out their phones to capture the moment. It was indeed a wondrous spectacle of the ocean. However, Xiaoyun noticed something else. A few sardines were leaping out of the water. Chen Xiaonan, with his keen eyes, pointed out the sardines. Chen Xiaoyun turned to him and asked, what does it mean that sardines are jumping out of the water? It seems that there are dolphins and tuna below, teaming up to hunt the sardines. Chen Xiaonan quickly replied, recalling his past experiences at sea with Uncle Minzhong. Are you saying there are tuna down there? Chen Xiaoyun was momentarily taken aback. The mention of tuna brought joy to Jiang Yin and Li Letian. If there were indeed tuna beneath the waves, it would mean they could fish for them. Catching tuna was a dream for many anglers. Suddenly, a dolphin seemed to affirm Chen Xiaonan's words, bringing 2 sardines to Chen Xiaoyun. Wow, is this dolphin really that intelligent? It knows to lead us to the school of tuna? Many viewers in the live stream were astonished. This dolphin even knows how to repay kindness. It's impressive. Let us change the rods and lines and give it a try, Chen Xiaoyun suggested, lacking experience himself, uncertain if there were indeed tuna and dolphins hunting sardines together. Jiang Yin and Li Letian swiftly prepared, changing to larger rods and lines. Their equipment was somewhat lacking, as Chen Xiao had bought it during a time of financial constraint, rods costing around 2,000 yuan. I wonder if we can handle the tuna, Chen Xiao said somewhat awkwardly, as his gear consisted of just 2 rods worth a bit more than 2,000, which he had purchased with wages earned from working 2 months at his parents' fruit shop. No worries, we could buy better rods when we get back, Chen Xiaoyun reassured him, acknowledging the need for upgraded equipment. They replaced their gear with larger lines and specially designed hooks, which, even if they broke the line, would corrode in the water, preventing harm to the fish. What should we use as bait? Is it still shrimp? Seems a bit small, Jiang Yin inquired. Using shrimp is fine. I'll catch a fish. Cut it into pieces for bait, Chen Xiaoyun replied, realizing the shrimp might indeed be a bit small. He caught a few red friend fish, cut them into 2 finger-wide strips, and placed them in a small basin, secretly adding a few drops of spring water to enhance the bait. How about we use this? Chen Xiaoyun suggested, attaching a piece of fish to the large hook and casting it out. All right, let us give this a try, Jiang Yin agreed, also hooking a piece of fish. Dolphin, please tell your kin not to bite the hook, understood? Chen Xiaoyun called out to the dolphin. The dolphin nodded and began to vocalize, seemingly sending a sonic message to its group. Li Letian and Chen Xiaonan also cast their lines into the sea. Chen Xiao held his phone to live stream, relinquishing the chance to catch tuna. Chen Xiaoyun threw the fish pieces into the water to attract the tuna. The dolphin beneath the waves heard the sound waves but did not approach the hook. Despite the enticing fish meat, the dolphin's intelligence prevailed, and it continued hunting sardines. However, the tuna below lacked such wisdom. Drawn by the scent of the spring water, they abandoned the sardines and charged forth. Suddenly, Chen Xiaoyun was caught off guard as he felt a powerful tug on his line. Whoa! He quickly exerted force, hoping to set the hook in the fish. The reel screeched as the line flew out, the rod bending dramatically. Afraid of breaking the rod, Chen Xiaoyun felt the overwhelming force on the other end. An exhilarating surge of adrenaline coursing through him as he realized he was hooked into a giant fish. "Look, my brother has hooked a big one," Chen Xiao exclaimed. His excitement palpable. Chen Xiaoyun felt the wild strength pulling at the line, the speed of the release almost sparking. "This is incredible," Chen Xiaoyun thought, feeling the rush of power, as if he were engaged in a tug-of-war with a massive creature beneath the waves. Watching the streamer fish is a pleasure. One viewer commented, "That fish must weigh over 100 pounds. Jiang Yin's attention was entirely on Chen Xiaoyun, nearly losing his own rod to the force of the fish. Startled, he regained his focus just in time. "Wow, that was close. This fish is fierce," he exclaimed, quickly lifting his rod to set the hook. The sound of his reel echoed as it too began to release line uncontrollably. "I'm also hooked on a giant," he cheered. "Thank goodness I have a good rod. Otherwise, I wouldn't stand a chance against this beast." With determination, Jiang Yin braced himself against the rod, unable to manage the line as the powerful tuna swam deeper into the ocean. Seeing Jiang Yin also hooked a fish made Li Letian envious. Catching a giant is every angler's dream, he thought. "Be careful, Li Go. If you're not cautious, that tuna could drag your rod into the sea," Jiang Yin warned. The tension was palpable as both Jiang Yin and Chen Xiaoyun feared their rods might snap. Breaking the rod is one thing, but losing the fish is another, Chen Xiaoyun thought anxiously. Li Letian, waiting impatiently, felt a sudden, fierce tug on his line. Startled, he gripped the rod tightly and set the hook, feeling the immense power of the fish pulling away. "Oh, I've hooked a giant too," he shouted in excitement. Within moments, Chen Xiaoyun had already released nearly 300 meters of line. Frantically locking the drag, he pulled back to reel in the fish. "We can't let it run anymore," he urged. After a grueling 40 minutes of battling, Chen Xiaoyun finally managed to bring a massive yellowfin tuna, weighing over 100 pounds, to the surface. The yellowfin tuna, emerging from the depths, shed tears of regret. Among them, betrayal had occurred, leading them into the clutches of humanity. They had promised to band together to hunt sardines, yet some had forsaken their honor and summoned their human foes. Chapter 61. Utter Madness. Indeed, it is a yellowfin tuna. Family, behold the size of this magnificent creature. Chen Xiao zoomed in on the colossal yellowfin tuna gliding through the sea. "Oh, what a colossal tuna! Friends, have you ever caught one this large? Hurry, grab the spear gun and help bring the fish aboard," Chen Xiaoyun shouted. Laughter erupted. What a hilarious shout. The viewers in the live stream were a talented bunch, each with a delightful way of speaking. "Here it comes." Chen Xiaohu hastily set down his phone, seized the spear gun, and, with Chen Xiaoyun, impaled the tuna, bringing it aboard the fishing vessel. They promptly began the process of bleeding the fish. If the tuna ceased to move, it would perish quickly. Without proper bleeding, the meat would spoil. The tuna was bled by cutting its gills, a rather gruesome task, which Chen Xiaohu dared not broadcast. This tuna measured over 2 meters and weighed more than 100 pounds. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan, Li Letian, and Chen Xiaonan were still engaged in a fierce battle with the ocean's giants, hardly able to focus on the large tuna that Chen Xiaoyan had caught. "Look, everyone, this is a yellowfin tuna. Notice the yellow fins," Chen Xiaohu explained. This species of tuna is not particularly expensive, as yellowfin tuna are abundant, unlike the rare bluefin tuna. In our country, the price is relatively low compared to the exorbitant costs in neighboring regions, averaging around 100 yuan per pound. Indeed, only at extravagant venues does tuna fetch sky-high prices, he continued. After draining the tuna's blood, Chen Xiaoyun quickly assisted Chen Xiaohu in placing the fish into the freezing compartment. "Oh, what a relief." Jiang Yin and the others remained engrossed in their struggle with the massive creatures, their adrenaline fueling every fiber of their being. Even the typically shy Chen Xiaonan was laughing heartily. Chen Xiaoyun pulled several red snapper from the live fish tank, chopped them into pieces, and combined them with spring water as bait. Seizing the moment, he affixed a piece of fish to the hook. Had it not been for the dolphins leading the way today, they would never have encountered the school of tuna. The large tuna generally dwell in deeper waters. After another half hour, Jiang Yin, Chen Xiaoyun, and Li Letian finally managed to haul their catch from the water. Jiang Yin and Li Letian celebrated their success with exuberant gestures. Quickly, bring it up for a photo. We must capture this moment. Catching such a large fish for the first time warranted a commemorative photo. In that instant, they felt as though they had reached the pinnacle of life, their existence fulfilled. Jiang Yin lay on the fishing boat, utterly exhausted, while Li Letian sat beside him, too drained to move. The struggle with the tuna had been unprecedented, nearly depleting their energy. What a marvel! 4 yellowfin tuna, each over 100 pounds. How enviable. I should have sought out the streamers. I missed the chance to catch these giants. Stuck on the road, I starve while driving. Many viewers expressed their regret. Hey, I've got a bite. Chen Xiaoyun was relentless, continuing to fish as another tuna, similarly hefty, tugged at the line. The streamer is truly remarkable, landing yet another giant. With unwavering determination, Jiang Yin rose from the deck, rebaiting his hook. A true angler cannot succumb to fatigue when fish are biting. What was I thinking? Contemplating rest during such an opportune fishing day, Li Letian stood, resolutely preparing his bait as well. At this moment, seated by the reservoir where I struggled to catch even a small fish, I felt a pang of envy for those seizing their chance to grapple with giants. Take it easy. This is the comment section, not a free-for-all. As Jiang Yin, Chen Xiaoyun, and the others continued to fish, their catches dwindled in size to around 50 pounds each. Nevertheless, Chen Xiaoyun's second catch was still over 100 pounds, a true testament to the dwindling tuna school. Chen Xiaohu lamented the loss of the larger tuna. The school had likely moved on in pursuit of sardines. Judging by the size of the fish caught by Jiang Yin and the others, it was evident that the larger tuna had departed, allowing the smaller ones to feast on the bait. Let them scatter. It's not essential to catch every single one, Chen Xiaoyun mused, content with his 2 massive catches. A pair of dolphins approached the boat, bidding farewell with soft cries. Their angelic expressions were irresistible. Only Chen Xiaoyun was allowed to caress them, gently petting their heads and offering a drop of spring water. Thank you for today. Go find your kin, he smiled, waving goodbye. The dolphins nodded before diving away to rejoin their pod. Such adorable creatures. I wish I could take one home. The viewers in the live stream were enchanted by the dolphins, captivated by their charm. As Chen Xiaoyun turned his gaze away from the departing dolphins, he said, "Let us head back. Today has been unexpectedly fruitful. Today was exhilarating. The thrill of fishing has become an obsession," Jiang Yin exclaimed, his face radiating satisfaction. Indeed, all worries and pressures melted away, leaving behind an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Li Letian nodded in agreement. Alas, I missed out on the thrill, Chen Xiaohu sighed, lamenting yet another missed opportunity. Enough with the lamenting. Let's pack up the shrimp and crab traps and head home. Today's haul is sufficient, Chen Xiaoyun reassured him. Patting his shoulder, Chen Xiaoyun piloted the boat back to collect the traps. At least they showed some decency by not taking her traps. Chen Xiaoyun breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing them untouched. Why worry? If they had taken them, I would have gone to demand them back. We're all from the same town. I have no fear of them. Back in middle school, I wasn't too afraid of the folks from Qinyuan village. And I certainly wouldn't be now. As they gathered their traps, the yield was modest. 20 pounds of mantis shrimp from 3 traps, 50 pounds of black tiger shrimp from 7 traps, and 60 pounds of prawns from 5 traps. There are still 5 sea eels weighing half a gene each. The crab traps are scarce, resembling a Waterloo. With 100 crab traps, we managed to catch around 50 gene of blue crabs. This made Chen Xiaoyun wonder if the efficacy of the spiritual spring water had diminished. Today's shrimp and crab traps have been rather disappointing, Chen Xiaohu lamented. Well, as long as we have some yield, let's head back to port. Chen Xiaoyun gestured. Set sail, let's return home, Jiang Yin exclaimed passionately. Before long, Manager Wang from the Shangchu Seafood Hotel in the city called. Brother Chen, I saw your live stream. Save some tuna for me. I'll take it all. You want tuna for your hotel too? Chen Xiaoyun was somewhat surprised. Tuna is typically sought after by sashimi restaurants. Oh, Brother Chen, don't be surprised. We are a seafood hotel. Tuna can not only be served as sashimi, but can also be grilled. There is demand. Manager Wang replied. All right, Manager Wang. Come to the dock. We'll wait for you there, Chen Xiaoyun agreed. Tuna can be challenging to handle aside from selling to sashimi shops. Few would buy a whole tuna, as selling it piece by piece is not profitable. After a while, when they arrived at the dock, Manager Wang was already waiting there, driving a truck. After all, a freezer requires a truck for transport, which a small vehicle cannot manage. Brother Chen, I'm glad to see you back, Manager Wang said, standing in the sun by the dock. Tonight, we have a distinguished guest ordering tuna for their banquet, so I hurried here to meet you. Your driving speed is impressive. Manager Wang, coming from the city via the highway takes about an hour, Chen Xiaoyun noted. I rushed to pick up the goods and return. That's why I came quickly. Let me check the tuna first, Manager Wang said, concerned that Chen Xiaoyun and his crew might not handle the tuna properly, affecting its quality. The fish were in the freezer. Chen Xiaoyun opened the freezer, and Manager Wang inspected the large tuna. Not bad, well handled. Though the internal organs haven't been removed, he remarked. Brother Jiang, brotherly, why don't you have your tuna frozen and sent back home for your families? Chen Xiaoyun suggested. Jiang Yin and Li Letian exchanged glances. Isn't that inappropriate? We agreed that all the catch from our outing would belong to you. Initially, they had agreed that their outing was merely for fun, with all catches going to Chen Xiaoyun. Now, as he proposed sending the tuna home, they were tempted. After all, catching such a large tuna for the first time and sending it back to family would be quite prestigious. Even though we agreed on this, your first catch of such large tuna should rightfully belong to you, as not everyone has the fortune to catch such a specimen. Chen Xiaoyun understood the fisherman's sentiments. Jiang Yin and Li Letian were essentially free laborers. However, as friends, it would be unfair to exploit them too harshly. Then thank you, Brother Chen. We will remember this kindness. At that moment, the two couldn't help but admire Chen Xiaoyun's generosity, giving away items worth over 20,000 without hesitation. Manager Wang, 2 of these large tunas belong to these 2 gentlemen. The remaining 3 can be sold to you, Chen Xiaoyun stated. Understood. Manager Wang waved to 2 employees to come over and weigh the tuna. When a large tuna was brought out, the fishermen and fishmongers at the dock noticed. Chen Xiaoyun's fishing boat had already attracted attention, and when people saw the colossal tuna being unloaded, they went into a frenzy. Is there any justice in this? 5 massive yellow-fin tunas. I'm going mad, exclaimed one fisherman. The previous day had brought a rare, giant abalone, and now they were witnessing hundreds of gene of yellowfin tuna. How can other fishermen survive? Chen Xiaoyun's haul sent the fishermen at the dock into a frenzy. Although yellowfin tuna is not exceedingly rare, it is typically only large fishing vessels that occasionally catch them. The chance of a small fishing boat catching such a large yellowfin tuna is virtually zero. The small Qinyuan dock had not seen tuna like this since Chen Xiaoyun's last catch. It had been 2 years since such a large tuna appeared here. The sudden arrival of 5 tuna, each weighing over 100 gene, left the local fishermen and fishmongers in disbelief. Who among us can catch so many large tuna? Your relatives must be quite impressive, one fisherman remarked, envious. This was not merely about the fish's value. It was a matter of honor. Anyone who catches such massive tuna could boast for years. At this moment, Chen Xiaoyun and his companions were akin to celebrities, basking in the admiration of the crowd, which was tinged with envy. Among the crowd, 3 young men looked on regretfully, wondering if they could have caught such large tuna had they followed along. Brother Chen, the largest one weighs 183 gene. Manager Wang announced. The largest tuna was the first one Chen Xiaoyun caught, with the others weighing 167 gene and 152 gene. The total weight of the 3 yellowfin tunas is 502 gene. Let us round it to 500 gene. How does that sound, Brother Chen? Manager Wang inquired. Sure, let us round it down. Chen Xiaoyun agreed nonchalantly. Thank you for your understanding, Brother Chen. Manager Wang smiled, appreciating the straightforwardness of Chen Xiaoyun. Also, I'll take all the red snapper. How about 51 gene? Manager Wang suggested. Chen Xiaoyun didn't want to sell so much red snapper to fishmongers. There are still 103 red snapper left. We caught 125 red snapper, but used 22 to bait for tuna. Thankfully, they had used smaller fish weighing about 5 to 6 gene for bait. Surrounding fishermen gawked at the sight of so many large red snapper, their eyes nearly popping out. I envy their luck. Why wasn't I the one to encounter the red snapper school? The nearby fishermen lamented. 103 large red snapper weighed 836 gene, amounting to over 41,800 yuan. The yellowfin tuna, priced at 121 per gene, totaled 60,000 yuan. Brother Chen, I'll transfer you 110,800 yuan. Manager Wang quickly calculated and transferred the money to Chen Xiaoyun. Manager Wang, please extend my gratitude to Chu Xiao, Chen Xiaoyun said, realizing that the tuna was priced higher than he expected, hinting that Chu Xiao must have intervened on his behalf. Certainly, Manager Wang nodded with a smile. By the way, Manager Wang, what should my two friends do to send their tuna back home? Chen Xiaoyun inquired. Manager Wang glanced at the two tuna and remarked, these fish are not suitable for shipping. There is a quick freeze seafood shop at the dock. You must take the fish there to be thoroughly frozen. The freezing compartment on your boat is not optimal. After freezing, they should be packaged and sent via express delivery to the airport for a swift return, albeit at a high cost. Jiang Yin interjected, that's fine. As long as the fish arrives fresh and unspoiled, the delivery fee is not an issue. A mere shipping fee was insignificant in his eyes. The priority was ensuring the fish was safely transported. Indeed, as long as freshness and integrity are guaranteed, the shipping cost is inconsequential, Li Letian added. This simplifies matters. After freezing and packaging, it should arrive tonight, Manager Wang stated. As long as one is willing to spend, there is no problem. Xiaohu, take Jiang and the others to find the quick free shop and have the fish sent for freezing and packaging, Chen Xiaoyun instructed. Understood, Brother Xiaoyun. He handed the pickup truck keys to Chen Xiaohu, who drove it over to transport the two large tuna to the quick freeze shop. Brother Chen, I must return with the goods. All right, take care, Manager Wang, Chen Xiaoyun nodded. After bidding farewell, Manager Wang drove away with two employees. On the fishing boat, there were still 3 yellowfin tuna weighing around 50 pounds each, along with some shrimp and crabs. Brother Chen, are you selling these 3 tuna? A burly man squeezed onto the boat. We plan to keep these for ourselves, Chen Xiaoyun replied, not intending to sell the smaller tuna. Very well. The man expressed some regret. What about the shrimp and crabs? Unable to acquire the tuna, he shifted his gaze to the shrimp and crabs. The banana prawns are 150, the black tiger shrimp 50, the mud crabs 50, and if you want the white prawns, 30 will suffice. Chen Xiaoyun quoted directly. I'll take the banana prawns, black tiger shrimp, and mud crabs. The man nodded, clearly unimpressed with the white prawns. All right, reserve 10 pounds of mud crabs for myself, Chen Xiaoyun agreed. They weighed out 21 pounds of banana prawns and 53 pounds of black tiger shrimp, while only 40 pounds of mud crabs were sold, leaving over 10 pounds for Chen Xiaoyun. The totals were 3,150 for banana prawns, 2,650 for black tiger shrimp, and 2,000 for mud crabs, amounting to 7,800. Brother Chen, can you confirm this? The man asked. Chen Xiaoyun waved his hand, smiling. No need to calculate. Do you think I would cheat you? All right, I'll transfer the money to you, the man chuckled. Nearby, some local fishermen with small boats felt disheartened. Others' yields of shrimp and crabs alone equated to 3 or 4 days at sea for them. However, they overlooked that their small vessels of 5 to 6 meters could only meander near the shore, unable to venture far. Those who could afford larger fishing boats hardly regarded Chen Xiaoyun's catch. After selling the catch, 60 pounds of white prawns, 5 half-pound eels, over 10 pounds of mud crabs, and 3 tuna over 50 pounds remained. Jiang Yin and Li Letian proceeded to package the tuna for quick freezing and shipping. They drove the black pickup truck to the dock. Alighting from the vehicle, has it been sent back? Chen Xiaoyun inquired. Yes, it was sent express. The shipping fee was 2,000, which is acceptable, Jiang Yin nodded. With a willingness to spend, the express service proved quite satisfactory. Shortly after placing the order, a dedicated vehicle arrived to transport their tuna to the airport. Now, let us take these catches back. We'll keep them for ourselves. No one wants these white prawns. Jiang Yin and Li Letian curiously asked, noticing the unsold prawns. They're over 20 a pound, so we didn't sell them, Chen Xiaoyun replied. At the dock, these white prawns are over 20 a pound, but at our seafood market, they sell for over 50 a pound, and people are eager to buy them. Li Letian couldn't help but lament. After loading the remaining catch into the pickup, the surrounding fishermen and fish traders dispersed. At that moment, 3 young men approached. Chen Xiaoyun, the leader called out. Chen Xiaoyun turned to see 3 individuals standing 3 meters away. The leader seemed somewhat familiar to him. Chen Xiaohu and Chen Xiaonan also looked over. It's you? What do you want? Chen Xiaonan's expression changed. What is there to fear? Are you afraid of a fight? Chen Xiaohu, more fearless, seemed eager for a confrontation. Who are they? Chen Xiaoyun asked, somewhat puzzled. They're the ones who followed us with their boat, Chen Xiaoyun explained. Is it really them? Chen Xiaoyun pointed at the trio with a grin. What is going on? Jiang Yin and Li Letian frowned, sensing trouble. It's fine, Jiang Ge Li Ge, just watch. Chen Xiaoyun said calmly. He dismissed the idea of being intimidated by these three. Such trivial matters did not concern him. Chen Xiaoyun, what's wrong? Don't you remember me? Lin Jie spoke up. Apologies, I don't quite recall. Is there something you need? Chen Xiaoyun smiled lightly. I'm Lin Jie. Does that ring a bell? I wanted to discuss something with you. Lin Jie replied. Lin Jie? The one from middle school whom I often defeated? Chen Xiaoyun recalled, finally recognizing him. You. Lin Jie clenched his fist. The saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes burn with hatred. They had indeed been rivals in their youth. Back in middle school, Lin Jie acted tough, but an incident led to a conflict between them. They fought, and Chen Xiaoyun had the upper hand, while Lin Jie's followers dared not intervene. After all, Chun Family Village was a tightly knit community, and few would provoke its members in town. It was understandable that Lin Jie's lackeys hesitated to assist. Since then, their enmity had been sealed. Are you looking for trouble or wanting a fight? Chen Xiaoyun inquired, unfazed. He had bested Lin Jie before and saw no reason to fear him now. Lin Jie, noticing Chen Xiaoyun's towering height, felt a twinge of apprehension. Unlike Chun Family Village, Qinwan Village was not a single surname community and lacked such unity. If a fight broke out, no one would come to aid. After all, winning a fight could lead to financial loss or imprisonment, while losing could mean hospitalization. In this harmonious society, everyone was expected to be civilized. I'm not here to cause trouble or to settle old scores, Lin Jie clarified. In our youth, we were ignorant, driven by loyalty and rivalry. Now that we've matured, we realize that life isn't merely about fighting. Chen Xiaoyun was taken aback and asked, then what is your intention? Chapter 63. The Stirring of Youthful Emotions. An encounter with a former deskmate. I'm not here to cause trouble or to settle middle school grievances. Chen Xiaoyun was puzzled by Lin Jie's intentions. We're here because we want to team up with you, Lin Jie stated directly without hesitation. What? Chen Xiaoyun thought he misheard, his ears playing tricks on him. Even Chen Xiaonan and Chen Xiaohu found it hard to believe. I know you've been lucky. Everyone says you're a relative of the Dragon King, always returning with a bountiful catch. We want to join you to earn a living, to go fishing together. Ling Ye etblinet. Hearing this, Chen Xiaoyun still thought he misheard. Was this truly the rebellious youth he once knew? Though surprised, he shook his head. Our fishing boat is small. We don't plan to hire anyone. Although their boat was 15 meters long, it remained a small fiberglass fishing vessel. Not a medium or large fishing boat that required many crew members. Bringing someone on board would mean sharing profits. Upon hearing Chen Xiaoyun's refusal, Lin Jie's expression dimmed. It made sense. Who would willingly share their earnings? Even former classmates were not exempt from such considerations, especially given their past grievances. We are willing to work for you, as long as you provide the payment. Lin Jie, however, remained undeterred and lowered his demands. Were it not for the dwindling catches from his small fishing boat, making it increasingly difficult to support his family, he would never have considered subservience to others. Forget it, my fishing vessel is too small and does not require employees. Chen Xiaoyun would certainly not hire strangers aboard his boat. Brother, let us go. Why beg him? Said one of Lin Jie's two followers, their indignation palpable. Indeed, brother, there is no need to plead with him. We can still venture out to sea and catch fish ourselves. Lin Jie's companions felt a sense of outrage. After all, Lin Jie was their leader. How could he demean himself before others? With a hint of disappointment, Lin Jie turned away, and the two followers followed suit. What had transpired with Lin Jie over the years? Chen Xiaoyun felt a tinge of surprise. The once arrogant youth who aspired to be a big boss, rallying a group of unruly boys and proclaiming himself as the leader, had seemingly been tempered by society. I'm not entirely sure, but I heard he was incarcerated for 2 years due to fighting, Chen Xiaoyun interjected. Never mind him. We should head back, Chen Xiaoyun dismissed, feeling apathetic towards such trivial matters. It was merely a minor episode. The group returned to their vehicles. Today, they had earned a total of 109,600 yuan. 600 yuan would be set aside for fuel and supplies, while the remaining 100,000 would be distributed among them. Chen Xiaoyun informed Chen Xiaonan. Xiaoyun, you can allocate it as you wish. No need to consult me, Chen Xiaonan replied. For him, it sufficed that Chen Xiaoyun was willing to share the earnings. Regardless of the amount, it is essential to clarify these matters. We are all brothers, and we must not allow money to tarnish our relationships, Chen Xiaoyun insisted. He had witnessed numerous friendships deteriorate over business dealings, leading to estrangement. Indeed, the pursuit of profit necessitates clear delineation of responsibilities to avoid disputes, Li Letian concurred. Having experienced similar betrayals in partnerships, Chen Xiaoyun transferred 10,000 yuan to Chen Xiaonan and 40,000 yuan to Chen Xiaohu. Upon receiving the notification, Chen Xiaohu did not even question the amount. In his eyes, whatever Chen Xiaoyun sent was acceptable, and he felt no need for explanations. He trusted that his cousin would not let him suffer losses. Having grown up closely behind Chen Xiaoyun, their connection had waned only when Chen Xiaoyun left for work elsewhere. Chen Xiaoyun sent a message to Chen Xiaohu, instructing him to buy some items in town. Driving the luxurious Cadillac CT6, Chen Xiaohu headed towards the town upon receiving the message. This isn't the way back, Jiang Yin remarked, noticing the detour. My brother said to go to town for shopping, Chen Xiaohu clarified. Oh, to town. Jiang Yin resumed scrolling through her phone, comfortably replying to comments on her social media. Photos of her with a magnificent tuna garnered countless likes, satisfying her vanity immensely. For fishing enthusiasts, showcasing large catches on social media is an undeniable source of pride. Upon arriving in town, Chen Xiaohu parked the vehicle. Xiaoyun, what do you need to buy? He inquired as he stepped out. I want to purchase some oysters, clams, and conch for dinner, and also a large freezer to store the seafood, Chen Xiaoyun replied. All right, let us buy the seafood while you get the freezer. If we return early, we can catch some eels as well, Chen Xiaohu suggested with a hint of amusement. Sound good. Chen Xiaohu led Jiang Yin and others to the seafood market for oysters and clams, while Chen Xiaoyun ventured alone into an appliance store. Young man, what can I assist you with? The store owner greeted with a smile as he approached the counter. I'm looking to buy a freezer to store seafood and meat. Chen Xiaoyun stated his purpose. Chen Xiaoyun. A female voice suddenly called his name. Chen Xiaoyun turned in surprise. It was unexpected for someone to recognize him. Emerging from a store was a slender girl, around 6 meters tall, with fair skin, an oval face, and an elegant demeanor, dressed in a white dress. She was strikingly beautiful, undoubtedly an 8 out of 10. Her long, straight legs were particularly eye-catching. As she approached, Chen Xiaoyun felt an inexplicable familiarity. You are Zhao Yuyan. Why, old classmate, did you fail to recognize me? Zhao Yuyan smiled. Chen Xiaoyun felt a wave of nostalgia. It was a chance encounter with his former desk mate from middle school. It's been so long. Seeing an old friend stirs strange emotions within me, he admitted. Indeed, it has been a while. I was rather saddened that you didn't recognize me right away. Zhao Yuyan responded with a hint of melancholy. People change. It has been so many years, and you have become even more beautiful. How could I dare to recognize you? Chen Xiaoyun chuckled, memories of their past surfacing. How had you been all these years? Zhao Yuyan inquired. I have been well enough, Chen Xiaoyun replied with a faint smile. Time passes and memories fade. Why didn't you take the college entrance exam? You seem to vanish suddenly, Zhao Yuan asked, her eyes reflecting a hint of sadness. I thought I wouldn't get into a good university, so I simply gave up. He feigned nonchalance. You're lying. Why did you leave without a word? Zhao Yin's disappointment lingered. Had it not been for Chen Xiaoyun's abrupt departure, they might have taken the entrance exams together, preventing the severance of their budding affection. Dear, do you know each other? The store owner interrupted, sensing the rapport. Dad, he's an old classmate, Zhao Yin explained. Chen Xiaoyun felt a pang of dismay. Weren't they supposed to be desk mates? 3 years in middle school, 3 years in high school. Oh, an old classmate. Young man, you're here to buy a freezer, right? Since you're my daughter's classmate, I'll give you a discount, 10% off, the owner offered jovially. Chen Xiaoyun couldn't help but scoff. A 10% discount hardly felt generous. Dad, Zhao Yin frowned, displeased. All right, how about 20% off? Is that acceptable? The owner relented, acknowledging his daughter's discontent. What size freezer do you need? Can I show you some options? Chen Xiaoyun, unsure, nodded. Take a look at this model. It measures 6 meters in length, 65 centimeters in width, and 92 centimeters in height. It has ample capacity, excellent functionality, and is built to last for years. The owner described a freezer. Chen Xiaoyun inspected it, finding it satisfactory for his needs. How much is it, sir? He inquired. This model is priced at 600 yuan. But I can sell it to you for 2,000 yuan. The owner generously proposed, grateful for the connection. All right, please deliver it to my home, Chen Xiaoyun responded decisively, completing the transaction without hesitation. Chen Xiaoyun, I'm getting married the day after tomorrow. Will you come to my wedding? Zhao Yuyin suddenly asked. Chen Xiaoyun's heart sank. As if struck by lightning, Zhao Yuyin was getting married? The anticipation of rekindling their connection dissipated instantly. He forced a smile. I will come, the day after tomorrow. At your house in town, right? No, it's at the Penghu Seafood Hotel in Golong Town. Zhao Yuyin bit her lip as she replied. All right, I will be there. Until then, old classmate, Chen Xiaoyun concluded, turning to leave. Time had passed, and old friends had become strangers. Their next meeting, devoid of the joy of reunion, bore the weight of impending nuptials. Zhao Yuyin gazed at Chen Xiaoyun's departing figure for a prolonged moment, and inexplicably, a solitary tear cascaded down her cheek. Yet, she refrained from uttering a word of entreaty. My dear daughter, could it be that he is not merely an ordinary classmate? Xiao Jun has treated you exceptionally well. Do not be foolish, her father expressed with concern. It's nothing, Dad. It's all in the past, Zhao Yuyin replied with a calm voice. As Chen Xiaoyun strolled through the streets, he looked up at the sun. At 15, it felt like a decade had slipped away. Even the dilapidated gates of his former middle school had transformed into a pristine facade. Who can remain unchanged? Unbeknownst to him, youth had quietly morphed into mere reminiscence. The past, like smoke, evaporated. Those once cherished feelings were now but a distant memory, as friends prepared for marriage. Today, the sun appeared tinged with melancholy. Chapter 64. The Emperor of Baths, autonomously navigating home. Xiaoyun, had you bought everything? Noticing Chen Xiaoyun wandering alone with a lackluster demeanor, he spotted Chen Xiaohu and others waiting for him, which brought a faint smile to his face. Yes, it's all taken care of. The boss will deliver it to our home shortly. What about you all? Have you made your purchases? Indeed, we have procured oysters, clams, scallops, yellow clams, sea conchs, cat's eye snails, razor clams, squid, chives, and chicken kidneys. Chen Xiaoyun's eyelids twitched. What were they planning? Oysters, chives, chicken kidneys. What an odd combination. Then let us head back, he decided. With their provisions in hand, they returned to Chen's village. Jiang Yin and Li Letian also picked up some health supplements for the elderly to deliver to Chen Xiaohu's grandparents. Upon arriving home, Chen Xiaohu eagerly called for Chen Xiaonan and dashed off to the fields to catch loaches. Chen Xiaoyun meticulously filleted a tuna, dividing it into several portions and packing some shrimp into bags for delivery to his great-uncle's house, Grandma Lian, Jinyu, and Grandpa Jinxuan. His great-uncle and great-aunt had friends over, but declined the invitation to join for dinner. So Chen Xiaoyun had to settle for sending seafood or vegetables instead. Grandma Lian, Jinyu, and Grandpa Jinxuan were three lonely elders, relying solely on government aid and village subsidies to make ends meet. As they aged, mobility became a challenge, prompting Chen Xiaoyun to deliver food whenever he had the time. Woof! As he approached his great-uncle's house, the silly dog Era trailed behind him, rushing into the yard. Upon entering, it was immediately confronted by He Zai and A Huang, who playfully knocked Era to the ground. Woof! Era sprang back up and lunged at He Zai without a hint of fear. The three little ones frolicked joyfully in the yard. Brother Chen, Jiang Yin, and Li Letian greeted him while cleaning crabs and deveining shrimp. You two carry on. I'll go feed the chickens, ducks, and geese, then come help, Chen Xiaoyun said with a smile. No problem, Brother Chen, you go ahead. Chen Xiaoyun proceeded to feed the poultry, nearly depleting the feed he had bought. Considering there were hundreds of mouths to feed, the lion-headed goose chicks were the most voracious. As he approached the chicken coop, he was greeted by the clamor of chicks. The tabby cat Lai Wang, nestled in its nest, promptly woke up upon seeing Chen Xiaoyun. Meow. The boss is here to inspect. I must not slack off. Lai Wang scampered to Chen Xiaoyun's feet, seeking a treat. With Lai Wang guarding the chicken coop, wild animals like snakes, mice, and feral cats were deterred from sneaking in to snatch the chicks. All right, let us feed you first, Chen Xiaoyun chuckled, admiring the tabby cat whose fur grew increasingly lustrous and beautiful. If cat enthusiasts saw it, they would surely want to hold it and snuggle. He fed Lai Wang a mixture of milk and spring water. Remember to come over later. There will be fish and shrimp, he added, patting Lai Wang's head. Meow. Got it, Lai Wang replied, then began tending to the chickens and changing their water, observing the chickens, ducks, and geese gradually maturing. Chen Xiaoyun anticipated needing to separate them soon. After finishing with the poultry, Chen Xiaoyun returned to assist with deveining the shrimp and washing the oysters and sea conchs. Are we planning to have a barbecue? Chen Xiaoyun inquired. With chives, oysters, scallops, squid, and vermicelli, if we don't grill them. I wouldn't know how else to prepare them. Jiang Yin nodded with a smile. All right then, with all this seafood, we want need to cook dinner tonight. The trio labored until 7 o'clock, finally cleaning the oysters, scallops, sea conchs, and shrimp. Ouch! My back! Jiang Yin stood up, stretching vigorously. It's delightful to eat, but washing everything truly gives one a headache, Li Letian chimed in. Well, if you want to eat clean and hygienic food, you must do the work yourself, Chen Xiaoyun chuckled. The oysters, scallops, shrimp, and crabs all required thorough cleaning, removing the shrimp veins and innards. Otherwise, eating would be quite unpleasant. For the sea conchs, cat's eye snails, clams, razor clams, and yellow clams, sprinkling edible salt in clean water would help them expel any sand. Once they finished cleaning the seafood, Chen Xiaohu and Chen Xiaoyun returned. You two took long enough. Chen Xiaoyun suspected they were reluctant to come back and help with the cleaning. Xiaoyun, the loaches in the fields are incredibly difficult to catch. They are vigorous and fierce, making it hard to capture them during the day, Chen Xiaohu explained. All right, hurry up and get to it. After more than 2 hours, they had only managed to catch 4 or 5 kilograms of loaches, which confirmed the difficulty of catching them during daylight. Okay, Chen Xiaohu and Chen Xiaoyun went to deal with the loaches. Chen Xiaoyun then set about preparing the ingredients for grilling oysters and scallops, needing to salt the seasonings. Debanjiang, minced garlic, ginger, and soy sauce were sauteed together and mixed with vermicelli, ready for grilling. He sliced some tuna into thin pieces for sashimi and cut others into chunks for frying. The razor clams were briefly boiled, then stir-fried with minced garlic. Li Letian assisted in the kitchen while Jiang Yin kindled the charcoal for the barbecue. The sea conchs and cat's eye snails were prepared with a simple blanching, to be dipped in a seafood sauce later. The innards of the clean crabs were stir-fried with ginger and garlic, filling a large bowl with over 10 kilograms of crabs. Some shrimp were blanched, while others were sauteed in garlic-infused oil. The clams and yellow clams were stir-fried with debanjiang, filling another generous bowl. After Chen Xiaohu and Chen Xiaoyun cleaned the loaches, Chen Xiaoyun opted for a straightforward braise to save time and trouble. The prepared dishes were all placed on the stone table beneath the lychee tree in the yard, filling it to the brim. Chen Xiaohu emerged from the refrigerator, carrying a box of beer. All right, all the dishes are ready. Let us eat. Hey, I suggest one of you should abstain from drinking, Chen Xiaoyun cautioned, observing the spread of grilled oysters, chives, and chicken kidneys alongside the loaches from the fields, creating a veritable feast of flavors. Tonight, if any of you manages to sleep well, I'll consider a loss, Chen Xiaoyun teased. Everyone drinks. What is the big deal? Chen Xiaohu replied, perplexed. Chen Xiaoyun, with an innocent expression, failed to grasp the deeper meaning behind Chen Xiaoyun's words. Well, then I want tea drink. Li Letian finally understood the implication of Chen Xiaoyun's remark. Let us dig in. The table was laden with a sumptuous seafood feast. Stir-fried clams with debanjiang, blanched sea conchs, cat's eye snails, shrimp, crabs, and tuna. Chen Xiaoyun savored a piece of pan-seared tuna, its texture delicate and juicy. Indeed, the tuna lives up to its reputation. The sea conchs were delectable, their sweet flavor enhanced by the accompanying seafood sauce. Quite a delightful experience for Jiang Yin, who found this sea conch entirely different from what she had previously tasted. This razor clam is delicious, seasoned beautifully, and the meat is tender, not tough. Li Letian remarked after trying one. Chen Xiaohu sampled a piece of tuna sashimi, commenting, this tuna sashimi is passable, but it cannot compare to the exquisite taste of the East Star grouper. Chen Xiaoyun silently relished a crab, engrossed in his meal. Well, the East Star grouper costs around 800 to 900 or even 1,000 per kilogram. The yellowfin tuna is only a little over 100. So it's hardly comparable. Chen Xiaoyun shot Chen Xiaohu a glance, slightly exasperated. The group raised their glasses in a toast, with Li Letian opting for orange juice. Chilled beer is simply delightful, accompanied by an array of seafood. Jiang Yin exclaimed in delight. This eel meat is absolutely delectable. Li Letian took a bite of the eel, his eyes lighting up. He felt that the eel surpassed all the seafood on the table in taste. Let me try. Jiang Yin also picked up a piece of eel, savoring its tender and delicate texture, smooth and flavorful, with a hint of subtle fragrance. Wow, this is delicious. Jiang Yin barely had time to spit out the bones before she grabbed another piece of eel to enjoy. Chen Xiaohu and Chen Xiaoyun joined in on the eel feast as well. They had worked hard to catch it. If they didn't eat it soon, Jiang Yin and Li Letian would boast about it all. Meow. The tabby cat came over, drawn by the enticing aroma. Woof woof. The silly dog era, upon seeing the tabby, rushed over to teach a lesson. Smack. The tabby swiftly slapped Era, sending him spinning. Silly dog, come here. Chen Xiaohu called out. Bewildered, Era ran over, having no idea what had just happened. Come here, Lai Wang. Chen Xiaoyun offered a shrimp to the tabby. Meow. Lai Wang replied, thank you, boss. Woof woof. Seeing Lai Wang receive a shrimp, Haizi and Da Huang felt a pang of jealousy. You two can have some too. Chen Xiaoyun offered crabs to the two dogs. Come on, Brother Chen, Brother Xiaohu, Brother Xiaonan, let us toast. Jiang Yin raised her glass. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses in unison. Li Letian, with his orange juice, did not join in, as he was too busy flaunting the eel. After indulging in food and drink, they finished off a case of beer. Chen Xiaohu went to the fridge to fetch another case. Clams and other shellfish, which had more shells than meat, were quickly devoured. These seafood paired with beer disappeared rapidly. However, the first to be finished was half a basin of eel, weighing 4 to 5 pounds, which could not withstand the onslaught of 4 hefty men. Chen Xiaoyun had only sampled 2 pieces of eel. When the oysters were grilled, Chen Xiaoyun brought out a plate, placing it on the table. Chives, chicken kidneys, and squid, all grilled, were served in plates. The feasting continued until past 11 o'clock, having consumed 3 cases of beer and all the seafood. Each person had eaten 8 or 9 oysters and 2 or 3 skewers of chicken kidneys. As a finale, they prepared to grill tuna steaks. In the afternoon, when Chen Xiaoyun encountered Zhao Yuyin in town and learned of her impending marriage, his mood soured considerably, leading him to drink excessively. Yet, for some reason, he could not seem to get drunk. Perhaps it was due to his enhanced physique. By 11 o'clock, both Jiang Yin and Li Letian felt a warmth in their lower abdomens. After chatting for a while, the sensation intensified. Then, there was an urge from the second brother, who was restless and wanted to break free. Chen Xiaohu and Chen Xiaonan's faces also flushed, the effects of alcohol taking hold. They were both young and vigorous, and the youthful energy ignited within them. Li Letian and Jiang Yin exchanged a knowing glance, 2 seasoned individuals instantly understanding each other's thoughts. If they did not address this, they feared they would not be able to sleep tonight. Brother Chen, let us go. I'll treat you to a sauna, Jiang Yin suggested enticingly. You all go. I'll sit this one out. Chen Xiaoyun shook his head. What about you, Brother Xiaohu and Xiaonan? Come on, let us go, my treat. The sauna. Chen Xiaohu and Chen Xiaonan were intrigued. They had only heard about it before, but had never experienced it. Driven by curiosity and the excitement of the moment, compounded by the effects of alcohol, they inexplicably nodded in agreement. Are you sure you want to join us, Brother Chen? Jiang Yin inquired again. You all go ahead. I didn't eat much, Chen Xiaoyun replied with a smile. Jiang Yin's face flushed slightly. All right then, Brother Li, let us hurry. His inner heat grew more intense. It would take about half an hour to get to the county. Let us go. The 4 of them climbed into the luxurious bathhouse vehicle, with Li Letian driving. Little T, navigate home. Route into store. Is this your destination? Yes. Navigation initiated. Jiang Yin's action astonished Chen Xiaohu, as the navigation led them to a bathing and sauna establishment. Watching the car head towards the city, Chen Xiaoyun smiled faintly. Back during his working days, he had often entertained clients there. After tidying the pots and dishes, he planned to wash them tomorrow. Standing on the second-floor balcony, he gazed at the distant sea, where waves crashed rhythmically against the shore. His thoughts began to drift. It dawned on him that his youth had concluded at the tender age of 17. Some people, once missed, are truly lost forever. Once his middle school desk mate, Zhao Yuyin, lingered in his heart as a fleeting sentiment. Now, with Zhao Yuyin on the brink of marriage, that sentiment had been irrevocably severed. Suddenly, looking back, youth had transformed into an unattainable memory. Well, what has passed is past. There is no point in dwelling on it, he thought. With that, Chen Xiaoyun turned and stepped into his bedroom, falling into a deep slumber. Let all worries drift away with the wind. Chapter 65. Changing Equipment. A night passed without dreams, thoughts, or aspirations. The past faded like the wind. Why burden oneself with trivial concerns? No matter how beautiful the memories, they remain merely remnants of what once was. Awakened at 6, he drank the spiritual spring water, circulating his energy for a week. He felt refreshed, his physique and strength seemingly enhanced. Coming downstairs, he noticed the car hadn't returned, indicating the absence of its occupants. Woof woof. The three little dogs ceased their frolicking upon spotting Chen Xiaoyun, wagging their tails as they bounded to his feet, their teeth bared in smiles. Their eager expressions clearly signaled their request for food. "All right, let us feed you first." Chen Xiaoyun chuckled at the sight of the three adorable pups. He fetched their bowls, pouring milk mixed with spiritual spring water. He then sliced some leftover tuna from last night to feed the pups. After tending to the dogs, he shouldered 2 bags of feed, one on each side, and made his way to the chicken coop to feed the chickens, ducks, and geese. He effortlessly hoisted a 100-pound bag. In his previous job, socializing and working late, even lifting a 50-pound bag of rice had been challenging. Now, carrying 200-pound bags felt like childish play. Meow. Lai Wang, the tabby cat, noticed Chen Xiaoyun's arrival and began grooming itself with its paw. After placing the feed in the coop, Chen Xiaoyun resumed feeding. 10 prawns, with a drop of spiritual spring water. That's Lai Wang's wages for the day. Meow. Lai Wang responded, "Thank you, boss. You're so generous." After feeding Lai Wang, Chen Xiaoyun began to feed the chickens, ducks, and geese. He scattered some feed and then added water mixed with spiritual spring water to ensure the poultry would not fall ill. He did not administer any medicine, as they had been vaccinated upon delivery. Beyond that, Chen Xiaoyun had not interfered. Watching the chickens, ducks, and geese grow day by day filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Soon he would enjoy roasted chicken, duck, and goose. Just the thought was delightful. He also sprinkled some spiritual spring water in the fallow fields. In the 2-acre lotus pond, the leaves had already grown to fist-sized, adorning the water surface. In the fallow fields, the aquatic vegetation appeared even more lush. Returning home, he watered the flowers and plants in each yard. By the time he finished all this, it was past 7. Chen Xiaoyun visited his grandfather's house to have breakfast with his grandpa and grandma. "Xiaoyun, where has Xiao gone? Didn't he come home to rest last night?" Grandma inquired with concern. "He went out to play in the county with friends. Don't worry, Xiaonan went along too." Chen Xiaoyun reassured her, going to a bathhouse, as if those ladies would eat him. "That's good. This child is always fooling around." Grandma felt relieved upon hearing Chen Xiaoyun's words. "Your 2 friends are quite polite, even bringing gifts for us. They seem nice." Grandma added with a smile. "Yes, they're good people. Otherwise, we wouldn't be friends." Chen Xiaoyun nodded in agreement. "You should consider buying some fish fry for your pond. Have you decided what kind of fish to raise?" Grandpa inquired. "Not yet. Maybe in a couple of days," Chen Xiaoyun replied, still undecided about which fish fry to purchase. After finishing breakfast with his grandparents, Chen Xiaoyun returned home. By 10 o'clock, with no sign of their return, he decided to call and inquire. Chen Xiaohu, still in a daze, answered the phone, murmuring that he was still asleep. Chen Xiaoyun suggested they take their time returning, as he would be heading into the city. After greeting his great-uncle and asking him to help feed the chickens at noon, Chen Xiaoyun drove his black warrior vehicle towards the county town. It seemed that today would not be a day for sea fishing. With the unstable footing, it would be easy to fall overboard. Upon arriving in the county, Chen Xiaoyun called, and soon Chen Xiaohu, Jiang Yin, and the others lazily emerged from slumber. They exited the sauna and bath center, looking as if they had just awakened. Li Letian yawned and stretched, remarking on how age was taking a toll on his back. Jiang Yin laughed heartily, teasing him to take it easy or risk needing support. Chen Xiaohu and Chen Xiaonan, experiencing this for the first time, felt a bit shy, their faces slightly flushed. "Let us go to the fishing gear store. I want to buy a few rods," Chen Xiaoyun suggested with a smile. "Let us go." Li Letian hopped into Chen Xiaoyun's pickup, while Chen Xiaohu drove Jiang Yan's luxurious CT6, with Jiang Yin and Chen Xiaonan in tow, both vehicles heading towards the largest fishing gear shop in the county. Upon entering the Longyu Rin fishing gear store, the owner greeted them with a wide smile, instantly recognizing the group of customers. "Gentlemen, what can I assist you with?" "Feel free to browse," he said cheerfully. "What type of fishing rod are you considering, Brother Chen?" Li Letian inquired, as he had some knowledge about fishing rods and could offer advice. "I plan to buy a sea fishing rod around 10,000, and another capable of catching large fish weighing 400 to 500 pounds, Chen Xiaoyun replied. "For around 10,000, I recommend pairing it with a 5,000 yuan Shimano rod and a top-of-the-line Daiwa reel, which would easily handle a catch of 100 or 200 pounds, Li Letian suggested. The shop owner nodded in agreement, confirming the recommendation. All right, let me have that set up. Do you have any recommendations for deep-sea fishing? Chen Xiaoyun asked. For deep-sea giants, the deep-sea werewolf rod is excellent, capable of catching bluefin tuna over 500 pounds, but costs 50,000 for the complete set, the owner recommended. Is there no discount available? Chen Xiaoyun inquired, unwilling to purchase without a better deal. The owner quickly assured him, of course, there will be discounts, young man. Chen Xiaoyu chimed in, add a little more. I want a rod around 10,000 too. Chen Xiaoyun, now with some money of his own, also expressed his desire for a rod. I could buy my own. I want a good fishing rod, he insisted. After considering it, Chen Xiaoyun decided not to press the matter further, acknowledging that Chen Xiaoyun had earned his share from their recent outings. All right, but remember, we can't always be the ones to help. Everyone deserves their dignity, he said, aware of the dangers of fostering greed through excessive assistance. Have you thought of what discount you can offer us? If it's not satisfactory, we may consider shopping elsewhere, Chen Xiaoyun stated, leveraging the significant sum they were about to spend. The owner, recognizing the potential loss of a valuable customer, offered, how about I give you a few spools of fishing line, each worth 1,000. What? We didn't even ask for a discount, and you're just giving us fishing line? Chen Xiaoyu protested. It's a small business, please understand, the owner replied, somewhat awkwardly. However, Chen Xiaoyun remained skeptical, asserting that if it were truly a small business, it would have already closed its doors. Let us not waste time. If you cannot provide a better offer, we will seek our supplies elsewhere, Chen Xiaoyun declared, emphasizing the competition among shops in the area. All right, how about this? For each rod, I'll include 2 spools of fishing line and a weight, plus a 500 yuan hand rod for each of you, the owner countered, realizing he needed to make a deal. Chen Xiaoyun accepted the offer, recognizing it as the best the owner could provide. In the end, they purchased 3 rods priced at 10,000 each, along with an additional deep-sea werewolf rod. Their total expenditure amounted to 60,000. Chen Xiaoyun, clutching his new rod with pride, felt it was the most expensive one he had ever bought. As they placed their new equipment into the vehicle, the owner called out, "Young man, should you need anything in the future, do visit my store for the best discounts." Chen Xiaoyun nodded in agreement. Certainly, we will return if needed. Where next? Jiang Yin asked. Let's go eat. It's almost noon, Chen Xiaoyun replied, glancing at the time. I didn't realize how hungry I was. What should we eat? Li Letian remarked, feeling the effects of the previous night's exertions. What are you all in the mood for? Chen Xiaoyun asked. We're not familiar with the area. We'll leave it to you to decide, Jiang Yin suggested. All right, follow me. Chen Xiaoyun nodded, leading them to a restaurant that, while not large, was nearly full inside. This was a well-established eatery, famous since his high school days, and it had stood the test of time. At noon, the restaurant was still manageable, but in the evenings, reservations were often required. Gentlemen, please take a seat. The waitress greeted them warmly, her smile bright. What would you like to order? She asked, handing over the menu. Let me take a look, Chen Xiaoyun said, perusing the options. Let us start with half a braised line head goose, a serving of handmade beef balls, an oyster omelet, a seafood porridge, and a plate of marinated seafood, plus a big head fish tofu soup. That should suffice for now, and we can order more if needed, he concluded, closing the menu. Very well, please wait a moment. We'll have your dishes ready shortly, the waitress responded politely. With 5 ravenous young men, this selection should suffice, especially as the restaurant was known for generous portions. The braised line head goose, handmade beef balls, and seafood porridge here are all signature dishes, quite renowned. I've never had them before, so I thought I'd bring you all to try, Chen Xiaoyun shared with a smile. Just arrange it as you see fit, Chen Xiaoyun replied, his hunger overriding any particular preferences. The dishes arrived promptly after just a few minutes, with the seafood porridge and braised goose making their entrance. Enjoy your meal, the waitress added, her voice sweet as she served them. Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Xiaoyun, both experiencing these flavors for the first time, couldn't help but steal glances at the beautiful waitress. Let us start with the porridge. After last night's drinking and skipping breakfast, this will be good for our stomachs, Chen Xiaoyun suggested, scooping himself a bowl of seafood porridge filled with shrimp, scallops, and abalone, its aroma wafting pleasantly. Jiang Yin, Li Letian, and the others wasted no time, each serving themselves a bowl. After all, who would be shy when hunger was at play? Delicious, fresh, and savory. With no fishy taste, the porridge absorbs the essence of the seafood beautifully, Chen Xiaoyun remarked, appreciating the meal. Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled with delight. The porridge was exceptionally appetizing, neither too salty nor too bland, with a perfectly balanced flavor. The fresh scent of seafood awakened their appetites. It was indeed delicious. Li Letian nodded in agreement. This seafood porridge was the most authentic and delectable he had ever tasted. Having arrived at the table hungry, they devoured their meals with great enthusiasm. Chen Xiaoyun, however, maintained a more refined demeanor, unlike Chen Xiaohu and the others, who devoured their bowls as though they had been starved. Do try this braised lion-head goose. It is quite delightful. Slow down. There are more dishes to come, Chen Xiaoyun remarked, observing the four men's voracious eating habits, unable to suppress a smile. If we don't replenish our food intake soon, my legs might start shaking, Jiang Yin interjected, acknowledging the indulgence of the previous night and the need to restore their energy and nourishment. Li Letian picked up a piece of sliced goose meat, stating, "Let me give this a taste. If it proves delightful, I shall take one home." The goose meat, upon entering Li Lishan's mouth, provided a gastronomic experience unlike any other. With its fragrant profile far surpassing that of regular braised goose or roasted duck, the meat was firm yet tender, full of flavor without being dry. Delicious. The lion-head goose from your region is indeed exceptional. I must take two home for my family to enjoy, he remarked as he savored every bite. This wing is mine, Chen Xiaohu exclaimed, swiftly placing a goose wing into his bowl and digging in. The most delectable parts of the lion-head goose, aside from the head, were indeed the wings and feet. I shall sample this piece of the head, Jiang Yin announced, lifting a slice of goose head. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaonan opted for a goose leg, which contained the most meat. For some reason, the lion-head geese raised elsewhere simply lack the exquisite taste of those from our region. We hardly ever accept those from outside, Chen Xiaoyun explained. The lion-head goose breed is a prized delicacy exclusive to their coastal city, commanding a high price. In contrast, those raised in other areas are merely comparable to common white geese. Soon, a variety of dishes arrived, including handmade beef balls, marinated seafood, oyster omelets, and fish head tofu soup. Let us sample these dishes. They're quite delightful. Try the marinated seafood if you enjoy it. If not, then pass. Not everyone appreciates this flavor, Chen Xiaoyun suggested, acknowledging the mixed preferences. These beef balls are exquisite, plump, juicy, and tender with a delightful texture. Jiang Yin praised after tasting one. This is a specialty of our region, handmade from fresh beef, highly favored by many, Chen Xiao added with a smile. Yes, this marinated seafood is also quite unique, Li Letian remarked after sampling a marinated shrimp. Allow me to try. Jiang Yin also selected a marinated shrimp. This flavor is a bit hard for me to accept. I think I shall stick to the beef balls and braised goose, she admitted after tasting the marinated shrimp. Brother Chun, you should have joined us last night. Miss number 68's massage technique is simply outstanding. Her skills are remarkable, making one unable to refrain from exclaiming in admiration. Chen Xiaoyun chuckled, shaking his head. Xiaonan, your character is somewhat reserved. It may hinder your interactions with girls in the future. I suggest you frequent massage parlors to hone your social skills and overcome your shyness. Jiang Yin advised with a smile directed at Chen Xiaonan. The mere thought of the previous night caused Chen Xiaonan's face to flush slightly. As they continued to eat and chat, the table was soon cleared of delicious dishes, showcasing the formidable appetites of the five men. Chen Xiaoyun settled the bill, which amounted to over 1,500. The half-braised lion-head goose alone was priced at $999. Post-lunch, the group meandered through the county town. Jiang Yin and Li Letian took the opportunity to purchase some local specialties to bring back for their families. It was the 3rd of May. They planned to enjoy one more day before returning home the day after. After an hour of strolling, they decided to take a break. Shopping is truly exhausting. There's a lottery shop ahead. Let us step into rest and scratch a few tickets. I'll borrow some luck from Brother Chun, Li Letian suggested. Although he didn't rely on the lottery for wealth, he enjoyed playing it occasionally when bored. All right, let us go in and have some fun. It has been quite a while, Jiang Yin remarked, her calves sore from the hour of shopping, feeling as though she were enduring a form of torture. Upon entering the lottery shop, they enjoyed the air conditioning. Boss, I'll take 50 of these scratch-off tickets, Li Letian instructed, pointing to the tickets priced at 21 each. He purchased 1,000 yuan worth of tickets for a little fun. I'll have 50 as well, Jiang Yin chimed in, also spending 1,000. The two were undoubtedly affluent, as 1,000 yuan was merely a casual expenditure for them. Boss, I'll take 10 of these, Chen Xiaoyun said, showing restraint compared to the others, spending only 100. I'd like 10 of those too, Chen Xiaoyun, inexperienced in gambling, opted for the same as Chen Xiaoyun. As for Chen Xiaoyun, he clearly lacked faith in such games, preferring to observe rather than participate, reluctant to spend money on something he deemed frivolous. 100 yuan could cover his sister's living expenses for 2 or 3 days at school. The others refrained from commenting, acknowledging that such activities were merely personal preferences. Seeing 2 significant customers, the shopkeeper was delighted and promptly presented the tickets to Jiang Yin and Li Letian. Upon receiving her scratch-off tickets, Jiang Yin immediately began to scratch. "Wow, my luck is abysmal," she exclaimed, having scratched 10 tickets without winning a single prize. "I managed to score 20 for my 10. That is a bit better than yours," Li Letian laughed. Chen Xiaoyun scratched 8 tickets, also yielding no wins. "So, Brother Chen, did you win anything?" Jiang Yin inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. "Nothing," Chen Xiaoyun replied, shaking his head. "I won 200 on this one." Chen Xiaoyun chuckled. "That's impressive, a 200 win." Li Letian remarca. Winning in this game truly relies on luck. As Chen Xiaoyun scratched off his 9th ticket, the winning number was 27, and upon uncovering it, the corresponding amount was a staggering 100,000. Instantly, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Did I really win? 100,000. At this, the others turned to him, their expressions a mix of astonishment and confusion, as if they had misheard. "You won?" Chen Xiaoyun nodded, confirming, "Yes, 100,000. What?" The 4 men jumped up, rushing to Chen Xiaoyun's side, where they confirmed that the ticket displayed the winning number 27, indeed awarding him 100,000. "Incredible! Brother Chen, your luck is as remarkable as ever." Jiang Yin and Li Letian expressed their envy, recalling their own modest lottery winnings. The shopkeeper was momentarily stunned. It had been nearly 6 months since anyone had won such a significant amount at his shop. Witnessing Chen Xiaoyun's triumph, Jiang Yin and Li Letian hastily finished scratching their tickets, hoping to borrow some of Chen Xiaoyun's good fortune. "I won 150 from 1,000. Jiang Yin announced with a smile. "I did slightly better with 200. I'm ahead by 50. Li Letian lauga heartily. This was the typical outcome of such games. 1,000 yuan could yield a return of 1 or 200. Chen Xiaoyun, too, only won 200, netting a modest profit of 100, which was considered good. Such games were a matter of luck. Even with ample funds, one could easily lose everything. This illustrated the adage that money could not triumph over fortune. After cashing in his prize and paying taxes, Chen Xiaoyun received 80,000, effectively recouping the expenses of the day. Chapter 67. Tonight's feast of crawfish having concluded their scratching, Jiang Yin and Li Letian refrained from purchasing more tickets. Aware of Chen Xiaoyun's luck, they remained level-headed, understanding that lottery wins depended on chance, and without fortune, dreams of winning big were unrealistic. After Chen Xiaoyun collected his winnings, they did not linger in the lottery shop, exiting shortly after. Chen Xiaoyun's luck was indeed extraordinary, as Jiang Yin remarked with envy. "Not bad." Chen Xiaoyun chuckled. This was his 2nd time purchasing a lottery ticket, and he had won 100,000 yet again. His first win had been a staggering 400,000. It appeared that fortune had truly favored him. However, Chen Xiaoyun did not let this success inflate his ego. He chose to withdraw while he was ahead. "This is just a bit of fun. It's merely entertainment. If one hopes to get rich, they might as well dream," Li Letian stated. Chen Xiaoyun and Chen Xiaoyun were not envious. They were well aware of their own unfortunate luck. Before Chen Xiaoyun returned, they had been struggling, nearly unable to afford a meal, working tirelessly on fishing boats for a meager salary of 5,000 to 6,000 a month. With such dismal luck, they did not dare to dream of winning a $1 million jackpot. "I'm heading back. I can't keep up with your shopping," Chen Xiaoyun said, feeling exhausted. He had intended to rest in the lottery shop, but was reminded of his title as the lucky one. Upon returning home, he took a moment to inspect his fallow fields, checking for any damage caused by wild animals. The water in the irrigation ditches had risen to over 40 centimeters, while the fields themselves were about 10 centimeters deep. Such depth was not favorable for the rice frogs, which scurried towards the shallow banks. During his inspection, Chen Xiaoyun encountered numerous water snakes and rat snakes, all eager to invade the fields for frogs. Additionally, various water birds have been lured to the area, drawn by the abundance of food, including plenty of snails and small river shrimp, as well as some freshwater crabs. This surplus of nourishment had attracted over 20 egrets to reside in the fields. Chen Xiaoyun felt powerless. the government had significantly ramped up protections for wild birds, making these egrets protected animals. He could neither chase them away nor harm them. He had to accept their presence. 3 playful puppies followed him, chasing snakes in the grass and frolicking joyfully. After his round, Chen Xiaoyun identified a pressing issue. There were too many snakes around the fields. If he were to accidentally step on a venomous one, it could pose a grave danger. The village's rice paddies were lush and green, having been planted just over a month ago and already reaching a height suitable for growth. In the southern region, rice is cultivated twice a year. The first season is planted in April and harvested by July, while the second season is sown in early August and collected by the end of October. Upon returning to the courtyard, he noticed that the lychee tree bore fruit the size of quail eggs, laden with bountiful harvests. Seizing the opportunity, he visited a local farm specializing in breeding eels and purchased over 100 pounds of juvenile eels, each weighing about an ounce. These farmed eels had gray skin adorned with yellow spots, a stark contrast to the wild golden eels he had caught from his fields. Chen Xiaoyun released the purchased eels into the fallow land, understanding that without replenishing their numbers, the existing eels would not be able to reproduce fast enough to keep up with his catching pace. He was confident that it wouldn't be long before these new eels would grow golden and thrive. On his trip to the town for the eels, he also bought 20 pounds of crayfish and several crates of beer, planning to indulge in a crayfish feast that evening. Shortly after 3 in the afternoon, 2 online acquaintances drove up to his home. "Is this Chen Xiaoyun's place?" A man stepped out of a blue vehicle. Hearing the voice, Chen Xiaoyun, who had been sitting under the tree engrossed in his phone, stood up. Upon seeing Chen Xiaoyun, the man greeted him with a smile. "Hi, Brother Chen. I'm He Chong, visiting from Sichuan to fish with you." "Come on in, Brother He," Chen Xiaoyun replied, opening the bamboo gate. He Chong had contacted both him and Chen Xiaohu beforehand to arrange the visit. This man was a well-known figure in the fishing community, a strong man from Sichuan, admired by countless fishing enthusiasts for his prowess. "And I'm Song Xiaoxing, visiting from Zhejiang," another young man said as he stepped out of tank-like vehicle. There was now a line of cars parked outside Chen Xiaoyun's house. "Come in, take a rest. You've traveled a long way," Chen Xiaoyun welcomed them. He Chong and Song Xiaoxing entered the courtyard and noticed Chen Xiaohu and Chen Xiaonan napping in the reclining chairs, prompting them to lower their voices. "Let us sit in the living room. I'll brew you some tea." Chen Xiaoyun invited them inside. He fetched some tea leaves to brew, as he didn't drink it often but believed in being a good host. "Didn't you go fishing today?" He Chong asked. "No, we didn't go. They drank too much last night and decided against going out today," Chen Xiaoyun explained with a chuckle. "Wow, the weather here is definitely warmer than back home," He Chong remarked as they settled down. "Yes, this area is tropical. The climate is considerably hotter," Chen Xiaoyun replied. "Try this tea. It's not the finest, but it has a pleasant taste." He poured tea for them. "Thank you. Young Song here is quite young. How did you become a fishing enthusiast at such a tender age?" Chen Xiaoyun inquired, noting that Song Xiaoxing appeared to be around 21, freshly graduated from university. "Right after graduation, my family wanted me to take over the factory, but I'm not ready for that. At such a young age, taking over a factory isn't something I can manage. I'd rather travel and enjoy life for a few years before returning to the family business." Song Xiaoxing replied with a smile. So he was a rich second generation, which explained his ability to pick up and leave at will. Ordinary workers often lack the luxury of time off, let alone the freedom to roam. The 3 of them chatted in the living room until after 4, when Jiang Yin, Chen Xiaohu, and the others awoke. "Oh, we have new friends." Jiang Yin and Li Letian descended the stairs and entered the living room, spotting He Chong and Song Xiaoxing. "Hello, I'm He Chong." He Chong stood up to shake hands with Jiang Yin and Li Letian. "I'm Jiang Yin, and this is Li Letian," Jiang Yin introduced. "I'm Song Xiaoxing. Greetings to you all," he politely acknowledged. The gathering was becoming livelier. "Now that you're awake, let us get to work. I bought some crayfish today, and we'll have a feast," Chen Xiaoyun said with a grin. I'm so sleepy. I want to go back to sleep a little longer," Jiang Yin complained, rubbing her forehead. "You've already napped all afternoon," Chen Xiaoyun quipped, rolling his eyes. Laughter erupted among the group. "Let us get to it and wash the crayfish." "I checked, and there is quite a bit," Li Letian suggested. Chen Xiaoyun smiled subtly. 20 pounds isn't that much." "Hey, 20 pounds isn't a lot?" "I thank you for that," Jiang Yin retorted, pouting. "Although crayfish are delicious, they are quite laborious to clean. Be careful, you might get pinched," Chen Xiaoyun joked. "What about you? Jiang Yin countered, noticing Chen Xiaoyun trying to escape. I need to prepare the side dishes. I'm a chef here. Why don't you take charge? Forget it. Jiang Yin sighed, conceding that while he might eat well, he likely couldn't cook crayfish properly. Chen Xiaohu fetched a brush, and the group began washing the crayfish while Chen Xiaoyun peeled potatoes and lotus roots to stir-fry with the crayfish, knowing that these added ingredients would enhance the dish's flavor. After peeling the potatoes and lotus roots, he prepared ginger slices and minced garlic, taking out several pounds of snails from the freezer to thaw. The snails he had caught earlier still remained uneaten, sitting frozen in the refrigerator. Take out 5 or 6 pounds of shrimp from the freezer. Just eating crayfish. 20 pounds is hardly enough for 7 big men. The shells of the crayfish are plentiful, but the meat is scarce. If we don't prepare something else, it will surely be insufficient. Chen Xiaohu and his 6 companions spent over an hour cleaning the crayfish. Chen Xiaoyun had already stir-fried the river snails and brought them into the living room. Everyone, let's start with the river snails and have a drink. I will quickly prepare the crayfish, Chen Xiaoyun said to the crowd. All right, chef, we appreciate your hard work, so let's dig into the river snails first. Jiang Yin was quite unreserved and urged everyone to start eating. The large bowl of crayfish was so abundant that the big iron pot at home could hardly accommodate it. Thus, Chen Xiaoyun had to fry them in 2 separate batches. One pot was flavored with garlic, while the other was seasoned with 13 spices. After heating the oil in the pot, he tossed the crayfish in for a quick stir-fry. After draining the excess oil, he began to cook. First, he prepared the garlic-flavored batch with doubanjiang, ginger slices, and minced garlic, stir-frying them until fragrant before adding the crayfish for a couple of minutes. Then, he tossed in the diced potatoes and lotus root, seasoning it with salt and spices, adding a few bottles of beer to braise. Once the sauce was reduced, he garnished it with chopped green onions before serving. Xiaohu, come take this bowl of crayfish out first, Chen Xiaoyun called out. Coming. Chen Xiaohu set down the river snails he was sucking on and rushed to the kitchen. Looking at the freshly cooked garlic-flavored crayfish, he couldn't help but exclaim, it smells so good. All right, take it out for everyone to enjoy. I will finish the other pot soon, Chen Xiaoyun replied. Chapter 68, The Great Low Tide. Okay, I'll take it out now. Chen Xiaohu carried the garlic-flavored crayfish outside. Without pause, Chen Xiaoyun cleaned the pot and began cooking the 13-spice crayfish. After finishing the 13-spice batch, he also prepared the shrimp by blanching them. Tonight, it was all about shrimp and snails, simple yet delightful. Chef, you've worked hard. Let us raise a glass to you. Everyone cheerfully toasted Chen Xiaoyun. They all drank together, but Chen Xiaoyun cautioned, let us not drink too much. We might miss the chance to experience the low tide. Indeed, we should drink moderately. After the meal, we'll head to the beach to witness the spectacle of the low tide. They were enjoying beer, which rarely led to drunkenness if consumed in moderation. Brother Chen, your crayfish is truly delectable, no doubt about it. He Chong praised, giving a thumbs up. Of course, Brother Chen's culinary skills are at a master chef level. Another chimed in. The crayfish you fried, Chen, is the best I've ever tasted. Tender, flavorful, and utterly addictive, Song Xiaoxing remarked, even as he continued to peel the shrimp. You're quite the charmer, Li Litian laughed, though they had only recently met. The camaraderie among them felt like that of longtime friends, devoid of any awkwardness. Perhaps this is the nature of men, sharing a love for fishing, bonding over common interests. And drinking together is enough to forge friendships. This roe is genuinely delicious, everyone. It's simply wonderful. Chen Xiaohu exclaimed, live-streaming his enjoyment of the crayfish. Make sure to eat it all. Otherwise, it would signify a lack of appreciation for my culinary skills, Chen Xiaoyun said with a smile. Ha! Well, definitely savor every bit. Now, the whole internet knows you as the strongest man from Sichuan and Chongqing, calling you the Emperor of Heaven. Jiang Yin laughed. Let us raise a glass to Brother Chong, the mightiest man in our fishing circle. Song Xiaoxing lifted his glass. Haha, that is just a joke from the netizens. I'm flattered. My wife is understanding, and after finishing work, I simply enjoy fishing for leisure, He Chong explained with a smile. Wow, Mr. He has arrived. Truly the strongest man in the fishing world. Day in of envying Mr. He. So many crayfish, they look so delicious, I can't help but drool. The streamer is handsome, talented, and utterly the perfect man. Everyone was enjoying the meal with great enthusiasm, and Chen Xiaoyun was also delighted. Gathering with friends, drinking heartily, surrounded by delicious food, and discussing fishing while chatting about various topics. He relished this carefree life. After dinner, they all rested for a while. And as the sun began to set, it was past 7, and darkness gradually enveloped the sky. "Let us grab the buckets and flashlights. It's time to head to the beach," Chen Xiaoyun announced. The prospect of beachcombing piqued their curiosity, and they eagerly anticipated the experience. Since they had been drinking, they couldn't drive and decided to walk along the coastline. By now, the tide had receded significantly. "Chen, why aren't we beachcombing right in front of your house?" Song Xiaoxing curiously inquired. After all, there was a vast stretch of beach right at Chen Xiaoyun's doorstep. "The beach in front of my house consists of fine yellow sand, devoid of rocks and seaweed. Aside from some shellfish, there is hardly any seafood," Chen Xiaoyun explained. The area in front of his home was suited for swimming, but not very deep, with few fish, shrimp, or crabs. After walking for half an hour, they arrived at a vast beach, and the effects of alcohol had worn off for most. Although not drunk, Chen Xiaohu and Chen Xiaonan, with their lighter tolerances, still felt a bit woozy. Having walked 2 to 3 kilometers, they were now alert. This expansive beach already had numerous people. The tide had receded far, and many had started beachcombing. During a significant low tide, this beach could extend 600 to 700 meters outward, revealing a bounty of seafood left behind. Wow, the tide has receded so far. Everyone was astonished at the extensive stretch of beach revealed. That is quite normal. During a significant low tide, this beach can extend 600 to 700 meters, leaving behind a plethora of seafood, Chun Xiao, who explained. Once, during a particularly low tide, it receded over 1,000 meters, and those who went beachcombing couldn't carry all their catch and had to use baskets. With so many people beachcombing, there must be hundreds of them, Jiang Yin observed, surprised. "Let us hurry and start beachcombing. Otherwise, all the good finds will be snatched up," Song Xiaoxing exclaimed excitedly. The youth, experiencing beachcombing for the first time, was particularly animated. "Let us see what treasures we can find today. The midnight snack depends on all of you," Chen Xiaoyun said with a smile. "Charge ahead, ocean, here I come." Song Xiaoxing was the first to dash forward. Chen Xiaohu followed suit. Youthful exuberance was in full display. The exposed seabed after the tide receded was mostly a gently sloping sandy surface. Chen Xiaonan joined them, as they were all of similar age. The 4 older friends, Li Lutian, He Chong, Jiang Yin, and Chen Xiaoyun, strolled leisurely behind, maintaining a steady pace, sharing laughter along the way. "This sand is so soft," Jiang Yin exclaimed as she slipped off her sandals to feel the fine sand beneath her feet. "Don't take off your shoes carelessly. There are many shell fragments beneath the sand that could cut your feet," Chen Xiaoyun cautioned. Heeding his advice, Jiang Yin put her sandals back on. "Hey, there's a type of crab here," Li Lutian exclaimed cheerfully. Chen Xiaoyun glanced over and remarked, "That little crab is not worth collecting. It's so small. Will you even eat the shell?" "Oh, that is why no one was picking them up. They're just too tiny." What is this bubbling up?" He Chong asked as he reached down and sifted through the sand, uncovering a cat's eye snail. "Oh, nice. This cat's eye snail is a good find," Lila Tian said. What kind of fish is this, Brother Chun?" Jiang Yin asked as she spotted a fish in a small puddle. Chen Xiaoyun took a look and replied, "That is a noodle fish. No one really wants it." "It looks quite nice, white and long," Jiang Yin mumbled. Those who had never been beachcombing before were curious about every marine creature they encountered. Even spotting a small crab made them eager to catch it. "What is this, Brother Chun?" Li Lutian inquired, picking up a sea creature that resembled squid. "That is what we call a sea bunny. It looks a lot like squid, just a smaller version, but it doesn't grow much larger than what you're holding. However, the sea hare is quite delicious. I think I shall collect a few to taste," Chen Xiaoyun remarked. "Hey, then I will add it to my bucket." Li Letian happily picked up a sea hare. The beach was vast, and with hundreds of people searching for seafood, it felt rather sparse. As they ventured deeper, the bounty of seafood gathered by the group increased significantly. "I found a large crab." "What kind is this?" "That is a red crab." "Oh, I found an orchid crab." "This conch is enormous. Goodness. There are so many clams. I can't possibly collect them all." If one wishes to achieve seafood freedom, living by the sea is the answer, with endless seafood and the vast ocean to behold. Tonight's gathering offered Li Letian, Jiang Yin, He Chong, and others from the inland a unique experience. It was refreshing and immensely enjoyable, akin to children living by the sea, searching for mushrooms in the mountains. The sea breeze carried a salty, humid scent. As darkness enveloped the beach, Numerous flashlights flickered about. Chen Xiaoyun, engrossed in his search, favored gathering clams, white shells, yellow clams, and conchs, showing little interest in crabs, octopuses, sea hares, or fish. However, Jiang Yin and the others were different. They eagerly collected everything edible into their buckets. After nearly 2 hours of gathering, Chen Xiaoyun's bucket was half filled with clams, white shells, and yellow clams. Let's go. It's time to return. The tide is rising. Chen Xiaoyun called out. The ebb and flow of the tide followed a predictable rhythm. The retreating tide was fierce, and the incoming tide could be perilous. The best time for gathering seafood was within 2 hours after a significant low tide, a time when local fishermen also searched the shores. By now, many had begun to leave. Chapter 69. The Harvest of Gathering Seafood. Do you still want to go fishing now? Are we heading back already? Jiang Yin expressed her reluctance. Exactly. My bucket isn't even full yet. L'Ilitian equate her sentiment. It was akin to climbing a mountain to gather mushrooms, knowing there was still plenty left to find, yet being forced to return. This feeling of unfulfilled desire was truly disheartening. We must return. It's already past 9 and nearing 10. The evening tide can be quite terrifying. For everyone's safety, we should leave, Chen Xiaoyun explained. Being swept away by the tide at night could lead to dire consequences. The seasoned fishermen along the coast feared the high tide after dark. Hearing of the danger, the group had no choice but to relent. All right then, let us go back. Chen Xiaohu, Chen Xiaonan, and Song Xiaoxing also gathered around. Xiaoyun, it's time to return. The tide is likely to rise soon. Those gathering seafood began to make their way back to shore. Yes, let us head to the shore first. Chen Xiaoyun nodded. The group returned to the beach. Xiaohu, how was your haul? Jiang Yin asked. We did quite well. We found a cat shark in a tide pool under some rocks, weighing over 2 pounds. Chen Xiaohu replied proudly. A cat shark? Li Letian and He Chong were unfamiliar with the notion that one could catch a shark. Here, this is it. It does indeed grow large, resembling a small shark, but with a different coloration. It's called a cat shark. Chen Xiaohu lifted the cat shark from the bucket for everyone to see. The cat shark, also known as the spotted bamboo shark, boasts a light yellowish-brown hue, with a long, slender tail, a wide and blunt snout, small eyes, and a large mouth. Isn't this a protected species? Jiang Yin inquired curiously. Chen Xiaoyun chuckled. There aren't that many protected species. Cat sharks are quite common along the coast and are not endangered. Fishermen often catch them to take home for a meal. Oh, what does it taste like? Li Lishan's eyes sparkled with interest. Some from Yunnan enjoy trying unusual and unfamiliar delicacies. This cat shark costs about 100 yuan per pound. Its meat is rich in collagen and makes for a delightful soup, Chen Xiaohu said with glee. I gathered a lot of shrimp, all mantis shrimp, Song Xiaoxing added, as he specifically sought out mantis shrimp, disregarding everything else. Wow, Xiaosong, that's impressive. You must have 2 or 3 pounds there. Jiang Yin exclaimed in surprise. I was fortunate. We searched an area where no one else went, Song Xiaoxing beamed. This was his first experience gathering seafood, and he was so thrilled with his bounty that he continuously took photos to share on social media. Let us go back. This haul will be enough for a midnight snack, Chen Xiaoyun urged. The moonlight shone brightly, allowing them to see the path even without flashlights as they walked back to Chen Xiaoyun's home, chatting and laughing. They fetched large and small bowls to sort their catch. Hey, Jianggu, why did you collect such odd things? Chen Xiaohu couldn't help but comment on Jiang Yin's collection. Seashells, sea urchins, kelp, crabs, small octopuses, small fish. This is called diversity in harvest. Do you understand? Jiang Yin shot him a glare. He just picks up anything that looks good or peculiar. That's how it goes, Li Letian remarked from the side. Still, Brother Chen knows how to gather. Look at all these clams, white shells, and yellow clams, He Chong noted. The group combined their various crabs, totaling around 3 pounds. There were also plenty of conchs and cat's eye shells, estimated at 3 to 4 pounds. Enough to stir-fry a substantial portion. Chen Xiaonan had gathered many clams and yellow clams, and combined with Chen Xiaoyun's haul, they had enough to stir-fry a large bowl. Li Letian had collected several sea hares. Let us go, Xiaonan. Let us catch some eels and frogs, Chen Xiaohu suggested, concerned that they might not have enough seafood for everyone. Just catch frogs. We plan to go fishing tomorrow, so let us skip the eels, Chen Xiaoyun advised. Fearing the group might head to the county town again that night. If you want to eat eels tonight, will you still want to go fishing tomorrow? All right, Chen Xiaohu realized, knowing that if they indulged in eels tonight, they might not be able to venture out to sea tomorrow. Be careful. There are quite a few snakes in the fields. Don't let them bite you, Chen Xiaoyun warned. All right, we understand, Chen Xiao nodded, heading off with Chen Xiaoyun to catch frogs. Is there any explanation for this? He Chong asked curiously. Why can't we eat eels and still go out to sea tomorrow? Hee. Jiang Yin chuckled, beginning to explain to He Chong. You all select and clean. I'll prepare this cat shark for soup, Chen Xiaoyun announced as he took the cat shark into the kitchen. After cleaning and cutting it into pieces, he placed it in a pot with ginger, garlic, star anise, herbs, red dates, goji berries, and cotinopsis, simmering it all together. He even added a couple of drops of spring water to the mix. This pot of soup would be sufficient for everyone. Once the soup was simmering, Chen Xiaoyun returned to blanch the clean sea hares. After blanching, he placed them into prepared ice water to cool. He then prepared the dipping sauce for the sea hares. The conchs, clams, yellow clams, and white shells only required a brief boil before they were ready to be washed and stir-fried. Finding it tedious, Chen Xiaoyun opted to stir-fry them all in one pot with garlic and chili bean sauce, adding beer, and letting it simmer until the sauce reduced. The mantis shrimp, crabs, and octopuses were also blanched in a single pot, ready for dipping sauce. This method preserved their natural flavors without excessive cooking. For the frogs that Chen Xiaohu and Chen Xiaoyun caught, Chen Xiaoyun prepared dry pot. Ah, it smells so good. Can we eat now? Song Xiaoxing eagerly rubbed his hands in anticipation, gazing at the seafood feast. Yes, we can eat. I just need to bring over the soup. Chen Xiaoyun replied with a smile. Come, serve the soup yourself. Chen Xiaohu brought out 7 small bowls. Let us dig in. Don't wait for me. Chen Xiaoyun placed the cat shark soup on the table, proclaiming, Hey, you're the chef, so we must wait for you, He Chong chuckled. Brother Chong is right. Jiang Yin wholeheartedly agreed. All right, now we can start eating, Chen Xiaoyun smiled. This sea hare looks very tender. I shall taste it first, Li Letian said as he picked up a sea hare. Li Go, wait a moment, Chen Xiaoyun hurriedly interjected. What is the matter? Li Letian paused, momentarily perplexed. Chen Xiaoyun picked up a sea hare and said, Brother Li, the soft cartilage on the back of the sea hare is inedible. You must remove it first, then dip it in the sauce before consuming. He demonstrated extracting the soft cartilage from the sea hare, dipping it in the sauce, and taking a bite. Delicious, tender, and scrumptious. After witnessing Chen Xiaoyun's demonstration, Jiang Yin, Li Letian, and others imitated him, removing the soft cartilage, dipping in the sauce, and tasting it. Delightful. The meat is tender and sweet, and the dipping sauce adds a uniquely exquisite flavor. Li Lishan's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, it was delectable. Such a small morsel was a burst of flavor, crunchy and savory. After savoring one, Jiang Yin couldn't resist having a second. It was her first time tasting this seafood, and the unique flavor proved irresistible. He Chong had sampled many seafood dishes, yet none compared to this little gem. Though he now had the means to indulge in seafood anywhere, he had never experienced such fresh and delicious seafood before. Truly, the catch of one's own hand is the most satisfying. Song Xiaoxing was busy peeling shrimp, relishing the taste of the broth. This soup is nutritious and delicious. Chen Xiaoyun took a sip and remarked to the group. The soup, made from cat shark, was indeed nourishing, filled with collagen-rich meat. Chen Xiaohu also served himself a bowl of soup, eager to replenish the protein lost the previous night. Song Xiaoxing filled another bowl, savoring the flavor that seemed to explode on his palate. Delicious. Brother Chen's culinary skills are unparalleled. After finishing one bowl, he quickly refilled, convinced that no soup made from bird's nest, shark fin, or abalone could rival this one. The large pot of soup was soon empty, with the meat all devoured. Following Brother Chen's lead, life felt almost celestial. Song Xiaoxing mused that this was far more enjoyable than a night at the KTV. This frog meat is comparable to eel. It's delightful. The texture is firm and tender, with a subtle fragrance that makes it utterly addictive. Li Letian felt reluctant to leave this place. Every dish prepared by Chen Xiaoyun was unforgettable. Indeed, this frog meat is exquisite. I remember as a child catching them in the fields and steaming them. The meat falling into the broth, which was utterly delicious. I miss those days. He Chong reminisced. We had a similar method back home, adding pork fat and scallions for steaming. The broth was exceptional. Li Letian added regretfully that now, such frogs were scarce, mainly found in rural areas. And with stone frogs becoming a protected species, all that could be consumed were farmed ones. Without drinking, they enjoyed late-night snacks, sipping soup and chatting, unaware that it was nearly midnight. After finishing the meal and cleaning up, they prepared to rest, as they needed to rise early the next day. It's almost time. I should head to bed, Chen Xiaoyun remarked. Strong brother, Song Xiaoxing, you're welcome to stay at my place tonight. I still have 2 empty rooms, Chen Xiaohu offered. All right. Thank you for your hospitality, brother Xiaohu. He Chong expressed his gratitude. Chen Xiaohu smiled. Guests deserve to be treated well. Come on, let's head to my house. Xiaoyun, I'm off to rest as well, Chen Xiaoyun chimed in. Yes, let's get up early tomorrow, Chen Xiaoyun nodded. After bidding farewell, Chen Xiaohu and the others returned home, while Jiang Yin and Li Letian assisted Chen Xiaoyun in washing the dishes. All right, Jiang Gu, Li Gu, you should shower and rest, Chen Xiaoyun instructed. Sure. After the 3 took their showers, they settled down for the night. Late at night, as the tide rose, the waves crashed rhythmically against the shore, and the frogs croaked in the rice fields. Chapter 70. New equipment and encountering silver pomfret schools, a night without dreams. And at 6 o'clock sharp, Chen Xiaoyun woke up. Even after just 6 hours of rest, he felt invigorated. After drinking the spiritual spring water and practicing his breathing techniques for a full cycle, he felt light, his pores open, and his spirit revitalized. After washing up, he went downstairs, where He Zai and A Huang eagerly greeted him. The 2 little dogs only roamed the first floor and yard, exhibiting a lively spirit. Woof woof. He Zai, the German shepherd, tilted his head, his eyes bright and striking, wagging his tail like a fan. De Huang, with his golden fur, was free of any blemishes, tongue lolling and wearing a gentle smile. Cute and obedient. Woof woof. Old Deng, breakfast. Just a moment. I'll cook shrimp for you, Chen Xiaoyun replied, retrieving 3 pounds of fresh shrimp from the freezer and placing them in a pot to boil. After cooking, he served the shrimp in the dogs' bowls, adding some spiritual spring water for them to enjoy. These 2 dogs were growing rapidly, now resembling small adult dogs. Hey, Brother Chun, your dogs are living in luxury. Jiang Yin laughed as he walked down and witnessed the scene. I'm feeding them high-protein food to help them grow faster, Chen Xiaoyun replied with a smile. Why are you up so early? Jiang Yin sighed. I was woken by the urge to relieve myself. Ha! Your 2 dogs are quite impressive, very spirited. When they grow up, they'll be excellent companions, Jiang Yin praised as he looked at He Zai and A Huang. Both dogs had excellent fur quality and robust frames, destined to become great companions. I'll go feed the chickens, ducks, and geese first. You can stroll around, Jiang Gu, Chen Xiaoyun said. All right, I'll take a walk by the beach. The air is nice right now, Jiang Yin nodded, intending to enjoy a seaside walk. After feeding the tabby cat, who was the sole employee and manager of the chicken coop, Chen Xiaoyun proceeded to feed the chickens, ducks, and geese. Soon, Chen Xiaohu and the others arrived. Brother Xiaoyun, we're here. Chen Xiaoyun decided not to tend to the flowers or vegetables anymore. Since you're here, let us get going. We're ready to depart. He Chong and Song Xiaoxing loaded the fishing gear into Chen Xiaoyun's pickup. They drove the Black Warrior and the CT-6 to the town for breakfast. Jiang Yin and Li Letian deliberately walked ahead, leading everyone to a breakfast shop. Hey, boss lady, we're back for breakfast. He Chong and Song Xiaoxing couldn't help but glance at the boss lady. What's this, Jiang brother? Do you know the boss lady? He Chong asked curiously. Jiang Yin smirked. Not really, but Brother Chen knows her. Oh. He Chong understood immediately, while only Song Xiaoxing remained puzzled. Chen Xiaoyun, feeling somewhat speechless, was relieved that he didn't know the boss lady. Otherwise, it would have been hard to explain. After everyone ordered breakfast, the boss lady noticed that Chen Xiaoyun hadn't ordered yet and asked, Handsome, what would you like to eat? Big white steamed bun. Chen Xiaoyun nearly let it slip out instinctively. Luckily, he recovered quickly, swallowing his words to avoid an embarrassing moment. Just give me the usual, he said. All right, just a moment. It'll be ready soon, the boss lady replied with a sweet smile. Within 2 minutes, she brought Chen Xiaoyun his meal of gunpowder buns and soybean milk. Jiang Yin, Li Letian, and He Chong all stared at Chen Xiaoyun, puzzled as to why he received his breakfast first. Chen Xiaoyun could only lower his head to eat, avoiding their gazes. Is it wrong to be handsome? Not at all. After finishing breakfast and stepping out of the shop, Song Xiaoxing's curiosity flared up. What story is there between Brother Chen and the boss lady? He asked eagerly. Ha! Jiang Yin burst into laughter. They drove to the Qinyuan Pier, purchased bait and live shrimp, and set sail for the open sea. Wow, so exciting. Song Xiaoxing stood at the bow, bracing against the wind, exhilarated by the sea breeze. However, He Chong and He Tiandi were not as fortunate, feeling seasick. They settled in the lounge to recuperate from the discomfort. Lin Jie and his companions, upon noticing that Chen Xiaoyun and his group were setting out to sea today, decided to follow suit. Realizing that the fishing boats trailing behind them belonged to Lin Jie's group, Chen Xiaoyun paid them no mind. The fishing boats continued to navigate 50 nautical miles offshore before finally halting. Today we shall fish in this area and see what fortune brings us, Chen Xiaoyun remarked. Upon reaching the chosen spot, they first lowered their shrimp and crab traps, and then selected a nearby location to begin fishing. Lin Jie followed suit, setting down his traps and then anchoring a nautical mile away from Chen Xiaoyun's group. Why are there still fishing boats following us? Song Xiaoxing inquired, puzzled. Chen Xiaohu explained, and Song Xiaoxing nodded in understanding. So, seeing that you all are having good luck, they are envious and wish to partake in your bounty. Chen Xiaohu replied with a chuckle, let them come. As long as they don't disturb us, it's fine. The day before yesterday, they followed us as well. Yet their catch barely covered the fuel costs. Chen Xiaoyun then produced a new fishing rod, expertly threading the line, attaching the sinker and hook, and baiting it with live shrimp before commencing his fishing. After a while, Chen Xiaohu secured his sinker, initiated a live stream, and began his ritualistic invocation to the sea. I bow to the Jade Emperor above and the Dragon King below. Today, as I cast my line, may there be no restrictions, no prohibitions on rods, lines, hooks, or bait. May fortune favor us, bringing forth fish both large and small, one after the other. The suddenness of Chen Xiaohu's antics left the others bewildered, glancing at him in astonishment. Incredible! What a talented photographer! One exclaimed. What a show! Is he really performing a ritual to catch fish? Is this the reason behind our lack of fish? Another mused. The viewers who had just joined a live stream were met with an electrifying opening. Today at the seaside, I beseech the Dragon King of the depths to bless me with an abundance of fish. Chen Xiaohu continued his theatrical display. Chen Xiaoyun, watching Chen Xiaohu's eccentric behavior, felt an urge to give him a gentle shove into the sea. Haha, my brother Xiaohu knows how to entertain. Li la tian lauga fartili. Chen Xiaoyun covered his face, unable to watch. Brother Xiaohu, I must say, you've truly outdone yourself. Jiang Yin couldn't contain her laughter. Even Yi Chong, who usually seemed listless, was amused. You all don't understand. I specifically learned this casting ritual online. Today, we shall surely have a bountiful catch. Chen Xiaohu declared unabashedly. The live stream was filled with laughter. Brother Chong, can you still fish? Jiang Yin asked, noticing He Chong, who appeared slightly queasy from seasickness. Of course. Just give me a moment to recover, He Chong replied. A little seasickness wouldn't deter him from fishing. Nothing could stop him, not even the sight of his wife in black stockings. After the casting ceremony, Chen Xiaohu began to fish in earnest. On board were 7 individuals, yet the 15-meter-long, 3-meter-wide fishing vessel was spacious enough to accommodate all. Within mere minutes of casting, Chen Xiaoyun felt a tug on his line, the rod bending under the strain. I got a bite, he exclaimed, eager to discover the identity of the fish. As he reeled in, Song Xiaoxing turned his attention back. Is it big? He asked. Not too large. Probably around 2 or 3 pounds, Chen Xiaoyun replied, shaking his head. The pull from a fish was not particularly strong, and the new fishing reel operated smoothly, allowing him to bring the fish to the surface effortlessly. Ah, a silver pomfret. This size. Chen Xiaoyun was taken aback. The others gathered around to see a sizable silver pomfret weighing approximately 3 pounds. Such a wild silver pomfret can fetch up to 200 per pound in the market, Chen Xiaoyun remarked. Over 600 for a single fish, that's quite a catch. He Chong added. For lunch, we shall enjoy steamed silver pomfret. I've never had one this large before, Chen Xiaoyun said with a smile as he released the fish into the live well. Just then, Jiang Yin also hooked a fish. Hey, I'm the second to catch one today. She beamed. Is it big? Song Xiaoxing asked. Not really. Probably around a pound, Jiang Yin replied, shaking her head. The fish was quickly reeled in, also a silver pomfret, weighing about a pound. A pound is already considered a decent catch for silver pomfret. Soon after, everyone began to hook fish simultaneously. Is there a school of fish below us? He Chong asked curiously, as his seasickness faded with the excitement of fishing. We're certainly encountering a school of silver pomfrets. Such luck to hook fish so quickly. exclaimed Song Xiaoxing, exhilarated. Since joining this fishing venture, he had caught little aside from the initial days of good fortune. If one could see beneath the waves, they would witness a vast gathering of silver pomfrets drawn by the scent of the live bait. Huh, caught another one. Hichong laughed, feeling invigorated. Fishing truly cures ailments. He quickly released a half-pound silver pomfret back into the well, stating, "Fish under half a pound aren't worth keeping. They're too small, and 1 sell for much." Exactly. The others agreed. Small fish should be released. It's a rule among anglers. With our current success, we need to worry about small catches, Li Letian added cheerfully. Who cares about the small ones when we can catch bigger fish? Yichang remarked wisely. Check this one out. I estimate it weighs over 2 pounds, bigger than my face. Song Xiaoxing exclaimed, holding up a large silver pomfret for comparison. Come on, it's only 2 pounds, and you're bragging? I caught a giant tuna over 100 pounds. Jiang Yin teased. Don't flaunt your catches too much. The mention of a giant tuna made Song Xiaoxing suddenly feel less proud of his catch. As he had witnessed Chen Xiaoyun's group reel in massive fish on their previous outings, feeling a tinge of envy. Had he arrived a couple of days earlier, he might have caught the first giant fish of his life. The crowd continually reeled in fish, almost every minute bringing in a catch. Lin Jie and his companions, benefiting from some luck, managed to hook a few silver pomfrets, but their sizes were dwarfed by those caught by Chen Xiaoyun and his crew. They also caught fewer in number than Chen Xiaoyun's group. Yet, even this modest haul brought them joy. For ordinary fishermen, earning a living at sea is truly arduous. Some days yield a mere 200 to 300 yuan, while other times they must even subsidize their fuel expenses. Chen, your luck is simply extraordinary, Hichong remarked enviously. The silver pomfrets caught by Chen Xiaoyun rarely weighed under a pound. They were all substantial catches. What can I say? I rely on luck to make a living, huh? Chen Xiaoyun laughed. The thrill of fishing, where every cast results in a catch, is an exhilarating experience no angler can resist. I've only felt that rush when catching white strips, Hichong lamented. In wild fishing, one can only truly experience such a flurry during a white strip catch, occasionally landing a small crucian carp, which is indeed disheartening. A viewer in the live stream concurred. The continuous catches of silver pomfrets delighted everyone. After 2 hours of relentless fishing, their live shrimp bait was nearly depleted. Oh, my hands are so sore. I think I need a break, Li Letian said, shaking his hands and twisting his waist. Li, your spirit as a fisherman seems to be lacking. Song Xiaoxing teased. Hey, Xiao Song, you wouldn't understand. Li strained himself too much the night before and hasn't fully recovered. Jiang Yin chimed in with a mischievous grin. Cut it out. Don't corrupt Xiao Song. Li Letian shot Jiang Yin a glare. I'm not a child. I understand everything, he. Song Xiaoxing chuckled. In these 2 hours, I've nearly caught over 100 fish. It's insane. 2 hours worth of catch equals my previous half-year's haul, Hichong reflected. Who would argue? From now on, I'm in love with sea fishing, Song Xiaoxing declared. Fully enchanted by this sensation of fishing. Having purchased so much shrimp bait it was nearly gone, leading Chen Xiaohu to ponder if they would manage to fish in the afternoon. 7 people, their collective strength was formidable. Beneath the sea, a massive shadow was drawn closer by the shoal of fish. That enormous, dark figure glided through the water like a ruler, swiftly moving. The surrounding smaller fish, frightened, scattered into the coral reefs. This fish isn't large. It seems the shoal below is about to disperse. Chen Xiaoyun hooked another fish, sensing that the fish's pull wasn't particularly strong. As their shrimp bait was nearly exhausted, the frequency of their casts slowed. After 2 hours, they had caught 600 to 700 silver pomfrets, not counting the smaller ones they had released. Chen Xiaoyun, thinking the fish were small, began to reel in slowly, not feeling rushed. Suddenly, he was yanked hard, and the fishing line began to peel off rapidly, bending his rod. What is happening? Chen Xiaoyun was caught off guard, nearly losing his grip on the rod. The massive dark creature beneath the surface had precisely chosen the silver pomfret Chen Xiaoyun had just hooked. It surged upward, swallowing the pomfret in one swift motion and yanking Chen Xiaoyun off balance. Did I hook a big fish? This feels like something colossal, Chen Xiaoyun thought as he tugged hard, realizing he was struggling to move it. The fishing line tightened. Fortunately, his new rod and reel were high-quality gear. The drag was powerful enough to prevent the underwater giant from wreaking havoc. It seems Brother Chen hooked a silver pomfret, and then that giant suddenly appeared to swallow it. Jiang Yin commented. In the sea, It's common to hook a fish only to have it devoured by a larger creature. Oh no, I'm not using a large hook, nor is this a heavy line. At that moment, Chen Xiaoyun felt a twinge of worry that the hook might not hold or the line could snap. It's still charging. It must be hooked well, Li Letian said. The group quickly reeled in their rods, allowing Chen Xiaoyun to handle the situation. The appearance of the giant underwater caused the remaining fish to scatter in fright. What a force! The rod is bending like that, Song Xiaoxing exclaimed, anxiously watching the nearly snapping rod. Brother Chen, hang in there. Let me take over a moment, He Chong said, feeling a mix of envy and eagerness to experience the thrill of battling a giant creature. All right, once the fish calms down, I'll let you have a go. Chen Xiaoyun replied, bending the rod in a tug-of-war with the underwater beast. Just unhook a shark, Chen Xiaohu warned. Fishing in the sea, one often encounters sharks snatching catches, and hooking a fish can lead to being robbed by a shark. Shut it. Can't you wish for something good? Chen Xiaoyun thought about kicking Chen Xiaohu. If he caught a shark, it would all be in vain. What is going on over there? Did they hook a big fish? One of Lin Jie's subordinates suddenly asked. Lin Jie glanced over, noting that it did indeed appear they had hooked something substantial. As the fish scattered in fright, some swam towards their side, increasing their catch rate. Stop staring. Hurry up and fish, Lin Jie said, quickly shifting his focus back. Instead of envying others, make the most of your time. The massive creature, a grouper, was hooked, thrashing in the water, desperately trying to free itself from the iron hook in its mouth. Squeak. Even though Chen Xiaoyun had set the drag to maximum, the line continued to peel off. He could only pull back slightly while also trying to reel in some line. Otherwise, he would be completely out of line. 300 meters were nearly gone. Please don't be a shark, everyone murmured, fearing that if it were, their hopes would be dashed. It shouldn't be a shark. They typically hunt larger fish. And the one Xiaoyun just caught isn't that big. Sharks tend to bite halfway through a fish. Even if they swallow it, their razor-sharp teeth can easily cut the line. Chen Xiaoyun added. Chapter 72. Already accustomed, thus no need for shock. Chen Xiaoyun had been battling the giant underwater for nearly 10 minutes. The initial surge of strength from the creature had subsided. All right, who wants to take a turn? I need a break. I'll go. Song Xiaoxing eagerly raised his hand. The creature's strength hasn't completely waned yet. Let me take a shot first. Xiao Song, you might not be able to handle it, and it could snap the line. Wait until the beast is nearly exhausted before you take your turn, He Chong advised. Indeed, Xiao Song, let strong brother go first. You might struggle and break the line, Jiang Yin concurred. All right then, Song Xiaoxing nodded. He truly lacked experience with such large creatures, and Chen Xiaoyun was not using a heavy line or hook. If he let the fish escape, he would be hard on himself. He Chong took over the rod, feeling as though he was grappling with a monster from the depths, nearly impossible to move. To be honest, he had never encountered such a giant, and could only reel in a bit before letting some line go. The constant tugging against the sea creature made him hesitant to pull too hard. What a thrill! This feeling is unprecedented. He Chong reveled in the terrifying pull, adrenaline surging through him. He felt every nerve in his body heightened, his blood boiling. This sensation was incomparable to catching a 10 to 20-pound carp or grass carp. This feeling is simply addictive. After about 10 minutes of reeling, He Chong passed the rod to Jiang Yin. Hey, such incredible strength. It's been over 20 minutes, and it still has this much energy. This creature must weigh well over 100 pounds. Jiang Yin discerned that this giant was even stronger than the tuna he had caught 2 days prior. Squeak. The giant grouper at the bottom of the sea unleashed its strength, causing the reel to screech and release line continuously. After a good 10 minutes of play, satisfied with the thrill, Jiang Yin handed the rod to Li Letian, who had been waiting patiently. Every fisherman is unable to resist the allure of playing with a giant catch brought in by a friend. After another 10 minutes, the grip and pulling strength of the underwater giant had diminished. He finally handed the fishing rod to the eagerly waiting Song Xiaoxing. Oh! Upon receiving the rod, Song Xiaoxing tightly bent it. The immense pull momentarily overwhelmed him, leaving him to cautiously control the rod, preventing the line from snapping. He was exceedingly careful. Family, now it's Xiao Song's turn. We can see that he is quite nervous. He has no prior experience catching large fish, and he is handling everything with utmost caution. Chen Xiaohu took on the role of the live commentator. Since his fan base had surged, the number of viewers in his live stream had stabilized around 7,000 to 8,000. However, the number of gift givers was rather scarce. Many viewers were simply there to enjoy the show without spending a dime. Fishermen, aside from investing in fishing gear, rarely tipped the streamers. Most gifts consisted of small tokens, just a few coins here and there. How wonderful. Watching this makes me want to fish too. I'm envious. Wow, yet another colossal catch. The streamer was extraordinarily lucky. Indeed, if one wishes to catch giants, deep-sea fishing is the way to go, for the ocean harbors numerous behemoths. After 10 minutes of reeling in, Song Xiaoxing hurriedly passed the rod to Chen Xiaoyun. Haha, what a thrill. So this is what it feels like to reel in a giant. Song Xiaoxing felt a profound sense of relaxation, his spirit uplifted. This sensation was exquisite. While fishing, one could forget all troubles. After several rounds of passing the rod, when Chen Xiaoyun took over again, the power of the giant fish had already been significantly drained. He swiftly began to reel in, releasing a little line whenever the fish struggled. After a back and forth for over 20 minutes, he finally brought the giant to the surface. Woohoo! A genuine giant. The large fish, a massive grouper, emerged from the water, prompting cheers from the crowd, all brimming with excitement. Hearing the jubilant shouts from Chen Xiaoyun's boat, Lin Jie and the others couldn't help but cast their curious gazes toward them. Quick, let us release some air from the fish's swim bladder. Otherwise, it won't survive long. Chen Xiaoyun hurriedly attempted to catch the fish. Everyone collaborated to bring the fish aboard. The nearly 2-meter-long creature dwarfed them all. Chen Xiaoyun quickly fetched a long needle and targeted the swim bladder. It was imperative to keep deep-sea giants alive. Only a living giant grouper held substantial value. The crowd began snapping photos, eager to capture memories with this magnificent creature. Haha, this will give me enough bragging rights for 2 years. Li Tian exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, when we return, those fishermen will be utterly envious, Jiang Yin echoed. Xiaoyun, what do we do? Our live fish tank can't accommodate such a massive fish. Chen Xiaoyun looked somewhat anxious. Chen Xiaoyun furrowed his brows as well. The fish was simply too large for the live fish tank aboard. No worries. Just get it in there. Even if only half fits, we'll manage. If the head fits, it might survive. If not, there's nothing we can do, Chen Xiaoyun replied. Together, they carefully placed the giant grouper into the live fish tank, managing to fit only half of its body. To ensure its survival, Chen Xiaoyun discreetly added 3 drops of spring water into the tank. Let us pack up the shrimp and crab traps and head back, Chen Xiaoyun announced. The live shrimp bait had nearly run out, and there would be no bait for fishing in the afternoon. Fearing for the giant grouper's survival, they decided to return immediately. All right, we have no bait anyway. Everyone nodded, satisfied after their thrilling experience. Whether they fished in the afternoon was of little consequence. They collected the shrimp and crab traps, but due to the short duration, the haul was not particularly impressive. They managed to catch around 30 pounds of white shrimp and 20 pounds of black tiger shrimp. The crabs totaled only about 20 pounds, including blue crabs and flower crabs. Xiaonan, start the boat. Let us head back, Chen Xiaoyun called out. Chen Xiaonan steered the fishing boat back. The group hadn't even had lunch yet, and it was already past 1. Chen Xiaoyun steamed 2 large silver pomfret and prepared some buns. The group hastily filled their stomachs during the return journey. On the way back, Manager Wang called, requesting that Chen Xiaoyun save the giant grouper for him. By the time they reached the port, it was already 2:30. Upon seeing Chen Xiaoyun's boat return, the fishmongers and fishermen at the dock eagerly gathered around to see what he had caught that day. Brother Chen, you're finally back. Is the fish still alive? Manager Wang, waiting at the dock, quickly inquired upon their return. Lucky for us, the fish is still alive. Chen Xiaoyun replied with a smile. One must admit, the efficacy of the spring water is astonishing. With half its body still above water, the giant grouper remained alive. As long as it's alive, that's what matters. Manager Wang exclaimed repeatedly. A living giant grouper holds value far beyond that of a deceased one. Giant groupers are rare. Typically, when caught by fishermen, there's no guarantee they will survive. Hence, the wild giant groupers available in the market are generally dead and frozen. Quick, clear a path. Let us get the fish onto the truck. Manager Wang hurriedly beckoned 3 employees to assist in moving the fish. The 3 struggled with the weight, and only with the help of Chen Xiaonan and Chen Xiaoyu were they able to load the fish into the massive live fish tank of the delivery truck. This tank could accommodate 3 large live fish tanks, with 3 or 4 oxygen pumps continually supplying air. What kind of fish is this? It's enormous. During the transfer, Some tourists were astonished to see such a large fish, while the fishermen and fishmongers were already accustomed to such sights and merely felt envy. A giant grouper, also known as the dragon grouper. One fisherman explained, "It's so big, it must be expensive." Tourists seeing such a massive fish were shocked and took out their phones to capture the moment. Expensive? Just look at its size. If it's not worth tens of thousands, you won't be able to buy it, the fisherman remarked, their seasoned experience showing in their lack of shock or surprise. Brother Chen, we can't weigh the fish right now. I'll take it back, weigh it, and then transfer the payment to you, Manager Wang informed Chen Xiaoyun. Yes, I understand. Chen Xiaoyun nodded. Thank you for your understanding, Brother Chen. I assure you, the price will not shortchange you. Manager Wang refrained from mentioning figures. Do you want the silver pomfret? Chen Xiaoyun asked. Absolutely. I've seen the live stream. The silver pomfrets you caught are quite sizable and of excellent quality, Manager Wang replied, eager to purchase them. The silver pomfret, categorized by size, was valued accordingly. Fish weighing half a pound were priced at 71 yuan per pound. 1 pound fish at 100 yuan, 2 pound fish at 150 yuan, and fish weighing over 3 pounds at 200 yuan per pound. Manager Wang elaborated. Silver pomfret is challenging to farm, making the larger ones more valuable. Unlike golden pomfret, which can be mass-produced, silver pomfret's price is unmatched. All right, but I'll need your employees to help sort the fish, Chen Xiaoyun agreed. This price was quite high, nearing market rates, representing the best offer available. I'll keep a few for myself, and the rest, Manager Wang, you can have your team start sorting, he proposed. Okay, I'll call my employees to begin sorting the fish. Manager Wang nodded and summoned the 3 employees to assist. They fetched 4 fish boxes and began the sorting process. Ultimately, they identified 245 pounds of half-pound fish, over 201-pound fish totaling 230 pounds, and around 102-pound fish weighing 260 pounds. 4 3-pound fish, there were only about 40, all caught by Chen Xiaoyun. In total, they gathered 135 pounds. The half-pound fish amounted to 17,150 yuan, the 1-pound fish totaled 23,000, the 2-pound fish reached 39,000, and the 3-pound fish accounted for 27,000. A total of 100,650 yuan was made from the sale of over 700 large silver pomfret fish, fetching a high price of 100,000. Such a remarkable harvest is largely attributed to the assistance of 4 free laborers, Jiang Yin, Li Letian, He Chong, and Song Xiaoxing. Without them, the 3 brothers would have managed to catch only around 300 fish at most. The abundance of high-quality silver pomfret is indeed impressive. 100,000. This signifies a lucrative partnership with a significant client, and the price offered is quite generous. Ah, indeed, this has already reached retail level. The luck of the Dragon King's family is extraordinary. The surrounding fishermen looked on with envy. I will transfer 100,600 yuan to you, Brother Chen. Manager Wang said. All right, a trivial amount. It matters not, Chen Xiaoyun replied with a nod. Well then, I shan't keep you any longer. I must deliver the goods back and have many other matters to attend to. I will transfer the money for the dragon fish to you after weighing it upon my return. Farewell, Brother Chen. Manager Wang called for his employees, bid farewell, and drove off in the delivery truck. Xiaoyun, I've discussed with Xiaonan, and when the money for the dragon fish comes in, please don't divide it among us. Chen Xiaohu said to Chen Xiaoyun after Manager Wang left. Have you both come to a consensus to forego it? Chen Xiaoyun looked seriously at Chen Xiaohu. Both Chen Xiaohu and Chen Xiaonan nodded earnestly. Each time they went out to sea, the credit was almost entirely Chen Xiaoyun's, yet he still shared the profits with them. They often felt guilty receiving such large sums. Well, if that is the case, so be it, Chen Xiaoyun said, choosing not to press the issue further. Recently, he had consistently shared an ample amount with the 2, and it seemed they felt a bit guilty about accepting too much. Their understanding of moderation brought Chen Xiaoyun some joy. From the proceeds of selling the silver pomfret, he transferred 10,600 to Chen Xiaonan and 40,000 to Chen Xiaohu. Just after completing the transfers, his phone rang. Li Weibo was calling. Hello, Brother Chen. Are you back now? We'll come to your home this afternoon, Li Weibo said. Are you coming over this afternoon? All right, we're on our way back now. Chen Xiaoyun replied. We haven't sold the remaining shrimp and crabs. We'll take them back to enjoy ourselves. We're leaving now. I have a few friends coming over this afternoon, Chen Xiaoyun added. All right, we're heading back then. Everyone agreed, as guests are guided by the host's preferences. Not long after returning home, Li Weibo and his companions arrived in their car. Brother Chen, we are here, Li Weibo called out as they parked by the roadside. At that moment, Chen Xiaoyun and his friends were sitting under a lychee tree, enjoying the shade. Seeing Li Weibo and his group, Chen Xiaoyun stood up and greeted them with a smile. Li Ge, Chu Ge, Qian Ge. Upon noticing the female companions they brought, it was clear they had changed partners again, such as the life of a wealthy second generation. Ha! Brother Chen, we were out at sea in Sanya City, Hainan Province a couple of days ago. Otherwise, we would have returned to find you sooner, Li Weibo chuckled. We went to Sanya City to fish for tuna, but it seems we would have been better off following you, Brother Chen. Knowing you encountered a school of tuna makes me quite envious, Chu Xiao added with a smile. Hey, were you really there to fish? I feel embarrassed to expose you. Chen Xiaoyun rolled his eyes at them. In Sanya City, yachts and fishing boats are set out to catch clams and abalone. The three burst into laughter. Jiang Yin and the others also stood up, and everyone introduced themselves. We came today to camp and have a barbecue on the beach in front of Brother Chen's house. We brought a whole sheep, 2 suckling pigs, and a couple of old hens, along with several pounds of rooster kidneys and oysters. Now, we require your culinary expertise and some eel, Brother Chen, Li Weibo said, giving Chen Xiaoyun a knowing look. Chen Xiaoyun rubbed his forehead, realizing they were indeed here to indulge. All right, but we might be a bit short on food given our numbers, Chen Xiaoyun nodded. No worries, we could buy some more, Jiang Yin interjected. That should be sufficient. Brother Chen, we also brought enough beef for barbecuing, and there are plenty of oysters, Chu Xiao quickly added. They were aware that Chen Xiaoyun had 7 people in his group, so they had prepared an adequate amount of food. Okay then, that should be enough. We also have some shrimp and crabs here, Chen Xiaoyun replied. With 40 to 50 pounds of shrimp and over 20 pounds of crabs, it was indeed ample for everyone. Let us move the food over now. They all volunteered, transporting the slaughtered sheep, suckling pigs, and other provisions to a small grove by the beach. Li Weibo, Zhu Xiao, and Qian Xin set up 3 tents, indicating they likely planned to stay the night. In the grove on the beach, they erected tents, set up barbecue grills, and laid out camping blankets. Xiaohu, go grab a few bins for trash, Chen Xiaoyun instructed. This beach had not been polluted, and he did not want to leave it littered with waste. All right, Brother Xiaoyun. Chen Xiaohu went to fetch some trash bins. We're off to catch some eels, Chen Xiaohu, who had a particular fondness for eel catching, called to Chen Xiaoyun as they ran off. Chu Xiao unloaded a set of karaoke equipment from a car, preparing for some singing. They had also iced 4 to 5 cases of beer. Once the charcoal was lit, Chen Xiaoyun began roasting the whole sheep and suckling pigs. Li Weibo, Jiang Yin, and others were happily preparing the shrimp and crabs. Meanwhile, the female companions brought by Li Weibo and his friends wisely settled in the tent, focusing on their own fun without mingling with the others. Li Letian chopped the 2 old hens into pieces, brought over a large pot from Chen Xiaoyun's home, and began to stew the hens, several pounds of chicken kidneys, and a portion of oysters together with some Cotinopsis, red dates, and goji berries. Hey, this pot will surely yield fantastic results, Li Letian grinned. While Chen Xiaoyun was preparing the seasonings, he added a couple of drops of spring water into the pot. When Chen Xiaohu returned with the cleaned eels, they were also chopped and added to the pot for stewing. Chen Xiaoyun's eyelids began to twitch at the sight. Such a large pot of mixed stew. Who was it meant to nourish? His gaze drifted towards the 3 beautiful women, hoping they could withstand the intensity of the evening's revelry. Chen Xiaoyun roasted the whole sheep and suckling pigs slowly over a gentle fire. Once all the ingredients were ready, everyone began singing karaoke on the beach. The sound of the bell heralded the return of the oysters, round and free, forever singing. After 4 o'clock, Manager Wang transferred the payment for the giant dragonfish to Chen Xiaoyun. Brother Chen, the dragonfish weighed 213 pounds since it was alive. I'll give you 300 yuan per pound, totaling 63,900. This was the message from Manager Wang. The live giant dragonfish was brought back to the city's Xiangchu Seafood Hotel, where it was placed in a large live fish tank in the hall as an exhibition piece. Exhibiting such a giant specimen is sure to attract many customers. Sad Pacific, sad. Li Letian sang a song, Sad Pacific, earning applause from everyone. The karaoke continued until just past 5, at which point they began the barbecue. The Dragon and Phoenix Immortal Soup is ready to drink, Chen Xiaoyun announced, aptly naming the pot of broth. With chicken kidneys, eel, oysters, and various seasonings, the name was indeed fitting. Li Weibo, Chu Xiao, Jiang Yin, and the others' eyes lit up, eagerly grabbing bowls to serve the soup. Xiaohu Xiao Song. You 2 shouldn't tea drink, Li Letian stated. Why not? Song Xiaoxing was taken aback. For no particular reason, just that young folks like you shouldn't drink. Jiang Yin chuckled. Chen Xiaohu leaned close to Song Xiaoxing, whispering something in her ear. Only then did Song Xiaoxing realize, his face flushed. Whether from embarrassment or the aroma of the soup, he wasn't quite sure. Chapter 74. Attending a wedding indeed. Brother Chen's culinary skills are exceptional. Li Beibu Braisa. Giving a thumbs up. The stew made from old hens, eel, chicken kidneys, and oysters was extraordinarily delicious, with no hint of any off-putting flavors. The soup was fresh, flavorful, and fragrant. This was the consensus among the crowd. Hey, my dear brother, you are mistaken. This was my doing, Li Letian said with a smile. Haha, brother, you should refrain from embellishing the truth. While we might acknowledge that you chopped the chicken nuggets and cleaned the abalone, claiming ownership of the entire dish is a stretch. Li Weibao laughed heartily. Among the group, only Li Letian and He Chong were slightly older, one in his mid-30s and the other around 40. The three of them, including Li Weibao, were in their 30s, with Chen Xiaohu being the youngest at 20. Indeed, the seasoning and cooking time were all managed by our dear brother Chen. So it cannot be attributed to you, Jiang Yin chimed in with a smile. Come now, the roasted pig is ready. Let us indulge. Chen Xiaoyun announced as he brought forth a golden brown roasted pig. The aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing their senses and prompting involuntary salivation. Well then, we shall not be polite. Let's dive in, brother Chen. The group eagerly began to carve the roasted pig. Don't worry, once you are all full, the roasted whole lamb will be mine, Chen Xiaoyun said with a grin. The roasted pig was crispy on the outside and succulent on the inside. Perfectly balanced, truly a culinary masterpiece. After savoring the roasted pig, everyone expressed their delight. The entire pig was devoured swiftly, igniting their appetites and transforming them into voracious diners. As music played from the speakers, the sun dipped low in the sky, and a gentle sea breeze brought a refreshing chill. Another roasted pig and a whole lamb were brought to the table, and Chen Xiaoyun took a seat. Let's raise our glasses in a toast. To Brother Chen. They all cheered. Yes, to Brother Chen, our chef. Thank you for your hard work. They raised their glasses in unison. Please, no need for formality. Let us drink together. Chen Xiaoyun replied as he lifted his glass. The atmosphere was filled with joy and camaraderie, devoid of inquiries regarding family or income. Instead, they indulged in discussions about hobbies, fishing, and shared songs. The two roasted pigs and the whole lamb were utterly delectable, consumed entirely. A large pot of dragon and phoenix immortal soup was also finished without trace. For those still hungry, barbecued seafood, crabs, shrimp, and oysters were prepared. The festivities continued until past 10 o'clock, and as the effects of the soup took hold, they began to clean up, ensuring no trace of their gathering remained. Li Weibao, Chu Xiao, and Xian Xian, accompanied by their partners, settled into camping tents, while Jiang Yin, Li Letian, He Chong, and others requested Chen Xiaohu and Song Xiaoxing to drive them toward the county town. Despite their insistence, Chen Xiaoyun declined, as he had a wedding to attend the next day for his middle school classmate Zhao Yuyan. Upon returning home and freshening up, Chen Xiaoyun retired for the night. The next day, as was routine, he awoke promptly at 6 o'clock. After a week of training with the spiritual spring water, Chen Xiaoyun got out of bed and washed up. Downstairs, his dogs, He Zai and Huang, eagerly awaited their breakfast. After feeding them, he proceeded to tend to the chickens, ducks, and geese. Meow. Upon seeing him, the tabby cat Lai Wang jumped over, affectionately rubbing against Chen Xiaoyun's legs. Lai Wang, you've gained a bit of weight, he said, petting the cat's head. Meow. Lai Wang replied, not at all. All right, let me feed you. He offered, giving Lai Wang some cooked shrimp. He had prepared several shrimp while cooking for the dogs and added a drop of spiritual spring water to Lai Wang's water bowl. This is your paycheck. It cannot be short, he declared. After tending to Lai Wang, Chen Xiaoyun began organizing the chicken and duck pens. 500 chicks had grown significantly larger than a fist, and he divided them into separate coops to prevent overcrowding. 300 ducklings were distributed among 3 pens, while 100 Chinese geese were separated into 2 pens. Their appetites insatiable. After feeding and providing water to the poultry, he drove to town to buy feed, as the last purchase had been consumed by morning. At the breakfast shop, the owner greeted him with a smile. Hello, are you here alone today? Yes, just me, Chen Xiaoyun nodded. Same as usual? Yes, the same. Within moments, the owner served him a bowl of noodles with an egg and a cup of soy milk. "Enjoy your meal," she said with a smile. This scene garnered curious glances from other patrons who wondered why they didn't receive the same treatment. "Thank you," Chen Xiaoyun replied gratefully. The breakfast cost him $5.50, $4 for the noodles, and $1.50 for the soy milk, reflecting the local pricing. After breakfast, he withdrew $800 in cash from the bank and purchased a red envelope, exchanging it for $88 in change, creating a gift of $888. He then bought a truckload of chicken and duck feed. By 10 o'clock, Chen Xiaohu and the others had yet to return. Chen Xiaoyun sent them a message and drove his black Isuzu pickup to Gulong Town, where Zhao Yiyin's wedding was held at the Penghu Seafood Hotel. Gulong Town, a tourist destination, was bustling with visitors due to the May Day holiday. Chen Xiaoyun could not park in the hotel's lot and found a spot outside before walking to the venue. On the Heigong Dam, tourists were taking pictures, and the waves crashed against the structure, creating a beautiful spray. "Excuse me, could you be my model for a photo?" A beautiful girl with striking features approached him. "Model?" Chen Xiaoyun raised an eyebrow, assessing her youthful charm. "Yes, just for a picture," she insisted, her big eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "What do you plan to do with it?" he inquired, cautious about his likeness being used without consent. "For my screen," she replied candidly before quickly covering her mouth, revealing a naive demeanor. Likely university student enjoying her holiday. "All right, just one photo," he relented, amused by her innocence. Chen Xiaoyun casually leaned against the railing of the dam as she snapped the picture. "Is that good?" he asked. "Yes, thank you. Can I add you on WeChat?" she asked eagerly. "Sorry, my mother says I should be cautious and not let girls add me on WeChat," he replied, turning to leave. "How rude," she muttered, stamping her foot in frustration as he walked away. Arriving at the Penghu Seafood Hotel, Chen Xiaoyun saw a red banner reading, "Congratulations to Mr. Peng Xiaojun and Ms. Zhao Yiyin on their marriage." A colorful balloon arch adorned the entrance, beside which stood a wedding photo of the couple. Zhao Yiyin, in her wedding dress, radiated a unique beauty. Realizing the hotel was owned by the Peng family, Chen Xiaoyun understood the connection. "Isn't she stunning in her wedding dress?" A familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning around, he recognized Lin Jie. "It's you. Are you here for the wedding too?" Chen Xiaoyun was surprised, yet unsurprised. "Hee, if you can come, why can't I?" Lin Jie chuckled. "All right, let's go in together." Chen Xiaoyun responded nonchalantly. "Sure." Lin Jie nodded and walked in alongside Chen Xiaoyun. Chapter 75. Reminiscing the Glorious Past. Upon entering the hotel, the atmosphere was vibrant, adorned with red decorations everywhere. The spacious venue, during the peak holiday season, was fully booked for this grand wedding. It was indeed a lavish affair, befitting the son of the Penghu Seafood Hotel. Who would have thought that school beauty from back then ultimately married someone else? Lin Jie remarked with a smile. Zhao Yiyin, who had blossomed into a graceful and pure beauty during middle school, was often referred to as the school goddess. "Life is unpredictable. There are more surprises than you can imagine," Chen Xiaoyun replied coolly. "Aren't you even a little sad?" Lin Jie was perplexed. Shouldn't Chen Xiaoyun be exhibiting some sorrow? "Sad? Why should I be sad?" Chen Xiaoyun responded. "Zhao Yiyin is married, and you don't show any emotion at all. Impressive." Lin Jie gave Chen Xiaoyun a thumbs up. "Who did she marry?" Chen Xiaoyun inquired. "The son of the Penghu Seafood Hotel." Lin Jie answered. "Well, there you have it." Chen Xiaoyun shrugged. "What does it matter? She didn't marry you. Keep your voice down, or the security will kick us out before we even get to eat," Chen Xiaoyun retorted, feeling as though he was being portrayed as a rival suitor. "She married into wealth, and she won't suffer. As long as it's not someone like you, a poor loser, I won't feel sad." "What the heck?" Lin Jie admitted, his expression darkening. "Can you not speak like that? I'm poor, not a loser." As they bickered, they settled at a table in the corner. "I heard you vanished during your senior year. You had great grades. Why didn't you take the college entrance exam?" Lin Jie asked curiously. "What is the big deal?" "I just didn't want to take it," Chen Xiaoyun replied indifferently. Apart from family, no one knew why he suddenly left school and skipped the exam. "Your temper hasn't changed a bit." Lin Jie sighed. "We're in our mid-20s now. Can't we speak civilly? And where have you been all these years?" "Working like a mule for others," Chen Xiaoyun lamented. As guests gradually filled the tables, Lin Jie reminisced. "Back then, many pursued her, yet she fancied you, and you two never ended up together. Everyone could see you both liked each other." Do you know why I suddenly sought you out that year? Chen Xiaoyun shot Lin Jie a glare. I'm not foolish. You were secretly in love with her, but too cowardly to confess. So you picked a fight with me to assert your dominance. Lin Jie scratched his head, realizing that Chen Xiaoyun had always been aware of his feelings. You weren't much of a leader back then. I could easily beat you. Chen Xiaoyun laughed. I was quite influential in school. Everyone listened to me. Lin Jie blushed slightly. When I beat you, no one dared to help. Chen Xiaoyun mocked without hesitation. That's because your village was too united. One person would jump in, and a whole group would follow, fighting fiercely. Lin Yi reflected as they continued their conversation, reminiscing about the past like old friends. It was hard to believe they had once been at odds. Just then, a girl entered the banquet hall, scanning the room, and suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Rushing over with a smile. Hey, handsome, I didn't know you were here for the wedding too. The term handsome interrupted their discussion. Both Chen Xiaoyun and Lin Jie looked up, with Chen Xiaoyun displaying mild surprise, while Lin Jie was taken aback. When did he get acquainted with such a beautiful girl? What? Can't I come in and enjoy the feast? Chen Xiaoyun teased, raising an eyebrow. Why didn't you add me on WeChat? Li Zimu pouted, feeling slightly slighted. Was she not attractive enough to catch Chen Xiaoyun's attention? Why should I add you when we don't know each other? Chen Xiaoyun considered the girl's attitude a bit haughty. If you add me, then we'll know each other. Li Zimu smiled sweetly, attempting to charm him. It was her first time asking a stranger for WeChat, and being rejected made her question her appeal. Lin Jie opened his mouth, realizing the handsome compliment was directed at Chen Xiaoyun, not him. He had indeed misjudged the situation. But seriously, how has Chen Xiaoyun become even more attractive over the years? It's infuriating. Why we need to know each other to add each other on WeChat? Chen Xiaoyun found the logic perplexing. Li Zimu was so frustrated she felt like crying, plopping down beside Chen Xiaoyun. What kind of reasoning is that? Adding WeChat is a way to get to know someone. I shouldn't be sitting here. I should be hiding under the table, Lin Jie mused. I remember back in the day, many girls admired you. Why didn't you choose one? Chen Xiaoyun asked Lin Jie. In middle school, Lin Jie was quite the popular figure, attracting many admirers. But those girls paled in comparison to Zhao. Lin Jie quickly corrected himself as someone else joined them. I remember many girls were smitten with you too, writing love letters, and yet you just circled around her, Chen Xiaoyun laughed. Li Zimu was puzzled, unsure who they were discussing. Hey, you're here for the wedding too. The owner of the breakfast shop approached Chen Xiaoyun. He looked up, momentarily taken aback. Are you a relative of Peng Xiaojun? She inquired. As Zhao Yin's cousin, she had met most of her relatives but was unfamiliar with Chen Xiaoyun. No, I'm not. Chen Xiaoyun shook his head. Lin Jie was dumbfounded. Another beautiful girl approached, evidently interested in Chen Xiaoyun. Li Zimu felt a twinge of jealousy, as if her prized possession was being admired by others. We're classmates of Zhao Yuyan. Chen Xiaoyun clarified. So you're Zhao Yuyan's classmates. I'm her cousin, the breakfast shop owner said with a charming smile. Her beauty captivating. You're Zhao Yuyan's cousin. Chen Xiaoyun exclaimed, marveling at the smallness of the world. How did you all become relatives? Li Zimu glanced at Chen Xiaoyun, realizing he was connected to her cousin. Suddenly, a silence fell over the group. Chen Xiaoyun and Lin Jie, now with two additional people, ceased their conversation. Lin Jie felt a mix of envy and admiration for Chen Xiaoyun. Wherever he went, he attracted beautiful women. As more guests arrived, their corner table filled up. The wedding commenced, with the bride in a stunning gown and the groom in a dapper suit, taking center stage. The wedding host announced, Groom, do you take Zhao Yuyan to be your wife, to love and cherish her for all eternity? I do. The groom replied, gazing at the bride with unwavering conviction. Bride, do you take Peng? I do, to walk beside him for a lifetime and share our days together. The bride responded, looking at the groom. The joyous sounds of celebration echoed as friends and family offered their heartfelt blessings. Lin Jie sighed at the scene before him. Their youth, indeed, was irretrievable. He lifted his glass, pouring a modest measure of baijiu, and downed it in one gulp, his demeanor turning melancholic. Chen Xiaoyun remarked, I can't believe you're this sentimental. Care for a drink? Lin Jie turned to him, inquiring, shall we? To the toast. They exclaimed, to our lost youth. Their classmates exchanged bewildered glances. Were these two suitors of the bride? The breakfast shop proprietress and Li Zimu exchanged furtive looks. After consuming the 2 cups of baijiu, Lin Jie's gaze began to drift. In Nanguang Province, during banquets, the baijiu often went untouched, as most preferred beer or red wine. with a slight majority opting for the latter. After reciting their wedding vows, the bride and groom began the ritual of toasting their friends and family. When they reached Chen Xiaoyun's table, Zhao Yin momentarily froze, but quickly regained her composure. Zimu, why aren't you sitting with your aunts? Why are you here? The groom, Peng Xiaojun, asked. Cousin, I prefer it here. Is that a problem? Li Zimu pouted in response. Zhao Yin glanced at Li Zimu beside Chen Xiaoyun, surprise flickering in her eyes. Upon noticing her cousin sitting across from Chen Xiaoyun, she could hardly maintain her composure. Cousin, why are you here? She queried. What? Am I not allowed to sit here? The breakfast shop proprietress replied with a smile. Today was a momentous occasion for Peng Xiaojun and Zhao Yin, and he raised his glass, declaring, Let's toast to everyone. The guest responded in kind. Chen Xiaoyun and Lin Jie raised their glasses of baijiu. Old friend, I wish you a joyful marriage. May your hearts unite, and may you bear children soon, Chen Xiaoyun sincerely wished. He had nothing to regret. Everything would pass, and only time remained eternal. Indeed, old friend, congratulations on your marriage, Lin Jie echoed. Zhao Yin observed the two men, recalling their tumultuous past filled with conflicts. Thank you, she murmured softly, handing over a red envelope prepared by Chen Xiaoyun. Zhao Yin accepted it, passing it to the attendant behind her. Chen Xiaoyun's presence at her wedding pleased her. It signified his reconciliation. Each had their own life and journey to navigate. Peng Xiaojun appraised Chen Xiaoyun, acknowledging his good looks, yet recognizing that Zhao Yin now belonged to him, harboring no ill feelings. Buddy, Yin is mine now. She has mentioned you, and I wish you happiness too. Peng Xiaojun raised his glass in camaraderie with Chen Xiaoyun. Cheers to the newlyweds. Li Zimu added, joining the chorus of well wishes. After consuming another cup of baijiu, Lin Jie began to feel dizzy. He transformed into a loquacious storyteller, oblivious to the stares of his companions. Back in high school, I moved to the county and recruited dozens of underlings. I was quite the figure, strutting down the street as the most dapper lad. As he spoke tipsy, Lin Jie regaled them with tales of his past glory. Chapter 76, A Heroic Rescue. The diners at the table realized he was once a notorious figure. They lowered their heads, wary of inciting his drunken wrath. In the county, I was a force to be reckoned with. Many delinquents and students would steer clear of me. Alas, my fortune was short-lived. I stood up for my subordinates, got embroiled in a brawl, and ended up in prison for 2 years. Upon my release, my former gang had disbanded. With a prison record, finding work was a struggle. Eventually, I returned to my village, married a woman who didn't mind my past, had 2 children, and became a fisherman, barely scraping by. As he recounted his tale, tears streamed down Lin Jie's face. The sorrow of a man weighed down by his past. After downing another 2 cups of baijiu, he succumbed to intoxication, collapsing at the table. His companions exchanged glances, realizing he was a once-fallen hero of the underworld. Soon, a waiter arrived to assist Lin Jie to a hotel room for rest. Sighing, Chen Xiaoyun shook his head and poured himself another drink. Hey, handsome, take it easy. Baijiu can be harsh, the breakfast shop proprietress cautioned. No worries, this amount won't get him drunk. I've down a whole bottle before to secure a contract. Seeing Chen Xiaoyun ignore her advice, she mused, drink away. If you get drunk, I'll carry you home. As Chen Xiaoyun continued to consume one glass after another, Li Zimu expressed her concern. Hey, drink less. Don't get intoxicated. Mind your business. Chen Xiaoyun shot her a glare. Are we that close? The breakfast shop proprietress offered him soy milk, but she had not provided Li Zimu with any. After a few more drinks and a bite to eat, Chen Xiaoyun stood up to leave. Hey, handsome, let me give you a ride. The breakfast shop proprietress insisted. Thank you, but I can manage on my own, he replied, declining her offer. Though she was attractive and captivating, he had no intention of being swayed by her charms. Upon exiting the hotel, Chen Xiaoyun took a stroll along the Hagang Dam. The sea breeze invigorated him, prompting a desire for a cigarette. He purchased a pack and a lighter from a nearby shop. Lighting a cigarette after a long hiatus, he coughed, realizing that habits could indeed change over time. What then? Remains unchanged? He took a deep drag before extinguishing the cigarette and discarding it in a nearby bin, leaving the remaining smokes and lighter on a bench for anyone who wished to take them. As he walked, Chen Xiaoyun reached the beach, bustling with people, including numerous women in bikinis, a sight for sore eyes. Families enjoyed the sun and surf, while lifeguards monitored from their high perches. The beach, known for its silvery sands, was particularly crowded due to the May Day holiday. Observing the lively scene, Chen Xiaoyun mused about the economic prosperity such a locale could generate. Kicking off his shoes, he relished the soft sands beneath his feet, taking in the breathtaking scenery of the summer beach. As he ventured further, he stepped beyond the designated swimming area, where waves crashed more vigorously. Suddenly, he heard frantic cries and saw a crowd gathering ahead. Concerned, he approached to investigate. "Help! My child!" a mother shouted, frantic at the shoreline, her voice tinged with desperation. "The waves are going to sweep him away." How careless could a parent be to bring a child to such turbulent waters? There were safer spots for a modest fee, complete with lifeguards on duty. Yet, she disregarded the warnings, opting for danger instead. "Swimmers, please help," she implored, but many merely watched from the shore, too fearful to intervene. Given the ferocity of the waves, even skilled swimmers risked their lives. The child bobbed precariously in the surf, drawing closer to the perilous depths. Suddenly, a brave soul surged forward, plunging into the sea to attempt a rescue. However, he was pushed back by a wave. The older brother could swim, but he had likely never lived by the sea, making it impossible for him to venture in to rescue anyone. Chen Xiaoyun swiftly set down his shoes, took out his phone, and removed his shirt before dashing into the sea. As the waves crashed, he dove under to avoid being thrown back. "Look, that young man has gone in." Many onlookers were stirred with excitement upon seeing Chen Xiaoyun not being repelled by the waves, but rather swimming forward. Each time a wave surged, he plunged into the water, effectively evading the force pushing him back. He quickly swam towards the child. Seeing someone enter the water, the older brother hesitated to go further in. He could swim, but the conditions were unfamiliar and the waves too fierce for him to navigate. As the child began to sink, anxiety gripped many on the shore. The child's mother sat on the beach, frantically wringing her feet and crying. Before Chen Xiaoyun could reach him, the child lost the battle and sank beneath the waves. Witnessing this, Chen Xiaoyun thought to himself that it was dire. Being pulled underwater made it difficult to locate him. The currents could sweep the child away to another location by the time he arrived. It was a grave situation, having been dragged down. Panic erupted on the shore. The cold seawater jolted Chen Xiaoyun out of his stupor. He propelled himself forward with urgency, diving deep. Indeed, the child had been swept 6 or 7 meters away. Chen Xiaoyun swam as fast as he could. Every second mattered, for the child's life was at stake. Underwater, the influence of the waves was significantly diminished. Before long, he reached the child, who had already lost consciousness. Grasping the child firmly, he began to swim towards the surface. It was a little girl with short hair. Chen Xiaoyun had initially mistaken her for a boy. Soon, they broke through to the surface. Upon seeing Chen Xiaoyun emerge with the child in hand, the crowd's collective tension was finally released. What a relief, they had been saved. Kind-hearted girls cheered in exhilaration, praising the young man for his bravery in plunging into the sea alone to rescue someone. Chen Xiaoyun began to swim back to shore with the little girl. "Brother, come this way, I'll help you," the older brother called out. With the added weight of the child, Chen Xiaoyun's speed diminished. The waves were relentless. Several times, he was nearly pulled back. Fortunately, Chen Xiaoyun was robust and well-conditioned. Most would have been exhausted after enduring such powerful waves. "You can do it, big brother," a girl shouted. Many were worried. Chen Xiaoyun, however, did not blindly struggle. He cradled the girl with one arm, ensuring she stayed above water while moving with the waves. As each surge came, he used its momentum to propel himself towards the shore, stabilizing himself when the wave receded to prevent being dragged back. Minutes passed before he gradually approached the beach. "Brother, toss the child over. I'll catch her," the older brother shouted from a safe distance. As a wave receded, Chen Xiaoyun stood, the water reaching his chest. The distance between them was just over 2 meters, but the varying depths made it deceptive. One was knee-deep, while the other was chest-deep due to the uneven seabed. Seizing the opportunity presented by the wave, Chen Xiaoyun exerted himself, launching the little girl towards the older brother. This daring move stemmed from the urgency of the situation. The girl had been unconscious for some time, and delaying could pose a life-threatening risk. Thankfully, the older brother skillfully caught her and rushed to the shore. "Quick, someone who knows first aid," he shouted. 2 girls swiftly stepped forward to administer CPR and rescue breaths as the crowd encircled them. Chen Xiaoyun was pulled 2 meters away by the waves. Unencumbered, he quickly swam to shore. Observing the crowd, Chen Xiaoyun refrained from pushing through, opting instead to retrieve his clothes and phone and leave. However, after scanning the area, he found no sign of his belongings. What on earth? Did my attempt to save someone lead me to experience the treachery of human nature? Chapter 77. Fishing in the Wild. Chen Xiaoyun scratched his head in bewilderment. Was he truly expected to return home in soaked pants? The world really is a treacherous place. Sighing deeply, he was lost in a mix of emotions when a voice broke through his thoughts. Handsome, are you looking for your clothes and phone? Turning around, he saw a girl with a somewhat innocent appearance, holding his clothes, shoes, and phone. I was afraid someone might take your things, so I kept them safe for you. Thank you. Chen Xiaoyun looked at her with a complex expression, feeling as if he were on a roller coaster of emotions. You're quite nice. The girl blushed at the sight of his handsome features and toned physique. In no trouble at all, she replied, handing him his belongings. Can I add you on WeChat? Chen Xiaoyun donned his clothes, holding his shoes, and glanced at the girl, who was also attractive. Had he been cursed with a string of romantic encounters lately? No, thank you, he said, turning to leave. Why not? She asked, unwilling to let it go. Because we aren't familiar. We could get to know each other better. I don't add strangers on WeChat, he replied without looking back. The girl stomped her foot, watching his retreating figure. How can we get familiar if you don't add me? What a strange person. Chen Xiaoyun departed quietly, leaving good deeds unacknowledged. He made a phone call to Chen Xiaoyun, asking him to come pick him up. Although he had sobered up, the remnants of alcohol lingered, making it unwise for him to drive. He adhered to the principle of not driving under the influence. After waiting for half an hour, Chen Xiaoyun and Song Xiaoxing arrived. Xiaoyun bro, Chen Xiaoyun called out upon spotting him. After more than half an hour, Chen Xiaoyun's pants were nearly dry. You're here. Let's go home. Chen Xiaoyun got out and hopped into the black Isuzu D-Max, while Song Xiaoxing drove his tank 300, both returning to Chenjiakan. Not long after Chen Xiaoyun left the beach, the little girl regained consciousness. Once she was revived, the crowd began to search for the rescuer, but Chen Xiaoyun had already departed. Back at home, Jiang Yin and Li Letian prepared to leave. They had been out for 4 or 5 days, and the May Day holiday was about to end. Brother Chen, you're back. Jiang Yin greeted with a smile upon seeing him. Yes. Chen Xiaoyun nodded. Li Weibao and the others had left early that morning. Brother Chen, we have to head back. The holiday is over, and there are many matters awaiting our attention, Li Letian said. You're leaving? All right. After all, everyone has their own responsibilities, unlike us who fish for a living and enjoy a leisurely life. Take care, Brother Chen. Come visit us when you have time. Sure, you can come anytime. After bidding farewell, Jiang Yin and Li Letian drove away. He Chong and Song Xiaoxing planned to stay a couple more days before returning. Did you drink a lot? He Chong asked with a smile. Everyone knew Chen Xiaoyun had attended an old classmate's wedding that day. Fortunately, not too much. Chen Xiaoyun shook his head. Have you all had lunch? Yes, Xiaoyun bro, we had lunch in the county before coming back, Chen Xiao replied. What are we doing this afternoon? How about fishing at the beach? Song Xiaoxing suggested. It's only 1 in the afternoon. We can't go out to sea. We need to find something to do. Since we want to go beach fishing, let us try wild fishing at the river, Chen Xiaoyun proposed. He was growing a bit weary of always fishing at the beach, and today he simply did not wish to go there. Wild fishing? That sounds good. We haven't tried that yet. Chen Xiaohu's eyes brightened. Indeed, they had yet to experience fishing in the wild. Sure, Brother Chen, you can make the arrangements. He Chan also concurred with the idea of wild fishing. All right, Xiaohu, head to the vegetable garden and dig up some earthworms. I'll change into some fishing clothes, Chen Xiaoyun suggested. Got it. I'll gather some worms for bait. Chen Xiaohu took a hoe and went to the backyard to dig for worms, followed by Chen Xiaonan. After changing clothes, Chen Xiaohu returned with the worms. Let's go to Jiangjing River. The group gathered their gear and drove to Jiangjing River. The Jiangjing River, a significant waterway within the coastal town, flowed from the inland straight to the sea. Upon arriving at the riverbank, they spotted about 10 anglers casting their lines. Chen Xiaoyun and his companions found a relatively flat area along the bank to set up. They erected a sunshade, arranged their lounge chairs, and placed a kettle of tea on a folding table. A nearby experienced fisherman, observing their setup, assumed they were there for a camping retreat. This river is quite broad. Are there any bighead carp in here? He Chang inquired. Yes, there are plenty of bighead, flower, and white carps, Chen Xiao replied. Well then, I'll go for the bighead carp. He Chang set up his fishing station, preparing to catch the carp. He took out a bag of special bait for bighead carp and filled a basin with it. Chen Xiaoyun, upon seeing this, joked that He Chong had come to feed the fish. Hey, if you catch 2 big-head carps today, we'll feast on spicy fish heads tonight. He Chong grinned confidently. All right. We look forward to Brother Chong's spicy fish heads, Chen Xiaoyun chuckled. I've never caught a big-head carp before. I'd like to learn from you today, Chen Xiaoyun chimed in, eager to try his hand at it after watching others successfully fish for big-head carp. Don't worry, I'll teach you. You'll definitely catch some, He Chong assured him. Patting his chest, the two began to bait their lines for big-head carp, with He Chong displaying considerable skill while Chen Xiaoyun appeared somewhat clumsy. As a novice, he struggled even with casting a rod. How do we fish? Song Xiaoxing asked Chen Xiaoyun. Just fish with earthworms at the bottom. Chen Xiaoyun replied with a smile. The earthworms were freshly dug from his garden, which was often watered with a diluted spring water mixture, and he believed they would not disappoint. All right. Chen Xiaoyun retrieved a fishing rod worth 500 yuan gifted by the local tackle shop owner. It was a 7 ding black dragoon rod. After rigging the line and adjusting the float, he attached an earthworm and cast his line into the water. Chen Xiaoyun and Song Xiaoxing followed suit, also baiting their hooks with earthworms. Let's see who catches a fish first, He Chong exclaimed. Wait, Brother Chong, there are plenty of tilapia around here. The earthworms will likely attract them, Chen Xiaoyun warned. In their area, the rivers and lakes were overrun with tilapia, making it a nuisance for anglers. Just then, the nearby fisherman exclaimed as he hooked a small tilapia. Oh, never mind, He Chong quickly responded, realizing that tilapia in their region were as rampant as the whitebait in his own. No sooner had he finished speaking than Chen Xiaoyun's float suddenly submerged, indicating a strong bite. How about one? Chen Xiaoyun quickly lifted his rod and reeled in a tilapia measuring 3 fingers wide. The moment hung still in the air. What you say comes to pass, Xiaohu. Your words are remarkably prophetic. Chen Xiaoyun couldn't help but comment. Let us keep it for Blackie. It'll be a treat for them. Chen Xiaoyun decided not to release it. Tilapia were an invasive species, and he didn't want to contribute to their population. He thought it would be a nice meal for his pets. As Song Xiaoming turned to check his line, he noticed his float had disappeared and quickly raised his rod. Hey, I've got a fish. This one feels substantial. The tip of his rod bent under the weight, and the sensation was thrilling. This tilapia must weigh around a pound, He Chong remarked, noticing it was a sizable catch. Chen Xiaoyun assisted in netting the fish. Great catch. Let's keep it, Song Xiaoxing cheered, excited that it was his first big fish of the day, while Chen Xiaoyun had only caught smaller ones. I got one too, Chen Xiaoyun exclaimed as he felt a tug on his line. Though not enough to produce a dramatic resistance, it felt like a fish weighing about 1 or 2 pounds. Watching Chen Xiaoyun and the others catch fish with earthworms stirred a competitive spirit in Chen Xiaoyun. Fishing for big-head carp required persistent casting, consuming both time and energy. The allure of wild fishing lies in the unpredictability of each cast. It is akin to opening a surprise box, filled with both delightful and unforeseen rewards. What did you catch? He Chong asked curiously. A sizable bream, probably around 2 pounds. Chen Xiaoyun replied. What? Bream? They eat earthworms. It is uncommon to catch bream with earthworms, as they are typically lured by corn or algae. Thus, Chen Xiaoyun's catch astounded the group. The nearby fisherman was equally astonished and envious, having only caught small tilapia all morning. However, he was reluctant to leave, as he could only fish once a week, even the rain. After rebaiting with earthworms, Chen Xiaoyun focused intently on his float. The afternoon sun at 2 o'clock beat down fiercely, without the sunshade. One might risk sunburn. The heat caused many tilapia to surface, and Chen Xiaoyun and He Chong's fishing efforts attracted several of them. Suddenly, Chen Xiaoyun felt a strong bite and swiftly lifted his rod, executing a precise and decisive strike. I got a fish. This time, the catch had some heft, but it flew out of the water directly. What kind of fish is this? Song Xiaoxing asked as he noticed the unusual shape of Chen Xiaoyun's catch. This fish is called a snakehead, but we refer to it as a bamboo fish. What a large specimen! Chen Xiaoyun exclaimed in surprise. The snakehead, an invasive species resembling a mudfish, is native only to the freshwater regions near the sea in their province. This one must weigh around 2 pounds, right? Chen Xiaoyun remarked, impressed by Chen Xiaoyun's strength in reeling it in without any struggle. A snakehead? The nearby fisherman hurried over to take a look. Wow, such a large wild snakehead. You guys are incredibly lucky. He expressed his admiration. Wild snakeheads of such size are rare. Only occasionally do anglers manage to catch one. The market price for such a large wild snakehead can reach 200 yuan per pound, while farmed ones of the same size are priced at 100 yuan per pound. What? This fish can sell for 200 a pound? Song Xiaoxing was taken aback. This seemingly humble and unremarkable fish can fetch such a price? Young man, you don't understand. This fish has tender flesh, few bones, and is highly nutritious and delicious, the fisherman explained. Has the price of snakeheads really gone up this much? Chen Xiaoyun was astonished. The fish bore a resemblance to mudfish, often called tigerhead fish due to their appearance. With rising prices, everything seems to be more expensive these days, especially this fish, which has skyrocketed in value due to its rich nutritional content and exquisite taste. Well then, let us keep it. We'll enjoy this fish tonight and see just how delectable it is. Chen Xiaoyun nodded, pleased. If the meat proved to be as delightful as rumored, he would consider what types of fish to cultivate in his own pond. His pond was not particularly large, nor did he wish to raise common fish. Raising tilapia, bighead carp, crucian carp, and bream were not profitable and consumed too much time. Brother, do you smoke? The elder asked, producing a cigarette. Thank you, but I don't smoke. Chen Xiaoyun politely declined. The elder then inquired about the others, and both Yichang and Song Xiaoxing admitted to smoking. Brother, your fishing rod is about to be pulled away. Chen Qihu shouted, noticing the elder's rod bending as a fish took the bait. Oh no! The elder hurried back. In the world of fishing, there are peculiar customs. Taking a puff while lighting a cigarette, pausing to use the restroom, or sipping water. The elder rushed back, eager to reel in, but what he caught was a small tilapia. What a disappointment. Even after all that excitement, just this little thing, though disheartened, he placed the fish in the keep net. Chen Xiaoyun caught a shellfish fish and cast his line again into the same spot. Within a minute, the float bobbed slightly. With a swift motion, Chen Xiaoyun lifted the rod, using a bit too much force, and the fish flew out of the water. It was another shellfish fish. Look at that, Song Xiaoxing exclaimed. The second shellfish fish weighed over a pound. Indeed, Chen's luck may be delayed, but it never fails to arrive. Not bad. Another one for the feast. Chen Xiaoyun nodded. After 3 minutes of waiting with his second rod, Song Xiaoxing felt a slight tug, mistaking it for a small fish. This isn't a small fish, he said, surprised. Wow, a golden crucian carp. It must weigh over a pound. The shimmering fish was pulled from the water. The thrill of wild fishing was intoxicating. One could never predict what might bite next. No, you're mistaken. Xiaoyun is different. Look, he has caught another shellfish fish. Chen Xiaoyun remarked. Indeed, Chen Xiaoyun had reeled in another shellfish fish, slightly smaller, but still around a pound, and it was a female, filled with roe. He decided to keep it to breed later. Chen Xiaoyun and Song Xiaoxing also caught 2 shellfish fish, albeit smaller, each weighing half a pound. Watching Chen Xiaoyun consistently catch fish with worms made Chen Qihu restless. After fishing for a while with no bites, he felt his patience wearing thin. I'll set up another rod and use worms, he declared, quickly preparing another hand rod. Seeing Chen Xiaoyun's success, Chen Xiaoyun and Song Xiaoxing also managed to catch shellfish fish. The elder beside them felt a twinge of envy. If only he could catch a shellfish fish over a pound, he wouldn't have to face his family's teasing later. Yichang remained steadfast, determined to catch a bighead carp. In his view, being distracted would yield nothing but small catches. I'm intent on catching a bighead carp for a spicy fish head dish, he insisted. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoyun focused on his float, which took nearly 2 minutes before he felt a strong tug. Suddenly, the float dipped dramatically. Quick as a flash, he seized the moment and set the hook. The sound of the line slicing through the water caught everyone's attention. Chen Xiaoyun's rod bent under the strain of a sizable fish. Oh, he's got a big one, the elder exclaimed, his eyes wide with envy. How long has it been since I hooked a fish of this size? It's not that large. Probably around 6 or 7 pounds. Chen Xiaoyun replied, aware that although it was a hefty catch, he could tell from resistance that it wasn't as massive as it seemed. His comment, however, left the elder feeling a bit despondent. 6 or 7 pounds isn't big. Then what is? With a splash, a golden carp broke the surface, thrashing wildly and sending water flying. The sight of the wild carp was exhilarating. After a couple of minutes of skillfully maneuvering, Chen Xiaoyun finally brought the fish to shore. Chen Xiaoyun swiftly netted it. What a massive carp, the elder said, comparing the carp's head to the size of his hand. It had been ages since he had caught such a large fish. Its scales gleamed like gold, and its tail was a striking red. This would make a fantastic braised carp dish, Yichang remarked. Sure, Chen Xiaoyun agreed. though he and his companions were not particularly fond of carp due to its many bones and muddy taste. Chen Xiaoyun carefully placed the fish into the keep net, and they resumed fishing. Having switched to worms, Chen Xiaoyun finally began to catch fish, but luck was not on his side. He reeled in a catfish. "Oh, not a catfish," he said with a hint of disdain. The invasive species was a nuisance in the local waters, and most anglers threw them back. "Those worms are quite effective. I just caught a big carp," Chen Xiaoyun exclaimed, pulling in another hefty shellfish fish, this one over 3 pounds and pregnant with roe. "This is astounding. I've never seen a wild shellfish fish this size." The elder gasped, realizing that most of the larger ones sold in markets were farmed. "Another female with roe. I can hatch these and grow some fry," Chen Xiaoyun said with delight. If he could catch more of these, he wouldn't need to buy fry for stocking. Suddenly, Chen Xiaoyun's triumphant laugh echoed from nearby, signaling that he too had landed a substantial fish. Watching his friends reel in larger catches stirred envy within the elder. Perhaps it was time to switch to worms as bait. The current bait seemed to attract only small tilapia. "Strong brother, why not switch to worms?" Chen Xiaoyun suggested to Hichong, who was still focused on catching a big-head carp. "No way. I'm committed to catching a big-head carp today. If I don't land one, I won't give up," Hichong insisted, resolutely sticking to his plan. Seeing Hichong's determination, Chen Xiaoyun chose not to press further and dragged his sizable catfish ashore. "How'd I catch a catfish of all things?" Chen Xiaoyun remarked, slightly disappointed. "These catfish will eat anything, including refuse. It's quite off-putting, despite its reputation." The catfish was a large fish with plenty of meat and no bones, making it a good catch. Chen Xiaoyun decided to keep the catfish to feed his dog, hoping it would help it grow quickly. After much effort, catching fish only to release them seems futile. The Nile catfish, abundant in wild rivers, is an invasive species that is impossible to exhaust. Another one of those shellfish fish. The catch and release mode is activated, exclaimed Song Xiaoxing joyfully. To fish in the Great River and activate the catch and release mode is indeed exhilarating. How can this creature be found in such a vast river? Chen Xiaoyun remarked as he pulled up a sizable bass measuring over 10 centimeters. "Bass are quite commendable. Why disdain them?" Song Xiaoxing responded, noticing the impressive catch. "These fish abound in the turbulent streams of small creeks, yet no one consumes them except when fried," Chen Xiaoyun explained. "In our area, the mountain streams teem with bass. They used to suffer greatly from poaching by electricians, but in recent years, with stricter enforcement, the bass population has rebounded." Suddenly, near the water's edge by the aquatic vegetation, a large grass carp leaped out of the water, capturing everyone's attention. "What fish is that? It's quite substantial." As they conversed, the fish leapt once more. "Wow, that's a massive grass carp. It must weigh over 10 pounds. Within a mere minute, the grass carp erupted from the water again. "Is it so audacious? Does it look down upon us? It's challenging us." Chen Xiaoyun could no longer remain seated, repeatedly jumping up in response to the fish's provocations. "It dares to provoke us, as if I were invisible. I shall catch it." He was determined to have grilled fish for dinner without informing Lao Mo Brother Chun. "Show it who's boss. Tonight we feast on grilled fish," Song Xiaoxing encouraged enthusiastically. Chen Xiaoyun retrieved a sea rod, replaced it with a smaller sinker, and attached a larger hook suitable for river fishing. He then took a segment of riverbank reed, extracted the pith, applied a drop of spring water, and affixed it to the hook. With precision, he cast it near the patch of aquatic vegetation. In this riverine thicket, grass carp thrive. To catch them, the bait needs to float about 30 centimeters above the hook. Having cast his line, Chen Xiaoyun held the rod, waiting for the grass carp to bite, confident that no fish could resist the allure of spring water. The large grass carp remained nearby, nibbling on the grass leaves. When Chen Xiaoyun cast his line, it startled the fish, which darted a few meters away. However, the irresistible scent of fresh grass lured it back. After half a minute, it approached the bait. Upon discovering the reed pith, which exuded an alluring aroma, the grass carp showed no hesitation and surged forward, swallowing it whole. Within a minute of casting, Chen Xiaoyun noticed the float suddenly submerge, a significant indicator. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly raised the rod to hook the fish. The water erupted into a frenzy as waves surged around. The rod bent dramatically, and the line whistled as it sliced through the water. The large grass carp fought fiercely, attempting to free itself from the hook, but Chen Xiaoyun, experienced in sea fishing, skillfully controlled the line. The magnificent sound of a large fish thrashing in the water filled the air, eliciting envy from bystanders. After a vigorous struggle lasting 7 or 8 minutes, Chen Xiaoyun successfully maneuvered the grass carp to the shore. Chen Xiaoyun, renowned for his quick reflexes, seized the opportunity and scooped the fish onto the bank. This one is quite long, around 40 to 50 centimeters. He observed, admiring its sleek form. "Let us see you be so arrogant now," Song Xiaoxing remarked, playfully taunting the fish. "This one must weigh around 16 to 17 pounds, a bystander noted enviously. He Chong, no longer focused on catching silver carp, rushed over to hold the fish. "Let me take a picture. I need to show my wife that I can catch big fish." "Brother Chong, are you trying to deceive us?" The group laughed. "What do you have to fear? She will never know." Song Xiaoxing cheerfully took the phone and snapped several photos. "Tonight's main course will be this splendid grass carp. I've never tried making grilled fish before," Chen Xiaoyun said contentedly. After capturing photos with the grass carp, the group continued to fish, treating the fish as a trophy. "Brothers, may I borrow a worm to try my luck?" Seeing Chen Xiaoyun and the others catching fish, a bystander shamelessly asked for a bait. This tendency is common among anglers. When they see others catching fish, they often seek to borrow bait to test their luck. Many anglers are generous and willing to share. "Sure, take one to try your luck," Chen Xiaoyun replied nonchalantly. "Thank you." The bystander gleefully took a worm, returned to his spot, and cast his line. Not long after, he felt a tug. "Ha, I've got one." He laughed joyfully, drawing the attention of others as his rod bent dramatically. The thrill of reeling in a big fish was exhilarating. The onlookers exchanged glances but continued fishing, knowing they could catch fish too. Chen Xiaoyun and his companions, along with the fish species like bream, crucian carp, bighead carp, and shellfish, were continually hooking fish. After a lengthy half-hour struggle, the elder brother finally brought in a carp weighing over 3 pounds. "Seriously? Just this one fish after half an hour? I expected something much larger," the onlookers muttered in disbelief. Observing the elder brother's prolonged battle, they had anticipated a more substantial catch. Embarrassed, he chuckled. "My fishing rod is somewhat flexible. I did not dare to exert too much force." Having not caught a sizable fish for a long time, he had intended to enjoy a light-hearted fishing experience with a softer rod. Little did he know that after borrowing a worm from Chen Xiaoyun, he would land such a hefty carp. Not wishing to ask Chen Xiaoyun for more worms after catching the big fish, he decided to head home. "Brothers, take your time fishing. I'll be leaving now. This fish is enough to satisfy my obligations," he announced as he departed. After his exit, Chen Xiaoyun and the others continued their fishing endeavors. As evening approached, the fish became more active, and Chen Xiaoyun hooked 5 or 6 sizable shellfish. "Whoosh! I got a fish! Ha ha ha, finally!" He Chong exclaimed with elation, gripping his fishing rod with both hands, bending it into a pronounced arc, indicating that the fish was indeed substantial. Fortunately, his rod was of excellent quality. Under such strain, a lesser rod would have already snapped. After several hours of fishing, the joy of finally hooking a fish was palpable. The sound of the fishing line slicing through the water was melodious. The large fish below exerted its power, forcing He Chong to chase after it. Using a hand rod, he found it less manageable than a sea rod. "Hey, Chonga finally caught a fish, otherwise today would have been a total loss," Song Xiaoxing remarked. Indeed, if he hadn't caught anything, it would have been a disappointing day, especially given how challenging it was to reel in the bighead carp. Those lacking patience would have given up after an hour without a bite. Ha! The thrill of reeling in a big fish is exhilarating. He Chong felt immense joy at that moment. After toiling for 2 or 3 hours, his hands ached. Yet this moment made all the effort worthwhile. Chen Xiaohu set down his rod and picked up a landing net to assist in the fish-catching process. Chen Xiaoyun and his companions continued fishing, opting not to join the commotion. They preferred to catch a few more fish rather than congregate. After nearly 20 minutes of struggle, He Chong finally flipped the bighead carp. "Wow, such a large bighead carp, and it's a flower variety," Chen Xiaohu exclaimed as he netted the fish. "This must weigh over 20 pounds. Look at the size of its head." In the southern province, the bighead carp is also known as the big-headed fish or fat-headed fish due to its prominent head. Haha, today a spicy fish head dish is secured. He Chong laughed joyfully. "Xiaohu, come quickly and help me take some pictures." With a beaming smile, he held the hefty bighead carp. Catching a large fish without capturing the moment in photos seemed pointless. At that moment, the sky ignited with vibrant evening hues, the fiery clouds resembling a burning canvas. Chen Xiaoyun furrowed his brow as he gazed towards the sea. Such phenomena did not bode well. "Brother Xiaoyun, it seems a heavy rain is on the horizon," he remarked, concerned. Indeed, Chen Xiaoyun also noticed the unusual evening glow. Such a sudden appearance of vibrant clouds along the coastline indicated an impending storm, and given that typhoon season had yet to arrive, it was likely a precursor to heavy rain. Having experienced over a month of consecutive sunny days, it was probable that the rain would persist for several days. Rain means we won't be able to go out to sea for the next few days, or even longer. Small fishing boats are not equipped to withstand rough seas. Attempting to venture out during torrential downpours is akin to courting disaster, he stated. "It's about time we head back," Chen Xiaoyun noted, glancing at the clock. It was already past 6, and they were running low on the worms they had brought. "All right, let us reel in and return home." Today's fishing trip had been extraordinarily fruitful, and everyone had thoroughly enjoyed themselves. Especially for He Chong, who had caught a big-head carp weighing over 20 pounds. The smile on his face had not faded. After packing up their gear, they needed 2 people to haul the catch. All fish under a pound were released, while the half-pound shellfish were kept to be raised in a fish pond. "What a bountiful catch!" they exclaimed in delight. Together, they lifted the fish onto the vehicle and placed them in the live fish tank. Chen Xiaoyun replaced the water in the tank with fresh water. "Let us go home and prepare grilled fish." They cheered, excitedly concluding their day of fishing and driving back to Chen Xiaoyun's residence. Upon returning home, the evening glow had vanished, and the coastal winds had begun to pick up. The horizon where the sea met the sky had darkened, signaling a change in the weather. Even He Chong and Song Xiaoxing, who were not accustomed to the coastal environment, sensed that a storm was brewing. "It seems it's going to rain heavily," Chen Xiaohu nodded, acknowledging the signs. "Tomorrow, we probably won't be able to go out to sea," He Chong lamented, realizing that his day of fishing had come to an abrupt end. The unpredictable nature of coastal weather meant that rain was imminent. Chen Xiaohu sighed, acknowledging the reality that not being able to go out to sea meant no income. And without income, his long-desired vehicle would remain out of reach. Upon arriving home, Chen Xiaoyun retrieved a large basin to sort through the shellfish. He had caught over 20 shellfish, the largest being over 3 pounds and a female with roe. He intended to keep several of the female fish for breeding, allowing them to spawn and hatch baby shellfish. After carefully placing the shellfish in a separate basin, he added a few drops of spring water to ensure their well-being. The first shellfish he had caught, weighing over 2 pounds, would be prepared as a steamed dish for dinner. "Let us get to work on the fish. Tonight we feast," Chen Xiaoyun called out. With a shellfish, a large grass carp weighing 16 to 17 pounds, a substantial carp, and a big head carp over 20 pounds. They had enough fish for a hearty meal. "Now I want to deal with the fish," Chen Xiaohu said. "Brother Xiaonan, I'll go feed the chickens, ducks, and geese." He then carried a bag of feed toward the poultry house. Regarding Chen Xiaohu's actions, Chen Xiaoyun merely smiled. Regardless, he had to feed the poultry himself, as it needed to be done. "Xiaonan, the shellfish have fewer bones. Please select a couple without roe to take to Annie and my second grandfather," Chen Xiaoyun suggested. Since Chen Xiaoyun's mother was home alone, while he dined with them, she would have to cook for herself. The same applied to his second grandfather and grandmother, who had to manage their own meals while Chen Xiaohu was with them. Though he had previously invited his second grandparents to join them, they had declined. Now that Chen Xiaohu had gone to feed the poultry, Chen Xiaoyun asked Chen Xiaonan to deliver 2 shellfish to them. "All right, Brother Xiaoyun. I'll clean and prepare them before taking them over." Chen Xiaonan nodded in agreement. With everyone assisting in cleaning the fish, they quickly prepared the catch. "Today, I'll make braised carp so you can taste my culinary skills," He Chong volunteered, eager to showcase his cooking. "We can't wait to see Chonggu's cooking skills," they replied, anticipating the meal. Chen Xiaoyun took the large grass carp, bream, and big head carp into the kitchen. First, he made incisions on the grass carp, marinated it with cooking wine and salt, and since they lacked a grill, he decided to pan-fry it to simulate grilled fish. The braised bream would be delicious, so he prepared a dish of braised bream. The steamed shellfish would be complemented by the big head carp's head, which would be used for a spicy fish head dish. The bony sections were transformed into fried fish pieces, while the less bony parts were prepared for poached fish slices. Thus, one fish yielded 3 distinct dishes. After frying the grass carp, he sought lotus slices, potato slices, and zucchini among other accompaniments, layering them atop bean sprouts before placing the fried fish on top. The dish was complete, and thankfully, the grilling pot was large enough to accommodate the sizable grass carp. The recipe for this grilled fish originates from the region of Yudu and has gained popularity in many places. Hichang has also prepared a delicious braised carp. Once the dishes are ready, he serves them in the living room, and Chen Xiaoyun announces that it is time to eat. For those who wish to have rice, they can serve themselves in the rice cooker. Before diving into the meal, let us enjoy some wine. Hichang retrieves a box of Roba beer from the refrigerator. The enticing aroma indicates that Chen Gu's grilled fish will undoubtedly be exquisite. Song Xiaoxing picks up her chopsticks and takes a piece of the grilled fish. The spicy fish head is truly delectable. The first bite Chen Xiaohu takes is of the spicy fish head, made using a variety of chili known as Chao Tianhong from the southern province of Nanguang. Perhaps due to the local soil and climate, these chilies are not overly spicy and are well accepted in the region. They are flavorful, well marinated, and not too hot. Chen Xiaohu devours the spicy fish head with gusto. Let us raise a toast first, and then savor the meal. Hichang pours a glass of beer for everyone. Cheers! Everyone clinks their glasses together, and the refreshing cold beer, paired with the sumptuous feast, is irresistible. Chen Xiaoyun specifically chooses to take the first bite of the steamed bamboo fish, which boasts tender flesh and a delightful taste. This fish is indeed remarkable, delicious. I plan to raise some, Chen Xiaoyun declares. The bamboo fish is not only delicious but also highly nutritious, ensuring a solid market demand. Furthermore, it fetches a high price, making it a lucrative venture. It's truly delicious, no wonder it commands such a price. Hichang takes a bite and is instantly captivated by the steamed bamboo fish prepared by Chen Xiaoyun. Raising this fish is a promising project, but the technical aspects pose a challenge. Brother, you should first research and learn about aquaculture techniques, Hichang advises. Of course. Chen Xiaoyun nods, confident in his access to spiritual spring water, believing it can surpass any external aid. However, he aims to maintain a modest operation, planning to cultivate just a small pond of about 5 to 6 acres. Come, try my braised fish, Hichang announces to everyone. Let me be the first. Song Xiaoxing eagerly takes a bite of the braised carp. It's quite good, but not as delicious as what Chengo makes. You're saying my culinary skills fall short of Chun Laodi's. Hichang laughs, unoffended. Even he knows that his cooking skills cannot compare to Chen Xiaoyun's. Indeed, as long as the carp is cooked without any muddy taste, it is quite palatable, Chen Xiaoyun remarks after tasting it. The flesh of the carp is relatively tender. As long as the muddy flavor is eliminated, it can be quite enjoyable. However, many struggle to remove that unpleasant taste, making the carp unappetizing. It seems we are in for several days of rain ahead. What are your plans, Chang'e? Chen Xiaohu inquires. Those raised by the scene know that the weather change this afternoon signals an extended period of rain. With rain, fishing trips become unfeasible, as their boats are not large enough to withstand rough seas. If it rains continuously, I plan to return tomorrow and wait for a better opportunity to fish for a few days, Hichang responds. He cannot remain there indefinitely, as he has responsibilities awaiting him at home. I'm heading to Sanya City in Hainan Province for a holiday. If the weather permits, I'll fish from a boat. Song Xiaoxing expresses. He is on vacation, not wanting to return home where his father will oversee him, and he has become enamored with fishing. Thus, he plans to combine tourism and fishing in Sanya City. The group enjoys their food and drink, sharing laughter and conversation. Meow. Lai Wang, the tabby cat, comes seeking its overdue paycheck. Lai Wang, I almost forgot to feed you. Come here for some fried fish fillet. Realizing Lai Wang's presence, Chen Xiaoyun remembers that the manager of the chicken coop has yet to receive his wages. Meow. Sensing the aroma of the fried fish fillet, Lai Wang scurries over and settles at Chen Xiaoyun's feet. He offers Lai Wang a golden fried fish fillet. After receiving his payment, Lai Wang happily begins to eat. The large catfish has already been cut into pieces and stewed for Black Zai, Da Huang, and the silly dog to enjoy. The 3 dogs, having feasted on a hefty 10-kilogram Egyptian catfish, are now comfortably sprawled together, too stuffed to move. This tabby cat is indeed beautiful. Hichang comments upon seeing Lai Wang. Some tabby cats are truly exquisite, both in appearance and fur, making them quite appetizing. Lai Wang has transformed thanks to the spiritual spring water. No longer frail, but with a lustrous coat. He is suitable for guarding the chicken coop, preventing wild animals from stealing the chicks, Chen Xiaoyun chuckles. Indeed, this tabby cat is striking. Many girls would likely adore it, Song Xiaoxing adds. He finds his tabby cat more attractive than many pet cats, and quite clever as well. The group continues to eat and drink late into the night, and around 10 o'clock, a light rain begins to fall outside. The following day, the rain intensifies by morning. The sky is shrouded in fog, gloomy and showing no signs of stopping. After waking up, He Chong and Song Xiaoxing have breakfast before bidding farewell. Brother Chen, thank you for your hospitality these past few days. I'll come to visit again when I have time. Chen Ge, I'll return after the rain stops to continue fishing with you. Unable to go out to fish, they cannot linger indefinitely at Chen Xiaoyun's home. The rain continues unabated for 3 consecutive days, showing no signs of relenting. It alternates between heavy and light, yet it simply refuses to cease. As the southern region enters the rainy season, rainy days are often characterized by persistent drizzle. Chapter 82. Dare to steal my red? Truly bold. During these 3 days, apart from feeding the chickens, ducks, and geese, Chen Xiaoyun ventures out very little. The incessant rain casts a dreary sky, easily inducing drowsiness. He has been sleeping at home for 3 days, nearly collapsing his bed. Eventually, unable to sleep any longer, he rises to play with Black Zai and Huang. Is it unreasonable for a single man to play with dogs? Come, Black Zai, show me a backflip. Chen Xiaoyun instructs. Woof woof. Black Zai, old man, watch closely, don't blink suddenly. Black Zai performs a backflip in place, leaving Chen Xiaoyun utterly astonished. He had seen a video online of a cat doing a backflip and, out of boredom, casually suggested it to Black Zai. He never expected Black Zai to actually understand and execute the trick. Wang Defa, Black Zai, you've truly shocked your father for a whole year, Chen Xiaoyun exclaims, nearly unable to close his jaw in disbelief. Woof woof. Black Zai, just a little trick, can anyone compete? Woof woof. De Huang suddenly barks twice, seeming displeased. What, you think you're special? Then, De Huang performs a front flip, leaving Chen Xiaoyun equally dumbfounded. De Huang, have you turned into a genius? It's forbidden to become one post-revolution. Woof woof woof. De Huang, old man, you're the one who has turned into a genius. My martial skills are unmatched. Come, let us see your performances again. I'll record it. Chen Xiaoyun quickly pulls out his phone to film Black Zai's backflip and De Huang's front flip. Your cat could do backflips. My dog could do backflips and front flips. Woof woof woof. Black Zai and Huang. No way. We need some water, all right, just cooperate. And I'll get you some, as if I could go a day without you. Chen Xiaoyun is speechless. These 2 dogs are remarkably intelligent, negotiating with him. After promising them spiritual spring water, Black Zai and De Huang finally agree to cooperate for the video. Chen Xiaoyun successfully captures the videos of Black Zai's backflip and De Huang's front flip, posting them on Kuaishou with the caption, "My dog can do backflips and front flips. Would you like to come see?" His Kuaishou account now boasts around 20,000 followers, with each post garnering numerous likes and comments, though he hardly manages it. Some fans urged him to start a live stream, but he merely chuckled in response. What purpose would it serve to stream? He did not rely on it for income. He created videos based on his mood. After playing with his dog for a while, he lounged on the sofa, engrossed in watching attractive young women singing and dancing. He lost track of time, spending the entire afternoon in this manner, completely absorbed. Dressed in a raincoat, he fed the chickens, ducks, and geese before handing out the evening wages to his friend Wang Fa. Once home, he casually sat down for a simple dinner, merely addressing his basic needs. After dinner, feeling rather bored, he booted up his computer to play games. Upon logging in, he noticed Zhang Xian was also online. Zhang Xian, seeing Chen Xiaoyun's presence, immediately messaged him, inquiring about his sudden return. We thought you had vanished. Come on, let's play together. Chen Xiaoyun formed a team and invited Zhang Xian to join. Can you hear me? I can hear you. Chen Xiaoyun responded. Why have you been absent for so long? Zhang Xian asked. Chen Xiaoyun explained, I've been busy with other matters and haven't had time for gaming. I've seen your videos. You seem to be living quite freely. What are you so busy with? I envy your lifestyle, Zhang Xian remarked. Without the pressure of rent, performance, or a boss's reprimands, you could do as you please. It's a life many dream of. Chen Xiaoyun replied, It's all right. If things don't work out, come find me. I won't let you go hungry. Zhang Xian was one of his few close friends, having known each other for 8 years. Seriously, if I can't make it here, I'll come to you, Zhang Xian joked. Would I deceive you just to take advantage of you? Chen Xiaoyun replied with a laugh. He felt capable of helping his friends now. While he may not be wealthy, he could certainly manage to help with a wedding dowry. All right then, when the time comes, I'll seek you out, Zhang Xian said. Stop with the idle chatter. If you're in trouble, come to me. I guarantee you'll have porridge to eat every day. Now let us play. Everyday porridge? Why would I need to travel far for that when I can have it myself? Zhang Xian exclaimed, lead me to victory. Chen Xiaoyun chuckled, with your poor skills. You wouldn't tea last a day before being knocked down. I don't care. I just want to try for gold once. Zhang Xian insisted. Hold on tight, tonight. I'll take you flying. Chen Xiaoyun thought to himself that with his current skills, carrying Zhang Xian, who was still learning, would be effortless. In the first match, Chen Xiaoyun chose to play as a jungler, selecting Rengar. Zhang Xian opted for Garen in the top lane, playing it safe. Observing Zhang Xian pick Garen, Chen Xiaoyun silently wiped the sweat from his forehead as their other three teammates were also quite passive. The match began without any early conflict, both sides playing cautiously. Chen Xiaoyun started with a red buff, but his two teammates in the bot lane showed no intention of assisting him. He felt utterly at a loss for words. Streamer, what you're doing will lead to disaster. The streamer is bold, choosing Ashe as support, trying to steal the enemy jungler's red. 666. Waiting to see the streamer get punished in the bot lane. A beautiful female streamer, playing Ashe, addressed her viewers, confidently stating her plans to steal the enemy jungler's red buff to give her own jungler an advantage. She had even invited a diamond-rank friend to help her play ADC Misfortune. As the game commenced, she placed a ward in Chen Xiaoyun's red jungle area. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Xiaoyun, controlling Rengar, focused on his jungle and did not notice that only Misfortune was present in the bot lane, mistakenly thinking the enemy support was helping the jungler with blue. When the red buff was nearly defeated, hoping to conserve his smite, he was suddenly hit by a barrage of arrows. His red buff vanished. Chen Xiaoyun was taken aback. Had the enemy support stolen his red? His two bot lane teammates responded with question marks, igniting his frustration. What on earth? Do they want to get themselves killed? In an instant, Chen Xiaoyun felt his strategic thinking sharpen. What happened, Chen? Did they steal your red? Upon hearing Chen Xiaoyun's voice, Zhang Xian shifted his focus to the bot lane. Huh, my red was just stolen by the enemy support Ashe. Chen Xiaoyun laughed heartily. Wow, the enemy support is quite audacious. Don't they fear retaliation? Zhang Xian recognized Chen Xiaoyun's rising anger. To provoke the jungler, and also Chen Xiaoyun? What were they thinking? Haha, did you see that? The red buff was stolen. And now the enemy jungler is in trouble. Watch how our jungler retaliates. The female streamer, Zhou, gleefully announced. 666. Goddess Zhou is truly beautiful. Her boldness is commendable. The enemy jungler's awareness is lacking. How could they let their red get stolen? Chen Xiaoyun quickly cleared 4 birds to reach level 2 and headed to the bot lane. The enemy Ashe, having taken the red, pressured the lane with Misfortune. After both champions had used their abilities, Chen Xiaoyun approached from the river. The sudden appearance of Rengar caught Ashe and Misfortune off guard. Chen Xiaoyun had already signaled to his bot lane. As the enemy support saw Rengar approach, she used her flash, but the sun goddess Leona quickly stunned Ashe. With a flurry of actions, Ashe fell, and Misfortune barely escaped to the tower. Chen Xiaoyun claimed the kill and regained his red buff. What? Why did he come to gank the bot lane? The female streamer Zhou was stunned, her screen dimming. Huh, what comes around goes around. Zhou, didn't I warn you not to provoke the jungler? Why did you have to stir trouble? Just play your game peacefully. In the live chat, numerous viewers mocked her, aggravating Zhou further. As Misfortune retreated to the tower, Chen Xiaoyun could not pursue further and opted to farm in the enemy jungle instead, clearing the frog and wolves to reach level 3. His blue jungle area was no longer an option. After farming the frog and wolves, Chen Xiaoyun returned to the bushes in the bot lane river, lying in wait. Misfortune dared not leave the tower, cautiously last-hitting minions, while his bot lane pushed the wave forward and then retreated. Ashe, now back in lane, learned from her previous mistake and attempted to place a ward in the river bush. However, as soon as she placed it, Rengar leaped out, inflicting significant damage. The sudden appearance of Rengar startled Zhou, who took a moment to react and hit flash, but Chen Xiaoyun's Rengar ensnared her, leaving Ashe unable to escape. With Leona and Misfortune following closely, Chen Xiaoyun skillfully executed a series of attacks, claiming Ashe's life despite Misfortune's attempt to save her. How did I die again? Zhou exclaimed in frustration, staring at the black screen as her anger boiled over. I merely want to place a ward and nearly gave myself a heart attack. Haha, It's hilarious to see the streamer so flustered by Rengar's sudden attack. Reckoning will come, and at 1 TB late. The viewers reveled in Zhou's misfortune, enjoying her frustrated reactions. Upon witnessing Ash's demise once more, Chen Xiaoyun felt a wave of satisfaction. Then, Chen Xiaoyun brushed the river crabs and subsequently dealt with the stone man. Controlling the lion dog, he stealthily entered the bushes from the first tower in the bottom lane. The minion wave was positioned at the enemy river's mouth. The female streamer, Zhou, had her Ash online, and she was more cautious this time, fearing to approach the river bushes. Upon seeing a low-health minion, she was tempted to attack it to level up her support item. However, in the next moment, a lion dog leaped out from the bushes, descending from above, dealing damage that reduced her health by half in just 2 skills. She hurriedly pressed her heel, finally managing to activate it. Yet, Chen Xiaoyun's binding skill rendered Ash immobile. The Sun Woman and Obama swiftly followed up, taking Ash down in mere moments, with the kill credited to Chen Xiaoyun. The female streamer was infuriated, her expression contorted. What is he doing? Why is he bullying me like this? She exclaimed, feeling utterly wronged and on the verge of tears after dying immediately upon logging in. The viewers in the live stream, witnessing her plight, erupted in laughter. After returning home, with 3 kills under his belt, Chen Xiaoyun was able to purchase half an item. He switched to a scanning item and, upon exiting, found 6 birds ready, while the enemy's blue buff should also be respawning soon. Arriving at the enemy blue area, he activated the scan, finding no wards. Indeed, the enemy jungler was busy taking the blue. With no vision in the bush, the enemy jungler dragged the blue towards the river, preparing to secure it before ganking the bottom lane. Chen Xiaoyun's lion dog crept into the bushes, waiting for the enemy graves to weaken, then pounced, swiftly executing a smite to steal the blue buff. He then pursued the graves, who had 2/3 of his health remaining, unleashing a flurry of attacks that eliminated the enemy jungler. Witnessing the jungler's demise, the female gunner quickly retreated under her tower. After securing his red, he came to the mid lane to assist, allowing his teammate to claim a kill while sneaking in some minion experience. Chen Xiaoyun then proceeded to the enemy jungler's red area, eliminating the enemy jungler once more and claiming the Rift Herald. The female streamer, Zhou, relieved at not being ganked again, sighed. The enemy jungler is quite strong, remarked the gunner player. With 6 kills and 1.5 big items, I could easily burst down squishies. Don't worry, let me farm up, Zhou replied. The gunner player was speechless. You've agitated the enemy carry. Are you sure you can recover? Haha. Zhou still hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation. Zhou goddess, just don't cry later. Chen Xiaoyun made his way to the bottom lane, where there was vision in the river, opting to circle around under the tower. The enemy bottom lane consisted of a level 5 gunner and a level 4 Ash. Upon seeing Chen Xiaoyun's lion dog approaching for a gank, the Sun Woman flashed in to stun Ash. Chen Xiaoyun reacted swiftly, activating his ultimate and pouncing on Ash, eliminating her in an instant. The gunner attempted to escape, but was swiftly taken down by the 3 of them under the tower. Double kill in the bottom lane. Why is he back in the bottom lane again? The female streamer, Zhou lamented, her voice tinged with tears. The mid laner, unable to bear it any longer, typed, "Don't feed in the bottom lane. I didn't feed." Zhou felt even more disheartened upon seeing the mid laner's message. "Oh no, it's all gone wrong," the gunner player remarked. As a diamond tier player, he recognized the enemy jungler's superior skill, suspecting they were targeting Zhou. After the double kill in the bottom lane, Chen Xiaoyun placed the Rift Herald there. By 6 to 7 minutes in, the bottom lane tower had fallen. They took the first tower and secured the dragon, clearing a camp of monsters upon their return. Chen Xiaoyun emerged with 2 major items ready. Meanwhile, the enemy Ash endured relentless torment for over 10 minutes. While traversing the lane, she was ambushed by a lion dog, resulting in a black screen that nearly gave her a heart attack. "Chen Dada, come help me in the top lane," Zhang Xian pleaded. The enemy jungler, deterred from the bottom lane, had turned his sights on the top lane, where he had already fallen 3 times. "No worries, just hold the second tower. Once I assist, the enemy support will surely fall into despair. This match is in the bag," Chen Xiaoyun assured him. He held a grudge. After 14 minutes, the enemy Ash still hadn't reached level 6. Anyone who ventured into his vision was doomed, causing the enemy team to hesitate in supporting her. Chen Xiaoyun's lion dog dealt extraordinary damage, executing enemies with a single combo. Without 3 members present, they stood no chance. Why is he fixated on killing me? I merely stole one of his reds, and I've already died 11 times. Is it really necessary to focus solely on me? Can't he be a little more magnanimous? I'm just a weak girl trying to play games. Can't he let me have a break? The female streamer Zhou cried as she controlled Ash, attempting to farm minions to reach level 6. Just as she managed to secure a minion, a lion dog suddenly appeared from above, and before she could react, she was eliminated. I don't want to play anymore. Zhou sobbed, scratching her head in despair. Her score a disheartening 0-12-0 at level 5 Ash, which drove her to collapse in tears over her keyboard. This is too funny. The streamer is crying. You asked for it. Now look at you, crying like a baby. Oh dear, I can't stop laughing. Tomorrow's trending topics will surely feature a certain female streamer in tears. Zhou Goddess, don't cry. Get up and carry on. At 15 minutes in, the enemy team surrendered, unable to see any hope against such a formidable jungler as the lion dog. Chen Xiaoyun reveled in the victory, feeling completely at ease. You dare to take my red. I won't stop until I brought you to tears. Unbeknownst to him, the opposing team indeed cried, with a female streamer logging off in frustration. Don't go, Zhou Goddess. Get back up and play. Laughter erupted as viewers took pleasure in watching the female streamer suffer. Chen Dada is incredible, leading us to victory, Zhang Xian exclaimed, overjoyed at securing their first win of the day. It's a piece of cake. I could easily defeat them with just my feet, Chen Xiaoyun boasted. Zhang Xian was left speechless by Chen Xiaoyun's audacity. Did one really need to play with their feet? They managed to secure a winning streak throughout the night, propelling Zhang Xian to Silver Eye. All right, let's call a night. We'll play again tomorrow. After logging off, Chen Xiaoyun rested. Meanwhile, many online users who played League of Legends learned about a female streamer who was brought to tears during a game, with the footage circulating online and going viral. Chen Xiaoyun remained blissfully unaware, enjoying a deep slumber. However, the female streamer Zhou, unable to sleep well, was haunted by nightmares of being chased and bitten by a lion dog, waking up in tears. After waking up, she couldn't help but curse. Are you seriously chasing me into my dreams? Can you let me go? Chapter 84. Chen Xiaohua plans to buy a car the next day. He awoke at 6 o'clock to a gentle drizzle outside, the sound of rain creating a serene atmosphere. Listening to the patter of the rain, Chen Xiaoyun continued his training, consuming the spirit's spring water. Although he didn't seem to achieve much, he could distinctly feel his physique growing stronger. As long as he could enhance his body, he would persist in his training, considering it akin to exercise. The results of his efforts surpassed those of a gym workout. A robust and healthy body was essential for truly enjoying life. After a night had passed, the dog flipping video he posted had gone viral, accumulating over 1 million views and hundreds of thousands of likes. One video had gained him an additional 100,000 followers. Gazing at his 30,000 followers, he felt quite content. If he were to start a live stream now, given his current appearance and follower count, he could easily make a living from it. After freshening up, Chen Xiaoyun fed breakfast to his dogs, Zai and Huang. He was pleasantly surprised to find that many people online adored his 2 dogs. Zai, Huang, you could become internet celebrities. How about it? Want to earn money for me? He joked with them. The 2 dogs enjoyed their breakfast, oblivious to the concept of internet fame or whether it could be translated into food. Ignoring his musings, Chen Xiaoyun donned a raincoat and went to feed the chickens, ducks, and geese. After tending to the chickens, ducks, and the tabby cat, he returned home only to be greeted by Chen Xiaohua. Brother Xiaoyun, you're amazing. The video of Zai and Huang has gone viral. Upon entering, Chen Xiaohua shouted excitedly. So it's gone viral, what of it? Chen Xiaoyun said nonchalantly, well, I mean, in the future, you could film Zai and Huang to attract more followers. Chen Xiaohu, noticing his cousin's indifference, felt somewhat speechless. Clearly, he had such excellent potential to become an internet celebrity, yet he seemed reluctant. If you want to film, you can do it yourself. Chen Xiaoyun regarded video creation merely as a hobby, enjoying it for the fun rather than being concerned about follower counts. All right then, seeing his cousin's lackadaisical attitude, Chen Xiaohu decided not to press the matter further. The video of Zai and Huang has garnered hundreds of thousands of views and tens of thousands of likes. Chen Xiaohu exclaimed joyfully, then you should film more videos featuring the 3 dogs. That should attract quite a few fans, Chen Xiaoyun suggested, supporting his cousin's aspiration to become a streamer, recognizing the potential for substantial income. Sure, I'll film more of them from now on. Chen Xiaoyun realized that the three dogs were indeed a secret to gaining traffic and followers. By the way, Xiaoyun, accompany me to buy a car. I want to purchase one. Chen Xiaoyun rubbed his hands together, having saved over 30,000 yuan, sufficient for a small vehicle. Jiang Yin had mentioned that the model he was interested in wasn't too expensive, ranging from 200 to 400,000 yuan. The recent rainy weather made it inconvenient to travel without a car, and even riding his electric tricycle to buy groceries was quite troublesome. You want to buy a car? Today? Chen Xiaoyun was not surprised, as